The school goddess, dreamed of by 3 billion people, only because of a glance from me, publicly proposed to break up with her boyfriend of 2.5 years, and even wanted to fight him, just because she had just awakened as an S-tier spirit weapon, the weeping blood curved blade, and she wanted only me to use it. In this world, everyone starts their job transition at the age of 18, men become spirit masters, and women awaken as spirit weapons and transform into spirit ladies, working together to resist invasions from other worlds. After I transmigrated to this world, I found that this was a novel I had read countless times before, and I had become the wealthy antagonist, rich and nothing else. Watching the school beauty humiliating her boyfriend for me, I was dumbfounded, because that ordinary boy was the protagonist Chu Yun, the chosen one with the golden finger who would awaken an SSS tier talent, astounding everyone, and I was to be his first target to be eliminated. As I hesitated, the school beauty Shin coldly snorted at Chu Yun and then directly took my arm. Chu Yun, wake up. Do you still think I'm your girlfriend? We are not from the same world, please don't come looking for me again. At this moment, Chu Yun was very emotional, and said coldly to Shin, what are you talking about? His loud voice made me frown, and the next second I raised my hand and slapped Chu Yun's face. Can you keep it down? Chu Yun staggered back 2 steps in pain, his pupils filled with intense anger. The last thing I wanted was a sudden silence, and everyone on the sports field was stunned, not understanding where this slap came from. At this moment, I was also stunned, I couldn't hold back and had actually slapped the protagonist, now I was really done for. As I internally struggled, a strange mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Detected that you caused 1 point of physical damage and 9,999 points of mental damage to the protagonist. Villain destiny points increased by 100, 900 points to go before the villain roulette activates. Hearing this mechanical voice in my mind, a hint of joy flashed in my pupils. I also had a system. What about you being the chosen one? Now I stood tall. Bai Zhou, how dare you hit me? You're too much. Chu Yun's roar came out instantly. At this time, from the high platform in front of the sports field, a powerful voice came. No disturbances allowed at the awakening ceremony. Chu Yun, this is a warning. If you do not change, I will have to expel you from the awakening ceremony. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look at the authoritative figure on the high platform, principal, but he started it. The principal glanced at me then slowly said to Chu Yun, I didn't see anything. What? Chu Yun's face instantly turned livid. Detected that due to your actions, the protagonist suffered 9,999 points of mental damage, villain destiny points increased by 100, 800 points to go before the villain roulette activates. Is this even possible? This was totally unexpected. At this time, Shin standing by my side pouted, see, Chu Yun, this is called a gap. Meanwhile, the classmates attending the awakening ceremony pointed at Chu Yun, isn't Chu Yun a fool? How dare he? Bai Zhou is a young master from one of the Dragon Nation's 4 great wealthy families, he really has a death wish challenging Bai Zhou. Detected that due to your actions, the protagonist suffered 8,888 points of mental damage, villain destiny points increased by 100, 700 points to go before the villain roulette activates. Hearing such voices, my smile grew even more evident. At this moment, looking at Shin, the school beauty standing by my side, I thought to myself that this woman was Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend. If I could train her to be a loyal dog, then Chu Yun would be completely at my mercy. This evil thought really suited me, I was meant to be a great villain after all, wasn't I? At this time, Chu Yun clenched his fists tightly, growling in anger. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, do not bully. However, before he could finish, I slapped the other side of his face. I said, keep it down, can't you understand human speech? Detected that you caused 1 point of physical damage and 9,999 points of mental damage to the protagonist. Villain destiny points increased by 100, 600 points to go before the villain roulette activates. According to the system's damage alert, this slap was much harder than before. Chu Yun crashed into the crowd, and just as he steadied himself, he cursed bastard and was about to rush up and beat me up. But it seemed like some force restricted him, he only took 1 step forward and then forcibly stopped his steps, as if he was communicating with someone. Others might not know, but I, familiar with the original story, knew clearly that it must be the voice in Chu Yun's mind stopping his impulse. At this moment, a petite girl forcefully squeezed through the crowd and came to Chu Yun's side. The girl looked at Chu Yun with concern. Brother Chu Yun, are you alright? Seeing Chu Yun's swollen cheek, she seemed so heartbroken she was about to cry, and then turned and fiercely said to me, what right do you have to hit brother Chu Yun? Before I could speak, Shin standing by my side disdainfully said, isn't this just a spirit lady awakened with a tier 1 talent? What, feeling sorry for your brother Chu Yun? Well, a guy like him can only contract with a trash like you. I just broke up with him, and you jump out to defend him. Detected that due to your actions, the protagonist suffered 999 points of mental damage, villain destiny points increased by 100, 500 points to go before the villain roulette activates. But I remained unmoved. In the original story, this thin girl named Lin Wei, although she only awakened with a tier 1 spirit energy, after she and Chu Yun completed their contract, the talent of the Dragon Gallant Bright Silver Spear was instantly activated, becoming a super SSS tier divine weapon. Lin Wei also became Chu Yun's show-off tool in the early part of the novel. Now that she had come to me, how could I possibly hand over the Dragon Gallant Bright Silver Spear so easily? What if I could turn the only girl supporting Chu Yun to my side? It would surely give me a lot of villain points, right? With this thought in mind, Bai Zhou took out his phone and began editing a message with unclear content, sending it out. Over here, Lin Wei, mocked by Shin, had tears pooling in her eyes. You. She wanted to argue her case, but Chu Yun raised his hand and stopped Lin Wei, saying, Wei, there's no need to argue with people like them. Brother Chu Yun. Looking at Chu Yun's swollen cheek, Lin Wei felt genuine heartache. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the loudspeaker again. Next, Class 3 of Senior Year 3, Chu Yun. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads to look at the swollen-faced Chu Yun. But in their eyes, there was only contempt and mockery. Even Shin, standing next to Bai Zhou, chimed in with, Oh, you're already up there to embarrass yourself? Shin's relentless attack was indeed impressive. However, this time, Bai Zhou did not hear the sound of the protagonist's heart being heard in his mind. Because Chu Yun's mindset had changed. Even though his face was already swollen, a hint of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Finally, is it my turn? What, are you about to show off? He turned and glanced at Lin Wei, saying, Trust me. Chu Yun then turned and walked toward the high platform. His confident stride seemed to have its own BGM. Unbeknownst to him, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. Relax, you carry a fragment of this king's soul, your talent will surely shake the universe. By then, don't say that pampered young master who hit you, even the whole world will bow at your feet. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bai Zhou. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Wei, with only two words shining in his pupils. Want you. Lin Wei certainly noticed Bai Zhou's burning gaze. Instantly, she felt overwhelmed. After all, she was a sheltered young girl, how could she handle being looked at like that by a persistent man? But she still forced herself to stay strong, trying not to look at Bai Zhou. Yet, the more she tried not to look, the clearer she saw him. Finally, unable to bear that seemingly devouring gaze, Lin Wei turned and fled. And how could Bai Zhou let this opportunity slip away? Naturally, he immediately shook off Shin and sprinted after her. Hey! Bai Zhou! Shin also wanted to chase after them. However, the voice from the playground calling out Chu Yun, awakening starts, made Shin momentarily abandon the thought. She ran, he chased, her spirit flew out. In the end, Bai Zhou cornered Lin Wei in a deserted corner. Lin Wei's eyes instantly turned red, unable to look at Bai Zhou, her voice quavering. Why are you chasing me? I want to urgently support Sugar, no. Bai Zhou almost blurted something out, shook his head, and quickly corrected. What I want is you. Bai Zhou cut straight to the chase, but after hearing this, Lin Wei trembled all over, her small hands tightly grasping her clothes, gritting her teeth and saying. Even if I have to die, I will not. How is that dying? Bai Zhou's lips twitched slightly, did you misunderstand? I meant to sign a contract with you. Lin Wei's body quivered, she raised her already reddened eyes, but quickly lowered them again, gritting her teeth and saying. Shin obviously has S-level talent, why don't you contract with her? Why come to contract with me, a useless E-level talent? Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head, stepping forward, that's. I am not a bad person. Who knew that Lin Wei would directly say, you bully brother Chu Yun, you are a big bad guy. Alas. Bai Zhou sighed, then looked up and said recklessly, that's right, I am a big bad guy, but I am a rich big bad guy. As he said this, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth gently lifted. If I remember correctly, your dad should be at the 3rd hospital, right? Hearing this, Lin Wei's eyes shrank sharply, don't hurt my dad. Who said I want to hurt your dad? Bai Zhou spread his hands. Your dad is sick like this, isn't it because your family doesn't have money to treat him? Do you still expect that Chu Yun? He is poorer than your family. But I have money. In Bai Zhou's eyes, there was a glimmer of light like a big bad wolf. Using Lin Wei's father to threaten her was definitely a bit unethical, but, as a villain, how much is morality worth? Bai Zhou took a step forward, got closer to Lin Wei, and said softly. You wouldn't want your dad to be left with no medicine, right? Chapter 3, The Unmatched Sword Box? Unlimited contract quantity? Lin Wei, born into a poor family, had been self-conscious since childhood and did not interact with others. Usually, only the poor boy from the neighboring village would play with her, that is, the protagonist Chu Yun. Now, hearing the big bad wolf Bai Zhou say, you wouldn't want your dad to be left with no medicine, right? Lin Wei's heart suddenly jolted. Instinctively, as if it were a reflex, she opened her mouth. Can you really save my dad? But after saying this, Lin Wei realized who she was talking to. This was the well-known dandy, the big bad guy. Lin Wei hurriedly shut her mouth and took 2 steps back. But in those 2 steps, Lin Wei completely pressed her body against the wall behind her, with no way to retreat. Seeing Lin Wei like this, there was always a hint of a smile hidden in Bai Zhou's eyes. Bai Zhou did not directly answer Lin Wei's question but took out his phone and looked at her, saying, As long as you nod, I will immediately call to arrange for your father to go to the best hospital, to find the best doctors, and use the best medicine. Your father's illness is only in the mid-stage, the chance of recovery is still very high, but if it drags on. Bai Zhou's voice stopped there. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Lin Wei's body shivered again, and her pupils clearly showed a hint of struggle. It was obvious that she had been moved, after all, that was her father. But she gritted her teeth and said, "Why me, I am just an E rank. So what?" Bai Zhou lightly spread his hands and said, "Even though I don't like that Qianqin, I have to admit she is right. My family, even if I throw money, can elevate me to an S rank. Would I care about you being an E rank?" But Lin Wei wouldn't doubt Bai Zhou's family strength, but she was not a fool. Why would a high-class rich kid want to find her for a contract? Other than playing, Lin Wei could think of no other reason. At this time, Bai Zhou stepped forward first and said, "Could it be that you are still waiting for your Chu Yun?" Hearing the name Chu Yun, Lin Wei's pupils shrank sharply. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence, but a deafening sound suddenly erupted on the playground. Class 3 of senior year, Chu Yun. 3. SSS rank. SSS rank Spirit Master Talent? How is this possible? With a bang, the entire playground was instantly in an uproar, as if it had exploded. Standing in front of Bai Zhou, Lin Wei's eyes also burst with intense joy. "I knew it." Her voice was a bit choked. "I knew he could do it, brother Chu Yun is definitely not trash." In the whole crowd, only Bai Zhou's heart remained unaffected because he was too familiar with this plot. Once the SSS rank Spirit Master Talent appeared, the whole school was shocked. Who knows how many beautiful girls are lining up, wanting to form a contract with Chu Yun. Even Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend, the campus queen Qianqin, almost changed her mind right on the spot. Even though Bai Zhou wasn't there, he could already imagine Chu Yun's arrogant face, like he was looking down on the whole world. But he didn't care. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment. And so, once again, he spoke to Lin Wei. "You're actually happy about this? Have you thought it through? Chu Yun is already SSS rank. And you? You're just an E rank. Do you really think he'll ever look at you again?" Just that one sentence. It was like a whole bucket of ice water got poured over Lin Wei's head. Her face instantly turned pale, her body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. And Bai Zhou didn't even give Lin Wei a chance to breathe before continuing. "It's time to make a decision, Lin Wei. If you're still thinking about that Chu Yun, then I can't help you. Your dad's illness, you'll have to deal with it yourself. And as for Chu Yun, even if he awakened an SSS level talent, with the power of the Bai family, crushing him would be as easy as crushing an ant." Bai Zhou's words were half true, half false. The Bai family really did have the power to crush Chu Yun. But if Chu Yun awakened an SSS level talent, it wouldn't be that simple anymore. Chu Yun would immediately be noticed by powerful forces. Even though the Bai family was one of those forces, they still had to maintain a balance, right? Taking action openly needed serious thought. But Lin Wei didn't know any of this. She blurted out without thinking, "Don't hurt brother Chu Yun." Her reaction was even more intense than her father's illness. It was clear she truly, deeply loved Chu Yun. But Bai Zhou didn't care. "Then it all depends on your choice." This time, Lin Wei's tears really started falling. And Bai Zhou added more fuel to the fire with one more sentence. "You don't want your brother Chu Yun to get hurt, do you?" That sentence hit the mark perfectly. Lin Wei hesitated no more, and said right away, "I'm willing to form a contract with you." Finally. As soon as she said those words, Lin Wei's tears flowed even harder. "Brother Chu Yun, I'm sorry." A smile had already appeared on Bai Zhou's face. And right at that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Bai Zhou's mind once again. "Ding. Detected that you forcefully changed the original storyline. Fate villain value plus 500. Villain wheel activated. Would you like to spin for a reward, host?" Seriously? He thought he could only get rewards after killing the protagonist, but it turns out changing the story also worked? And this time he even got 500 points of fate villain value, enough to activate the spin. How could Bai Zhou hold back his excitement? "Start the spin." Right in front of Bai Zhou, a giant spinning wheel appeared out of thin air. With one command, the wheel began spinning rapidly. Soon, a dazzling red light lit up on it. And then, ding! Congratulations, you've successfully drawn a red tier reward, Peerless Sword Case. Note, the Peerless Sword Case can store spiritual weapons bound by a life and death contract with the master. No limit on quantity. Holy crap! Hearing the reward description, Bai Zhou couldn't help but cry out in shock. A life and death contract, and no limit on how many? Bai Zhou knew the original story well. There were 3 types of contracts. Servant contract, the spirit master is the master, the spirit lady is the servant. No limit on the number of servants. Partner contract, the spirit master and the spirit lady are partners. No limit on number, but the spiritual weapons must approve of each other. Life and death contract, the spirit master and spirit lady are bound by life and death. Can only be signed once. As the only contract that can be signed once, it means total acceptance of each other. It feels just like a couple who've been married their whole life. And now, the system gave him a reward. The unmatched sword box can actually allow oneself to sign a life and death contract, and the number is limitless? Doesn't that mean I can marry? No. I shouldn't say that. Anyway, it's really impressive. Originally, he wanted to sign a master-servant contract with Lin Wei, but now it seems, he looked at Lin Wei in front of him and had another plan. Then he smiled and said, "Then let's go sign the contract?" Okay. At this moment, Lin Wei's face was pale, expressionless, as if she had turned into a robot. She could only follow behind Bai Zhou, walking mechanically. The two walked out of the corner, and Lin Wei could not help but look up at the playground. Sure enough, at this moment, Chu Yun was beaming with pride, surrounded by beautiful women, arms open seeking contracts, and it seemed even Shinxin was among that group of women. Lin Wei bit her lip and lowered her head again. However, among the crowd surrounding Chu Yun, it seemed that due to the protagonist's aura, he spotted Lin Wei, who was quietly walking with her head down in the distance. His eyes flickered, and he immediately brushed aside the women and ran towards Lin Wei. From a distance, he called out, "Wei Wei! Did you hear? I have SSS level talent, now no one can look down on me, no one can bully me." Chu Yun stood in front of Lin Wei, blocking her way, but facing the excited Chu Yun, Lin Wei remained silent with her head down. This made Chu Yun frown. "Wei Wei, what's wrong? Aren't you happy for me?" At this moment, Bai Zhou, who was walking in front, turned around and gently said, "Lin Wei, shall we go?" "Okay." Without responding to Chu Yun, Lin Wei surprisingly nodded obediently and bypassed Chu Yun to catch up with Bai Zhou. "You?" Chu Yun's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. "Ding. Detected that you inflicted 999 points of mental damage to the protagonist, Destiny Villain value plus 100, Villain Roulette activation still requires 1900. Chapter 4, what's the big deal about SSS level? You're still that ant." Hearing the system's notification tone, Bai Zhou was, of course, pleased, but he displayed indifference on the surface. Additionally, he discovered another issue, which was the Villain Roulette. The first roulette only needed him to accumulate 1000 points of Destiny Villain value to activate, but this second one actually required 2000? Of course, that didn't matter. After all, Bai Zhou had multiple ways to gain Destiny Villain value. At this moment, Chu Yun, the big spender of villain values, was dumbfounded. It was one thing for his girlfriend to follow Bai Zhou, but now even Lin Wei, who never communicated with others and knew only to call him brother behind him, had followed Bai Zhou? No. I, the chosen one, won't accept this. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and blocked Lin Wei's way again, exaggeratingly saying, "Wei Wei, what's wrong? Why are you leaving with him? He is Bai Zhou, that infamous scoundrel." Smack! The third crisp sound rang out on the playground. That's right, the one hitting was still Bai Zhou, and the one being hit was still Chu Yun. Chu Yun covered his cheek, looking at Bai Zhou in shock and anger. While Bai Zhou had a devil-may-care attitude and said, "You dare to curse me in front of me? Are you tired of living? Ding. Detected that you inflicted 10 points of physical damage and 99,999 points of mental damage to the protagonist, Destiny Villain value plus 200, Villain Roulette activation still requires 1700. Did this directly increase my points by 200? But why did the mental damage get an extra digit?" The whole playground was in an uproar after Bai Zhou's slap. My god. Chu Yun has already awakened SSS level talent, he is a genius among geniuses, how dare Bai Zhou even hit him? Talent like Chu Yun's is rare in 100 years, and this news has probably reached the ears of countless big shots, many of whom want to take him as a disciple. Bai Zhou is truly daring, he really goes for it. So what if he does? Have you all forgotten who Bai Zhou is? Behind him is the Bai family, one of the 4 major financial groups. Exactly, let's not forget that among the 10 great masters of Long Kingdom, 3 come from the Bai family. If that's the case, reasonable, we haven't hit hard enough. Shall we hit again? The astonished voices around made Chu Yun's face turn even darker. In contrast, Bai Zhou remained calm amidst these sounds and lightly waved his hand towards Lin Wei, saying, "Lin Wei, let's go." Lin Wei lowered her head and softly replied, turning to follow. "Wei Wei." Chu Yun wanted to stop her, but Lin Wei finally reacted, turning to Chu Yun and shouting, "Chu Yun! Can you stay away from me, please? I don't want to see you now, or in the future." After saying this, Lin Wei turned around and strode forward, even surpassing Bai Zhou. Ding! Detecting that the protagonist has suffered 99,999 points of mental damage due to you, Destiny Villain value plus 200, the villain big wheel opens but needs 1,500 more. No one saw that at this moment, Lin Wei, with her head down, was biting her lip tightly. A tear fell from her eye onto the ground. Brother Chu Yun. I'm sorry, forgive Wei Wei. No one heard Lin Wei's inner voice, and no one knew that at this moment, Bai Zhou was overjoyed in his heart. Bai Zhou. You. Chu Yun immediately roared in rage, what have you done to Wei Wei? I will kill you. Chu Yun looked almost hysterical, fists clenched, charging directly at Bai Zhou's back. The powerful aura of an SSS-level spirit master instantly spread out. Although Chu Yun had not yet signed a spirit contract, his high talent was enough to elevate his strength by a huge margin. If he truly attacked Bai Zhou now, Bai Zhou might not be able to withstand it. But could Chu Yun succeed? Bai Zhou did not turn around, facing Chu Yun with his back, raised one hand and with a soft snap, he snapped his fingers. Swish, 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 swish. A series of light sounds came, and 5 men in black instantly appeared behind Bai Zhou. These 5 men in black exuded a powerful aura. They were all spirit masters above level 10. Although Chu Yun had SSS talent, he had just awakened and was still only level 0. It was like hitting a wall. With a loud crash, he was thrown back. Bang! A dull thud sounded. Puff! Blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he flew backward. Ding! Detecting that you have caused 100 points of physical damage and 9,999 points of mental damage to the protagonist, Destiny Villain value plus 500, the villain big wheel opens but needs 1,000 more. Oh! Hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou's face showed unmistakable joy. Can increasing physical damage also increase villain points? Looking at it this way, what does it matter if the points for the big wheel have surged to 2,000? In this instant, hasn't it returned to the very beginning? These 5 men in black were undoubtedly the exclusive bodyguards of the young master of the Bai family. With such resources, why wouldn't Bai Zhou use them? Chu Yun could only stand there dumbfounded behind the wall of men. Even if he styled his hair like an adult, he couldn't stop the green plum from falling into his own grasp. At this moment, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei, who turned around in worry, and said faintly, "Did you see all of that?" Lin Wei slightly gritted her teeth, took a deep look at the fallen Chu Yun, then turned to leave. Bai Zhou's meaning was to tell Lin Wei that crushing Chu Yun was really as easy as the palm of his hand. Of course, Bai Zhou could indeed crush the level 0 Chu Yun directly. However, after the invasion of the otherworld, nations formed city-states, expressly prohibiting spirit masters from killing each other. You can duel, you can injure the opponent, but you cannot kill them. Otherwise, who would resist the otherworld? Bai Zhou was not afraid of the city-states' laws, he just didn't want to deal with unnecessary trouble. Besides, why kill Chu Yun? Chu Yun is now a golden goose for his Destiny Villain value. Squeeze him dry before we speak. Looking at the 5 fierce bodyguards behind Bai Zhou, even the school's teachers and the principal didn't dare to make a sound. Moreover, Chu Yun was still an SSS-level exceptional talent. And the students watching from the side clicked their tongues and shook their heads one after another. As expected. Even though Chu Yun's talent is explosive, Bai Zhou is still Bai Zhou, and Chu Yun is just Chu Yun. Yeah, talent is really worthless in front of power. If it weren't for the city's laws, Chu Yun would probably be dead by now, right? I really envy Bai Zhou. If I were born into such a family, I'd definitely be more arrogant than him. Shit, you can't describe Bai Zhou's actions as arrogant. Do you want to die? Hey! Did you guys notice? The direction Bai Zhou is taking Lin Wei looks like the contract room. What? No way. Bai Zhou is going to form a contract with Lin Wei? How is that possible? Lin Wei is only an E-level talent. What kind of Dragon Gallon Silver Spear spirit tool is that? Although he awakened an A-level talent as a spirit master, he can't possibly form a contract with such a useless E-level spirit girl, right? Could it be a master-servant contract? Is he going to turn Lin Wei into his slave? Well, he should find a prettier girl. Lin Wei is so skinny and small, really. The group of people kept discussing, as if it had nothing to do with them, but the 2 people at the center of it all suddenly narrowed their eyes. One of them, of course, was Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend, Xin. When Chu Yun awakened his SSS-level talent, Xin pretended to be aloof and went to find Chu Yun, saying, "I'll reluctantly give you a chance to form a contract with me." But Chu Yun, with his pride, directly rejected her. And now? No! I'm the one who should form a contract with Bai Zhou, how could it be with that E-level trash? With that thought, she immediately sprinted towards the direction of the contract room. The other person, of course, was Chu Yun himself. He pressed his hand to his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the old voice in his mind had already sounded. Something's wrong. That thin girl, does she really only have E-level talent? No. Her talent is hidden. She could be a peerless divine weapon. Hurry, stop them from forming the contract. That girl is your opportunity. Chapter 5. No, why is your goddess so eager to please? The contract room. Bai Zhou had already led the always head-down Lin Wei to the door. The teacher in charge of the contract room immediately stood up as soon as he saw Bai Zhou arriving. He respectfully spoke to Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai. Bai Zhou didn't respond, only giving a faint nod. He knew that because of his status, nearly all the teachers in the school were like sycophants to his family. He really couldn't understand how, in the original story, Bai Zhou was still slapped in the face by Chu Yun in this situation. But now, things were different. When he figured things out, Bai Zhou was absolutely not going to let it happen to him again. Looking at the teacher in charge of the contract room, Bai Zhou also said lightly, "Can I form a contract with Lin Wei now?" Of course. The teacher didn't hesitate at all. He immediately turned around, and a panel-like object appeared next to the contract room door. While operating it, he said, "May I ask, young Master Bai, do you wish to sign a partner contract, or a master-servant contract?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou's lips curled up slightly. A life and death contract. What? Lin Wei, who had kept her head down the entire time, was shocked and looked up at Bai Zhou. The teacher standing there was also stunned and turned to look at Lin Wei with a strange expression. He awkwardly spoke. Young Master Bai, did I hear that correctly? You really want to form a life and death contract with this E-level spirit girl? Bai Zhou looked at the teacher faintly and slightly raised his head. What? Do you have a problem? His voice was so calm, with barely any emotion showing. But the teacher suddenly shuddered. Frightened, he hurriedly spoke, "No problem. Young Master Bai, your request, I have no issue with it. I'll arrange the life and death contract for you right away." But at that moment, Bai Zhou felt someone gently tugging at the corner of his clothes. Turning around, he saw Lin Wei with a small face full of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Bai Zhou, you really want to sign a life and death contract with me? Yes, why not? Bai Zhou's response was very firm. But. Lin Wei's voice grew even more anxious. I only have an E grade, Bai Zhou, are you joking? Looking at Lin Wei, who was now so anxious, Bai Zhou revealed what he thought was a very gentle smile. He even reached out and gently rubbed Lin Wei's head. This time, Lin Wei didn't make any move to avoid it, and she heard Bai Zhou say, "I said, others can't see the brilliance in you. Is that really the case?" Lin Wei's head was very confused now. Looking at Bai Zhou's smiling eyes, she couldn't figure it out. At first, she had been forced by Bai Zhou to come and sign the contract, surely thinking it was a master-servant contract. Because Bai Zhou was a spoiled rich kid, a bad person, and even used her father and Chu Yun to threaten her. It was clearly meant to torment her to torment Chu Yun. She had resolutely come to Bai Zhou for Chu Yun's sake. But now he actually wanted to sign a life and death contract with me? Does he really? Just as Lin Wei couldn't understand at all, suddenly, she heard a loud, simultaneous exclamation from a man and a woman. I disagree. The voices were so loud that Lin Wei instinctively shrank her neck. This man and woman, of course, were Xinqin and Chu Yun, who had hurried over just now. Behind them, a crowd had gathered, all attracted by the commotion. When they heard that Bai Zhou was about to sign a life and death contract with Lin Wei, they were all stunned. After all, although Bai Zhou had only an A-grade talent, his family was powerful, so they must have ways to defy fate. But life and death contracts were something that could only be signed once in a lifetime, and unless death occurred, if one tried to forcibly dissolve it, both parties would inevitably suffer a backlash that affected their foundations. Even though Bai Zhou's family was powerful and could bear it, the pain was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Why would Bai Zhou, the young master, want to self-inflict such pain? They couldn't understand. As for Xinqin and Chu Yun, they were even more confused. The school beauty, Xinqin, stepped forward urgently, her voice even carrying a bit of pleading as she spoke to Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai, didn't we agree? If I awaken an S-grade talent, you would give me a chance to sign a contract with you? Bai Zhou looked at Xinqin in front of him, a faint smile in his eyes. He knew the original plot well, and although Xinqin was the school beauty and very pretty, her main role was to help the protagonist Chu Yun look good. In other aspects, she was basically just a pretty face. For him, he hadn't thought of any use for her yet. So, he replied in a lofty manner. I just said I would give you a chance, didn't I? Hearing this, Xinqin gritted her teeth slightly, then took a step forward, tightly grabbing Bai Zhou's arm. In front of everyone, she deeply pressed his arm into her cleavage. Gently shaking, she squeezed her voice and said, "Young Master Bai, how can you do this? Look, this Lin Wei, not only does she have the lowest E-grade talent, but she's also so dry and thin, how can she compare with me?" While saying this, school beauty Shinqin even pouted her lips and leaned into Bai Zhou's ear to whisper, "Actually, I've already booked a room at the hotel, just waiting to sign the contract with you, young Master Bai. At that time, you can play however you want, okay?" As she spoke, Shinqin even blew a breath against her own earlobe. Hiss. Good heavens! This was too much for Bai Zhou, who had been single since birth in his previous life. But, well, playing is fine, but the contract. Ha! Bai Zhou took a deep breath to calm his mood, letting Shinqin lightly rub against him, turning his head to look at Chu Yun. His gaze, full of disdain, was laced with a deliberately feigned surprise as he said, "No way, buddy, this is the goddess you've been licking for years? Did you know she's throwing herself at you? Ding! Detected that you have caused mental harm to the protagonist plus 666, gain destiny villain points plus 100, the villain's big wheel of fate is now open, but still needs 900. Hearing the system's prompt and seeing Chu Yun's face twist again, Bai Zhou didn't have time to be happy yet before the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Detected that you have caused mental harm to the protagonist by Yueguan plus 333, gain destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fate is now open, but still needs 850. What is this? This system prompt made Bai Zhou immediately turn his surprised gaze to Shinqin, who was still holding his arm. Shinqin can actually give him destiny villain points? Wait, then why didn't Lin Wei have any? Yeah, he had previously threatened and lured Lin Wei. She even has the protagonist's childhood friend attribute. Could it be that Lin Wei's psychological endurance was too strong? That's why she wasn't affected much? That can't be. Lin Wei is just a little girl with no psychological endurance. Before Bai Zhou could figure it out, the sensation on his arm suddenly became softer, and then Shinqin's teasing voice came again. "Young Master Bai, what are you talking about?" Bai Zhou knew that Shinqin was now clearly putting on a brave face to act cute with him. After all, the mental harm definitely couldn't be fake. Then what is Chu Yun? Even if he awakened an SSS-level talent, how can he compare to you, young Master Bai? Ding! Detected that the protagonist has received mental harm plus 777, gain destiny villain points plus 100, the villain's big wheel of fate is now open, but still needs 750. To be honest, it seems like Shinqin might be useful after all. On one hand, she helps Bai Zhou suppress Chu Yun, on the other hand, she can also provide him with destiny villain points. But this role does not lie in signing a contract. Bai Zhou looked at Shinqin and smiled, saying, "You want to sign a contract with me?" Shinqin nodded eagerly, "Yes, young Master Bai. Please contract with me." Ha ha. Bai Zhou laughed loudly, "Alright, let's talk after I finish the contract with Lin Wei." Ding! Detected that Bai Yueguang has received mental harm plus 333, gain destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fate is now open, but still needs 700. Young Master Bai. Shinqin's urgent voice sounded. But before she could react, Chu Yun, who had been impatient, stepped forward and immediately snorted. "Bai Zhou, I don't care what you've done to Wei Wei, I warn you to return her to me right now." Chapter 6, Life and Death Contract? Young Master no longer wants his fiancée? As soon as Chu Yun said this, the smile on Bai Zhou's face slowly disappeared. He pushed Shinqin aside and looked directly at Chu Yun with a faint voice. "What right do you have to warn me?" With Bai Zhou's words, Chu Yun immediately felt an overwhelming pressure coming toward him. No need to ask, it was clearly the 5 bodyguards of the Bai family's young master. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has received mental harm plus 555, gain destiny villain points plus 100, the villain's big wheel of fate is now open, but still needs 600. Chu Yun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He knew that right now, he was no match for Bai Zhou. Suppressing his rage, he shifted his gaze to Lin Wei, who had been standing aside with her head down. He tried to calm his emotions and said, "Wei Wei, what's going on? Don't you usually hate Bai Zhou, this kind of spoiled young master who bullies people with his power? What made you want to sign a life and death contract with him today? You told me, I am your brother, and whatever happens, I can help you." The protagonist's deep affection, under the glow of the protagonist's halo, seemed incredibly powerful. Lin Wei's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively lifted her head. At this moment, her eyes were already misty with tears. Seeing this, Bai Zhou knew he had to fuel the fire at this moment. He directly spoke to Chu Yun. "What? Chu Yun, are you going to sign a life and death contract with Lin Wei too?" "I was going to." Chu Yun's going to had not even left his mouth. The voice suddenly stopped, and even the expression on his face became a little complicated. Bai Zhou knew Chu Yun too well. Right now, in his mind, the old voice must be echoing again. That voice was definitely saying, "You cannot sign a life and death contract with her because this contract can only be signed once. Although I can sense her hidden talent, I cannot guarantee how strong this talent is. For your power, you can only sign a partner contract with her. Because this is how the original plot was written." Bai Zhou, of course, was extremely familiar with it. But the original Chu Yun did not have the unmatched sword case that he has now. The life and death contract had no limit on the number of times it could be signed, and this was something Chu Yun had always dreamed of. Looking at the stiff Chu Yun, Bai Zhou deliberately asked, "What? You don't want to?" Ding. Detected protagonist's emotional damage plus 696, gain destiny villain points plus 100, villain wheel of fate needs 500 more. Shu Yun gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Bai Zhou, then turned to Lin Wei, speaking with some apology. Wei, we can sign a partner contract first, then build some feelings in later." As Chu Yun spoke, Lin Wei, with her tearful eyes lifted, was stunned for a moment, slowly lowering her head. Bai Zhou took the opportunity to add, "Did you see that? Lin Wei, is this the Chu Yun brother you've been thinking about? In the end, he still looks down on your E-level talent." As he spoke, he even sighed with a look of regret. It was really, life is like a play, all about acting. Ding. Detected protagonist's emotional damage plus 555, gain destiny villain points plus 100, villain wheel of fate needs 400 more. Bai Zhou, shut up. Chu Yun shouted urgently. Wei, don't listen to his nonsense, I didn't. Enough. Lin Wei, who had been lowering her head, suddenly raised her head and shouted fiercely. It seemed like she used all her strength. Her eyes still full of tears, she looked at Chu Yun and spoke in a cold voice. Chu Yun, I think I've already made myself clear. Please stop bothering me, is this really necessary? What? Chu Yun's body trembled violently. Ding. Detected protagonist's emotional damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, villain wheel of fate needs 300 more. Wei you. Before Chu Yun could continue, Lin Wei actually took Bai Zhou's hand in hers. Ding. Detected protagonist's emotional damage plus 888, gain destiny villain points plus 100, villain wheel of fate needs 200 more. Her voice was gentle. Bai Zhou, let's begin the contract now. Of course. Bai Zhou smiled lightly and nodded. Without looking at Chu Yun and Shin even once, he led Lin Wei into the contract room. Young Master Bai. Don't. Lin Wei. What are you doing? Shin and Chu Yun, their anxious figures, were ultimately blocked by the teacher. They could only watch helplessly as the door symbolizing the beginning of the contract slowly closed. And just as the door closed, the crowd outside exploded. No way, did young Master Bai really sign a life and death contract with that E-level talent? Oh my god, did young Master Bai hit his head? I can't say it. E-level talent? Is Lin Wei perhaps a reincarnated fox spirit, and has she seduced young Master Bai's soul? That can't be right, she's not even pretty, how can she compare to the school beauty, Shin? But Shin is also drunk, how could she lose to a waste with E-level talent? At least that's better than that sycophant Chu Yun, so what if he awakened an SSS level super talent? Even an E-level waste looks down on him. Ha ha ha. Ding. Detected that the protagonist, Bai Yuanguang, has suffered mental harm plus 555, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune requires 150 more to open. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained fate villain points plus 100, the villain's big wheel of fortune requires 50 more to open. Ding. Detected that the protagonist, Bai Yuanguang, has suffered mental harm plus 444, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune is ready to open, would the host like to draw a reward? Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Zhou, who had just entered the contract room with Lin Wei, was stunned. Wow! How long has it been since my first draw? Has the big wheel opened for the second time already? Is Chu Yun's mental resilience really this weak? But what does this have to do with me? Bai Zhou immediately instructed in his mind. Start the draw. The familiar big wheel appeared before Bai Zhou's eyes again. As it spun rapidly, a purple light slowly lit up. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the purple reward, the all-knowing mirror. Note, all. Bai Zhou didn't have time to read this line of information. Suddenly, a wave of warmth swept over his entire body. It instantly pulled Bai Zhou's attention away from the system's space. He felt as if he had entered a mysterious state, leaving him a bit dazed. But he knew this was the official start of the contract between him and Lin Wei. The contract needed a process. Meanwhile, the crowd outside definitely couldn't stay idle. Those eating melon, still questioning, didn't matter. The bodyguards protecting the young master of the Bai family had already gathered together. Each of them wore a tense expression, and one could not help but speak to the leader. Big brother, this isn't right. Are we really letting the young master sign a life and death contract with that E-level waste? If the old man finds out, won't he be extremely furious? The leader cast a glance at the speaker and said. So what should you do now? Go stop the young master from making the contract. The speaker immediately shrank his neck. I wouldn't dare, the young master's temper is quite bad. Not just him, even the other three were the same. The leader furrowed his brow and slowly said. It wouldn't matter if the young master contracted an E-level waste, but he should not sign a life and death contract. Has the young master forgotten he still has a marriage contract? Hearing this, the four bodyguards quickly raised their heads in understanding. Oh right. Wow. The young master's fiancée is. Shut up. A cold snort from the leader made the person swallow the words they were about to say. Then he waved his hand, pointing to the one who first asked. All right, discussing here isn't a solution, hurry back home, tell the old man this news, and see what he plans to do. Yes. That person complied and instantly turned into a shadow, disappearing from the spot. At that moment, as the person vanished, Shin, who was pacing anxiously in front of the contract room, slowly turned her gaze toward the ashen-faced Chu Yun. There was a clear hint of disgust in her eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and walked towards Chu Yun, saying, Shall we start the contract too? Chapter 7, These two are having a grand time stabbing each other. Chu Yun looked at the shimmering contract light in the room. His face was pale, and he constantly questioned that old voice in his head. You told me that Lin Wei might be an unparalleled divine weapon, and now look, she has made a pact with Bai Zhou, and the divine weapon is handed over easily. How do you explain this? Sai, the voice in his mind, sighed heavily and said. First of all, I said might. Secondly, who knew you were so honest? Couldn't you have tricked her into thinking you wanted to make a life and death pact with her and then changed your mind later? Trick? Chu Yun's voice held a hint of disdain. I, Chu Yun, am not that kind of petty person. Ah, right. You, Chu Yun, are the main character, looking down on trickery and deceit. Bai Zhou is the great villain, just a petty person who likes to scam, right? With this fake and pretentious attitude of Chu Yun, even the voice in his mind was rendered speechless. And it was just at that moment that he heard Shin's voice beside him. Shall we start a pact too? Chu Yun turned to look at Shin, and at this moment, he no longer had any feelings of affection for her. He sneered and said. Shin, oh Shin, you are truly laughable. Aren't you trying to cling to the young master of the Bai family? Why is it that after being rejected, you come back to find me? You want me to make a pact with you? Do you even deserve it? Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental harm plus 8,888, gained destiny villain points plus 100, villain roulette activation needs 2,900 more. Shin immediately jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on. Chu Yun, I warn you not to go too far. Seemingly worried about her voice being too loud, Shin looked around and then lowered her voice to say. Do you really think that because you awakened an SSS level talent, I would give up Bai Zhou to make a pact with you? Do you even deserve it? Ding. Detected that the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 99,999, gained destiny villain points plus 200, villain roulette activation needs 2,700 more. Bai Zhou, I don't know either, I'm in the middle of making a pact, and those two just stabbed themselves. Before Chu Yun could explode, Shin quickly said. You want to make a pact with Lin Wei, and I want to make a pact with Bai Zhou. Now we have a common goal. We can first sign a partnership pact, and once Bai Zhou and Lin Wei finish their pacts, we can challenge them. The stakes of the challenge would be to have them dissolve their contracts. You are SSS level, I am S level, while they are at A level and E level. How could they possibly be our match? As she spoke, a sinister expression appeared on Shin's face. Chu Yun was startled by her words and asked back. Forcibly breaking a life and death pact will result in severe backlash. Their strength and talent will greatly diminish, would they agree? What's there to fear? Shin seemed to have thought of a countermeasure long ago. That kind of backlash means nothing to a top family like the Bai family. As for Lin Wei, Shin initially said that Lin Wei didn't need to be considered at all. But thinking that Lin Wei was indeed Chu Yun's little lover, she added. You have SSS level talent, and no matter how strong the backlash, wouldn't it all be resolved once we sign the pact? Listening to Shin's words, Chu Yun fell silent. In fact, he was communicating with the voice in his mind. Upon hearing the voice say, she makes sense, Chu Yun immediately raised his head. All right. Let's do it your way. But once we succeed, we must dissolve the pact immediately. I don't need you to become my spirit daughter. Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental harm plus 333, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette activation needs 2,650 more. Shin pouted, as if this young lady would ever be interested in a loser like you. Ding. Detected that the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, villain roulette activation needs 2,500 more. By show, who would have known that even when I'm not there, those two can have so much fun stabbing each other? It seems that because of the sounds of the protagonist and Bai Yueguang stabbing each other, Bai Zhou, who was making a pact, became less focused. The duration has indeed been quite long. Of course, because of the special nature of the life and death contract, the duration is naturally longer than other methods. But ultimately, it all began at the moment the contract was signed. Now, Bai Zhou could feel the warm aura around him slowly fading away. And his body's abilities seemed to have improved in every way. Not only was he as light as a swallow, but he also had keen hearing and eyesight. Bai Zhou knew this was the result of the mutual sharing between the spirit lady and the spirit master after signing the contract. As Bai Zhou opened his eyes, Lin Wei did the same. However, the moment Bai Zhou opened his eyes, he found what seemed to be an ancient mirror floating in the void. And the direction the mirror was shining it happened to be where Lin Wei was located. Several lines of clear small characters also appeared on the mirror's surface. Name, Dragon Courage Bright Silver Spear. Level, 1. Quality, Super SSS level. Talent Skill 1, Dragon Courage, significantly increases damage for a short time. Talent Skill 2, Fury Thrust, issues a loud shout to intimidate the opponent, creating a certain duration of control, preventing them from dodging the subsequent thrust. Oh my black rhinoceros armor, no. There's a difference. Bai Zhou almost jumped up from the ground when he saw this line of text. But the name of this skill was indeed a bit. But it didn't matter anymore. Bai Zhou's pupils were filled with joy now. This mirror in the void clearly was the purple reward he had just spun from the big wheel. The effect was that he could see the opponent's spirit weapon, level, and even skills displayed clearly. If this were during battle, being able to anticipate the enemy's moves would be in existence on the level of a bug. Bai Zhou couldn't help but marvel again that anything produced by the system is bound to be exquisite. Of course, Bai Zhou's surprise didn't stop there. He never expected that after Lin Wei signed the contract with him, it would directly and completely activate his hidden attributes. He immediately reached Super SSS level. He remembered that in the original story, Lin Wei revealed this talent only through long battles after signing with Chu Yun. He never thought that when it came to himself, he would directly get a king bomb right at the start. Of course, this might also be related to the method of the contract. After all, in the original story, Chu Yun and Lin Wei signed a partner contract at the beginning. However, he and Lin Wei had directly signed a life and death contract. Additionally, Bai Zhou also remembered that when he first crossed over, that S-level Shin had a talent skill. And now, Lin Wei's Dragon Courage Bright Silver Spear directly had 2 talent skills. No wonder she was Super SSS level. She even overshadowed Chu Yun's qualifications as the protagonist's spirit master. Of course, Bai Zhou knew this was the setting of the original novel. Lin Wei's Super SSS quality was meant to give the protagonist Chu Yun a boost. But Chu Yun, you might as well contact someone selling boosts again. This path, I have already deleted your account. While Bai Zhou was lost in joy, Lin Wei, standing face to face with him, took a slight breath. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wait, why do I feel like my quality? No. At this moment, Lin Wei stood there, her eyes sparkling, looking somewhat dazed. Bai Zhou simply smiled and nodded, saying, Lin Wei, your feeling is correct, your talent has indeed improved. Is this true? Lin Wei's voice sounded more surprised than happy. But how could this be? I never heard that a spirit lady could improve her quality after signing a contract with a spirit master? What is happening, this? At this point, Lin Wei paused slightly, looked up at Bai Zhou, and slowly said, Bai Zhou, could this be because of you? Of course not. The latter 2 words were naturally silently swallowed back by Bai Zhou. Even arrogantly, he raised his hand again to rub Lin Wei's little head and said, Otherwise, how could I have noticed your uniqueness at first glance? Yes. Bai Zhou is just a little man who only knows how to deceive and trick others. How could he be compared to the great, bright, and righteous protagonist, Lord Chu Yun? Chapter 8, SSS plus S versus A plus E? Definitely a one-hit kill. As for the palm of Bai Zhou that fell on top of his head, Lin Wei had completely stopped any attempts to dodge. Her big watery eyes just stared at Bai Zhou like that. Her pupils gently flickered with a different kind of light. Gradually, a few drops of moisture even began to appear. Then her lips moved, trembling uncontrollably as she spoke. Bai Zhou, thank you. With this crisp thank you. A tear slowly slid down from the corner of Lin Wei's eye. This sentence, Lin Wei was 1000% sincere. Why? Because the moment Lin Wei's words fell, Bai Zhou's mind actually heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Detected that the host successfully blocked the protagonist's part, gaining Destiny Villain points plus 500, Villain Big Wheel unlocked, requires 2000 more. Hearing this system's prompt, Bai Zhou's eyes went wide. No wonder, as the protagonist's childhood friend, Lin Wei wouldn't suffer any harm like Xu Yun and Shen Xin, only providing him points. So, she was just waiting here. Bai Zhou remembered. Through Lin Wei, he had gained villain points twice in total. And each of these times had directly given him 500 points. That adds up to 1000 points. No visits, and then when it came, she gave him a big one. Lin Wei had brought him so many surprises today. Bai Zhou couldn't help but open his arms, wanting to give Lin Wei a hug. But seeing Bai Zhou's actions, Lin Wei immediately shrank her neck in fear, stepping back 2 steps. Her small, skinny hands tightly grabbed her clothes, then flusteredly said, I haven't booked a hotel. You also don't mess with me, okay? Looking at Lin Wei's fragile and small body, her expression full of rain and tears. Bai Zhou's arms stiffened in place. Oh well. Shen Xin's words were heard by Lin Wei? And now she took him as a big pervert. Although Bai Zhou was a bit perverted, he wasn't that out of control. Bai Zhou rubbed his nose and immediately changed the subject. Alright, let's go. I'll first accompany you to see your father. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei immediately hurried 2 steps towards Bai Zhou. Are you really going to save my father? Of course. Bai Zhou spread his hands as if it were a given. What this young master says, he never goes back on. Actually, there was no talk of saving at all. It was just transferring a patient to a slightly better hospital. For Bai Zhou's identity, it was a matter that could be solved with just one text message. Thank you, Bai Zhou. While speaking, Lin Wei's tears once again couldn't be held back and were about to flow out. Her cheeks even had a slight blush. After gritting her teeth, as if having made some decision, she said, Bai Zhou, please give me some time, I will definitely book the hotel. What the heck? Listening to Lin Wei's words, Bai Zhou stared at her in confusion. At this moment, Lin Wei's flushed face really. Suddenly, Bai Zhou felt that Shen Xin had gained another use. This invisible assist was indeed deadly. Although Bai Zhou didn't want this at all, but it was free. Why refuse free stuff? But now, it was still better not to show it too obviously. Bai Zhou coughed lightly, pretending to be serious and said, Let's talk about this later, let's go. Lin Wei once again returned to her previous state, head down, quietly following Bai Zhou. 2 people walked out of the contract room, one in front of the other. However, just as Bai Zhou and Lin Wei stepped out of the contract room door, Xu Yun's clear voice suddenly rang out. Bai Zhou, you finally came out. I am Xu Yun, in the name of a level 1 spirit master, I challenge you. Level 1 spirit master? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback. He knew, of course, that newly awakened spirit masters were all level 0. Only after completing their first contract would they become level 1 spirit masters. But this Xu Yun, did he contract a spirit girl so quickly? As Bai Zhou looked at Xu Yun, he naturally also saw Shen Xin. He was somewhat surprised, but still said, I didn't expect you two to end up back together after all this time. Shen Xin and Xu Yun's expressions looked ugly. But how could Bai Zhou miss such an opportunity? He continued to speak. The goddess you've chased for so many years doesn't even glance your way, and after I kicked her aside, she fell right into your embrace? Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 999, obtained fate villain value plus 100, the villain big wheel of fortune opens but needs 1900 more. Xu Yun, it seems you should thank me properly. Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered mental damage plus 8888, obtained fate villain value plus 200, the villain big wheel of fortune opens but needs 1700 more. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Bai Zhou couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. These 2 fat sheep were so easy to fleece, they just delivered themselves right to my door, who could argue with that? You! Xu Yun's fists were tightly clenched, gritting his teeth, but after Shen Xin glanced at him, he took a deep breath. A trace of a contemptuous smile appeared on his face as he said, What? Bai Zhou, you son of the Bai family, don't dare to accept my challenge? Could it be that, because your talent is mediocre, you're afraid of my SSS level gift? The sarcasm was thick in the air. Bai Zhou could tell just by the tone that it must have been that woman Shen Xin who taught him this. And just as Xu Yun finished speaking, Xu Yun, you dare! A loud shout came. Bai Zhou's 4 black-clothed bodyguards immediately moved forward, placing themselves in front of Bai Zhou. Regarding the sudden drop from 5 to 4 bodyguards, Bai Zhou could guess with his heel. It must be that his contract with an E-level gifted spirit made them worry enough to rush back to report. However, Bai Zhou didn't care at all. Xu Yun looked at the protected Bai Zhou, and the look of disdain on his face grew even stronger. Is this it? You're still the Bai Jia young master? In your life, you will probably just hide behind these bodyguards, acting like a turtle. Kid, you. The head bodyguard immediately intended to attack Xu Yun. But Bai Zhou raised his hand slightly, stopping his subordinate's movement, looking at Xu Yun from a distance and said, "You want to challenge me, right? Good, I accept. Young master." Several bodyguards were immediately shocked. But as soon as Bai Zhou nodded in agreement, whoosh, a soft sound echoed. An invisible barrier suddenly unfolded between Bai Zhou and Xu Yun. Whether it was those bodyguards or the eager onlookers around, they were all pushed out. A circular vacuum area with a diameter of about 10 meters formed around them. In it, only Bai Zhou and Xu Yun remained, along with their respective spirit girls. Everyone else was blocked outside by that invisible barrier. The watching classmates each had sparkling eyes filled with wonder. Is this the primal power from this world? When spirit masters challenge each other, after both sides accept, it automatically forms a ring barrier? This is my first time seeing it. I didn't expect it to be so mystical. You all only care about this? I'm actually curious why young Master Bai is so brave. How can he really accept Xu Yun's challenge? Yeah, Xu Yun is an SSS level spirit master. His spirit maiden has an S rank. And young Master Bai only has an A rank, and his spirit maiden is a pitiful E. This result is obvious. Isn't this a one-sided crushing? Does young Master Bai have some masochistic tendencies? The head of the Bai family's bodyguards instantly turned his head, and that cold gaze made these people immediately shut their mouths, each stealthily slipping into the crowd. They even silently chanted, "Can't see me, can't see me." But to be honest, the inner thoughts of these bodyguards from the Bai family were exactly the same as theirs. An anxious underling couldn't help but speak to the leader. "Boss, what should we do now?" The young master agreed so quickly. With such a gap in talent and strength, the young master is bound to be killed in an instant. But just then, before the underling's words even faded away, puff! A muffled sound came from the barrier. The scene fell instantly silent. Chapter 9, it really is a kill, but did it kill backwards? The few bodyguards who were frowning and plotting had no idea what was happening. But the sudden silence of the scene also left them stunned. The four then realized that the students and teachers who had also been pushed out of the barrier were there. They all perfectly rendered the words dumbfounded on their faces. Their expressions seemed to be carved from the same mold. What's going on? As these four bodyguards turned around, looking confused. Hiss. The four of them took a deep breath. Then, their expressions instantly matched that of the other onlookers. On the transparent barrier wall, a figure was actually lying on it in a large character shape. In his hand, he held a dark red long knife. And at this moment, the knife appeared to have tiny cracks. Then, kachak! It directly shattered on the spot. The shattered pieces slowly formed into the figure of a woman. This woman wasn't Shinshin, who else could it be? Puff! With a heavy sound, Shinshin fell hard to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood splattered from Shinshin's paper-white face. The large character-shaped figure slowly slid down from the barrier wall. This figure was, of course, Yuling Master Xu Yun, Shinshin's spirit master. At this time, Xu Yun was bleeding from all 7 orifices, falling into a coma. And just as Xu Yun slid down, it revealed a figure standing in the distance, opposite Xu Yun, with one hand behind his back. Bai Zhou, holding a bright silver gleaming long spear in his right hand. Calmly standing there, as if all that was happening had nothing to do with him. Gulp! At this moment, the leading bodyguard swallowed hard, his voice stiff and trembling. Really killed him in an instant? But the one who got killed is this SSS ranked talent Xu Yun? This script doesn't seem to be written this way. And at that moment, the crowd that had been stunned exploded again. Damn! What did I just see? The SSS talent Xu Yun, contracted with S-rank quality Shinshin, actually got killed in an instant? This SSS plus S results in an A plus E kill? This can't be true? Wait, did I just travel through time? Did I miss something? What exactly happened? Did anyone see it? Whether the people outside saw anything, it's really unclear. But those inside certainly understood everything. At this time, the already unconscious Xu Yun couldn't have any special expression. But the pale-faced Shinshin, gasping and clutching her chest, had an expression that was almost twisted in terror. She was very clear about what had just happened. At the very moment Bai Zhou accepted Chu Yun's challenge, the barrier, which contained the world's primal power, instantaneously unfolded. In the process of forming this barrier, Chu Yun was still there sneering and saying, "Bai Zhou, I really didn't expect you to be so bold, and actually dare to accept my challenge? Well then, let's not gamble." But what he didn't expect was, as for the contract bet between Lin Wei and Bai Zhou, Chu Yun hadn't had the chance to speak it out yet. Bai Zhou's somewhat impatient voice sounded, "If we're going to fight, let's just fight. What are you hesitating for?" Although he also directly turned around, he held Lin Wei's small hand. After the spirit master and the spirit daughter signed the contract, through the contract, they could achieve a state of mental unity. The moment their hearts and minds blended together, an instant feeling of enlightenment arose from deep within both of them. The slender Lin Wei instantly transformed into specks of white light, condensing in Bai Zhou's right palm. The dragon gallbladder's shining silver spear sparkled brilliantly under the sun, carrying a hint of a killing aura, firmly grasped in Bai Zhou's hand. A powerful feeling almost made Bai Zhou want to cheer out loud. However, he did not give Chu Yun much opportunity to react. Dragon gallbladder's shining silver spear, Talon's skill 2. Furious stab. With a loud shout, the spear in his hand pointed straight at Chu Yun. And Chu Yun was also taken aback at this moment. Damn! After cursing Bai Zhou for being unscrupulous and making a sneak attack, he immediately understood Shinqin, transforming into a dark red long knife that appeared in his hand. But just as Shinqin had just transformed, an earth-shattering roar suddenly reached Chu Yun's ears. The sound caused Chu Yun's body to stiffen instantly in place, his face turning pale. Then he saw Bai Zhou's spear stabbing fiercely towards him. He instinctively wanted to resist, but he couldn't control his limbs at all. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Zhou's long sword stabbed towards him. The pain from his chest felt like he had been hit by a train. After spewing out a mouthful of thick blood, he flew backward. He crashed heavily against the barrier. After letting out a difficult impossible, he fainted directly. And from the beginning to now, it had only taken a total of 15 seconds. So the people outside didn't even react in time. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered physical harm plus 99, mental harm plus 9,999, destined villain value plus 500, the villain big roulette needs an additional 1,200 to open. Such a system prompt sound instantly rang in Bai Zhou's mind. Of course, amidst the surprise, Bai Zhou discovered a problem. That is, just that moment, he was very certain that the dragon gallbladder shining silver spear formed from Lin Wei in his hand would directly pierce Chu Yun's chest. Chu Yun would definitely suffer a tragic end on the spot. However, it felt as if the spear, while hitting Chu Yun, was wrapped by an invisible force. As a result, it only pushed Chu Yun away without penetrating his body. Could it be? Bai Zhou turned his head to look at the barrier surrounding the vacuum area. Is this also the origin power of this world at work? Bai Zhou wasn't wrong at all. In order to ensure that powerful spirit masters do not die in internal disputes, the powerful spirit masters would not engage in a life or death duel, and the world's origin power would not only create a duel arena. It would even activate protection when it detects one side is facing a life and death crisis. This was why Chu Yun wasn't killed directly by Bai Zhou's spear. However, this was the effect Bai Zhou wanted. Chu Yun was his big fat sheep, and before the wool was fully sheared, he absolutely could not let Chu Yun die so easily. Shinqin was knocked back to her original form. Chu Yun was bleeding from 7 orifices, unconscious. Bai Zhou chuckled softly and casually waved his hand. The dragon gallbladder shining silver spear in his hand transformed into specks of starlight, condensing into a weak body. At this moment, Lin Wei's face was still a bit pale, her body gently leaning against Bai Zhou. After all, she had just used her skill, which had drained energy from both Bai Zhou and Lin Wei. Now, Lin Wei was staring at the tragic Chu Yun and Shinqin across from her, her eyes filled with shock that couldn't be contained. Is this what we did? Hearing Lin Wei's question, Bai Zhou smiled and said, "No, this is what you did." Me? Lin Wei's expression showed a bit of panic. But Shinqin is an S-rank spirit maiden, and Chu Yun is an SS-rank spirit master. And I am just a... Before Lin Wei could finish her sentence, Bai Zhou reached out a finger and placed it gently in front of Lin Wei's small mouth. Lin Wei immediately closed her mouth, her small face blushing. Bai Zhou looked at her with gentle eyes and said softly, "From now on, you, Lin Wei, are my Bai Zhou's spirit maiden. You must never belittle yourself like this again, understood?" For some reason, looking into Bai Zhou's sincere eyes and hearing his gentle voice, Lin Wei felt no thought of resistance rising in her heart. She unconsciously nodded. Seeing Lin Wei being so obedient, Bai Zhou appeared gentle on the surface. But inside, a sharp, piercing laughter echoed. Hee, she's just a naive little girl, so easy to coax, haha. After conquering Lin Wei, Bai Zhou naturally took her small hand and turned to leave. as the battlefield barrier faded after one side lost the ability to fight. Shinqin, sitting on the ground, suddenly saw Bai Zhou and Lin Wei walking towards her. She was instantly terrified and waved her hands. Don't come over, don't kill me, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Chapter 10, Even the dogs who lick can only act like grandsons? Shinqin was truly frightened now. Although she was in better shape than Xu Yun, it was completely because Bai Zhou's attacks were all focused on Xu Yun. With Lin Wei's second skill, Fury, having a certain control effect, Xu Yun didn't even have time to raise his knife in defense. Otherwise, Shinqin would have probably been directly turned back into her original form. It would have been far worse than Xu Yun's current state. But this didn't stop the fear rising in her heart. When she had just transformed into her spirit weapon, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if it came from a higher power. It left her unable to use any skills at all. If Xu Yun was controlled by the pre-effect of fury, then she was being brutally suppressed. But clearly, that Lin Wei was only an E-rank spirit maiden. How could she manage to do this? She was obviously an S rank, far higher than Lin Wei. So the reason clearly wasn't Lin Wei. It was Bai Zhou. This spirit master Bai Zhou definitely had a problem. Otherwise, how could he control only a mere E-rank spirit maiden to utterly defeat an SS rank like Xu Yun, as well as herself, an S rank? Seeing Bai Zhou walking towards her, along with the expressionless face he wore, Shinqin felt her bladder start to tremble. Ding! Detected that protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm plus 888, received destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette needs 1150 to unlock. Ding! Detected that protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm plus 999, received destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette needs 1100 to unlock. Amid the system's notification sounds, Bai Zhou had already taken Lin Wei's hand and arrived in front of Shinqin. The system's prompts in his mind reminded Bai Zhou of Shinqin's purpose. He deliberately stopped, slightly lowered his head, and looked at Shinqin with a trash-like gaze, saying faintly, "Is this what you call wanting to contract with me? You have let me down too much." Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental harm plus 8848, gained destiny villain value plus 100, the villain roulette needs another 1000 to open. At this moment, Shinqin suddenly woke up. That's right, I temporarily contracted with Xu Yun just to make a deal with Bai Zhou, hoping Xu Yun could bet and defeat Bai Zhou. But just now, Xu Yun didn't even finish saying the word bet before he was taken down by Bai Zhou? Now I can not only not make a contract, but have also completely put Bai Zhou on my blacklist? No way. Absolutely not. Bai Zhou is already so powerful with only A-level talent, let alone the chance to improve in the future. I can't ruin my life because of this SSS level waste, Xu Yun. Young Master Bai. Shinqin's voice had a somewhat hysterical feeling, with a hint of crying. She suddenly leaped forward, grabbing Bai Zhou's ankle, looking up, her tears streaming down as she pleaded. Young Master Bai, I realize my mistake, I truly know my mistake, please don't give up on me. It's all him, all that bastard Xu Yun. Anyway, since Xu Yun is unconscious, he can't explain it all. Shinqin pointed at the bleeding Xu Yun, her voice heartbreaking. It's all his fault, he deceived me, he seduced me. He said his SSS level talent is definitely stronger than young Master Bai's, he made me sign a temporary partner contract with him. He said he wanted to challenge you, and the bet was Lin Wei, if he won, he would force you to terminate the contract with Lin Wei at the risk of backlash. I only agreed because I saw the hope of making a contract with young Master Bai. I was bewitched. Young Master Bai, I am wholeheartedly loyal to you, really wholeheartedly loyal. Shinqin's cries echoed throughout the school playground. The students looked at Shinqin, who was snotty and teary-eyed, kneeling in front of Bai Zhou, and all felt a wave of pity. After all, Shinqin was recognized as the campus beauty. She usually enjoyed the meticulous care of her devoted Xu Yun from a high pedestal. This extreme contrast made the status of their campus goddess in everyone's hearts plummet instantly. Who would have thought that this goddess would lower herself so much in front of absolute power? The goddess of the devoted Xu Yun is actually Bai Zhou's dog. TSK, poor Xu Yun, even being a dog is at the level of a grandson. At this moment, Bai Zhou didn't pay much attention to this. He clearly felt Lin Wei's small hand tremble slightly in his palm when he heard Shinqin utter the word bet. Looking at Lin Wei, he found that she was staring intently at the unconscious Xu Yun on the ground. Bai Zhou smiled slightly, how could he miss such an opportunity? So he pretended to exaggerate and asked. So, Xu Yun is treating Lin Wei as the bet to compete with me? Shinqin of course nodded crazily and loudly said. That's right, it's all Xu Yun who made me do this, he forced me to do this. Ha! Bai Zhou chuckled softly. Naive, Xu Yun is really too naive. Lin Wei is now my life and death contract partner, even if he proposes such a bet, I will never agree. Ding! Detected that the host has blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gain destiny villain value plus 300, the villain roulette needs another 700 to open. With the system's prompt, the smile in Bai Zhou's eyes was almost uncontainable. He understood that Lin Wei's mindset had once again changed at this moment. Lin Wei's small hand actively hooked onto Bai Zhou's palm at this moment. After a deep glance at Chu Yun, she turned to Bai Zhou and said, "Classmate Bai Zhou, let's go. The matter between classmate Chu Yun and classmate Shin Xin has nothing to do with me." Chu Yun instantly changed from brother to classmate. Who told Chu Yun to court death himself? Bai Zhou is just going with the flow. Okay. With a smile and a nod, Bai Zhou turned and walked away. But Shin Xin still clung tightly to Bai Zhou's ankle, screaming, "Young Master Bai Zhou, please. Please don't abandon me. Even if it means letting me sign a partner contract or a master-servant contract, anything is fine, young Master Bai Zhou." Hearing Shin Xin's screams, Bai Zhou applied a bit of force. With one kick, he knocked the campus bell to the ground. Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered physical damage plus 10, mental damage plus 666, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain roulette opens but needs 600 more. Looking at the miserable Shin Xin, he said indifferently, "Does your spirit master agree to sign a contract with me?" "My spirit master?" Shin Xin was stunned and suddenly turned to look at Chu Yun. "Chu Yun! You bastard! Are you playing dead again? Get up! Dissolve the contract with me right now, immediately." Shin Xin seemed crazed as she pounced on the unconscious Chu Yun. She climbed on top of him. Slap, slap, she hit Chu Yun's head. Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered physical damage plus 1. Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered physical damage plus 10. Ding! Detected that the protagonist. Congratulations to the host for gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain roulette opens but requires 500 more. Could Chu Yun wake up after Shin Xin hit him like this? But this was no longer Bai Zhou's concern. Amidst the ongoing system notification sounds, Bai Zhou, heading out with Lin Wei, held his head high and chest out. The surrounding students and teachers were silent, parting naturally as Bai Zhou approached. No one dared to block Bai Zhou's path. Even without the identity of the young master of the Bai family, they would still do so. After all, he was just an A-class spirit master controlling a mere E-class spirit girl. And he had just taken down a terrifying combination of SSS plus S in an instant. This was simply unimaginable. They all felt this way, and so did the bodyguards brought by Bai Zhou. Curiosity filled their bodies, but they didn't dare to ask. After all, they all knew that their young master's temper was not to be trifled with. Thus, they silently followed their master, quickly leaving the campus. Bai Zhou also immediately turned to the head bodyguard and said, "Go get the car and take me to the 3rd hospital." Hearing this, Lin Wei couldn't help but feel a bit excited, for it was related to her ill father. However, at that moment, the head bodyguard awkwardly spoke up. "Young master, I advise you to go home first, the master is already angry." Chapter 11, the little girl is almost having a split personality. Oh? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, looking at the bodyguard who spoke and knowingly asked, "Who made my dad angry again?" Bai Zhou's retort left the bodyguard speechless. "Of course, it was because of you, the unfilial son, who else could it be?" But could the bodyguard say that? Yet since your young master asked, you had to answer anyway. So he could only awkwardly look at Lin Wei standing beside Bai Zhou and say, "The master heard that, young master, you signed a contract with a spirit girl of only E-class talent, and it was a life and death contract, so..." He stopped at this point, mainly because he didn't dare to continue. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei understood. She instinctively lowered her head and hid a bit behind Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou wanted exactly this kind of answer from the bodyguard, for Lin Wei to hear. Only in this way could he easily deepen the bond between him and Lin Wei. The closer Lin Wei was to him, the more opportunity he had to gain destiny villain points from her. So, after deliberately waiting for the bodyguard to finish speaking, Bai Zhou tightened his grip on Lin Wei's small hand and gently said to her, "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Hiss. When Bai Zhou said this, he felt unwell all over. This is too damn cheesy, how can anyone bear it? But precisely because of this. If Bai Zhou couldn't stand it, how could Lin Wei possibly endure it? Ding! Detected host interrupting the protagonist's luck, gained minus 100 destiny villain points, villain roulette requires 400 more to open. Seeing Lin Wei's moved gaze, and hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou knew he had succeeded. With a slight smile, he turned to the head bodyguard and said, "If it's about this matter, there's no need to mind, just bring the car over." This. The bodyguard clearly didn't expect that his young master could remain so calm hearing that the old man was angry. The previous young master feared nothing, but was most afraid of the family elder. What's going on today? Could it be that the earlier fight gave the young master confidence? That can't be the case, right? Although no one knew why the Chu-yun was taken out by the young master, an E-level spirit maid was still an E-level after all. Young master! The bodyguard still wanted to resist. The old man is really angry, you should. But Baijiu didn't give him the chance to finish. A cold, light sound. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Hiss, the bodyguard instantly gasped. He hurriedly waved his hands and said. No, I don't dare. I don't dare. I'll go get the car right now. I'll take you to the third hospital. Saying that, the bodyguard quickly disappeared. To be honest, this bodyguard was at least a level 10 spirit master. And Baijiu had just completed a contract as a level 1 spirit master. In terms of strength, he could easily crush him. But the bodyguard wasn't afraid of Baijiu's strength, he feared the entire Bai family. If he offended the young master, he could be killed just by a word when he got home. What was he thinking about teaching someone else? What was he even? How dared he act like this? At this moment, looking at the fleeing bodyguard, Lin Wei's pupils subtly sparkled with a different kind of light. Baijiu had just been bullying people again. However, usually, seeing Baijiu behave like this made her very annoyed. She felt that such a person only knew how to bully others, he was truly a bad person. But now, Baijiu was doing this for her? A strange sense of peace rose from Lin Wei's heart. She suddenly found that something she clearly disliked now made her so happy. What on earth is the reason for this? Lin Wei, you're not going to turn into a bad person too, are you? The little girl had this feeling in her heart. If Baijiu could hear Lin Wei's thoughts, he would definitely be overjoyed. Because the more Lin Wei experienced this change in mindset, the further she was from the protagonist Chu-yun. This was Lin Wei's first time sitting in the soft back seat of a luxury car. She never expected that this was just an old-fashioned means of transportation. The feel of this seat was more comfortable than her hardboard bed at home. Especially while driving fast, she felt no bumps at all, completely different from the lengthy bus rides. All the way, Lin Wei kept sneakily glancing at Baijiu sitting beside her. So much could happen in such a short time. The previous Lin Wei could never have imagined. She thought that being able to travel mountains and rivers and take the bus to school every day with her childhood playmate Chu-yun brother was already very happy. But compared to her current self, that was simply heaven and earth. For some reason, an odd thought suddenly arose in Lin Wei's mind. Even if I'm sitting here crying, it's still happier than sitting on the bus laughing. But the next second, she became flustered again. Lin Wei, oh Lin Wei, how can you have such thoughts? If you do this, won't you become one of those annoying women that brother Chu-yun talks about? No, you can't do this, you. Wait. Why should I still listen to brother Chu-yun? He's not my brother, he actually treated me like a piece of merchandise to bet with Baijiu. And Baijiu didn't even mind my E-grade quality and signed a life and death contract with me, but what about him? But Chu-yun wasn't like this before. Lin Wei, what on earth is going on? Ding. Detected host blocking part of the protagonist's luck, gained 100 villain points, the villain roulette needs 300 more to open. Did this just give me points again? Baijiu looked back at Lin Wei with a surprised expression, who seemed a bit flustered. There was a hint of delight in his eyes. He didn't care if Lin Wei was close to having a mental breakdown right now. As long as this girl could give him points, that was enough. Before long, Baijiu's vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the third hospital. After getting out of the car, the one leading the way became Lin Wei. This was because her father was currently hospitalized in this hospital. Walking in front, Lin Wei's face was still filled with a faint surprise. She seemed unable to wait to tell her father that she had successfully contracting a spirit master. And this spirit master treated her so well. But just when she led Baijiu and the others to the floor where her father was located, Lin Wei's gaze suddenly froze, and she urgently let out a cry. Dad! And then she flew forward with a face full of grief. This was also Baijiu's first time visiting the hospitalization department of the third hospital in this world. When the elevator doors opened, he found the corridors of the hospital ward filled with hospital beds. There were so many patients that they didn't even have rooms to stay in, lying on makeshift beds in the corridor. And the direction Lin Wei rushed towards happened to be one of the patients placed in the corridor. This patient was emaciated, skin and bones. He was even wearing an oxygen mask. But the thing providing him with oxygen wasn't a machine, it was just a pillow-sized bundle. There was an N4 hanging next to him, and he was only covered with a thin blanket. Lin Wei's tears immediately streamed down as she rushed up close. Dad, how did you end up in the corridor? Wasn't it said that you were in critical condition and needed special care? How could you? At this moment, a man in a white coat, looking about 30 years old, came out of a nearby ward holding a tablet. The moment Lin Wei saw him, she dashed up. "Dr. Li, what's going on? My dad was in the ward, right? How could he be here?" This Dr. Li, upon seeing Lin Wei, showed a hint of evasiveness in his eyes and took a slight step back. Clearing his throat, he said, "Miss, this is also unavoidable, you know the hospital is tight on beds." Lin Wei spoke quickly with a choked voice. "But didn't you say my dad's condition is very dangerous and needs close monitoring?" She pointed at the ward behind Dr. Li and said, "And there are clearly beds available in there, why can't my father go in?" "I did say that." This Dr. Li seemed to notice that many people in the ward had turned their eyes toward Lin Wei and said impatiently, "But with the little money you gave, can he get a hospital room? Anyway, your dad is dying, there's no need to waste resources, better to leave the room for a spirit master or a spirit daughter." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's face turned pale instantly. Dr. Li didn't want to linger with Lin Wei, shaking off her and planning to leave. But at this moment, Bai Zhou stepped directly in front of Dr. Li and spoke coldly. "What's your name?" Chapter 12. Have you ever seen a powerful CEO run? What is your name? Bai Zhou's tone sounded very calm. The Dr. Li, who was about to shake off Lin Wei, frowned slightly when faced with this young man who suddenly blocked his way. Because Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were both wearing the same school uniform, he immediately assumed these two were together. This poor guy, Lin Wei, thinks bringing a male classmate will stir up some trouble? So, this Li directly shifted his impatience onto Bai Zhou. "Who are you, kid? Do I need to tell you who I am?" But just as his words fell, a dull thud sounded. The Li doctor, who had been standing in front of Bai Zhou, suddenly disappeared. And the corridor of the hospital erupted in gasps. The head of Bai Zhou's bodyguards had grabbed Li by the neck, slamming him against the wall behind. The head bodyguard's voice was hoarse. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to our young master Bai like that?" "What?" Hearing this, the panicked crowd in the corridor turned their shocked gazes toward Bai Zhou. This young man, is he the young master of the Bai family, one of the four major financial powers? How did he end up in the third hospital? And at that moment, Li, who had just been furious and ready to yell at the bodyguard for his sudden attack, froze in place. He no longer cared about his neck being squeezed. He looked at Bai Zhou with terror in his eyes. His face visibly turned pale. The bodyguard, at the right moment, released Li. With a thud, Li's body slid down from the wall and fell to his knees. "Young Master Bai." His voice was somewhat hoarse, surely from being choked earlier. But he no longer cared about that. He crawled on all fours to Bai Zhou's feet. "Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, young Master Bai, I swear I am blind in my dog eyes." Smack! Li slapped himself hard across the face. "Young Master Bai, I didn't recognize Mount Tai." Smack! "I deserve to die for offending young Master Bai." Smack! "Young Master Bai, please have mercy, spare my life, spare my life." Smack! Li's hand landed repeatedly on his face. But Bai Zhou, standing there looking down at the kneeling Li, remained expressionless. In truth, his heart was anything but calm. If there was no one around, he might have laughed out loud. Before he crossed over, he was just an ordinary student. After crossing over, he jumped straight into being this young master. Scenes like this, where someone kneels to him and slaps themselves just from hearing his name, were things Bai Zhou never dared to imagine before. But he still had to maintain his young master image, so he forced himself to suppress his excitement. He just took joy in his heart. In fact, Bai Zhou even glanced at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood, quickly bringing over a chair from somewhere. Bai Zhou then casually sat on it. He calmly looked at Li and said, "All right, enough of that, there are so many patients here, don't disturb them." Bai Zhou's tone was calm, without any rude words, nor did he have the attitude of a spoiled rich kid throwing his weight around. Instead, he felt quite polite. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's voice, Li immediately stopped his actions. At this moment, Bai Zhou finally spoke up. "You just said, why can't my classmate's father stay in this empty hospital room?" Bai Zhou's voice was still calm, without any imposing presence. But Dr. Li, kneeling on the ground, began to tremble uncontrollably. This was a fear that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, leaving him powerless to resist. After hearing Bai Zhou's words, his body shrank heavily, and he turned to look at Lin Wei, who was standing there. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to speak. Did I say that? I don't think I did, right? Miss Lin Wei's father. Who is the blind person that dared to put Miss Lin Wei's father in the corridor? If I find out, I will definitely not let you off easily." These two sentences were shouted out, and he didn't even know who he was speaking to. Then his voice softened again as he said, "Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, I will. I will move Miss Linway's patient to the ward. Oh. No. Move him to our private VIP room. As he spoke, Dr. Lee was trying to get up, ready to arrange a private room for Linway's father immediately. Standing there, with a hint of tears in her eyes, Linway watched the scene, her mind momentarily blank. Because of her father's health, she didn't know how many times she had dealt with this Dr. Lee. That high and mighty attitude, Linway had even gotten used to it. But today, that doctor who often bossed her and her father around. Today, he knelt before Baizhou? Kneeling before her classmate, kneeling before her spirit master. Even, he said nothing, just simply asked him a question. He was immediately preparing a private VIP room for her father, a room she had never even heard of? Previously, Linway had naturally come to the hospital with Chu Yun. After all, they had grown up together, and when Chu Yun saw Linway's father, he would respectfully call him Uncle Lin. Chu Yun had also fought for some rights for his father. But the effect Chu Yun achieved was not much different from her own. At that time, watching Chu Yun suffer humiliation because of her, she felt distressed and even guilty. But now, they were obviously peers. Why could Baizhou be superior to Chu Yun in every way? Even, he was better to her than Chu Yun was. With such thoughts in her heart, Linway couldn't help but clasp her small hands together and place them on her chest. Looking at Baizhou, who sat quietly there, her gaze held a different kind of brilliance. Ding! Detected that the host successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gained 100 villain points. The villain roulette requires 200 to open. Listening to the system prompt, Baizhou controlled his expression and showed no emotion. Dr. Lee had just stood up, not yet having the chance to run towards Linway's father. Baizhou's voice came again. Did I tell you to move? Although his tone was still flat, an invisible pressure rippled out instantly. It enveloped Dr. Lee, making his legs lose all their strength in an instant. Thud. He knelt down on the ground once again. No, young Master Bai, I'm sorry, young Master Bai. And looking at the kneeling Dr. Lee, Baizhou turned to Linway and reached out his hand. Linway didn't know what Baizhou was going to do, but she instinctively placed her small hand in his palm. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Baizhou suddenly exerted strength and pulled her into his arms, making her sit on his lap. Baizhou, you. The flustered Linway's face instantly turned bright red, instinctively wanting to stand up. But Baizhou firmly held onto him. Then he spoke to Dr. Lee again. Let me introduce, also to everyone in this hospital. Linway is my Baizhou's spirit partner, and we have signed a life and death contract. What? Hearing this, Dr. Lee's face turned even paler, and his body slumped to the side. In the corridor, in the patient rooms, a kind of fearful voice echoed. Lin, miss. Many patients, even their family members, trembled and slowly knelt on the ground. The terror in their eyes was even comparable to that of Dr. Lee. Baizhou knew very well that with Linway's family background and personality, not to mention the doctors, even the other patients would give her a hard time. And that was why Linway understood why Baizhou was being so intimate with her. It turned out, it was because of this. At this moment, with Baizhou's overwhelming boyfriend energy, Linway trembled, unable to hold it back, and unconsciously blurted out. Baizhou. Brother. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gaining 200 villain points. The villain roulette has been activated. Chapter 13 Rare Equipment? The system is still awesome. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Baizhou felt really joyful. Yes, this villain roulette had already opened for the third time since he just crossed over. It was worth it to come to the hospital early and show off in front of the girl. That's right, this was the reason why Baizhou decided to come to the hospital with Linway ahead of time before going home. He remembered that in the original story, after the protagonist Chu Yun awakened his SSS-level talent and signed a partner contract with Linway, he took the school's reward money to run to the hospital. In front of those who bullied Linway, he flaunted himself big time. He even won the heart of his childhood friend, Linway. But now, that Chu Yun might still be lying in the hospital. Let this showboating be done by himself, the villain. As for what Linway was thinking inside her heart, he didn't care at all, but directly said in his mind to the system. Start the draw. Yes, the roulette was open, why not draw, save it for the new year. The familiar roulette unfolded in front of Baizhou, sparkling and flashing quickly again. Soon, another ominous purple light lit up. It was exactly the same as when he drew that mirror that could view another's attributes. Ding! The system's prompt immediately sounded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the spirit partner equipment, Lingxi Chain. Lingxi Chain, when the spirit partner wears the Lingxi Chain, she can transform and become a spiritual weapon, with a 10% chance of not consuming any resources when releasing skills, and also enhance skill effects by 10%. Listening to the introduction in his mind, Bai Zhou had already seen a necklace floating in the system space, adorned with an egg-sized, heart-shaped blue sapphire pendant. Even if it just lay there quietly, Bai Zhou felt it was extremely beautiful. Any girl who saw it would surely love it. But what Bai Zhou cared about wasn't this. A sense of astonishment began to rise in his heart. Is this actually an equipment item? Bai Zhou was well aware of the original story's plot. He certainly knew that in this world, spirit masters and spirit partners could enhance their strength in various ways besides hard training and learning skills. One way was through equipping various items. Some items had amplification effects. Some items had active skills, while others had passive skills. But they all shared a common trait. That is rare. Especially the equipment specially designed for spirit maidens, which is extremely hard to come by. Because this thing can't be manufactured in this world at all. It can only be obtained through monster hunting or dungeon raids. So these things are mostly in the hands of the strong and the powerful. If you are weak and you find such an item, if you don't hand it over to the auction house or the powerful, you will find that everyone you meet on the street is a robber. Indeed, my family had long prepared such items for me. But spirit maiden equipment. Even my father has only managed to get one after all these years, a defensive ring, which is currently worn by my mother. And today, I actually drew such a rare piece of spirit maiden equipment on my third system spin. Although its level is only purple, but if it is taken out, it is worth a fortune. This is simply a stroke of incredible luck. After a brief moment of surprise, Bai Zhou carefully studied the function of the necklace. It has a 10% chance to release a skill without consumption and also improves the effect by 10%. This thing can indeed be given to Lin Wei for use. During the earlier fight with Chu Yun, Bai Zhou controlled Lin Wei to use a skill right from the start. Although that skill did not consume magic, it did consume stamina. And the consumption is shared between the Spirit Master and the Spirit Maiden. After using that skill, Bai Zhou felt that he could still release the same skill at least 4 more times. However, the feedback from the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear told him that Lin Wei could only be disappointed 2 more times before that skill would turn gray and become unusable. Even if he still had strength left, Lin Wei wouldn't be able to do it, that skill would be of no use. A 10% chance to release a strengthened version of a skill without consumption. Bai Zhou felt this item seemed like an early-stage artifact. It's actually just a purple quality item. How many unexpected surprises are still hidden in this system? Now Bai Zhou was already starting to look forward to the next villain's big spin. But now, Bai Zhou had a thought. The necklace with a heart-shaped sapphire appeared in Bai Zhou's hand. Turning to look at Lin Wei, who was staring blankly at him, he said nothing and slowly extended his arms. The dazed Lin Wei didn't respond at all. When she finally sensed something strange, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have dived into Bai Zhou's embrace. This. Lin Wei's face turned red once again, her body instantly tensed. She unexpectedly shut her eyes tight, her heart racing wildly. What? I'm sitting on Bai Zhou's lap, and he's hugging me? But I'm not ready to go to a hotel with Bai Zhou. How can this be this? But Bai Zhou is hugging me, and why do I have no resistance at all? Isn't he a big bad guy? Shouldn't I hate him? What on earth is going on? What is happening here? Thump 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 thump. The sound of Lin Wei's intense heartbeat clearly reached Bai Zhou's ears. Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback. What's wrong, is a heart attack coming? In confusion, Bai Zhou put the necklace on Lin Wei and lifted his head. He noticed that Lin Wei was tightly shutting her eyes. Her hands were gripping her clothes tightly. Her face was flushed, her pearly teeth biting lightly. Alright then. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhou couldn't help but smirk. Come on, I'm just putting a necklace on you, not trying to eat you. Do you really need to react like this? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's voice, Lin Wei's body trembled again. Necklace? At this moment, the closed-eyed Lin Wei finally felt a cool touch around her neck. Hastily opening her eyes, she saw a sapphire the size of an egg hanging on her chest. It shone brilliantly under the light. This is too beautiful. Just as Bai Zhou initially guessed, no girl could refuse such a necklace. But in the next moment, Lin Wei suddenly became flustered, even reaching to take the necklace off her neck while saying, No way. This looks really expensive, I can't accept it, you. But Bai Zhou, with a snap, gently caught Lin Wei's flustered little hand. Looking into Lin Wei's eyes, he said domineeringly, It's for you, just take it. Lin Wei's pupils trembled heavily. Bai Zhou's tone carried an undeniable certainty that made Lin Wei unable to rebel, and inexplicably, a ripple rose in her heart. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gaining -100 destiny villain points. The villain roulette needs 3,900 to be unlocked. Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Zhou slowly tucked his embarrassing toes that were almost digging into the floor away. Yeah, damn it. The tone he used was forced out. If it were up to him, he wouldn't want to speak like that at all. But isn't this for the villain points? Who told the little girl to fall for this trick? Baizhou had no other choice but to do this. The next steps became simple. That Dr. Li mentioned some private high-end hospital. Baizhou didn't even look at it, immediately arranging for his subordinates to take Lin Wei's still unconscious father out of the hospital. He turned around and sent him to his Bai family's private hospital. With the best doctors, the best equipment, and even summoned skilled spirit masters to treat Lin Wei's father. For Baizhou, these things were just a matter of talking, and there would be no loss at all. But in Lin Wei's eyes, Baizhou had already become her greatest benefactor, someone whose kindness she could never repay in her lifetime. After last night, Baizhou returned to the Bai family villa with the help of bodyguards. But as he held Lin Wei's little hand and walked in, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, isn't this my brother Baizhou? And this next to you is your E-level useless spirit daughter, right? Oh. Wait, should I call her sister-in-law?" Chapter 14, Ha! Who doesn't have a few poor relatives? Accompanied by such a voice, a girl who looked about the same age as Baizhou swayed her way in front of him. And when Baizhou saw this girl, he immediately knew who she was. This was his aunt's daughter, who could also be considered his sister, named Ma Rong. Baizhou, familiar with the original plot, understood Ma Rong very well. This woman was born just a few days after him and completed her profession on the same day. She also contracted a talented spirit master right after her profession was completed. And that spirit master, because of Ma Rong's mother, was a member of the Bai family, so he agreed without hesitation. On the same day, she brought the spirit master home to meet her family. Of course, that alone wasn't enough for Baizhou to remember. This Ma Rong, during the middle of the novel, discovered that Chu Yun's talent was actually SSS level. And he was extremely handsome, which made her heart flutter immediately. She even almost married her initial spirit master, but instead climbed into Chu Yun's bed instead. And Chu Yun naturally already knew Ma Rong's identity, realizing she was Baizhou's sister. Chu Yun, of course, took advantage of the situation. After all, a woman delivered to his door should not be missed. Later, Ma Rong became obsessively in love with Chu Yun. She even turned into an insider for Chu Yun within the Bai family. It became an important piece in the future plan of Chu Yun to ruin the Bai family. But in the end, unexpectedly, Chu Yun even killed Ma Rong's mother. Her own lover killed her mother, and she was an accomplice. Under the multiple blows, Ma Rong went mad. But she was just a piece. How could Chu Yun care about her? It seemed that Ma Rong's end was quite tragic. However, what does this have to do with Baizhou? This Ma Rong, in order to prevent her from becoming a nail for Chu Yun to ruin him in the future, he must deal with her in advance. But today, Baizhou did not expect that he would meet such a mid-stage character so early. It seems that because he contracted an E-level spirit girl, these useless relatives couldn't help jumping out and making a fuss? And just after Ma Rong's sarcastic voice fell. In the living room, a loud, powerful shout abruptly sounded. "Do you still have the face to come back?" The immense aura immediately brought Baizhou a sense of oppression. And Ma Rong, standing close to him, let out a grunt and took 2 steps back. It seemed that even his father couldn't stand Ma Rong's sarcasm anymore, right? That's right, the person who could emit such a powerful aura wasn't anyone else but his cheap father. Baizhou immediately spotted the middle-aged man sitting in the center of the living room sofa, looking over 40, frowning without anger but exuding authority. This was the current head of the Bai family, his cheap father. At the same time, he was also one of the top 10 masters in the Dragon Kingdom, ranked 10th, Bai Jinnan. Sitting next to Bai Jinnan was naturally Baizhou's mother. On a small sofa beside them, there was also a middle-aged woman, Baizhou's aunt. And when Ma Rong retreated with a grunt, a strange young man hurriedly rushed over, reaching out to support Ma Rong, his voice gentle and caring. Rong, how are you? I guess this must be the green-haired turtle spirit master, right?" Baizhou didn't pay attention, but held Lin Wei's hand and walked over. However, Baizhou clearly felt the resistance from Lin Wei's small hand. Turning around, he found that Lin Wei's head was lowered more than ever before. Her body was trembling slightly. This cheap father of his was also scaring the girl. Baizhou helplessly shook his head and leaned down to whisper in Lin Wei's ear. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." This was a voice Baizhou deliberately imitated. But it worked remarkably well, and Lin Wei's trembling body actually calmed down quite a bit. Baizhou successfully led Lin Wei into the Bai family's living room. As soon as they entered, his aunt couldn't help but speak up. "Xiaozhou, you're back, who is this girl?" But before Baizhou could answer his aunt's question, with a loud bang, Bai Jinnan slammed his hand on the coffee table in front of him. It shocked everyone present. Then Bai Jinnan roared again. "You kid, you dare to bring her back, watch me break your legs." As he said this, he was about to rise in anger. But next to him, Bai Shou's mother Xingyun pressed firmly on Bai Jinnan's arm, scolding. What are you shouting about? Are you trying to scare the kids? And sitting beside them, his aunt chimed in. Yes, second brother, the child has grown up and has their own choices. As adults, we should understand the children. This was purely standing and speaking without pain. It wasn't your child, right? If your daughter had contracted an E-level spirit master, let's see how you would react. Yet this aunt remained oblivious, still saying. Although Xiaozhou's spirit girl is only E-level, I heard that Xiaozhou has an A-grade qualification. If properly trained, surpassing S is not out of the question. It's just a spirit girl, she won't limit the development of spirit masters, right? This remark sounded like it was trying to persuade Bai Jinnan, but it felt like a sarcastic comment behind it. Bai Jinnan was about to explode, but Bai Zhou spoke up first. Auntie is right. I wonder how Ma Rong's awakening results are today. Upon hearing this, Auntie immediately became cheerful. Let her tell you herself. At this moment, Ma Rong stood tall and confidently in front of Bai Zhou, slightly lifting her chin and said. Brother, sorry, I'm an A-level spirit tool, the Bai Shui sword. Just like you. But... As she spoke, the corners of Ma Rong's mouth slightly lifted, turning to pull over the unfamiliar boy and said. Let me introduce you, this is my spirit master, Lubo. He is also A-level. As she spoke, Ma Rong's smile became even more disdainful. Meanwhile, Auntie sitting there was on the verge of bursting into laughter. In fact, Ma Rong didn't need to introduce herself at all. Because the mirror floating in the air was showing everything clearly to Bai Zhou. When it illuminated Ma Rong, the information on the mirror read. Name, Bai Shui sword. Level 1. Quality, A-level. Innate skill, tsunami, condenses the moisture in the air to create waves, confusing enemies while causing minor damage. Bai Zhou could see clearly even the skills she currently mastered. In front of Bai Zhou, she was as transparent as a nut. When the mirror shone on Lu Bo, several lines of information appeared on it. Profession, Spirit Master. Level 1. Innate, A-level. Spirit Master talent, none. To put it simply, aside from having A-level talent, Lu Bo was utterly useless. No wonder he could easily be cuckolded by Chu Yun later on. At this moment, Ma Rong's voice unexpectedly continued. Brother, since I've introduced my spirit master, how about you introduce your spirit girl? Her flirtatious tone made Lin Wei unable to resist sliding back behind Bai Zhou again. But upon hearing Ma Rong's question, Bai Zhou smiled slightly and turned to Lu Bo, saying. Lu Bo, right? Lu Bo had a forced smile. Hello, young Master Bai, that's me, I am Lu Bo. Ma Rong dared to speak to Bai Zhou like that, but Lu Bo didn't. In his eyes, no matter how useless Bai Zhou was, he was still the young master of the Bai family. But Bai Zhou didn't care about Lu Bo's flattery. Instead, he directly said. I, Bai Zhou, challenge you in the name of the Spirit Master, do you dare to accept? What? Hearing Bai Zhou's words immediately shocked everyone present except Lin Wei. One by one looked at Bai Zhou, all with eyes full of surprise. But 2 seconds later. Ha 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 ha. Ma Rong actually let out a sharp laugh on the spot. I didn't mishear, did I, brother, are you joking? How dare you challenge me? No wonder you signed a life and death contract with an E-level waste, turns out your brain is messed up. Chapter 15, The Gun, King of All Weapons. Facing Ma Rong's ridicule. Bai Zhou's expression remained unchanged, just giving her a faint glance and said. Did I speak to you? You. Ma Rong's face instantly stiffened. Ding. Major supporting character detected receiving mental damage plus 999, acquiring destiny villain points plus 50, villain grand will needs 3850 to activate. Hearing the system alert in his mind, Bai Zhou was surprised. He never expected that this Ma Rong could also provide him with villain points? But soon he understood. After all, Ma Rong indeed had a lot of scenes during the latter part of the original story. Moreover, she was also the beloved of the protagonist Chu Yun, and a driving force behind the demise of the Bai family. It was not surprising to gain destiny villain points through her. However, if that's the case, Bai Zhou felt that he could adjust his strategy to deal with Ma Rong. He could harvest a wave from Ma Rong. At this moment, Ma Rong's eyes sparkled with cold light due to Bai Zhou's attitude towards her. She turned to Lu Bo, who was standing beside her, and said. Agree to him. Ah. Lu Bo clearly hesitated. He carefully glanced at Bai Zhou's father, Bai Jinnan, sitting there, then scratched the back of his head and said. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Don't worry. Bai Zhou immediately replied. This is a challenge I initiated. No matter what happens, nobody will trouble you. Ma Rong gritted her teeth even more. Lu Bo, I order you to agree to him. He has contracted an E-rank waste, actively seeking death. What are you afraid of? This. Lu Bo was indeed afraid of Bai Zhou, scared of the background of the Bai family behind him. However, since Bai Zhou said it was fine, and he himself was considered an adept of the Bai family bloodline, so... Alright, then I will accept your challenge. At the moment Lu Bo's words fell, a soft whoosh sound echoed. The barrier that Bai Zhou had seen once before suddenly expanded. Moreover, Bai Zhou also discovered how mysterious the world's original power was. Previously, in such a large venue, the arena formed a circular vacuum area with a diameter of over 10 meters. And now, in his own living room, this vacuum area's diameter had surprisingly compressed to about 7 or 8 meters. Adding the fact that the living room of Bai Zhou's villa was truly large. Even his sitting parents and aunt were not affected at all. Interesting, huh? A glimmer of interest appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Indeed, he wanted to know what this world's original power was all about. But it was definitely not something he could explore with his current strength. At this moment, Ma Rong's excited voice came. Ha ha ha. Good job, Lu Bo. Then, she surprisingly stepped forward, looking at Bai Zhou disdainfully. My dear brother, are you so used to being arrogant that you really dare to challenge us? Although we are both A rank, don't forget, my adept is also A rank. The effect when an adept and a spirit girl work together is definitely not just 1 + 1 = 2. It's far greater than 2. If you soften up now, I would definitely spare you for the sake of our years of sibling bond. However, Bai Zhou seemed to completely ignore what Ma Rong was saying. He turned to the timid Lin Wei hiding behind him and smiled. Don't be afraid. But this time, Lin Wei did not remain silent like before. Instead, she raised her head and softly said to Bai Zhou. I'm not afraid, I'm just a bit worried. What if they get hurt? After all, they are your family. Hearing this, Bai Zhou was momentarily stunned. Opposite him, Ma Rong's face instantly stiffened. What? Ding. Detected major supporting character has suffered psychological damage plus 777, gained fate villain value plus 50, villain roulette needs 3,800 to open. Especially the way Lin Wei spoke, timid and yet incredibly sincere. But sincerity really is a killer move. The system prompt ringing in Bai Zhou's mind had already indicated the issue. Ma Rong was furious on the spot. Arrogant words, you are truly seeking death. As her voice fell, a light buzz sounded. Ma Rong's body instantly transformed into specks of starlight. In Lu Bo's hand, a slender, completely green sword formed. He lightly waved the sword in his hand. A clear confidence appeared on Lu Bo's face, but he still said first. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry for the offense. However, Bai Zhou still ignored him. He reached out, and Lin Wei immediately closed her eyes. The silver light flickered. A bright long gun was held tightly in Bai Zhou's hand. Seeing this scene, Shen Yun, Bai Zhou's mother sitting next to Bai Jinnan outside the barrier, raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes, unable to help but say. Hiss, what is this? Hearing his wife's voice, Bai Jinnan turned to look at her. What's wrong? Shen Yun slowly shook her head, remaining silent, but her gaze was fixed on the long gun in Bai Zhou's hand. His aunt sitting beside them felt nothing at all. She thought that her brother and sister-in-law were just worried about their son. So she smiled and spoke. Don't worry, Rong may not say nice things, but she knows how to hold back, she won't hurt Xiao Zhou. However, the proud smile on her face fully revealed her inner thoughts. But as soon as her words fell, Bai Zhou and the barrier also spoke up. No one expected him to say. Who gave you the courage to transform? Sit down. With a loud shout from Bai Zhou, he slammed the long gun in his hand heavily down to the ground. With a boom sound, a terrifying force shot towards Lu Bo. In the next moment, Lu Bo's right hand holding the sword began to tremble violently. With a crisp ding sound, the already transformed Bai Shuwei sword astonishingly fell apart on the spot. It transformed back into the figure of Ma Rong. With a thud, she fell to the ground. Ding. Detected main supporting character receiving mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain big roulette needs 3,750 to open. What is this? Outside the barrier, Bai Jinnan, Shen Yun, and Bai Zhou's aunt stood up from the sofa at the same time. All three of them showed shock in their eyes. It wasn't just them. Lu Bo and Ma Rong, the ones involved, were even more astonished. Lu Bo looked at Ma Rong in disbelief and asked. Rong, what's going on? Weren't we supposed to fight? Why did you disintegrate on your own? Looking at Lu Bo, who was full of question marks, Ma Rong wanted to roar. How would I know? You ask me, who do I ask? But she still got up from the ground immediately, glaring at Bai Zhou and shouting loudly. It's you! What did you do? Hearing Ma Rong's sharp scream, Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, gently stroking the completely white long gun in his hand, and said softly. The gun is the king of all weapons. Moreover, you are just in A class. Then, Bai Zhou's smile disappeared, his pupils showed a sharp light, and he let out a cold snort. Kneel. With a buzz sound, the dragon spear transformed from Lin Wei in his hand suddenly let out a light hum. With a thud, Ma Rong's body seemed uncontrollable, kneeling directly on the ground. Moreover, the same scene occurred outside the barrier. Bai Jinnan and Xinyan standing there looked at their aunt, who suddenly seemed to have shrunk in height. They couldn't help but say, "Wait, why are you also kneeling here?" Ding. Detected main supporting character receiving mental damage plus 888, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain big roulette needs 3700 to open. Ding. Detected main supporting character receiving mental damage plus 959, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain big roulette needs 3650 to open. Ding. Detected main supporting character receiving mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain big roulette needs 3600 to open. The system prompt sound echoed continuously in her mind. Ma Rong, now kneeling on the ground, trembled all over, her face pale. In her pupils, there was not only confusion but also shock. She gritted her teeth, trying hard to lift her head, firmly staring in Bai Zhou's direction, her voice even a bit hysterical. It's impossible, this is impossible. Chapter 16, You're not just mistaken, you are afraid. There was also another person in their heart screaming wildly the words, "It's impossible." Of course, that person was outside the barrier, Bai Jinnan. The aunt was forced to kneel on the ground. She stared with wide, round eyes, intently watching the scene inside the barrier. All she felt was disbelief, just sheer disbelief. It was as if her heart was saying, Rong, are you playing me? What are you doing? Standing there, Bai Zhou's parents also had shocked glimmers in their eyes, looking at Bai Zhou who stood inside. They couldn't comprehend it either. Then Xin Yun exclaimed. Just now, at the moment that girl transformed, I felt something strange in my heart. Now. Little Zhou and his spirit daughter didn't even take action, yet they forced Ma Rong to disintegrate? Honey, have you ever seen this kind of situation before? Bai Jinnan, being the 10th strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, was indeed experienced. He nodded slowly and said, I've seen something like this happen once or twice at the start of a battle, forcing the opponent's spirit master's spirit daughter back to her original form. But either one side's spirit master is extremely powerful or there is a clear quality gap in spirit daughters. However, Little Zhou is just an A-rank spirit master, and his spirit daughter is only E-rank. How could this happen? Bai Jinnan indeed knew a lot. But how could he see Lin Wei's hidden attributes? You see, Lin Wei is an Ultra SSS class quality Longdan Bright Silver Spear. Plus, there's the title of King of 100 Weapons. Not even S-rank Shinqin could withstand Lin Wei's pressure, let alone the mere A-rank Ma Rong. This was Bai Zhou's strategy. Before this moment, Bai Zhou could have forced Shinqin to disintegrate using pressure. But since he could take down Chu Yun instantly for greater damage, why go through that extra trouble? But now it was different. Since he discovered that Ma Rong could provide him with points. Why not use a special method to squeeze some more points from her? At this moment, Bai Zhou was already holding the long spear transformed by Lin Wei, step by step walking towards Ma Rong. Crawling on the ground, Ma Rong saw Bai Zhou's shoes. She gritted her teeth, wanting to stand up, absolutely refusing to kneel in front of Bai Zhou. But as soon as she looked up and saw that gleaming long spear, she instantly lost all her will to resist. At this moment, Bai Zhou slightly lowered his head and said calmly, You said I was crazy for challenging you? Then you kneeling in front of me now, is your knee broken? Ding. Detected main supporting character suffering mental damage plus 999, gain destined villain value plus 50, villain's grand roulette needs 3550 to unlock. You. Ma Rong gritted her teeth, wanting to speak. But Bai Zhou casually said, Shut up. Ugh. Ma Rong's mouth couldn't open at all. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffering mental damage plus 444, gain destined villain value plus 50, villain's grand roulette needs 3500 to unlock. Lu Bo, standing aside, saw his spirit daughter in such a miserable state and couldn't help but want to speak. With a light sound, the cold spear tip of the Longdan Bright Silver Spear instantly fell on Lu Bo's throat. Lu Bo's body trembled, his face turning pale. Feeling that cold touch, he realized that with just a little force, his tonsils could be taken out right then and there. Then he heard Bai Zhou's voice. This is family business, do you understand? Understood. Lu Bo did not hesitate at all, immediately stepping back to distance himself from Bai Zhou, covering his mouth. Lowering his head, his eyes on his nose on his mouth on his heart, pretending he saw nothing. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffering mental damage plus 666, gain destined villain value plus 50, villain's grand roulette needs 3450 to unlock. Seeing Lubo so sensible, Baijiu no longer said anything, looking down at Ma Rong again. My good sister. Do you realize your mistake now? Ding. Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 888, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big will needs 3400 to start. If it weren't for Ma Rong continuously providing him with destiny villain points, Baijiu would be too lazy to waste time talking to her. Ma Rong also gritted her teeth, her face pale as she struggled to look up. I didn't. But before she could finish her words, Buzz Baijiu immediately swung the dragon gallbladder bright silver spear in his hand in a big circle. He smashed the gun's barrel heavily onto Ma Rong's back. Bang! Pooh! Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Ma Rong, who had been struggling to support herself on her knees, immediately collapsed to the ground. Then, a cold sensation appeared on Ma Rong's neck. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered physical harm plus 50, mental harm plus 333, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big will needs 3350 to start. I was wrong. I know I was wrong, brother, please don't kill me. I really know I was wrong. Did she change her tune just like that? Hearing Ma Rong's panicked voice, Baijiu was momentarily stunned. Looking at the girl who had just knelt on the ground holding on, he thought she was truly tough. Unexpectedly, she was so scared that she couldn't hold it in after just having the gunpoint on her neck. Aren't you better than this? To squeeze out a bit more fear, Baijiu immediately smiled and said. You don't know you were wrong, you know you're scared. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 856, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big will needs 3300 to start. In the next second, Baijiu unexpectedly raised his long spear high and plunged it directly toward Ma Rong's neck. Ah! Faced with the fear of death, Ma Rong couldn't help but scream loudly. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 9999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain Big will needs 3200 to start. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 9999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain Big will needs 3100 to start. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 9999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain Big will needs 3000 to start. The system's prompt sounds were speeding up at an unknown rate. The destiny villain points gained doubled. Even Baijiu could smell a foul odor in the air. It seemed that Ma Rong was truly frightened to the extreme. Just at that moment, outside the barrier, Bai Nan suddenly shouted loudly. Xiao Zhou, stop! Buzz! The gun's tip vibrated. The bright, glaring tip firmly stopped on the back of Ma Rong's neck. Actually, Baijiu didn't intend to really kill Ma Rong, and in this non-life or death duel barrier, he couldn't kill Ma Rong at all. Baijiu knew this, and Bai Nan knew it even better. He shouted that loudly just to show his aunt. Feeling Baijiu stop his movements, Ma Rong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big will needs 2950 to start. Wow! Ma Rong, who was lying on the ground and too scared to move, let out a cry like a baby. At this moment, Lubo finally reacted and quickly exclaimed. I admit defeat. This outsider became the key to controlling this barrier. As soon as Lubo's words fell, the barrier formed by the fundamental power of the world slowly began to dissipate. Baijiu smiled slightly and loosened his right hand. Golden light sparkled, and the frail Lin Wei reappeared before everyone's eyes. After landing, she quickly dodged behind Baijiu, hiding her figure. Wow, woo 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 woo. After losing the pressure, Ma Rong finally regained her ability to move. She crawled up from the ground, crying and rushing towards her mother, shouting. Mom! Mom, you have to stand up for me. He bullied me. My brother bullies me. He even wants to kill me. But I am his sister, I am his sister. Mom, you have to, for me. But in the next moment. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 777, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2900. Mom? Why are you also kneeling on the ground? Chapter 17, Who says a life and death contract can only bind one? Ma Rong was still dazed here. Baijiu exaggeratedly spoke up. Aunt! What's going on? The ground is cold, get up quickly. He even rushed over faster than Ma Rong, pulling his aunt up from the ground. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 767, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2850. This destiny villain points must have been provided by Marong. But that does not mean that his aunt didn't feel a bitter anger inside. She thought. Isn't it all because of you? Now you're the one helping me? But, after all, she is an elder. Especially after her daughter was just crushed by someone, she can only endure the shame. With a stiff neck, she said. Oh, it seems that I dropped an earring here, why can't I find it? This made Bai Jinnan and Shen Yun roll their eyes. Even Ma Rong couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Oh my, you don't even have ear holes, where did the earring come from? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 333, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2800. Cough cough. At this moment, Bai Jinnan coughed. He took the lead, looking at Bai Zhou and said in a deep voice. Little Zhou, as an older brother, why don't you let your sister have a little? Bai Jinnan's tone had long lost its previous anger. After all, he had realized that his son's contracted E-level spirit girl was truly not simple. He waved his hand. Why don't you quickly apologize to your sister? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou immediately replied. Me? Apologize to her? Ha! Accompanied by a light laugh. The one who should apologize is her. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 888, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2750. Ma Rong, having left the battle and lost her pressure, just wanted to argue with Bai Zhou. But Bai Zhou reached out and pulled Lin Wei, who was hiding behind him, out. Looking at Ma Rong, he said. Do you not remember what you said before? Apologize. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 236, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2700. Looking at the weak Lin Wei, who was bowing her head. Ma Rong's eyelids jumped with tears. Yes, what did I just say? I just said that the E-level spirit girl was useless. But I was actually crushed by an E-level spirit girl in battle, unable to breathe, even kneeling on the ground and unable to lift my head? Impossible. This woman absolutely cannot be just an E-level. Bai Zhou is lying. This is all his conspiracy, all of it was intentional, hiding the spirit girl's level, deliberately making me act. Bai Zhou. You. The more Ma Rong thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but shout at Bai Zhou again. But Bai Zhou just glanced at her blandly. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 864, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2650. This made Ma Rong tremble all over. As if she recalled the fear that had risen deep in her heart. She instantly lowered her head. Trembling, she said. I'm sorry. Bai Zhou, louder, I didn't hear. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette will opens requires another 2600. I'm sorry. Ma Rong slightly gritted her teeth and spoke loudly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such harsh words, I am the useless one. Although she said this, her lowered head was filled with unwilling light in her pupils. But now, she completely dared not show such emotions in front of Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou turned to Lin Wei and gently said. What do you think of her apology? Ha? Me? Lin Wei never expected that, at this moment, she had the right to speak. But seeing Bai Zhou's gentle gaze, Lin Wei softly replied. It's all good, all good. Seeing Lin Wei nod, Bai Zhou turned to Ma Rong, smiled, and extended his hand, saying. Since Lin Wei has forgiven you, you can get up now, right? Reaching out to you is not to apologize, but because you still need to practice. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has received mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, need 2550 to activate the villain roulette. Looking at Bai Zhou's hand in front of her, Ma Rong gritted her teeth. Without touching Bai Zhou's hand, she pushed herself up from the ground. At this moment, the ant standing beside them finally spoke again. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. We just came to see how Xiao Zhou's awakening is going. I didn't expect Xiao Zhou to truly be your son, big brother. Ha ha. Hypocritical. The laughter was also awkwardly uncomfortable. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has received mental harm plus 777, gain destiny villain value plus 50, need 2500 to activate the villain roulette. Bai Jinnan and Shen Yun did not stop them. they watched those three leave their villa. After they left, Bai Zhou smiled at his stepfather Bai Jinnan and said, "Alright, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Looking at Bai Zhou's calm demeanor, Shen Yun and Bai Jinnan exchanged glances. Shen Yun, with a loving smile, walked toward Lin Wei, and in Lin Wei's panicked gaze, she took Lin Wei's little hand. "Look how scared the child is. Come, little girl, tell auntie what's on your mind, okay?" Lin Wei instinctively cast a plea for help toward Bai Zhou. But Bai Zhou smiled and nodded at her, and Lin Wei gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Bai Jinnan looked at Bai Zhou at this moment and snorted. "You little rascal really gave your old man a big surprise. Come with me." Saying this, he turned and walked towards the stairs of the villa. Bai Zhou didn't hesitate. He followed his father Bai Jinnan all the way to the study of the villa. After entering, he didn't forget to close the door behind him. But just after closing the door, Bai Jinnan couldn't hold back anymore. Without even sitting down, he spoke up. "Are you crazy?" This sudden question from Bai Jinnan left Bai Zhou stunned. Logically, shouldn't his stepfather be asking him about this E-level spirit girl? How did it turn into me being crazy? Bai Zhou couldn't help but speak up. "No. Dad, what are you talking about?" Bai Jinnan rolled his eyes and replied. "Are you playing dumb with me? I ask you, did you sign a life and death contract with that girl just now?" "Yeah." Bai Zhou nodded as if it was obvious. "Oh really?" Bai Jinnan was at a loss for words, spreading his hands and saying, "Then what about your fiancé?" "Bai Zhou? My fiancé? I have a... Oh right." With a loud bang, Bai Zhou couldn't help but slap his forehead. Oh man, he really forgot this matter. In the original work, it was written that the villain Bai Zhou has a fiancé. And because of Bai Zhou's family connections, his fiancé's status was definitely not low. In fact, the original work even described that this fiancé could be considered a national fairy. At that time, when he just crossed over, he saw Lin Wei first. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to contract Lin Wei's dragon's tail bright silver gun to himself. How could he forget this matter? Seeing Bai Zhou's reaction at this moment, Bai Jinnan was also drunk. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Have you really forgotten? You little rascal, do you know the relationship between your grandpa and her grandpa? Right now, I don't even dare to tell anyone that you made a life and death contract with a girl your uncle and your grandpa still don't know. But you can't hide paper from fire, sooner or later, they will find out. By then, they will team up to deal with me, can you handle that?" "I can't." "You." Seeing his father getting more and more agitated, more and more anxious, Bai Zhou quickly waved his hands. "Calm down. Dad, calm down. Relax, I'll handle this." Bai Jinnan looked at Bai Zhou with a sideways glance. "How will you handle it?" Bai Zhou smiled slightly and softly said, "Who said my son can only make a life and death contract with one person? Bai Jinnan? What the hell did you say?" Chapter 18, Only Children Make Choices, I Want Them All. At this moment, Bai Zhou stood still, his face displaying a confident smile. And his cheap father Bai Jinnan looked at Bai Zhou's expression, as if a hint of sympathetic concern appeared in his eyes. Then he reached out and touched Bai Zhou's forehead, saying, "Silly child, are you running a fever? Do you know why it's called a life and death contract?" "Well." But before his father's words were finished, Bai Zhou pushed away his large hand and said, "I definitely know. However, Dad, some special spirit masters will awaken their talent skills after completing their job transition, right?" Hearing Bai Zhou's question, Bai Jinnan naturally nodded and said, "Of course. My talent skill is that the fewer spirit daughters in the contract, the higher the attack power. So far, I only have your mother as a spirit daughter, and it's still a life and death contract. Why are you mentioning this?" Faced with Bai Jinnan's question, Bai Zhou just smiled and quietly looked at him. And after Bai Jinnan finished speaking, he suddenly realized the key to the problem. He immediately ran to the study room door, opened the big door, and peeked outside to see if anyone was there. After confirming it was safe, he quickly locked the door, rushed to Bai Zhou's side, grabbed his shoulders, and exaggeratedly said in a hoarse voice, "No way. You awakened a special talent too? It wouldn't be what you just mentioned, would it? Actually, as the villain in the original story, how could Bai Zhou possibly awaken any special talents? But now, he certainly couldn't tell his dad that his unmatched sword box was opened from the system, right? Just right, this special talent served as a cover." Bai Zhou slowly nodded, his voice serious as he said, "My special talent is called the Unmatched Sword Box, and the effect of this sword box is a life and death contract with no limits." "Unlimited?" Bai Jinnan's voice sounded a bit sharp. His hands gripping Bai Zhou's shoulders made Bai Zhou feel pain. This made Bai Zhou unable to help but complain. "Come on, Dad, can you calm down? You're one of the top 10 masters. Cough cough. After hearing that, Bai Jinnan's face turned red. But he didn't let go of Bai Zhou. Instead, his expression seemed to show a hint of flattery. Then he quietly asked, Bai Zhou, is your talent a passive skill or an active skill? If it's an active skill, can you release it on other spirit masters? Hey! Bai Zhou, where are you going? Before Bai Jinnan finished his question, he noticed that his son Bai Zhou had turned to leave. And at this moment, Bai Zhou didn't even turn around as he said, I'm going to tell my mom. Shut up! Bai Jinnan shouted loudly. He took a quick step forward and directly appeared in front of Bai Zhou. Then, Bai Zhou felt as if the universe had turned upside down in front of him. In the next second, he found himself sitting on the sofa in the study. This sudden scene happened so quickly that Bai Zhou didn't even have a chance to react. A flash of light appeared in his eyes. Dad truly deserves to be one of the top 10 experts. At this moment, Bai Jinnan was already sitting across from Bai Zhou. He propped his elbows on the armrests, clasped his fingers in front of him, and crossed his legs. His face was serious to the extreme, and his voice was hoarse. Don't tell your mother about this. As your father, I just want to tell you that even if you have such skills, you must never use them on other spirit masters, understood? Looking at his father's serious expression, Bai Zhou couldn't help but want to laugh. Did his dad really look so hopeful just now? I can't believe you, you old man who was so sly. If that's the case, why can't you let me tell my mom? But Bai Zhou still smiled and nodded in response. Don't worry, I have a passive skill that cannot help other spirit masters do these things. That's good, though he said so, why does Bai Jinnan's tone sound so disappointed? Ahem. Bai Jinnan coughed again, and then continued. If that's the case, then I can contact your grandfather and uncle, but your fiancé might be a bit tricky, after all, her identity is there. Of course, you just said that this matter is for you to handle. Oh, so now it's my turn to handle it? Bai Jinnan shifted the conversation and looked at Bai Zhou again. Now I need you to answer me another question. That is, why did you contract an E-level spirit daughter, and the performance of this E-level spirit daughter just now was anything but E? This one is easier to explain. Bai Zhou directly replied, actually, my Wushuang sword box has another function, which is to perceive the hidden attributes or hidden qualifications of spirit daughters. The system's reward of the Wushuang sword box has already led his father to believe it was his awakened talent skill. At this moment, using the Wushuang sword box to take the blame is just right. As he said this, Bai Zhou paused slightly and revealed a meaningful smile before slowly saying, Lin Wei appears to have only E-level qualifications on the surface, but in fact, her qualifications. Bai Zhou leaned slightly forward and whispered something in his father's ear. What? Bai Jinnan jumped directly from his chair after a scream. His eyes widened, as if feeling his eye sockets were not big enough to contain all his shock. Even his hands trembled slightly. You mean, she is? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jinnan stood in place, laughing heartily at the ceiling of the study. This truly blesses our Bai family, truly blesses our Bai family. Then, Bai Jinnan clenched his fists, excitedly raised his hand, and seriously patted Bai Zhou, saying, Xiao Zhou, you must treat the girl named Lin Wei well. Although your spirit master quality is only A level, if she can become your support, I believe that one day, you will also become one of the top 10 experts of our dragon country. Lin Wei's hidden quality is actually super SSS level. But Bai Zhou clearly predicted that his father would have such an unstable reaction, so he told his father it was SSS level. Though lacking a super, Bai Jinnan still became this way, making Bai Zhou regret telling his father the news. However, his father's words weren't wrong. With Lin Wei by his side, the top 10 experts would definitely be within reach. But just having Lin Wei, how could Bai Zhou be satisfied? What Bai Zhou wanted were all the things from the original story. They belonged to the protagonist. His father was going crazy alone in the study. Bai Zhou seized the moment and escaped his father's clutches, darting out of the study. As soon as Bai Zhou stepped out, he found his former head bodyguard standing at the end of the villa's corridor. When the bodyguard saw Bai Zhou, he came forward and said, Young master, I have news about the matter you asked me to investigate. That's right, when Bai Zhou got out of the car outside the villa, he reminded his subordinates to handle a task. Naturally, it was related to the main character, Chu Yun. The head bodyguard quickly continued. After we left the school leaders immediately began treating Chu Yun. Later, Chu Yun was transferred to the 3rd hospital. Oh? Upon hearing this familiar name, a playful glint appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. The bodyguard curiously added, it is said that Chu Yun woke up for a moment during this time and said he wanted to go to the 3rd hospital for treatment. It's really strange, he obviously has awakened an SSS level talent. Why would he go back to such a small hospital? The bodyguard certainly didn't know, but Bai Zhou understood Chu Yun all too well. Because Lin Wei's father had previously stayed at the 3rd hospital. Seeing that he couldn't snatch Lin Wei away from him, was he planning to start with Lin Wei's father? He. Shu Yun, I'm truly sorry, you were a step too late. Ding. Detected that the protagonist suffered a mental shock plus 99,999, gained faithful villain points plus 500, the villain's big wheel of fortune needs 2,000 more to start. Just as the system's prompt echoed in Bai Zhou's mind. In a private luxurious ward of the third hospital, Shu Yun's furious roar erupted. What? You said Uncle Lin let Bai Zhou take her away? Chapter 19, Is there already movement above? In the third hospital, Shu Yun had finally woken up. However, upon hearing this news, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out again. But it wasn't in vain that Shu Yun called out with such deep feelings. The person he had been thinking about, Bai Zhou, actually came to see him at the third hospital. Bai Zhou, who had just come out of his father's study. After hearing the news about Shu Yun from his subordinate, without any hesitation, he took Lin Wei, who was still being taken care of by his mother, and left home. They took the family car and headed to the third hospital again. Looking at the sign of the third hospital in the distance, Lin Wei curiously asked. Bai Zhou, why are we back here? Is there something else that needs handling? Now, Lin Wei's tone when speaking to Bai Zhou had started to return to normal. Moreover, as she walked alongside Bai Zhou, her expression and movements appeared much more relaxed. Although he didn't know what his mother had said to Lin Wei, the outcome was good, so it was fine. Hearing Lin Wei's question, Bai Zhou chuckled and said. Shu Yun is currently in this hospital. What? At the mention of Shu Yun, Lin Wei's pupils visibly trembled. Her small hands tightly twisted together, head bowed, eyes flickering, her face occasionally showing a hint of what looked like pain. To all of this, Bai Zhou certainly didn't mind at all. After all, he knew that Lin Wei and Shu Yun had grown up together. Their bond in the original story was very deep. Though in the end, Lin Wei was not the one who signed a life and death contract with Shu Yun, her position in his heart had never changed. Her relationship with Shu Yun remained the most solid. Bai Zhou also didn't believe he could completely sever the bond between Lin Wei and Shu Yun in such a short time. However, what Bai Zhou didn't expect was that, in her silence, Lin Wei slowly reached out and held his hand. In his unexpected gaze, Lin Wei looked into her own eyes and seriously said, Brother Bai Zhou, from the moment I decided to make a contract with you, Shu Yun has nothing to do with me. Bai Zhou felt the chill on the back of his hand, looking at Lin Wei's determined eyes. That feeling was as if Lin Wei was really speaking from the heart? But why is she suddenly saying this to me now? Could it be that she thinks I came to find Shu Yun because of her? But obviously, Lin Wei guessed wrong. The reason I came to the hospital at this time was entirely to take advantage of Shu Yun, this fat sheep. However, there was no need to explain these things to Lin Wei. Bai Zhou simply held Lin Wei's small hand back without saying anything. Just then, the vehicle they were in suddenly stopped by the road. Before Bai Zhou could ask, the bodyguard driving the car furrowed his brows and turned to Bai Zhou, saying, Young master, it seems the third hospital has been sealed. Oh? Hearing the bodyguard's voice, Bai Zhou raised his eyes to look ahead. Sure enough, many black vehicles were parked in front of the main gate of the third hospital. And beside those vehicles stood many men in black. Those who wanted to enter the third hospital had to stop 2 intersections away and walk to the entrance after passing inspection. Exiting the hospital was not restricted at all. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly and then said, You go check what the situation is. Understood. After receiving the order, the bodyguard directly got out of the car and walked towards the front. But Bai Zhou had already thought of the general reason. After all, Shu Yun had awakened the rare SSS-level talent. This matter would definitely be reported to the school leaders. And Bai Zhou, who was familiar with the original plot, also knew. The moment this news got out, Shu Yun attracted the attention of many important figures due to his SSS-level talent. When the top colleges across the country heard this news, they would immediately send people to the city to recruit Shu Yun. Surely, their admissions teams must have already boarded the planes heading here by now, right? However, unfortunately, Bai Zhou had acted faster, taking down Shu Yun. As a result, Shu Yun deviated from the original plot and ended up in the hospital because of him. These people must have been specially arranged by some big shot to protect Shu Yun, or they were sent to gain Shu Yun's favor, right? After the bodyguard returned from gathering information, he confirmed this. He also said, The guard at the gate specifically mentioned that if any members of the Bai family come to the third hospital, they must report to their leaders immediately. Young master, should we still go in? It seemed this group had also learned about what happened at school. They were worried that using the Bai family's influence, they might take revenge on this SSS-level Shu Yun. To avoid the risk of such a talent being cut short so soon. These people really invested quite a bit. A cold glimmer appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes as he said faintly. Since they don't want me to go in, why should I go up and provoke them? Did Bai Zhou give up just like that? Of course not. He knew that with his identity, even if he stormed through the checkpoint, they couldn't do anything to him. But they would definitely report to their leaders. Though the leaders here wouldn't dare to do anything directly to the Bai family. But they would definitely do everything possible to stop his actions, which would lead to all kinds of trouble. Bai Zhou indeed wanted to take advantage of the situation. But if he could avoid such troublesome interactions with these people, why start so early? Then, Bai Zhou opened his mouth to ask. Do you know anyone in the third hospital? Yes, the bodyguard replied without any hesitation. Then, Bai Zhou chuckled and said. Then you should ask someone to help me contact the Dr. Li we just met today. Tell him to meet us at the back door. Listening to Bai Zhou's request, the bodyguard didn't understand what Bai Zhou meant, and Lin Wei also didn't know why Bai Zhou suddenly brought up that doctor again. But since the young master had given an order, what right did he have to refuse? Soon, after finishing the call, the bodyguard drove the car along a side road, taking a big detour. In fact, there were also checkpoints set up at the back door, but the bodyguard obviously knew some side entrances, little doors. At this moment, the bodyguard stopped the car at a narrow alleyway. With guidance ahead, Bai Zhou took Lin Wei's little hand and walked in. Not long after, they saw a man in a white coat standing in place, looking as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Hearing footsteps, the man immediately turned his head. Then, thump! He knelt straight onto the ground. Young master, please, don't kill me, I beg you, I really know I was wrong. The person who knelt down so readily and begged for mercy was none other than that Dr. Li. Even though they had previous experience. But at this moment, Lin Wei saw the doctor who normally looked down on her, was arrogant, and scorned her and her father, kneeling so directly in front of her spirit master. Her heart still couldn't help but be slightly moved. Moreover, this feeling was clearly refreshing. Lin Wei knew if she acted like this, wouldn't she also be like those annoying rich young masters? But she just didn't know why she wished this doctor could kneel forever and never stand up again. However, Bai Zhou reached out and pulled Dr. Li up from the ground, saying, When did I say I wanted to kill you? Am I really that scary in your eyes? Yes. Dr. Li instinctively wanted to say, Indeed, you are that scary. But seeing Bai Zhou smile without any warmth, Dr. Li immediately got nervous and corrected himself. No. Young master, you are not scary at all. I just have genuine respect for you. That's right, respect. It must be said. This kid really reacts quickly, huh? Hearing his answer, Bai Zhou smiled and said. Since you respect me so much, you wouldn't refuse my request, would you? Of course not. Dr. Li immediately patted his chest and said. Young master, you command. I would go through fire and water, nothing is too much. Bai Zhou waved his hand. It's not that serious. I just want you to take me into the hospital. But hearing this, the previously confident Dr. Li's expression instantly stiffened. What? Chapter 20, It's Great to be Rich. The spirit lady is giving away for free. Seeing the drastic change in Dr. Li's expression, Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow and said. What's wrong? You said you were willing to go through fire and water, but you can't satisfy such a small request from me? No. Dr. Li hurriedly waved his hands, sweat appearing on his forehead. It's just. Damn. Looking at Dr. Li's stammering, the bodyguard leader instantly exploded with anger. Bang! With a sound, he once again pinned Dr. Li's neck against the wall. The young master is asking you a question, answer honestly, why are you being so wishy-washy? Looking to die? Sometimes, it's really necessary to give him some strong medicine. Isn't this? Dr. Li was so scared he almost wet his pants and hurriedly spoke. No, young master. It's because someone suddenly came earlier and gave an order, saying that no one from the Bai family could appear in the third hospital. Especially you, young master Bai. I do not want to bring you in, I just dare not. Because that person said, if anyone secretly does such things, not only will they lose their job, but my family will also be in danger, young master. You might as well let me face the mountains of knives and the seas of fire, I beg you. Hearing the panic in Dr. Li's voice, Bai Zhou felt a bit surprised. I never expected those people above really valued this Chu Yun so much. However, indeed, in the original story, after Chu Yun signed the partner contract with Lin Wei, although Lin Wei did not show his complete state immediately, it was basically comparable to an SSS-level spirit tool. Everyone thought it was Chu Yun's SSS-level spirit master talent that caused such an exaggerated change in an E-level spirit girl. Now, even without Lin Wei, just relying on an SSS-level talent could achieve such an effect. He truly deserves to be the protagonist. As for Dr. Li, he worried that his family would be retaliated against by those people. Did he not worry about being retaliated against by Bai's family? Of course, Bai Zhou could continue to threaten Dr. Li with his family. However, Bai Zhou felt that threatening him personally would feel much more satisfying. So, Bai Zhou waved his hand, and the bodyguard released Dr. Li. Bai Zhou then leaned into Dr. Li's ear and spoke in a calm tone, saying, "Do you know why someone is stopping me from going in?" Dr. Li nervously shook his head. "You know we have an SSS-level talented spirit master at our school, right?" Dr. Li nodded. "Right now, he is lying in our hospital. I am one of his doctors. Isn't that a coincidence?" Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm plus 777, gained fateful villain points plus 100, the villain roulette is now open needing 1900 more. At this moment, lying in the hospital room and still unconscious, Chu Yun suddenly trembled all over. His body instinctively sensed that something dirty was fixated on him. But unfortunately, he had no reaction at that moment. And hearing the system prompt sound, a hint of surprise appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Looking at Dr. Li in front of him, Bai Zhou's lips slightly curled up. "Do you know why he is lying here?" Dr. Li shook his head. "I don't know, no." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Dr. Li gasped in shock. His pupils reflected a trace of fear as he looked at Bai Zhou in front of him. It seems he has figured out what Bai Zhou meant. Bai Zhou immediately added, "You say, an awakened SSS-level talent, a spirit master that so many big figures care about, I can bring him here. And you are just a doctor." Bai Zhou ended his words there and slowly retreated, creating distance from Dr. Li. At this moment, Dr. Li's face was already devoid of blood. His body trembled violently, and his clothes seemed ready to make a rustling sound. It was evident he was truly terrified. Indeed. Young Master Bai. Even an SSS-level super spirit master dares to act this way. What does that make me, just a mere doctor, in his eyes? Not even an ant? Gulp. Young Master Bai, keep close to me, and be sure not to let anyone find out. As Dr. Li said this, Bai Zhou smiled, a gentle smile that nearly made Dr. Li wet his pants. However, he did his job very well. On the way, they hardly encountered any outsiders. They arrived at the special ward floor cleared for Chu Yun. Which means, on this entire floor, there was only one patient, Chu Yun. The group of people in the corridor had not arranged any bodyguards or guards. It seemed they were worried it would disturb Chu Yun, causing him any trouble. When they arrived here, Dr. Li finally eased up a bit, pointing into the distance and saying, "Young Master Bai, the person you are looking for is in that ward. I'll take you there right now." However, Bai Zhou raised his hand and said, "Who said I want to see him?" This retort left Dr. Li momentarily stunned. "If you're not seeing him, then why did you make me risk my entire family's life to bring you here? I understand now, the person you want to deal with isn't Chu Yun. You still want to deal with me, right?" Dr. Li nearly cried and begged on the ground again. But Bai Zhou quickly spoke up. "Didn't you say you are one of the doctors responsible for Chu Yun? Your office should be here too, let's go talk." "Talk about?" Dr. Li's lips trembled, he really wanted to shout, "I have nothing to talk to you about." But the words changed at his lips into, okay, young master, please follow me." Yes, he didn't dare. Just as they took a few steps away, suddenly, a somewhat distracted female voice came from nearby. "Bai. Young Master Bai?" Hearing this voice, before anyone else could react, Dr. Li's face instantly turned pale. Then he saw a beautiful girl quickly running over here. "It's over. I've been discovered. I and my family are all finished." Dr. Li suddenly felt that life was filled with darkness. But in the next second, squeak squeak, a somewhat harsh grinding sound rang out, causing Dr. Li to freeze in place. He realized the sound was actually from the girl's smooth knees, rubbing against the tiled floor. Why could these two things rub against each other? It was because the girl had slid to her knees while running towards them, ending up right in front of Bai Zhou. My god! This scene made Dr. Li gasp in surprise. He never imagined that a girl this beautiful could do such a thing. The main point is, she's wearing a dress. Doesn't her knees hurt like this? Looking at her, it was clear she had already forgotten about the pain. She knelt in front of Bai Zhou, her face filled with longing as she raised her head. Tears filled her eyes looking at Bai Zhou, her voice even somewhat hoarse. "Young Master Bai, please forgive me." As soon as the girl said this, Dr. Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems she is also someone who fears the young master of the Bai family. But that's good, at least this matter certainly won't leak out. And this girl, who else could it be but the S-class school beauty, Shinqin? Bai Zhou looked down at Shinqin, in fact, he didn't expect her to come to this hospital. But this is a good thing. Bai Zhou took on a high and mighty attitude and spoke coldly. "I didn't realize, Shinqin, that you were so concerned about Chu Yun, you've even come to the hospital as a caregiver, huh?" Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered emotional harm plus 555, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, villain wheel of fortune starts requires 1850 more. No. No. Shin knelt on the ground, panicking and shaking her head. It's not like this, young Master Bai, it's not like this. I'm waiting for Chu Yun to wake up so I can immediately dissolve the contract with him. Young Master Bai, the only one who can become my spirit master will always be you. Young Master Bai. Listening to this girl's cries, Dr. Li stood there with flickering eyes, shock hanging in the depths. He looked at Shin kneeling on the ground, then at Lin Wei standing behind Bai Zhou. Even he couldn't help but sigh. It's so good to have money, this spirit daughter is eager to give herself away. Chapter 21, for the contract, school beauty loses her face? Dr. Li is right. It's great to have money. But in fact, Shin's mindset has changed many times in succession. When she first awakened, she wanted to become Bai Zhou's spirit daughter, and it was not without cost. But rather wanted to gain the opportunity to use the Bai family's resources. Later, Chu Yun awakened her SSS level talent. Then she thought, since her dog-like follower was so amazing, why not use this talent for herself? But then she found out that talent is truly worthless in the face of power. Gradually, she developed a mindset of wanting things handed to her by Bai Zhou. And in that previous challenge, Bai Zhou used an E-level spirit to instantly defeat the powerful combination of herself and Chu Yun. No need to think, it must be because of Bai Zhou, his family is so rich and surely provided him with unimaginable resources. She wanted that too. So, she wanted it handed to her. But for Bai Zhou, this Shin. Bai Zhou remembers, in the original story, it was he who signed a partner contract with Shin. Then, he was brainwashed by a dumbness halo and challenged Chu Yun, who had signed an E-level spirit. In the end, he couldn't last 5 rounds against Chu Yun and was soundly defeated, heavily slapped in the face by Chu Yun. To last nearly 5 rounds proves that Shin's S-level spirit is indeed not weak. After all, their talent skill is blood drinking, their sustainability is undeniably strong. But if I were to contract with Shin now? It might not be impossible, but at most, a master-servant contract. Moreover, after signing the master-servant contract, it would be easier to gain points from Shin. Similarly, points could also be gained from Chu Yun through Shin. But, not now. Firstly, Shin hasn't terminated the contract with Chu Yun. And, before signing the master-servant contract, I still need to cultivate the properties of servant in Shin even more. So, Bai Zhou raised his right foot, then. Puff! A sound. He stepped on Shin's head, pressing it beneath his foot. Ah! Shin naturally let out a painful scream immediately. Ding! Detected protagonist by Yue Guang received physical damage plus 5, mental damage plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, need 1800 more to activate the villain big wheel. Accompanied by the system prompt sound in his mind, Bai Zhou continued to step on Shin's head, slightly bending down. With a cold voice, he said, sign a contract with me? Do you think you are worthy? Ding! Detected protagonist by Yue Guang received mental damage plus 777, gained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 1750 more to activate the villain big wheel. Ding! Detected protagonist by Yue Guang received mental damage plus 888, gained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 1700 more to activate the villain big wheel. Ding! Detected protagonist by Yue Guang received mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 1650 more to activate the villain big wheel. You must know, Shin was a beloved joke among everyone. Especially with someone like Chu Yun, a follower, by her side. They were high and mighty at school. And now, her haughty head facing Chu Yun is being fiercely crushed under Bai Zhou's foot. And she could only kneel on the ground in silence, bearing it. The echo of Bai Zhou's voice, do you think you are worthy? Do you think you are worthy, rang in her ears? Even she, as an S-level school beauty, was not worthy. Then how could that E-level, thin and small Lin Wei be worthy? Is she really inferior to that Lin Wei? Ding! Detected protagonist by Yue Guang received mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 1600 more to activate the villain big wheel. Just the image of Bai Zhou stepping on this little beauty's head made Dr. Li, who was standing aside, unable to stop his eyelids from twitching. Yes, such a beautiful girl, and you just stepped on her? Goodness, my heart aches. Does the young master of the Bai family not have the phrase cherish the beautiful in his dictionary? After all, she is still a girl. But, could he dare to think this, dare to say this? He even felt that just thinking of it was an offense against young Master Bai. He wished he could quickly kneel down and apologize. But how could Shin allow him to steal the show? Shin, whose head was stepped on by Bai Zhou, struggled and twisted her body. She turned her head and let Bai Zhou stand on her face. Surprisingly, she even kissed the sole of Bai Zhou's shoe with those lips that many people, especially Chu Yun, long for, saying, "Bye. Young master, bye. I know I am not worthy of you, but, even if it's just a master-servant contract, I can. To be honest, seeing Shinqin's reaction and actions at this moment shocked Bai Zhou. Wow. Shinqin actually did this just to be able to sign a contract with him? He remembered that in the original story, after the Bai family fell, Shinqin and Bai Zhou terminated their contract, and when she begged Chu Yun for a contract, she never acted like this. However, a hint of amusement appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Since she can act like this now, couldn't she do more? Thus, Bai Zhou lifted his foot. Just when Shinqin thought she saw some hope, Bai Zhou still looked down at Shinqin with that kind of gaze and slowly said, "Do you think you deserve a master-servant contract?" What? Shinqin's face paled again. Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune will open with another 1550. Bai Zhou's voice had not yet stopped. Don't think that just because Chu Yun treats you as a goddess, you really are one. In my eyes, you are a person of no value to me, even if it's a master-servant contract, I still think you're worthless. Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune will open with another 1500. After saying this, Bai Zhou directly pulled Lin Wei and stepped over Shinqin, who was stunned in place. He even turned to Dr. Li and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come to your office with me." Ah. Yes. Dr. Li certainly didn't understand why young Master Bai had this attitude towards a girl who was obviously much more beautiful and well-endowed than the maid beside him. But he didn't dare to ask. He just rushed over in a flurry. He opened the door to an office, respectfully inviting Bai Zhou, Lin Wei, and the bodyguard inside. Finally, he went in and closed the door behind him. Before closing the door, he turned back and looked at Shinqin, kneeling in the corridor, with a face full of sympathy. At this moment, Shinqin was dazed, her body trembling constantly. Her pupils dilated, and she deeply knew that she had never experienced such a blow in her life. She gave up Chu Yun, who was an SSS-level being, to become the maid of the young master of the Bai family, only to be demeaned to worthlessness by him. At this moment, she thought about how she had once devalued Chu Yun to nothing. So this is how it is? In young Master Bai's eyes, I am just like that useless Chu Yun in my eyes? Heh. She even showed a self-deprecating smile. But in the next second, her body trembled slightly, and a determined look seemed to appear in her pupils. No. I am not that useless Chu Yun. I have value. Young Master Bai must have a use for me. It was unclear what inspired her, but Shinqin actually had such thoughts. She scrambled to her feet and ran wildly towards the office where Dr. Li and the others had just entered. Meanwhile, those inside the office were unaware of this. Bai Zhou and Lin Wei sat there, the bodyguard standing behind Bai Zhou, while Dr. Li stood nervously in front of Bai Zhou. He cautiously spoke up. "Bai. Young Master Bai, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Just chatting, really?" Bai Zhou had a gentle smile on his face. But this smile once again made Dr. Li's legs tremble. The voice of Bai Zhou had already come out. "Dr. Li, where do you live?" "Dr. Li? How many people are there in your family?" "Dr. Li. Do you have children?" "Dr. Li, is this really just small talk? Are the children sterilized?" "Sterilized?" Dr. Li suddenly spoke in an oddly strained voice. Then, looking at Bai Zhou's expression, Dr. Li awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "Young Master Bai, you must be joking, how can children be sterilized?" But what should have been understood as a joke by Dr. Li made Shinqin, who had just arrived at the office door and was about to push the door open, tremble and freeze in place. Chapter 22, No way, did he really get sterilized? The people in the office had no idea what was happening outside the door. Bai Zhou, with his kind eyes, looked like he was really chatting casually with Dr. Li. Glancing at the computer on the desk, Bai Zhou casually asked, "What's on here?" "Ah, this." Dr. Li quickly walked over to the computer. He turned the screen towards Bai Zhou and said, "I can monitor the patient's condition in real time here. If the young master doesn't want to see that patient, he can also check this." "That's right. This might be universal, but some technologies haven't fallen behind." On this display screen, it was actually the monitoring of Chu Yun's ward. In the monitor's view, not only could they clearly see Chu Yun, but the side of the screen also showed various body indicators and data of Chu Yun. This means that as a doctor, there was no need to see the patient in person anymore to know the patient's condition. This was something Bai Zhou, who had traveled here, could only understand on a cognitive level. He had never seen it with his own eyes. As Bai Zhou marveled at this technology, Chu Yun on the hospital bed suddenly opened his eyes. Bai Zhou instinctively asked, "Can I hear the sounds in the ward?" "Of course." Dr. Li immediately turned on the speakers. However, at this moment, Chu Yun in the ward was not speaking. He only occasionally frowned, sometimes in pain, and at times his eyes sparkled with cold light. "You don't speak, but your expressions are so rich." Dr. Li couldn't help but say. "Does he have some mental issues? What's he doing?" Others didn't know, but Bai Zhou was very clear. This guy was definitely having a dialogue with that old voice in his head. Considering the current situation? Envisioning the future? Or discussing how to exact revenge on himself? None of that mattered. Clearly this device couldn't peer into the patient's heart. Bai Zhou felt a bit disheartened. Just as he was about to push the display screen back, Chu Yun actually clenched his fists and couldn't help but grit his teeth and speak. "Damn Bai Zhou, Lin Wei was already sent to my lips, and yet he got intercepted. How infuriating." Listening to the clear voice coming from the speakers, Bai Zhou was stunned, and Lin Wei was also stunned. The reason Lin Wei was stunned goes without saying. And the reason Bai Zhou was stunned was entirely out of surprise. How did this guy spill all his inner thoughts? Bai Zhou almost laughed out loud. Seizing the opportunity, he said to the still stunned Lin Wei, "Looks like your brother Chu Yun wants to gobble you up." Lin Wei's body visibly trembled slightly. However, Bai Zhou's mind did not receive the system's prompt sound. As Bai Zhou silently sighed, "Looks like my blow wasn't hard enough." Unexpectedly, the speakers emitted Chu Yun's voice once again. "I was planning to use Uncle Lin to make Lin Wei have a change of heart, but didn't expect, how infuriating." Ding! Detected that the host has successfully interrupted part of the protagonist's luck, gaining villain value plus 100. The villain's big wheel needs another 1400. Bai Zhou, I never expected it, he just gave himself a knife right away. At this moment, Lin Wei looked at Chu Yun on the display screen, her gaze gradually turning colder. And it's unclear if Chu Yun sensed something. He actually glanced at the location of the camera instinctively, then closed his eyes and lay back down. It seems that what remained would just be Chu Yun's inner thoughts. "I can't hear, and it doesn't matter." Bai Zhou's goal had already been achieved, so he continued chatting with Dr. Li. He looked up at Dr. Li and gently pulled Lin Wei, before gradually speaking up. "You saw it too, this annoying guy made my spirit girl angry. Do you know what to do?" Finally, are we getting down to business?" Dr. Li's expression suddenly became tense. He glanced at Lin Wei, then at Bai Zhou, and finally at Chu Yun on the screen. Then, a difficult expression appeared on his face as he said, "Young Master Bai, you know this person is of great importance. The higher-ups have instructed that if I slack off or don't take good care of him, it may." "Who said you can't take care of him?" Bai Zhou's counter-question made Dr. Li pause slightly. "Then, young master, do you mean?" Bai Zhou waved his hand, and Dr. Li leaned in closer. "You still take care of him as you should, treat him as you should. Just don't let him recover too fast. Even if he gets better later, if there can be some after effects, wouldn't that have nothing to do with you?" This. Dr. Li's expression showed little change. But inside, he was greatly shocked. To say the least, young Master Bai is ruthless enough. This is bound to torture a person for a lifetime. Seeing Dr. Li silent, Bai Zhou said nothing more, just sitting up straight calmly. The bodyguard nearby immediately understood. A bank card was placed before Dr. Li, who then said deliberately, "Dr. Li, earlier in the hallway, you dropped something. You better keep it safe." Looking at the bank card on the table, Dr. Li's eyes flickered, and he immediately spoke. "Don't worry, young Master Bai. I will definitely take good care of Chu Yun for you." "Good." Bai Zhou already wore a gentle smile on his face. He turned and pulled Lin Wei up from the chair, saying, "Since that's the case, we have nothing more to talk about. I'll wait for your good news. Young Master Bai, you are leaving already? I'll see you off." Dr. Li was fawning as he quietly tucked the bank card away. After seeing off Bai Zhou, Dr. Li hurried back to his office, carefully placing his hand into his pocket. The touch of the bank card made Dr. Li breathe a long sigh of relief. Then looking at Chu Yun on the display screen, eyes closed, not knowing if he was sleeping or what, a sinister light flickered in his eyes. "Lord Chu Yun, please don't blame me. I'm just trying to support my family." However, just as he finished the sentence, Dr. Li's gaze slightly narrowed. "Isn't this the girl who was kneeling before young Master Bai earlier? How did she get in? Could it be that what she said to young Master Bai earlier was all a lie? Does she still want to take care of Chu Yun? No way, I need to record this. I'll send it to young Master Bai later, and he will definitely reward me, hee hee." As he spoke, he took out his phone, aiming it at the computer display to start recording. But the next second, his pupils slightly constricted. What the hell? No way, this girl is so wild? Ward passion. Damn. Dr. Lee's curiosity had not fully formed yet. His face instantly turned pale, and he stood frozen in place. He dropped his phone and pressed his hands tightly against his pants. What the hell? A scream as if a pig were being slaughtered echoed at the same time. Dr. Lee's face was ashen, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his voice trembling. She really gave him a vasectomy? Ding. Detected. The protagonist received physical damage plus 50, mental damage plus 999,999, gain destiny villain points plus 200, need 1200 more to unlock villain big wheel. Ding. Detected. The protagonist received physical damage plus 100, mental damage plus 999,999, gain destiny villain points plus 300, need 900 more to unlock villain big wheel. Ding. Detected. The protagonist received physical damage plus 150, mental damage plus 999,999, gain destiny villain points plus 400, need 500 more to unlock villain big wheel. Ding. Detected. The protagonist received physical damage plus 200, mental damage plus 999,999, gain destiny villain points plus 500, villain big wheel is now unlocked. Ding. Detected. The protagonist's white moonlight received mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, need 4,900 more to unlock villain big wheel. At that moment, Bai Zhou was sitting in the back seat of his luxury car, totally dumbfounded. A series of system alerts suddenly echoed in his mind, leaving Bai Zhou speechless. How did the remaining destiny villain points just vanish in an instant? The big wheel has opened? Even the next big wheel has started loading? What on earth happened? Could it be Dr. Lee's doing? Is Dr. Lee really that quick to act? Chapter 23, Villain Points Explode. Free experience points. At this moment, in Chu Yun's hospital room, she lay there, covered in bright red blood. Her face pale, and just when she had barely recovered from painful unconsciousness, Chu Yun fell back into a deep coma due to excessive blood loss. At the bedside of Chu Yun stood a trembling woman, her face equally pale. Who else could it be but Xin Qin? At this moment, she held something bloody in her left hand. In her right hand, there was an unknown surgical knife taken from some room. Watching Chu Yun slip back into unconsciousness, her body twitching slightly, Xin Qin stood rooted to the spot. Ding. Detected. The protagonist's white moonlight received mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, need 4,800 more to unlock villain big wheel. At this point, it seems something detected a change in Chu Yun's vital signs. Beep beep beep. The piercing buzzing and alarm sounded. Ding. Detected. The protagonist's white moonlight received mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, need 4,700 more to unlock villain big wheel. Xin Qin was startled, nearly falling to the ground. Her dazed pupils suddenly had a spark of awareness. Ah! Upon realizing the scene before her, she screamed. Ding! Detected. The protagonist's white moonlight received mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, need 4,600 more to unlock villain big wheel. Clatter! Snap! Both objects in her hands fell to the ground. This is what I did? This is what I did? Ding! Detected. The protagonist's white moonlight received mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, need 4,500 more to unlock villain big wheel. Overwhelmed, Xin Qin was starting to sob, as if she was beginning to doubt whether she had just been possessed. But in the next second, a different glimmer appeared in Xin Qin's panicked eyes, her pupils filled with more determination as her bloodied hand instantly formed a fist. That's right. I did this. I am helping young Master Bai. Exactly, she remembered. Just now, hadn't she charged into the office like a madwoman, seeking young Master Bai's attention again? She hadn't even pushed the door open when she heard Dr. Lee's weird shout of vasectomy. It was originally just something Bai Zhou said to scare Dr. Lee. Unexpectedly, it was heard by Xin Qin. The two words sterilization instantly connected her to Chu Yun. So, Bai Xiaoyi was looking for Dr. Lee for this matter. But what right does that Dr. Lee have? What right does he have to be instructed by Bai Xiaoyi to do something? And for me, to Bai Xiaoyi, I am actually worthless garbage? No way. Impossible. I must make Bai Xiaoyi see my value. So, that's how it was. I want to be someone useful to Bai Xiaoyi. I want to become. Before her words could finish, Xin Qin instantly locked her gaze on the thing she had thrown on the ground. Gritting her teeth, she actually picked it up again and took the scalpel in hand. She worked hard to slice and cut with it, even as she was pressed down to the ground by someone bursting in from outside. Her gaze remained so determined, fiercely stabbing the scalpel out. Ding! Detected that the protagonist's fortune is blocked, gaining villain points plus 500, the villain roulette opens but needs 4,000 more. Ding! Detected that the protagonist's fortune is blocked, gaining villain points plus 500, the villain roulette opens but needs 3,500 more. Ding! Detected that the protagonist's fortune needs 3,000 more. From start to finish. Bai Zhou's bewildered expression did not change. He had only just left the hospital not long ago. What on earth happened in that hospital? He hadn't even had the chance to draw on his last roulette. Now the next roulette only had 3,000 points left. At that moment, Bai Zhou's bewildered expression was seen by Lin Wei. It made little Lin Wei couldn't help but speak to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou Gage, what's wrong with you? Are you thinking about something? And no. It's nothing. The system's matters must not be known by others. Even if he said it, Lin Wei might not believe it. The main thing is, he really didn't know what happened in the hospital. With Lin Wei's voice, Bai Zhou regained his thoughts. At that moment, the intense system notification quieted down. As for what happened in the hospital, he believed someone would tell him soon. But now Bai Zhou was indeed overjoyed. Yes, he hadn't expected that just going to take a look at Chu Yun in the hospital could have such an effect. He now wished he could tell the driver to turn around, to see if he could take advantage of him even more. However, Bai Zhou also knew what it means to take advantage of a favorable situation. So he immediately said in his mind, "System, I want to draw. Yes, everything else is fake, only the system roulette is real." The familiar translucent roulette appeared once again in front of Bai Zhou's eyes, spinning rapidly. Not long after. This time, the roulette actually lit up with a white light. Though Bai Zhou had never drawn something of this color before, he knew well what blue skies and white clouds represented. Why does the quality of the rewards keep getting worse? Bai Zhou couldn't help but complain. System, did you adjust the drop rate for me? Clearly, the system would not respond to that question. Of course, it could also be because Bai Zhou had drawn too many times today. He hadn't expected that people in this world could be so generous. Especially that last round, the massive villain points almost scattered Bai Zhou's thoughts. And now, this time, the information for the draw appeared in Bai Zhou's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the white reward from the villain roulette, 1,000 points of experience. Looking at this line of reward information, Bai Zhou was slightly stunned. He suppressed his complaints about the system in his heart and immediately asked, "What is this thing?" For this relatively normal question, the system answered without hesitation. Experience points can raise the level of a spirit master or spirit girl. You can also gain them through reading, studying, training, practicing, and fighting. The rate of acquisition varies from person to person. Unassigned experience points can be allocated by the host, either to a spirit girl or absorbed by the host herself. After hearing the system's explanation, Bai Zhou gradually began to understand. The world is set up like this. When a spirit girl and spirit master complete their primary awakening, they are both at level 0, unable to demonstrate true power. After completing the first contract, both the spirit girl and spirit master automatically level up to 1, unlocking the power of level 1. From then on, whether it is a spirit master or a spirit girl, they must improve their levels through their own training to enhance their combat strength. Bai Zhou initially thought about going to the Spirit Master Guild to take on some tasks, or asking his father if there were any quick ways to gain experience points. Unexpectedly, his villainous lottery even yielded something like this? Moreover, the system implied that this unassigned experience could also be absorbed by Lin Wei? Even though this reward was just a white reward, this thing was still a pleasant surprise for Bai Zhou. Because gaining experience points is a difficult and long process, otherwise, high-level spirit masters and spirit girls wouldn't be so scarce. And now, he actually bullied Chu Yun and gained 1,000 experience points. Wasn't that worth celebrating? Thus, Bai Zhou directly said, "I take 500, Lin Wei takes 500. Let's split it." The reason for splitting was entirely because Bai Zhou knew the original story setting. If there was too great a level gap between the spirit master and spirit girl, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. Just as the words fell, Bai Zhou felt a warm power surge into his body. The comfortable feeling made Bai Zhou close his eyes. At this moment, Lin Wei, sitting beside Bai Zhou, let out a surprised gasp. What is happening?" Bai Zhou would not miss such a great opportunity. He smiled slightly and said, "Did you feel it?" "No need to thank me." Lin Wei's pupils trembled slightly. This is actually because of Brother Bai Zhou? Chapter 24, A Treasure Among Trash, a Weapon from Junk. Bai Zhou directly gave Lin Wei 500 experience points. Bai Zhou asked Lin Wei to thank him, and it was indeed reasonable. Without Bai Zhou, Lin Wei would have to engage in hard battles to level up. Of course, Lin Wei did not know that she had leveled up. She merely felt an energy had emerged within her body. The fatigue from using skills during the battle with Chu Yun and Shinxin was completely restored at that moment. She even felt that the power within her had become more solid. Her second skill, which she could originally use a maximum of 3 times, now felt like she could push herself to cast it 5 times in one battle. This was an immense improvement. Why did this happen? Lin Wei did not know. Just like how her talent level had suddenly ceased to be rank after completing the contract with Bai Zhou. She didn't know the reason. But she knew that all of this was surely because of Bai Zhou. At that moment, she turned to look at Bai Zhou, who seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed. In her gaze, a few traces of relief emerged. It was as if she was thankful for standing up during Chu Yun's humiliation. And being noticed by the young master Bai Zhou. Not only did he give this E-rank worthless girl an opportunity, but he also found the best doctor for her father. A faint mist appeared in her pupils. Ding! Detected that the host has blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gaining 100 villain points. The villain's big wheel needs another 2,900 to open. With his eyes closed, Bai Zhou felt the power inside him and once again heard the system prompt. In joy, he couldn't help but complain a bit. Just how much fortune does this Chu Yun have? I've blocked so many parts, and he still has more? The system did not respond. But Bai Zhou knew. The strong protagonist halo is like a sun that he cannot look directly at. Now, Bai Zhou hasn't opened his eyes yet, completely because there is another layer of system prompt in his mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully leveled up to level 3, all attributes increased by 20%, and Ling Yang control increased by 2%. 500 experience points made Bai Zhou a level 3 spirit master. This did not surprise Bai Zhou at all. After all, only after level 10 does one officially enter the ranks of true spirit masters. It was normal that leveling up was easier before that. As for the 20% increase in all attributes, Bai Zhou also understood. According to the original setting, each time a spirit master and Ling Yang level up, their attribute points increase by 10% per level. Since both he and Lin Wei had leveled up from level 1 to level 3, it happened to be a 2-level increase. Naturally, there would be a 20% increase. However, what made Bai Zhou curious was, what does Ling Yang control mean? Replying to the host, the system chose to answer this question. Ling Yang control is related to the closeness between Ling Yang and the spirit master. The higher the control, the more skillful the spirit master will be at commanding Ling Yang in battle. The power that Ling Yang exerts will also increase. If the Ling Yang control reaches max level in daily combat, Ling Yang's combat power will permanently increase by 100%. How much? Hearing the system's voice, Bai Zhou almost couldn't hold back and was about to shout out loud. Fortunately, this shout was swallowed back into his stomach. Yes, with this news the system told him. How could it not make Bai Zhou exclaim in amazement? Permanent 100% increase in combat power. That meant, if he could raise Lin Wei's Ling Yang control to 100%. While using Lin Wei's Dragon Gallant Bright Silver Spear in battle, it would be like wielding 2 super SSS level artifacts, right? How terrifying would the combat power unleashed in battle be? So how do I increase Ling Yang control? Yes, who wouldn't want the Dragon Gallant Bright Silver Spear with 100% increased combat power? Bai Zhou immediately asked this crucial question. Ding! There are 2 ways to increase Ling Yang control. The first way is that when both the Spirit Master and Ling Yang level up together, each level increase grants a 1% increase in control. This explained why the system just prompted him that the Ling Yang control increased by 2%. But if it were only this way, the Spirit Master and Ling Yang must both reach level 100 to achieve 100% control. This would be quite difficult. So the system immediately provided another option. The second way is that if the relationship between the Spirit Master and Ling Yang changes, they will gain corresponding increases in Ling Yang control. Note, this method is relatively difficult and not recommended. Well, you say the second method is relatively difficult and not recommended? But this young master feels that this second method is much easier than the first. Thinking of this, Bai Zhou opened his eyes, not knowing whether a mischievous light appeared in his eyes. He slightly turned his head to look at Lin Wei. At this moment, Lin Wei was also looking at Bai Zhou. Suddenly seeing Bai Zhou's gaze made Lin Wei jump in surprise. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. However, the sight of her 2 small hands tightly entwined vividly displayed the turmoil in her heart. So it seems. This second approach is really much simpler for Bai Zhou. But Bai Zhou also knows. Such things cannot possibly be accomplished overnight. After all, building relationships is. That is definitely a long process. At this moment, the head of the bodyguards, who was driving, timely spoke up. Young master, we have arrived at the place you mentioned. Hearing this, Bai Zhou turned his head to look outside the car window. In the distance, there was a crooked little alley. On both sides were low, simple houses. But in such a small alley, it currently appeared to be quite crowded. It was packed tightly with people, bustling with activity. There were even neatly arranged stalls right at the base of the walls. Bai Zhou then spoke. Is this the black market in the west of the city I told you about? Yes. The head bodyguard nodded. That's right. As soon as he came out of the hospital, Bai Zhou had his subordinate drive to this kind of black marketplace. Because before, he had won a reward from the system's big wheel, a not-so-rare spiritual item, right? And this kind of black market, exclusive to spirit masters, of course had goods that all belonged to spirit masters and their spirits. Of course, it was mostly spirit masters and a supplementary amount of spirits, even 10 stalls might not show a single spirit item, and there was a chance they were fake. As for why Bai Zhou specifically wanted to go to the West City black market, that was entirely because the original story wrote that the main character, Chu Yun, after coming out of the hospital with Lin Wei, immediately went to a place called the West City black market. And it was here that he obtained a crucial spirit master item early in the story. Bai Zhou was, of course, here to seize the protagonist's opportunity. Now that Chu Yun was lying in the hospital, Bai Zhou certainly could not give him any chance. So he directly told his subordinate. You go down and tell all the stall owners inside that we, the Bai family, will take all their goods. Ha! Hearing this, the subordinate was clearly stunned. All of them? That's right. Bai Zhou nodded firmly. Of course. Chu Yun was here to find bargains. That person had an old man in his head who could see the true and fake items at a glance. But there was no such old man in Bai Zhou's mind. However, he had money. Having money means you can do whatever you want. I will take all of it, and there's no way that the item Chu Yun finds will slip out of my hands. Of course, the head of the bodyguards had no way of knowing Bai Zhou's thoughts. He still thought Bai Zhou was here to show off after being educated at home, rebelling by splurging. But he didn't dare to say anything, only asking. Young master, do we only need the stalls? What about the shops along the street? No need. Bai Zhou was very sure, but this only confused his subordinate even more. Young master, the things in the shops are clearly more genuine and better, why are we only taking the stalls? What do you know? Bai Zhou rolled his eyes. I told you to go, so just go. Why so many unnecessary questions? Yes. The head of the bodyguards didn't dare to delay and hurriedly got out of the car. Bai Zhou, however, laughed. Indeed, this head of bodyguards didn't understand anything. This is a world of novels. And in the world of novels, the most classic setting is scrap metal produces magical artifacts. Chapter 25, is that Shinshin? Did she turn it into chicken strips? The head of the bodyguards got out of the car. Bai Zhou also got out of the car with Lin Wei. However, he wasn't going to take Lin Wei along to make purchases. Instead, he stuffed Lin Wei into the passenger seat, while he took the driver's seat himself. Of course, with so many stalls and goods here, the purchasing would take some time. Such matters were left to the subordinates. As the young master, why should he do everything himself? But driving, he could do. You have to know, before crossing over. The car that Bai Zhou drove the most was the exam car from the driving school. Luxury cars were something he hadn't even had the chance to sit in. Now, even though he didn't know what brand this car was, since it was from the Bai family, it had to be the best of the best. Bai Zhou touched the steering wheel, and the light in his eyes sparkled as if he had finally obtained a beloved toy. Hold on tight. Bai Zhou remembered to remind Lin Wei. Then with a vroom, the deafening roar of the engine came. The intense feeling of being pushed back made Bai Zhou almost cheer out loud. The vehicle shot out like an arrow released from a bow. However, the head bodyguard, who had just gotten out of the car, was dumbfounded. He turned around only to find the car he had driven over was gone. No. I didn't get in the car. I haven't gotten in yet. Clearly, Bai Zhou couldn't hear the bodyguard's screams anymore. Of course, even if he heard it, he wouldn't stop. Let that bodyguard go and do the work he was arranged to do. It didn't take long before Bai Zhou could see the shadow of his family's mansion. After parking, Bai Zhou finally noticed Lin Wei sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, her small face was pale, eyes tightly shut, both hands gripping the seatbelt, her body gently trembling. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhou couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. He had been enjoying himself and completely forgotten about the timid girl sitting next to him. Bai Zhou quickly grabbed Lin Wei's little hand and said, "Sorry, I scared you. I will be careful next time." Listening to Bai Zhou's gentle voice, Lin Wei, who felt the car had stopped, cautiously opened her eyes. But the next second, her eyes suddenly widened. She immediately unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door to get out. "You." Uh. Watching Lin Wei, who was retching intensely, Bai Zhou's embarrassment was even more obvious. He hurriedly got out of the car, quickly walked to Lin Wei's side, and was just about to say some comforting words when a familiar voice timidly called from the side. Young Master Bai? Hearing this voice, Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback and turned his head to look. Dr. Li? What are you doing here? You should be at the hospital. That's right, the person who came was the Dr. Li from the third hospital. He should have been taking care of patients at the hospital, so why was he here? Could it be that this guy regretted it? Sure enough. Dr. Li cautiously walked up to Bai Zhou and then took out the bank card that the head bodyguard had given him, saying to Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai, I feel that you should take this card back. Hearing Dr. Li's words, Bai Zhou didn't take the bank card. Instead, his expression slightly darkened and he coldly said. What's wrong? You think the Bai family's money is dirty? Hearing Bai Zhou's emotionless voice, Dr. Li immediately gasped in shock. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground and exclaimed. No, 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 no. Young Master Bai, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that, I really didn't mean it. It's just that I feel I don't deserve this money, so I brought it back to you. How could I even think like that? Young Master Bai. Looking as if he had been thoroughly frightened, Dr. Li, Bai Zhou's eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. What exactly is going on? Dr. Li quickly, nervously stammered. Young Master Bai, didn't you ask me to find a way to do something to that Chu Yun? But I feel like I can't do anything to that Chu Yun anymore because someone has already mentioned you, Young Master Bai. Oh? The puzzled light in Bai Zhou's eyes became even more pronounced. But this time, Dr. Li didn't wait for Bai Zhou to ask. Quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and played the recorded scene in front of Bai Zhou. What is this thing? In confusion, Bai Zhou clicked to play. Is this Xin? Behind Bai Zhou, Lin Wei, who had finally calmed down, leaned in with curiosity. But in the next second, Lin Wei's pupils widened instantly. Bai Zhou couldn't help but gasp. Wow! Amazing! Yuck! Just after catching his breath, Lin Wei couldn't hold it in again and leaned against the car to start vomiting for the second time. Bai Zhou, however, kept replaying the video again and again. As he watched, he felt a chill in his pants. Goodness! Bai Zhou never expected. Xin actually dared to do this to Chu Yun in a hospital? He couldn't help but shiver. Now he understood. No wonder the villain points skyrocketed when he was on the road. It even hinted at cutting off who knows how much fortune from Chu Yun. So that's it. How could she go and sterilize Chu Yun? Bai Zhou pointed at the screen and couldn't help but ask this soul-searching question. Dr. Li, on the other hand, shook his head awkwardly and said. I don't know, wasn't that arranged by you, young master? Hearing Dr. Li's words, Bai Zhou couldn't help but think to himself. Why didn't I think of that? Indeed, he only thought it would be complicated to kill Chu Yun, and for the sustainable development of the villain points, he just wanted Dr. Li to do something. But he never expected, Xin really had the guts to do this to Chu Yun? Bai Zhou exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Bai Zhou thought of a question and immediately asked. Then why do you still have time to find me? With today's medical technology, wouldn't it be easy to put it back? Hearing Bai Zhou's question, sweat appeared on Dr. Li's forehead as he said. It's true, if discovered in time, putting it back would not be a problem, but this girl is too ruthless. By the time we arrived, Chu Yun's had already been cut into chicken strips by her. Cut into what? My God! Bai Zhou couldn't help but jump up from the ground. Great! Xin, how could you be so amazing? How did I not notice your talent when I was reading the novel back then? But Bai Zhou also understood. This Xin is handing in her declaration of allegiance to him. It seems this woman would do anything to sign a contract with him. At that moment, as Bai Zhou thought of this, his expression turned serious. He immediately asked. Where is Xin now? Faced with Bai Zhou's question, Dr. Li dared not delay and immediately said. She has been taken away by the city defense team, and now she is probably on her way to deliver to the leaders. Seeing how the city defense team's people were acting at the time, this girl's fate will definitely not be good. Hearing this from Dr. Li, Bai Zhou's eyes suddenly flashed. He directly said, You keep the money, go back and take care of Chu Yun for me. He stuffed Lin Wei back into the car once again. In Lin Wei's panicked gaze. With a buzz, the car rushed away. Lin Wei couldn't help but scream, tightly gripping the seatbelt, but she still forgot to ask. Bai Zhou, where are we going again? Bai Zhou, driving seriously, said, to save someone. Save someone? Who? Xin? Lin Wei didn't understand. Bai Zhou, don't you hate that woman? Didn't you say she was trash? So why are we going to save her now? Bai Zhou wasn't being overly compassionate. Xin was still that trash. But now this trash. No longer useless trash. Although it is unknown what drives Xin to make a set of chicken fillets for Chu Yun. But, a woman who can do such a thing to sign a contract with herself. In the future, isn't it easy to have her do some other things? As a villain, with a valuable person, Bai Zhou will definitely think of ways to squeeze out her remaining value completely. Then we can talk about other things. Chapter 26, Rules? Ha, my rule is the rule. Although Bai Zhou is a traveler and is not very familiar with the terrain here. But he has a navigation system in his car. Find the location of the City Defense Force headquarters, and then find the location of the third hospital. Among them, the nearest road is obviously the necessary route for escorting Xin. So this road is Bai Zhou's destination. And as he was about to approach, Bai Zhou had already heard a series of engine roars. He even saw several official vehicles queuing up and speeding by. Bai Zhou knew that among these official vehicles, there was obviously one escorting Xin. Without saying a word, Bai Zhou slammed the gas pedal and rushed out from the side road. Screech! The harsh sound of brakes came, and Bai Zhou's vehicle directly blocked the road. The convoy escorting Xin quickly hit the brakes in response to the situation. The vehicles behind couldn't stop in time and almost crashed into them, desperately steering towards the roadside, narrowly avoiding an accident. But this sudden scene also shocked the passers-by around. Wow! How dare someone block the City Defense Force's convoy? Is he crazy? The City Defense Force is so anxious, there must be something special going on. Who is this, so brave? Just one car dares to jump out and court death? However, among the passers-by, there were also some who were well informed. Look at that license plate, that seems to be the Bai family's car. What? The Bai family? No wonder he is so bold. Since it is the Bai family. Are the City Defense Force people so daring? Dare to block a member of the Bai family's vehicle? Well. Is the Bai family's name really that heavy? Even the City Defense Force has to give way? At this moment, one vehicle slammed to a stop. The personnel in the City Defense Force vehicle rushed over angrily. At the forefront was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, wearing the City Defense Force uniform. He was also the only member of the defense team, followed by a spirit girl, shouting loudly at Bai Zhou's vehicle. You are so bold, daring to block a government vehicle, you want to die? Get out of the car immediately and submit to inspection. Oh? In such a sarcastic tone. Bai Zhou slowly opened his car door and got out, saying, I'm so scared. Well. Why does that voice sound so annoying? It makes one want to go up and slap him twice. But there's nothing to be done. Who told Bai Zhou to be the villain? The normal state of a villain should be like this, right? Lin Wei also hurried with small steps to Bai Zhou's side. She anxiously peeked from behind Bai Zhou. She also never expected that Bai Zhou would dare to block the City Defense Force's car. You have to know, the City Defense Force maintains urban security. Although not all members of the City Defense Force are spirit masters or have spirit girls, usually, ordinary citizens would scramble away like mice when they saw them. Yet Bai Zhou actually dares to block the convoy. Such a situation was something Lin Wei had never even dreamed of encountering before meeting Bai Zhou. And now, it was really happening. The young man at the forefront, hearing Bai Zhou's frivolous voice, became even angrier and immediately let out a furious roar. So bold. But before his momentum had fully unleashed, a slightly older City Defense Team member had already rushed to his side, whispering quickly. Captain, you're new here, so you may not know, this person seems to be the young master of the Bai family. The young master of the Bai family? The young man paused slightly, so what if he's the young master of the Bai family? Hearing his question, the team member looked at him as if he were a fool, but still quickly replied. Captain, although you've come from above, you should at least know who the Bai family is, right? Among the top 10 experts now, the Bai family holds a full 3 seats. What? The young City Defense Captain's gaze sharpened. You mean that Bai family? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 222, gained destined villain points plus 50, the villain big spinning wheel opens and still needs 2,850. As the young City Defense Captain was shocked, a hint of surprise also appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Main supporting character? Does this mean this young City Defense Captain is actually a character? Bai Zhou immediately began to recall details from the original story. How come I don't remember that Chu Yun has companions in the City Defense Team? At first, Bai Zhou truly could not recall who this person was. At this time, the young City Defense Captain had already stepped forward. His tone had changed completely. So it's young Master Bai. I just took office the day before yesterday and didn't recognize young Master Bai, my apologies. Though he said this, Bai Zhou could not hear much respect in his words. However, Bai Zhou was not surprised. He was already a main supporting character, so it was impossible for him to bow low to this villain. The city defense captain's voice did not stop there, and he began to question back. May I ask why young Master Bai wants to stop my convoy? We have urgent matters to report back to my superiors. Hearing this, Bai Zhou chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, I, of course, won't delay your report back. You just need to hand over the girl you have locked up in your vehicle to me, and I will naturally move the vehicle away. Upon hearing this, the city defense captain frowned slightly, instinctively turning around to look. And at that turn, his body tilted, revealing Shinqin in the back seat, pale and lifeless, suddenly trembling her hands. That's young Master Bai? Young Master Bai is here to save me? A hint of surprise instantly appeared in Shinqin's eyes. But soon, that surprise was replaced by a kind of pain. I've caused trouble for young Master Bai again, will he think I'm a useless waste? Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm plus 555, gained destined villain points plus 50, the villain big spinning wheel opens and still needs 2800. Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm plus 888, gained destined villain points plus 50, the villain big spinning wheel opens and still needs 2750. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou was puzzled. He wondered what kind of solo play Shinqin was acting out in her mind. Little did he know that from the moment she was stepped on by Bai Zhou, Shinqin had undergone a complete transformation. Even her spirit was somewhat twisted, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone so far as to make a chicken fillet for Chu Yun. The city defense captain's brow had already furrowed, coldly saying to Bai Zhou, Do you know who is in my vehicle? That's a violent criminal who has committed serious intentional injury, and you say take her away just like that, doesn't it violate the rules? Rules? Listening to the city defense captain's words, Bai Zhou actually laughed, laughing very happily. Then he boldly spoke. In this city, my rules are the rules. You. The city defense captain immediately clenched his fists tightly. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 333, gained destined villain points plus 50, the villain big spinning wheel opens and still needs 2700. You're so bold. The airborne city defense captain let out a loud shout, You. But just as he was about to point at Bai Zhou's nose and scold him, several city defense team members quickly gathered around him. These team members all looked embarrassed and troubled as they said to him, Captain, why don't we just let him go? Yes, Captain, he is the young master of the Bai family, we city defense team members really cannot afford to offend him. Captain, you're an airborne officer, maybe you have some powerful backing, but we don't. Please don't get us into trouble. Moreover, young Master Bai is right, here, the Bai family's rules are the rules. Ding. Detected main character receiving mental injury plus 555, gaining destined villain points plus 50, villain roulette needs 2650 to unlock. Ding. Detected main character receiving mental injury plus 456, gaining destined villain points plus 50, villain roulette needs 2600 to unlock. You all. The city defense captain's palm began to tremble slightly. With a darkened face, he glanced over the faces of the team members trying to persuade him. You worthless scum, do you even deserve to wear that uniform when you say such things? He seemed quite righteous, didn't he? But you can be righteous all by yourself, don't drag us into it. This group immediately ignored the city defense captain and instead turned to Bai Zhou with flattering faces, saying, Young Master Bai, please wait, we'll let him go right away. Chapter 27, You've leveled up to level 3 in less than a day of your new job? Seeing that the other party's subordinates were actually eager to do things for him, Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Indeed, before he crossed over, he had always identified with the main character when reading books. When encountering such arrogant people and their disgusting lackeys, he felt angry and suffocated. Now, had he inadvertently become the kind of bully? But how could this feeling be so refreshing? Looking at his subordinates really preparing to follow Bai Zhou's orders to open the door and release the person, the city defense captain could no longer contain his anger. Whose subordinates are you, damn it? Are you looking for death? I see who dares to open this car door. With a low shout, a kind of aura befitting a spirit summoning master began to rise around the city defense captain. The pressure came, and each of those team members stopped in their tracks. After all, during missions in the city, typically only the captain among a small squad of the city defense team was a contracted spirit summoner. The others were just ordinary people with slightly stronger abilities. In that instant, they were controlled by the captain's momentum. But facing such a force, they couldn't help but grit their teeth and say, Captain, can't you just show a little kindness? You've offended the Bai family, you can just pack up and leave. But we live here, our homes are here, please, give us a way out. Yes, Captain. If something happens to us because we offended the Bai family, we won't let you off even in death. Ding. Detected main character receiving mental injury plus 666, gaining destined villain points plus 50, villain roulette needs 2550 to unlock. You guys. The city defense captain felt his teeth clenched, shouting loudly. If someone harmed you, why don't you seek revenge on them, but instead hold a grudge against me? What does that mean? If it weren't for you, how could we have offended the Bai family? Ding. Detected main character receiving mental injury plus 777, gaining destined villain points plus 50, villain roulette needs 2500 to unlock. Creak, creak. This was the sound of the city defense captain grinding his back teeth together. In his eyes, his useless subordinates had already become more detestable than Bai Zhou. At that moment, the girl behind him, his spirit companion, walked up gently and pulled the captain of the city defense's arm. Clearly wanting to comfort the captain, to help him calm down. However, unexpectedly, at the moment he saw his spirit companion. A cold light flashed in the captain's eyes, and he hardened his heart. With a loud bang, he seized his spirit companion's right hand. In the next second, his spirit companion transformed into specks of starlight, slowly condensing into a phantom of a long spear in his hand. The captain's spirit companion was actually a long spear as well? As the captain took his stance, he spoke ominously to Bai Zhou. You want to take the people in the car, right? It's simple, defeat me. Hearing the captain's words, Bai Zhou was a bit surprised. Are we getting into a fight now? Moreover, the other party hadn't even issued a challenge, so this didn't count as an arena duel. However, it was indeed allowed for city defense members to fight against spirit masters without conducting arena duels. After all, they had to enforce the law. Yet the city defense team members around them were jumping around anxiously. Captain, have you lost your mind? How dare you draw weapons against the young master of the Bai family? Moreover, the young master of the Bai family only just completed his professional awakening today, do you even have any shame? Ding. Detected that a main character has suffered mental damage plus 555, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette requires 2450 to activate. Bai Zhou didn't pay much attention to the shouts of the city defense members or the system prompt in his mind. At this moment, a mirror had appeared in the void above his head. The light of the all-knowing mirror had already illuminated the captain of the city defense. Name, Soul-Breaking Spear. Level, 5. Quality, a level. Talent skill, Soul-Breaking, passive skill that intimidates spirit weapons of quality less than or equal to its level, slowing down the action speed of the opposing spirit master. Profession, Spirit Master. Level, 5. Talent, a level. Spirit Master Talent, Fire Attribute Affinity, when using Fire Attribute spirit weapons, power is increased by 10%. The information about the captain and his spirit companion clearly appeared before Bai Zhou's eyes. Bai Zhou was a bit surprised. How come these two only had a meager level of 5? Although Bai Zhou was only level 3, this didn't affect his view at all. A mere level 5. Yes, Bai Zhou knew that in this world, only spirit masters with levels over 10 could officially enter the ranks of spirit masters. Below level 10, one could at most be considered a beginner. And this captain with only level 5 had the title of captain? It seemed this guy didn't become captain by normal means. At this moment, the captain, hearing the voices of those around him, felt a bit embarrassed, but he still slowly said, Since you just completed your determination today, I won't bully you. I will use one hand, as long as you can withstand my one-handed attack for 10 minutes, I will consider you the winner, how about it, young Master Bai? After his spirit companion possessed him, the captain's voice was filled with more calmness. But Bai Zhou's expression had not changed at all from beginning to end. He turned to look at Lin Wei, not saying a word, just with a glance. Lin Wei slightly nodded. Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear, take form. Seeing the shiny long spear in Bai Zhou's hand, the captain was a bit surprised and said, I didn't expect your spirit companion to be the same as mine? You think you deserve it? Bai Zhou said casually with 3 words. Ding. Detected that a main character has suffered mental damage plus 444, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette requires 2400 to activate. Oomph. The captain snorted coldly. Sharp-tongued brat, I want to see how arrogant you can still be. Are you ready? Bai Zhou smiled slightly. Holding the dragon dagger silver gun with one hand, he tilted it toward the ground and slowly spoke. Level 3 Spirit Master Bai Zhou, please guide me. What? As soon as Bai Zhou finished speaking, a wave of uproar erupted around him. Level 3? How can it be level 3? Young Master Bai just completed his job change today, right? Even if he contracts the spirit lady, he should only be level 1 at most. My god, just turned into a level 3 right away, how awesome is that? Is it the Bai family at work? A rich person suddenly achieving level 3, what does that mean for all my hard training? Ding. Detected that a main character has received mental damage plus 666, gain destiny villain points plus 50, the villain spin wheel opens requires 2350. That's right, upon hearing Bai Zhou announce himself, the city defense captain was shocked. Wasn't it said to be level 1? How did it become level 3? I have been awakened for 2 years and just reached level 5. How did he train? And I just said I would let him use one hand? Well, the level gap has now shrunk to just 2 levels. Can I really finish him off with one hand in 10 minutes? The city defense captain began to doubt himself. But Bai Zhou didn't care about any of this. Dragon Dagger. With a hum, the Dragon Dagger silver gun in his hand seemed to emit a gentle vibrating sound. Then, a faint white light appeared on the gun body. Raging Thrust. That's right, Bai Zhou immediately used Lin Wei's 2 innate skills. Though he had fought against an A before, this now could be 2 levels higher than himself and Lin Wei. So Bai Zhou dared not be careless. Ha! Just as the self-doubting city defense captain heard a deafening shout in his ear. It made him freeze with the gun in his hand. However, Bai Zhou's gun tip was already flying toward him like an arrow. The city defense captain was instantly startled, thinking to himself, how is he so fast? It seems like my spirit lady's passive skill has no effect on him? Could it be, his spirit lady is of higher quality than mine? Could it be S level? Ding! Detected that a main character has received mental damage plus 777, gain destiny villain points plus 50, the villain spin wheel opens requires 2300. Chapter 28, just now, I was careless and didn't dodge. Young man, you are too naive. If Bai Zhou's spirit lady Lin Wei was only S level, would he dare to accept your challenge 2 levels higher? The city defense captain, at this moment, was also surprised to find that his mobility was somewhat constrained. He could only watch as Bai Zhou's shining gun tip pierced toward him. However, he still had 2 levels above Bai Zhou. Just as Bai Zhou's raging thrust reached him, he finally regained control of his own body. Hurriedly, he crossed the long gun in front of his chest. Clang! With a loud sound, sparks flew. The powerful impact actually made the city defense captain's hands ache. But that's not all. The city defense captain was knocked back by the powerful force. Bang! With a muffled sound, he actually crashed heavily into the front of his own city defense team's vehicle. Boom! With a loud bang, the vehicle collapsed and the front wheel exploded. The city defense captain seemed to be embedded in the metal. What? The city defense team members around, and the crowd hiding in the distance, all suddenly erupted in stunned exclamations. How is this possible? Though their previous behavior indicated they did not stand with the city defense captain. Seeing such a scene, they had to exclaim in shock. They knew that, although the city defense captain had been parachuted down, his strength was not very strong, but he was still a full level 5 spirit master, paired with a level 5 spirit lady. And Bai Zhou? Everyone knew that the young master of the Bai family had just turned 18 this year. Today was also the day Bai Zhou's school held the job change awakening event. Just now, they heard Bai Zhou introducing himself, saying he had already reached level 3. They were a bit skeptical, after all, where had there ever been a case of someone just completing their class awakening and jumping straight to level 3? But now, their disbelief grew even stronger. Because if young Master Bai was only at level 3, how could he possibly knock a level 5 spirit master away with a single blow? Could it be that the previous young Master Bai was hiding his true strength? So, young Master Bai had just completed his class awakening, yet his power already surpassed that of a level 5 spirit master? Truly worthy of being the young master of the Bai family. This group of people couldn't help but give Bai Zhou a thumbs up. Yes, among the top 10 experts, 3 are from the Bai family. The young master of the Bai family can't possibly be weak. Not just weak, he's incredibly strong. He just completed his class awakening today, and he took down a level 5 spirit master in an instant. In the future, young Master Bai will definitely be one of the top 10 experts. Of course, when it came to shock, one could not forget the pale-faced Qinshin sitting in the car. The loud noise from the vehicle made Qinshin's face turn white, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, her eyes were fixed through the already shattered windshield, intensely staring at Bai Zhou. At this moment, Bai Zhou, the young master of the Bai family, stood there holding a silver spear. He had a posture that seemed to look down on everything. He was handsome, and there was no need for more words to describe it. Moreover, she also knew that the captain of the city defense team who was sent flying by Zhou's strike was a level 5 spirit master. Ha! A self-mocking smile actually appeared on Qinshin's face as she softly murmured. I was so naive. Before, I foolishly thought that after contracting with SSS class Chu Yun, I could easily defeat young Master Bai. Now it seems, Zhu Yun getting taken down instantly is no surprise at all. Zhu Yun, with your mere SSS class talent, what right do you have to compare with young Master Bai? Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain turntable activation still requires 2250. Ding. Detected that the major supporting character has suffered physical harm plus 30, mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain turntable activation still requires 2200. The surrounding sounds of shock, of course, accompanied the system prompts ringing in Bai Zhou's mind, reaching his ears. But Bai Zhou didn't pay much attention. Because he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the rage strike released by Lin Wei that he controlled just now had directly triggered the effect of the Spirit Link necklace. This meant that Bai Zhou's strike not only consumed nothing for himself and Lin Wei but also boosted his attack power by 10%. Adding on the slight damage bonus from his control over Lin Wei, he directly knocked a level 5 Spirit Master flying. And he remembered that the effect of the Spirit Link necklace only had a 10% chance to trigger. He never expected that his first attack would trigger it. This truly was. The battle had just begun, and without any consumption on his part, he seriously injured his opponent. In an instant, the outcome of the battle seemed certain. How could Bai Zhou not be happy? Ding. Detected that the major supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain turntable activation still requires 2150. Damn. At this moment, the captain of the city defense team had a dark face, blood even appearing at the corner of his mouth. Struggling to pull himself out from the front of the car. Thud thud. 2 footsteps sounded, looking somewhat unsteady. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The captain roared with a hoarse voice, eyes fixed on Bai Zhou, fiercely gripping his long spear. Indeed, surrounded by such shocked onlookers, what other reaction could he have? And without any consumption, Bai Zhou looked at the city defense team captain, a calm smile curling his lips. He straightened his body. The tip of the gun slanted toward the ground, and he said softly. What? Not willing to give up? You want to continue? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big spinning will needs 2100 to open. Why should I give up? The captain of the city defense team actually let out a roar with his neck stiffened. Just now I was careless, I didn't dodge. You don't play fair, you sneak attacked. Otherwise, do you think as a level 3 spirit master you can hurt me? You're dreaming. With a muffled sound, tang. Before the captain's words could finish, he transformed into a streak of light. Holding a spear, he shot toward Bai Zhou. Damn it! Who the hell is sneaking here? Right after saying something, you don't give any reaction time and just charge with your spear. You still have the nerve to say others are sneaky? However, he did say rightly, a level 3 spirit master wanting to hurt him is indeed a bit difficult. But, a super SSS level spirit girl is not something a small 2-level gap can bridge. And right now, Bai Zhou felt a bit fortunate. Fortunate that his previous strike of Fury Stab triggered the effect of the Spirit Link necklace. Otherwise, both of his skills would be in cooldown right now. He really could have been successfully ambushed by this captain. But now, Bai Zhou's Fury Stab has no cooldown time at all. So, at the very moment the city defense captain launched his attack, Bai Zhou immediately communicated with Lin Wei. Fury Stab. As the city defense captain shot forward, looking ready to successfully sneak attack Bai Zhou, a loud shout suddenly rang in his ear. This shout brought movement restraint, causing his figure to halt suddenly in place. Impossible. In that moment of stiffening, the captain couldn't help but yell in his heart. This feeling of control, isn't it supposed to be a skill of his spirit girl? But he just released this skill, how could it connect seamlessly? Could it be that such a powerful skill is his spirit girl's passive skill? How is that possible? Could his spirit girl really exceed S rank? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big spinning will needs 2050 to open. But no matter how much he screamed impossible in his heart, it couldn't change the fact before him. Originally, he was the one ambushing Bai Zhou. Now, he unexpectedly became the one on the defensive? Just as the tip of Bai Zhou's spear was closing in on him, he finally regained mobility. He could only lift his weapon to defend again. Clang! Sparks flew, just like before. To his surprise, the captain's body was knocked back once again. With a heavy duo, he was firmly wedged back into the nose of the carriage. His actions were exactly the same as before. But when Bai Zhou saw the scene, a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 29, What's a Campus Beauty? What I want is villain points. This repeated scene left the group of onlookers with no change in their expressions. The city defense captain almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character suffered physical damage plus 50, mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain's big spinning will needs 1950 to open. But at this moment, Bai Zhou was not immersed in the joy of increasing villain points. Instead, his gaze flickered. He discovered that the opponent's spirit girl had actually disintegrated, turning back into a woman, falling beside the city defense captain. Clearly, this A-level spirit girl, leveraging her level advantage, had withstood Lin Wei's 2 attacks from the super SSS level spirit girl, but finally couldn't hold on any longer. And Bai Zhou didn't care about that. What Bai Zhou cared about was that with the spirit girl disintegrated, it meant that the city defense captain now had no spirit weapon to defend himself. The battle between himself and the city defense captain did not unleash the barrier of the world's power. That is to say, although I don't know who he is, and what drama will happen between him and Chu Yun, but if I stab him to death with a gun right now, wouldn't that cut off most of Chu Yun's luck in one go? At this thought, a cold light flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes as he took a step forward. With a whoosh, he lunged forward, stabbing the gun towards the city defense captain. The city defense captain's eyes widened in an instant. I clearly lost. Why is he still? He wants to kill me? Ding! Detected main supporting character suffers mental damage plus 999, gains destiny villain value plus 50, villain big roulette will open but needs 1900 more. Don't mention him. Even Ling Niang, who was sitting pale and crumbled aside, noticed this. Not good. She shouted, quickly getting up to save her spirit master from peril. Of course, love or not was put aside for now. The main point is that whether it's a life and death contract, friendship contract, or master-servant contract, if one party dies in battle, the other party will suffer heavy injuries. It's just a matter of the degree of strength involved. Even for her own sake, she could not allow her spirit master to die. Not to mention the city defense captain, his strong will to survive made him struggle frantically from the front of the vehicle. However, Bai Zhou's speed was simply too fast, and he couldn't dodge at all. It's over. Despair surged in the city defense captain's heart. He began to regret not listening to the surrounding team members' words. Why did he go against that young master Bai? In the end, he was just looking for death. At this moment, Bai Zhou indeed had murder in his heart. But murder or not, he was considering. Would killing him yield more destiny villain value? Or irritating him more would give more destiny villain value? This was indeed a question, but right now, Bai Zhou's goal was to kill. But just when Bai Zhou's gun tip was about to pierce the city defense captain, suddenly, Bai Zhou's steps halted. This does not mean Bai Zhou had a change of heart. From Bai Zhou's suddenly serious expression, it was clear. A powerful pressure had directly locked onto Bai Zhou, rendering him unable to move. And at this moment, a voice that sounded somewhat cold but filled with authority rang out. Young Master Bai, what is going on? Why are you so angry? As the voice came, a man dressed in city defense uniform, appearing to be around 27 or 28, holding a shiny dagger, slowly descended from the sky, landing between Bai Zhou and the city defense captain. As this man appeared, the surrounding city defense team members all gasped in shock. Instantly bowing and bending their bodies, they spoke in unison. Squad leader. So the one who had been fighting him was just a small team leader? Now, a bigger one has come out, right? At this moment, Bai Zhou also felt the pressure on his body dissipate. Thus, he immediately stepped back, widening the distance from this so-called squad leader. The dragon dandelion bright silver gun in his hand transformed into specks of golden light, condensing into Lin Wei's phantom. The instant Lin Wei landed, she grabbed Bai Zhou's arm, her face full of concern as she spoke. Brother Bai Zhou, are you okay? Lin Wei's concern came entirely from the heart. From the change in Lin Wei's attitude towards Bai Zhou, it was evident that Bai Zhou's PUA on Lin Wei was incredibly successful. But now was clearly not the time to be bogged down by such issues. Bai Zhou pulled Lin Wei behind him. Facing this so-called squad leader, I coldly said. What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry? Have you been hiding somewhere and watching? However, this squad leader, in the face of Bai Zhou's provocation, actually let out a light laugh, ignoring him and turning to look at the pale-faced team leader lying there. With a cold snort, he said. Useless thing, why aren't you coming over quickly? Ding. Detected main character receiving mental harm plus 555, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune requires 1850 to open. The team leader hurriedly came to the squad leader's side with Ling Niang's help and whispered with grievance. I'm sorry. But the squad leader coldly snorted and said. You should apologize, not to me, but to young Master Bai. What? The team leader looked up in disbelief upon hearing this. Ding. Detected main character receiving mental harm plus 888, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune requires 1800 to open. Bai Zhou was also somewhat surprised by what the squad leader said. Could it be that this squad leader is also a bootlicker of our Bai family? If that's the case, then isn't it easy to deal with? This team leader naturally did not want to apologize to Bai Zhou, but under the squad leader's threat, he could only grit his teeth and slightly bow toward Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry. Ding. Detected main character receiving mental harm plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune requires 1750 to open. Hearing the system's prompt, it was clear that this guy was not sincere. But it's good that he is not sincere, only insincerity can provide me with villain points. Therefore, Bai Zhou directly said, I do not accept. You. Ding. Detected main character receiving mental harm plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big wheel of fortune requires 1700 to open. The team leader's fists clenched again. But the squad leader gave the team leader a glare. Then he turned to Bai Zhou and, with a smile that looked very gentle, said, Young Master Bai, look, you fought, we've apologized, even if you are still angry, you should calm down. How about this, you step aside first, the city defense team is still waiting for us to report back. Oh? Hearing this, Bai Zhou slightly raised his brow. Since you said that, squad leader, fine. Hand over the person I want, and I will leave immediately. He. The squad leader chuckled lightly and continued. Young Master Bai, you may not have heard clearly, I need to go to the city defense team to report, and this task is to take that woman back. So, of course, I can't give her to you. Bai Zhou understood, this person, although afraid of his Bai family's background, was actually not a bootlicker of his Bai family. He simply wanted to rescue his subordinates. If that's the case, Bai Zhou certainly would not give him any face. He immediately said, if you don't give me the person, I won't let you pass, you should understand. After hearing this, the squad leader's smile did not change at all, but he continued calmly. Young Master Bai is right, I was indeed around, even though I did not show up, but I know you came alone, right? That proves Mr. Bai Jinnan does not know your current behavior. If Mr. Bai knew that you went to such trouble for a woman, would he be angry? I really don't know. Bai Zhou raised his brow. Threatening me? But you guessed wrong, I am not making such a fuss for a woman, but for the destiny villain points. If it weren't for that team leader providing me with a lot of villain points, I would have left with my people long ago. Chapter 30, I am the villain, shouldn't I take advantage of my power to bully others? Seeing that Bai Zhou had not spoken, the squad leader thought his earlier threat had worked. The smile on his face became even more pronounced. He continued to speak. Young Master Bai, we all know that your family, the Bai family, is a giant we cannot reach. But the Bai family is, after all, the Bai family, young Master Bai, you only have yourself. So sometimes, you need to know when to stop and not be too arrogant. Because when one is arrogant, there will be a heavenly retribution. At the moment the captain finished speaking, a strong momentum swept directly towards Bai Zhou. Both Bai Zhou and Lin Wei groaned together and took a small step back. Damn it! Bai Zhou gritted his teeth. The all-knowing mirror in the void had already unfolded. But the line of text displayed above made Bai Zhou's heart chill. Level difference is too great, unable to display. Well. No wonder he had no ability to resist in front of this captain. It was simply maddening. Could it really be that he had to return empty-handed today? How daring! Suddenly, a loud shout erupted in the distant sky. Ah! The bystanders and the city defense team members instantly showed expressions of pain and covered their ears. The squad leader, who was already injured, turned pale, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Detected main supporting character receiving physical damage plus 100, spiritual damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, needs 1600 to open the villain roulette. But that wasn't all. The captain, who had just worn a calm smile and lectured Bai Zhou, was now clutching his chest. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The dagger in his hand instantly fell apart, transforming into a pale-faced spirit. Thud thud. This couple actually knelt down on the spot. Their bodies trembled violently. However, among the surrounding people who were heavily injured, only Bai Zhou and Lin Wei stood unharmed at their original spot. Just as Bai Zhou was curious about what had just happened, the next second, a voice filled with obvious anger suddenly exploded. What do you think you are? How dare you teach my nephew a lesson? Pooh pooh. The captain's chest seemed to be struck by lightning. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession, his face already as white as paper. But that did not prevent him from trembling all over, looking at the front in terror. At this moment, a middle-aged couple appeared beside Bai Zhou. The man looked a little older than his father, and his appearance resembled his father's somewhat. Standing next to him was, of course, the man's wife, who was also a spirit contracted by life and death. When Bai Zhou saw these two, he immediately felt a sense of relief. But the next second, Bai Zhou suddenly held back his mouth, and with a wow, he actually cried? Of course, it was fake crying. But it didn't stop him from opening his arms towards the two. Uncle, aunt. You must help me, please. That's right. The visitors were indeed Bai Zhou's uncle Bai Zhenbei and his aunt, Zhenwan. And his uncle was the 5th ranked among the top 10 experts in the country. Bai Zhou knew that crying children get milk to drink. So, uncle, aunt. I have been bullied, your nephew has been bullied. Look at how he beat me up, it's all. He flipped his left sleeve, finding nothing at all. It's all. Then he flipped his right sleeve and still found nothing. And also, he rolled up his pant legs, and his smooth skin showed no signs of any injuries. But it didn't matter. In short, I've been bullied, uncle, aunt, you must help me. Zhenwan looked at Bai Zhou at this moment, truly with a face full of heartache, reaching out to hug him tightly. On the spot, she gave Bai Zhou a cleansing hug. Then she gently stroked Bai Zhou's back and said, Don't cry, Xiaozhou, don't cry, you've been wronged, uncle and aunt are late. Husband. Zhenwan turned to Bai Zhenbei with a cold voice and said, Xiaozhou is like this, what are you still dazed for? Although Bai Zhenbei found Bai Zhou's actions a bit absurd, but come here. A loud shout, mixed with huge momentum, directly wrapped around the captain of the squad. And the captain's body was even pulled over uncontrollably. With a thud, he smashed hard on the ground beside Bai Zhou's feet. A cold smile appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Aren't you the one who said our strength gap is too big, that even my all-knowing mirror can't see information? Didn't you also say that the arrogant will eventually be punished by heaven? Didn't you tell me to lower my flag and leave quickly? So why are you kneeling at my feet now? To be honest, Bai Zhou's actions right now are indeed a bit shameless. In the end, he still relied on his family background and relationships. But so what? I, Bai Zhou, am a villain. If I have such resources, should I not use them? Should I just bear it alone? Am I a fool? You say I bully others by taking advantage of my position and it's immoral. But if you care about morality, go find the protagonist Chu Yun. I'm already a villain, why would I care about that? Ding. Detecting the main supporting character suffering mental harm plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, and needing 1550 to open the villain big spinning wheel. This was certainly provided by the squad leader who was now lying on the ground. This guy doesn't even deserve to bear the wrath of my uncle. Seeing his captain being easily manipulated, he began to crumble inside. Bai Zhenbei looked down at the captain who was forcibly dragged to him, looking down with disdain. So it's you, daring to teach my nephew a lesson? No, no, no. The captain no longer had that calm demeanor from before. At this moment, he was even more panicked and nervous than when his subordinates met Bai Zhou. This extreme reversal happened so fast. I'm not. I didn't, I was just executing. But Bai Zhenbei seemed completely unwilling to listen to the captain's explanation. Instead, he turned to Bai Zhou and said with some affection, Xiaozhou, you decide how to handle this. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want your uncle to help you? I'll do it myself. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth. Yes, just now you pressured me with your great momentum and dared to scold me. Now. He. Bai Zhou twisted his wrist while the captain looked on in terror. F***CKU. With a thud, a punch landed squarely on the captain's face. Blood immediately flowed from his nostrils, and his nose was even crooked. Damn. Then a kick flew up. Today I must make your health insurance card overdue. Then came another strike, both feet pounding again and again. Each hit landed on the captain's face. Bai Zhou knew that now this captain's strength was completely suppressed by his uncle, he had no power to resist. At first, the captain could still let out a few pitiful cries. Ah! Young Master Bai, I was wrong. No! It hurts so much. Young Master Bai, spare me. My face. Young Master Bai, I rely on my looks too. You come, I'll take a break. Ah? Lin Wei was suddenly startled when Bai Zhou called out to her, nervously stammering. Me? I think I'll pass. But Bai Zhou waved his hand and said, What are you afraid of? That guy just bullied you. Lin Wei, you are now my spiritual servant. If anyone dares to bully you, you must retaliate even more ruthlessly. Do you understand? Lin Wei looked at Bai Zhou, her pupils showing signs of turmoil. The next second, Lin Wei surprisingly gritted her teeth and nodded, okay, I'll do it. Yeah! A charming shout. That delicate little foot directly landed on the captain's bloodied face. The captain let out one last scream, his hands dropping weakly to the ground. Chapter 31, They are the love-struck fools, and I am the young Master Bai's dog. Lin Wei landed with one foot, slightly biting her lip, her body trembling slightly. But Bai Zhou saw a glimmer of excitement in Lin Wei's pupils. That proved that Lin Wei was not trembling out of fear, but out of excitement. Yes, in 18 years, how much humiliation has Lin Wei suffered in such a family environment? It even shaped Lin Wei's current timid personality. This sudden opportunity for venting, who wouldn't feel their blood boiling? Of course, Bai Zhou applauded this change in Lin Wei. Yes, you are already my villain's spiritual servant, shouldn't you cooperate with your identity a little? However, Bai Zhou still said to Lin Wei. I think, in the future, you shouldn't use your little foot to step on anyone's face. Ah? Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback by Bai Zhou's words, becoming nervous. What? Isn't that, too cruel? She was a bit worried that Bai Zhou wouldn't like the kick she just gave. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhou shook his head and said. No, I'm worried that the person you stepped on might think you were rewarding him. Lin Wei? What? What reward? Bai Zhou shrugged, he certainly wouldn't explain such things to Lin Wei. He looked at the captain, unconscious on the ground, and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm right on his face. His eyes gleamed with mockery. Yes, weren't you so strong? Aren't you much more powerful than me, able to crush me completely? Weren't you bold enough to teach me, the young Master Bai, a lesson? And now? Even if your strength is enough to crush me, so what? Aren't you still lying there, trampled into this miserable state under my feet? Family power is also part of strength, young man. Bai Zhou nonchalantly clicked his tongue and stopped paying attention. Instead, he turned to the vehicle, which had a large human-shaped dent on the front, a special vehicle for the defense team. With Bai Zhou's steps, the system's notification naturally echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gaining villain destiny value plus 50, need 1500 to activate the villain's big roulette. Hearing this system prompt, Bai Zhou's peripheral vision lingered on the bloodied captain collapsing in Lin Wei's embrace. Currently, Bai Zhou didn't know what identity this captain held. But the system providing him such a notification proved this guy was definitely related to the main character. Bai Zhou could easily kill this person on the spot. With his uncle, the 5th-ranked master out of the 10 strongest, present, no one would dare to stop him. However, Bai Zhou slightly turned his head to glance at the captain, whose face was already bloodied and nearly lifeless. He suddenly felt that making a person submit was far more powerful than killing someone. That's right. Even the feedback applied to the villain destiny value was the same. If I killed this key supporting character now, I would surely gain a large amount of destiny villain points in a short time. But that would be the end of it, just a one-time deal. However, if I slowly tormented this key supporting character in my own way, extracting destiny villain points bit by bit from him, wouldn't that be even better? Just like Chu Yun. Damn it, who would have thought Shin Qin actually sterilized Chu Yun? Good heavens, isn't this kind of operation far more satisfying than simply killing Chu Yun outright? Ding! Detected key supporting character suffering mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, 1450 points needed to unlock the villain wheel. You see. As I was saying. Didn't the destiny villain points just roll in? White Joe hadn't even done anything to this squad captain, nor said anything. The main reason was that when White Joe was contemplating this matter, the aura radiating from his body. The squad captain lying limp on the ground suddenly felt as if some filthy thing had its eyes fixed on him. Especially the icy chill in his pants. This sensation made his heart tremble uncontrollably. Ding! Detected key supporting character suffering mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, 1400 points needed to unlock the villain wheel. Amidst the system notifications, White Joe had already reached the front of the vehicle. With a loud bang, he ripped off the deformed car door. Even though White Joe was not currently fused with a spirit maiden, the attribute boost provided by being a level 3 spirit master was already enough to accomplish this. This is the difference between a spirit master and an ordinary person. This is the gap between my uncle, White Chenbei, and that squad leader. Even when my uncle is not fused with a spirit maiden, the power he radiates is something that squad leader can never contend with. Ding! Detected protagonist's White Moonlight suffering mental damage plus 444, gained destiny villain points plus 50, 1350 points needed to unlock the villain wheel. Amidst these system notifications, White Joe, standing outside the car, once again displayed that expression he reserved exclusively for Shin Qin. With a faint smile, he said. What, do I have to personally invite you out? Ding. Detected protagonist swipe moonlight suffering mental damage plus 555, gain destiny villain points plus 50, 1,300 points needed to unlock the villain wheel. Hearing White Joe's voice, Shin trembled violently. She stumbled out of the car, dazed and panicked. Staring blankly at White Joe in front of her, her expression flustered, her voice trembling. White young master, I'm sorry, White young master. I've caused you trouble. Yes, Shin also knew that White Joe had stopped the convoy to save her. But White Joe still had to persuade Shin. Don't overestimate your own worth. If not for the fact that you're Chuyun's white moonlight, from whom I can extract destiny villain points. If not for the fact that I can use you to discuss Chuyun and gain more points from him. Who the hell would care about your life or death? Of course, White Joe had no intention of responding to her. He merely glanced at Shin indifferently, said nothing, and turned to leave once again. Ding. Detected protagonist's white moonlight suffering mental damage plus 333, gain destiny villain points plus 50, 1250 points needed to unlock the villain wheel. But just as White Joe turned around. Thud. Shin suddenly knelt down again without a word. Kneeling again and again had already caused Shin's smooth knees to bleed profusely. Yet she didn't care at all. She spoke to White Joe's departing back. White young master, please don't abandon me. I want to prove that I am useful to you, truly useful, White young master. I beg you. Ding. Detected protagonist's white moonlight suffering mental damage plus 666. Gaining destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette opens with another 1200. Hearing the voice of Shin in the system, Bai Zhou slightly paused his footsteps. He turned his head to look at Shin. The voice was full of disdain and mockery. Shin, are you shameless? Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental injury plus 777, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette opens with another 1150. Have you forgotten that you were the school beauty, high and mighty? Look at you now, if those little followers who used to adore you saw you like this, what would they think? Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental injury plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette opens with another 1100. I don't care what they think. Shin lifted her head with tears. Who do they think they are to judge me? They are just my little lapdogs, just like that Chuyun, a useless dog. And I just want to be your dog, young master Bai. A useful dog for you. Woof woof. Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang suffered mental injury plus 99,999, gained destiny villain value plus 100, the villain roulette opens with another 1000. Well. Shin's two barks were completely unexpected for Bai Zhou. He instinctively looked around, those onlookers might not even know who Shin was. But she actually dared to bark like a dog in front of so many people? Goodness. If Chuyun were here, wouldn't it be even more interesting? Ha! Bai Zhou chuckled lightly. So why are you still frozen? After saying this, Bai Zhou turned to leave. Hearing this, Shin's seemingly hopeless eyes suddenly brightened. Thank you, young master Bai. Thank you, young master Bai. Woof woof. Chapter 32, You can't stand me, but you can't get rid of me? Bai Zhou walked ahead towards Linwei and his uncle. Meanwhile, Shin actually crawled on the ground, following Bai Zhou like this. The strange looks from the crowd seemed to be completely ignored by Shin. Linwei looked at Shin, crouching by Bai Zhou's feet, her expression a bit pained, turning her head away. She didn't sympathize with Shin at all. On the contrary, she felt that Shin completely had this coming. Previously, she had always treated Chuyun like a lapdog, which made Linwei angry. After awakening her S-rank talent today and publicly humiliating Chuyun, even her meat character couldn't take it anymore and stepped out to refute her. Of course, seeing Bai Zhou allow Chuyun to show off before Linwei made Linwei feel that her previous anxiety about Chuyun was really unwarranted. But her anger towards Shin certainly wouldn't vanish. Currently, mainly because Shin had just been the adored school beauty half a day ago. Now she had turned into a dog crawling at Bai Zhou's feet. This made Linwei feel somewhat unable to bear to look at her. While halfway, Bai Zhou suddenly stopped, slightly turned his head, and looked at the previous team leader. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character suffered mental injury plus 888, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette opens with another 950. The team leader trembled slightly at Bai Zhou's gaze. He thought, why is he suddenly looking at me? No way. He is not only staring at me, he is also walking towards me? What is happening? Is he going to step on me like the squad leader? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character suffered mental injury plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette opens with another 900. Seeing Bai Zhou approach, even holding his spirit girl, his body trembled. In a panic, he spoke. Young Master Bai, please let us go. We know we were wrong. Young Master Bai, please. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 850 more to open. Especially when hearing his spirit daughter, so lowly begging and tearfully pleading with Bai Zhou. The squad leader's heart felt even more painful. He was severely injured and had no ability to fight back. He could only clench his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, to express the pain in his heart. But the more he saw the squad leader like this, the happier Bai Zhou felt. He even slightly bent forward, looked into the squad leader's eyes, and said with a smile. Where's that spirit you had just now? What happened to your stance when you tried to stop me from taking people? You need to toughen up. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 800 more to open. The squad leader was so furious that a mouthful of old blood spurted out from his chest. He didn't care whether Bai Zhou's uncle was present, gritting his teeth and speaking in a hoarse voice. Bai Zhou, you only have a good dad. Without the Bai family, what are you? Did you think Bai Zhou would be angry when he heard this? You are terribly mistaken. Standing in front of you, Bai Zhou is shameless. Exactly. Bai Zhou actually nodded loudly and said, that's right, I rely on a good dad, so what? If you have it, you can too. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 750 more to open. Ah. Bai Zhou feigned annoyance and clapped his hands. I forgot, you also have a good dad protecting you, but... As he said this, Bai Zhou turned to look at the unconscious captain in the distance. TSK. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 700 more to open. You. The squad leader gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and even made creaking sounds. His pupils were filled with resentment, hatred, and even strong killing intent. But Bai Zhou didn't care at all and even spoke more mockingly. What's wrong? You can't stand me, huh? He. I love it when you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. After laughing 3 times, Bai Zhou turned around and left. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 650 more to open. Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 600 more to open. Amidst the sound of system notifications, Bai Zhou drove away. But this time, there was an extra Shinchin in Bai Zhou's car. Bai Zhenbei and Shan Wan naturally went to the Bai family's villa by themselves. It was only after the Bai family members left that a large number of city defense team members finally arrived at the scene. When they arrived, they said nothing, only clearing the surrounding crowd, treating the wounded, and cleaning up the mess on the road. The onlookers watched as the city defense team arrived late. They said nothing. But they all knew the truth. These people were support from the city defense team. They had already arrived. However, with Bai Zhenbei from the Bai family present, none of them dared to make a sound. They could only watch as their team members were bullied by Bai Zhou. They had to wait until the Bai family left before they dared to come and help. What could they do? Who let the Bai family be one of the 4 major financial groups? Among the top 10 experts, 3 were from the Bai family. It was said that there were rumors that the Bai family planned to ally with another family among the 4 major financial groups. If they really merged together, they would become an unstoppable giant. So, even if the captain of the city's defense team personally showed up, I don't even dare to say anything to Bai Zhenbei, to avoid getting slapped in the face. The captain felt that he should pretend to know nothing and just let this matter pass. Bai Zhou was driving and soon saw his family villa from afar. However, at a glance, he saw a huge pile of scrap metal cluttered in the yard. It looked like his yard had turned into a junkyard. But Bai Zhou saw these scraps and a spark of expectation lit up in his eyes. It seemed that the bodyguard he arranged had already brought back everything from the street vendor. So, Bai Zhou floored the gas pedal and rushed into the yard. He opened the car door and got out, rubbing his hands with excitement while looking at the scraps. A nervous maid ran over, saying, "Young master, you're back? These things are really..." Bai Zhou didn't wait for the maid to finish and waved his hand. "Have you seen her?" His hand pointed towards Shinjin. Without waiting for the maid to respond, Bai Zhou waved his hand and said, "Take her to take a shower, change her clothes, especially wash her hands well. I still find the chicken strips disgusting." Yes. The maid didn't finish her thought and hurriedly took Shinjin away. At that moment, Bai Jinbei's strong voice rang out. "Xiao Zhou, the servants at home said that you brought back all this scrap metal?" Although Bai Jinbei and Shanwan didn't take Bai Zhou's car, they surely arrived home much faster than him. At this time, Bai Jinnan also popped his head out from behind the scrap, his face flushed with rage, shouting, "Bai Zhou! You little brat, do you treat our home as a garbage dump?" But Bai Zhou completely ignored his father's angry voice, turned around, and directly grabbed Bai Jinbei's hand, saying, "Uncle, I remember your secondary profession is appraisal, right?" Secondary profession. That's right, in this world, spirit masters can choose their own secondary profession after reaching a certain level. There are blacksmiths, appraisers, pharmacists, and many more. Of course, these professions are not awakened or transferred, but can be chosen to learn once a spirit master exceeds level 50. And because there are few spirit masters above level 50, while there are many secondary professions, the number of appraisers is particularly rare. Otherwise, who would have the chance to find a hidden treasure? Right now, Bai Zhou was only at level 3 and definitely couldn't have a secondary profession. But Bai Jinbei, as one of the top 10 experts, of course, wouldn't waste it. Bai Jinbei instinctively nodded, "Yes, what's the matter?" But before he could finish his question, he suddenly realized. "You brat, you don't want me to appraise all this scrap metal for you, do you?" Chapter 33, Disrespecting the Old. Snatching from a child. In fact, Bai Zhou had also underestimated the situation. Though casting a wide net to catch big fish is a good idea, he didn't expect that there would be so much scrap metal. It was even piled up like a small mountain. But even though Bai Jinbei expressed his reluctance, he still began to appraise each piece for Bai Zhou. Who told the entire Bai family that there was only one of him? Bai Zhou's grandfather had 2 sons and 1 daughter. But Bai Zhou was the only grandson. This was because Bai Zhou's uncle, Bai Jinbei's son, Bai Zhou's older brother, sacrificed himself on the battlefield against foreign tribes. If he hadn't sacrificed, Bai Zhou's older brother would surely be among the top 10 experts now. Because of this, Bai Jinbei regarded his only nephew, Bai Zhou, as his own, treating him as family. Otherwise, Bai Jinbei wouldn't have bullied the weak in front of so many people just now. Only this week one bullied his own nephew. Then he must fight back. The Bai family's protection for their own is just like that. This also explains why, before the crossover, Bai Zhou was so arrogant, and Lin Wei thought he was an annoying second-generation rich kid. Yes, with all the elders in the family caring for him so much, how could he not be spoiled? Of course, Bai Zhou would never really let his uncle appraise all this scrap metal. That would be too hard. He remembered reading in the original novel. The first time Chu Yun picked up a bargain, he got a top-notch piece of equipment called the Dragon Pattern Armor. This thing is a defensive arm piece for a spirit master, an arm guard. So, Bai Zhou kindly picked out all the things related to the arm guard, just so Bai Jinbei could appraise these. In fact, since Bai Zhou already knew what it was, he could have just instructed his subordinates to only bring back the arm guard. There was no need to go through all this trouble like now. But, Bai Zhou had his own thoughts. The original text only mentioned that Chu Yun picked up this one thing. But that doesn't mean there is only one valuable item among this pile of scrap. So, for the other items, Bai Zhou planned to find someone to appraise them slowly. What if there's another precious item among them? Wouldn't that be a profit? Besides, it's not like he was short on money, he could buy all of it. Who's as poor as Chu Yun? Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining villain value plus 100, villain roulette opens needs 500 more. Yeah, poor Chu Yun. Isn't it pitiful enough already? And you're still cursing me behind my back? Lin Wei had Shen Yun and Shen Wan take someone away to talk. Only the 3 men from the Bai family remained in the courtyard. Bai Zhou was searching for the arm guard inside, while Bai Jinbei was waiting for him to find one to appraise it. Bai Jinan was waiting for Bai Zhou to finish up so he could teach his son a good lesson. However, in the end, Bai Zhou forced him to also dive into the scrap metal pile to start searching for the arm guard. Not knowing how long it had been. Ha! Bai Jinbei's suspicious voice sounded. Good stuff. With a whoosh, Bai Zhou shot out of the scrap pile like a rocket. Did he find what I wanted? In the hopeful gaze of Bai Zhou, Bai Jinbei held up the arm guard in his hand and said, I didn't expect there would really be something good among this scrap. According to my appraisal, this arm guard's quality actually reached A class, and its attribute seems to increase strength. I'm not sure about the specific effect, but Xiao Zhou, try it on quickly, it might suit you. However, upon hearing Bai Jinbei's words, a clear hint of disappointment appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Enough, I'll search a little more. As he spoke, Bai Zhou dejectedly dove back into the scrap pile. You kid! Bai Jinbei said helplessly while standing there. Do you know how much an A-class arm guard can sell for? Your uncle has only one S-class piece of equipment on him, the rest are all A-class, and you're looking down on A-class gear? Bai Jinan was indeed correct. An A-class piece of equipment is absolutely a big find. To know how wealthy the Bai family is. Yet, Bai Jinan only has one S-class equip on him. Not because he can't afford it, but because there's simply not much available. These things are just too rare. Even if someone were to acquire such equipment, they wouldn't easily sell it. However, Bai Zhou completely ignored Bai Jinbei's words. Because he remembered that the arm guard Chu Yun picked up was a real S-class piece. Sure, A-class is impressive, but compared to S-class, it's still too far behind. In the meantime, Bai Jinbei identified two B-class pieces from the pile. A C-level equipment. Equipment of a quality higher than C-level can already sell for a considerable price. Plus that A-level armor, the value of these items is almost catching up with this pile of scrap metal. This made Bai Jinbei more and more excited about the identification. Meanwhile, Bai Jinan started to pick out items inside. Finally. Damn. As the fifth ranked among the top 10 experts, highly respected Bai Jinbei actually let out an expletive right then? This damn thing, actually. Hearing Bai Jinbei's voice, a bright light finally appeared on Bai Zhou's face. Whoosh! A sound appeared right in front of Bai Jinbei. Before the uncle could finish his words, Bai Zhou snatched the small thing that looked like a wrist guard out of his uncle's hand. He put it on his wrist. The moment Bai Zhou put this thing on, a line of information clearly appeared in his mind. S-level armor, dragon pattern armor, wrist guard. Wearing effect, defense increased by 10%, 3-piece set effect increased by 50%, 5-piece set effect increased by 100%. Equipment skill, consumes all energy, making the next attack apply dragon soul power, all attribute damage increased by 100%. Energy can recover over time, moving, fighting, and releasing skills can accelerate energy recovery. That's right. It's this thing. Ding. Detected that the host successfully cut off a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining destiny villain value plus 500, villain big roulette has been opened. Bai Zhou clearly remembered that after Chu Yun received the SSS level quality scholarship, he went to the hospital to pay Lin Wei's father's fees, and right away, under the old man's voice in his mind, he picked up such a thing. In the subsequent academy test, using this skill, he dealt tons of damage. He shattered everyone's doubts about his E-level contracted spirit girl. And also slapped his own face hard. Of course, such things would never happen again in the future. Because he had already taken the first step to cut off Chu Yun's fortune in this regard. Now, he was even too lazy to think about the villain big roulette. His mind was filled with the thought of how Chu Yun and that old man in his head would look if they found out about this. Their expressions would definitely be wonderful. At this moment, Bai Jinan also approached due to the abnormal behavior of his son and older brother. He saw Bai Jinbei, who was already stunned on the spot, and couldn't help but ask. Big brother, what happened? Speak. Why are you so dumbfounded? Gulp. Bai Jinbei immediately swallowed his saliva, turned, grabbed Bai Jinan's shoulder, and pointed at the faintly glowing wrist guard on Bai Zhou's arm, saying, This is actually S-level equipment. What? Hearing this, Bai Jinan couldn't help but exclaim. This damn scrap metal can actually produce artifacts? Whoosh whoosh. With two sounds, the brothers actually surrounded Bai Zhou directly. Their eyes were fixed on the wrist of Bai Zhou. It's clear how rare this S-level equipment is, not to mention something at an even higher level. Because of their reaction, Bai Zhou was so scared that he quickly grabbed his wrist, took 2 steps back, and warily said, What do you want? But Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan were the same. The two brothers actually showed a somewhat flattering smile. He ha. Bai Jinbei, Xiao Zhou, you see, this thing is identified by uncle, right? You should let uncle try it on to see what exactly it is, right? Bai Jinan, son, my good son, look, your dad is this old and still doesn't have an S-level armor. How about you let your dad have a try? Bai Zhou. Wow. You two old guys have no shame. You want to snatch something meant for a kid? Chapter 34, Xiao Zhou's spirit girls are definitely better, the more, the better. Two old guys? Still want to snatch things from his own hands? That's simply alarmist talk. Bai Zhou sprinted away in a flash, disappearing without a trace. He didn't even run towards the villa. To avoid being trapped inside by his father and uncle, like a turtle in a jar. Of course, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan weren't really going to steal Bai Zhou's things. Otherwise, with their strength, how could Bai Zhou possibly slip away from under their noses? They missed their chance at the S-class equipment Bai Zhou had. Besides, there was so much scrap metal around. The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance and directly dove into the pile of scrap. Their current disheveled appearance was even worse than Baizhou's before. In the villa, Shen Yun and Chen Wan watched the two of them through the window, their faces showing a hint of helplessness. Chen Wan, shaking her head, also focused her serious gaze on Lin Wei for the first time. Lin Wei was pulled by Baizhou's mother, Shen Yun, to sit beside them. She even took the initiative to introduce Lin Wei's identity to Chen Wan. This made Chen Wan's expression turn serious as she said to Shen Yun. When I met him before, I thought this child was just a partner contract of Xiao Zhou, but I didn't expect it turns out to be a life and death contract? Has Xiao Zhou already forgotten? As she spoke, Chen Wan glanced at Lin Wei again and swallowed her words. Then, with a worried expression, she said. Our uncle has quite a bad temper, you all know that. Why is Xiao Zhou still, sigh? Although Lin Wei didn't know what Chen Wan was talking about, she could tell from her tone. Chen Wan felt that she shouldn't have signed a life and death contract with Baizhou. Lin Wei lowered her head and carefully shrank her neck. Fortunately, Baizhou's mother, Shen Yun, was by her side, holding Lin Wei's little hand and giving her strength. Then she turned to Chen Wan and said, Sister-in-law, this child is not as simple as you think on the surface. Afterward, Shen Yun leaned in and whispered something unknown into Chen Wan's ear. What? Chen Wan immediately showed a look of surprise and gasped. Then when she looked at Lin Wei again, her gaze completely changed. Lin Wei felt very touched, even though she didn't know what Shen Yun said. But Chen Wan's change made Lin Wei understand that Baizhou's mother, from the bottom of her heart, recognized her. For some reason, while feeling touched, she also felt a little shy. Come here, let me have a look, dear. Even Chen Wan actively reached out to hold Lin Wei's hand, directly asking her to call her the same as Baizhou did. This made Lin Wei lower her head even further. However, Chen Wan just stared at Lin Wei, not saying anything, but the expression on her face grew warmer. She even gently patted Lin Wei's little hand, saying, Good, that's good. What was good and how it was good, Lin Wei had no idea, but she also didn't dare to ask. At this moment, it seemed that Chen Wan changed the topic again, asking Shen Yun. By the way, Xiao Zhou also brought back a girl, she was quite pretty, but Xiao Zhou's attitude toward that girl was somewhat. Do you know what happened? Shen Yun certainly knew that the girl Chen Wan mentioned was Shen Qin, whom Baizhou just arranged for someone to take a bath. Although Shen Qin could be considered a relative to her, Shen Yun was still completely unfamiliar with Shen Qin and shook her head, saying, We'll have to wait for Xiao Zhou to come back and ask. Chen Wan continued, Xiao Zhou fought the city defense team for that girl, probably wanted to contract with her, but I wonder what kind of quality that girl has. Did Baizhou's act of defeating the city defense team come across so easily in the mouths of these two sisters-in-law? It seems they really don't take the city defense team seriously. There's no helping it, after all, the Bai family is large and powerful. At this moment, Lin Wei, who had always kept silent, finally found a chance to speak. With a clear voice, tinged with a bit of nervousness, she quietly said. Shen Qin classmate, her quality is S-class. Really? S-class? Hearing Shen Qin's words, Chen Wan and Shen Yun both showed surprised expressions at the same time. Chen Wan even clapped her hands and said, Great, that's awesome. Xiao Zhou is really impressive, only awakened for a day and already fooled two such powerful spirit daughters. Whose genes did she inherit? You know, we can't handle it when we see other spirit daughters around Jinbei and Zensouth, so they still only have us as spirit daughters. But when it comes to Xiao Zhou, I really want Xiao Zhou to form contracts with more spirit daughters. Listening to Chen Wan's words, Shen Yun also beamed with joy, but still gently tapped Chen Wan and said, What nonsense are you saying, Lin Wei is still here. Shen Yun's affection made Lin Wei's little head turn even redder. White Zhou truly didn't know how his mother and his aunt were arranging him. At this moment, he was curled up in a corner of the villa's backyard garden, looking at the dragon-patterned armor in his hands. His happy mouth couldn't close. Moreover, this dragon-patterned armor was very magical. Once you wear it on your arm, it would automatically change to match the material of your clothes, merging into your outfit. No outsider could notice anything at all. Having the dragon-patterned armor, his strength was once again significantly boosted. For example, before, when controlling Lin Wei's Ultra SSS level Longdan Bright Silver Spear, after releasing Longdan, it dramatically increased the damage. After just testing it, his Longdan could provide nearly a 20% damage boost. Then, after triggering the effect of the Lingxi item while unleashing Frenzy Thrust, it could boost damage by another 10%. That means he could deal 130% damage to his opponent. And now, if he released the Dragon Pattern Armor skill, making his next attack's overall damage increase by 100%, and if luck was on his side to trigger the Lingxi effect, then he would deal 260% damage to the opponent. Counting it this way, his strength was almost catching up to a level 7 Spirit Master. If he were to take on that city defense captain right now, he would completely crush him. With just one strike, he might even take the city defense captain's life. And that's not all. Having looked around in the corner where Bai Zhou was, not seeing anyone else, he also directly spoke. System, I want to draw a lottery. That's right, although earlier he was so happy about getting the dragon pattern armor that he didn't care about the system's notification sound, it didn't mean Bai Zhou had forgotten. Because he had obtained the dragon patterned armor before the main character Chu Yun, his villain big lottery was activated again. Looking at the rapidly spinning big lottery in front of him, Bai Zhou rubbed his hands, his eyes full of eager light. As the big lottery slowed down, a blue light slowly lit up on it. Seeing this light, Bai Zhou's anticipation instantly faded a lot. But it's still better than the white reward quality from the last big lottery, right? Moreover, he had already gained so many benefits today. Did he still care about these? Ding! As the big lottery stopped, the system's notification sounded in Bai Zhou's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a blue reward from the villain big lottery, general attribute points +5. Bai Zhou? Hearing the system's prompt sound, Bai Zhou was suddenly stunned. Instinctively asking, what is this thing? The system did not answer Bai Zhou's question. Instead, it summoned Bai Zhou's all-knowing mirror from the void. The all-knowing mirror shone on Bai Zhou, and the information belonging to him clearly appeared. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level, 3. Talent, a grade. Spirit Master Talent, Unmatched Sword Box. This was the normal information from before, but this time, below these lines, a few different lines of text appeared. Strength, 13. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 13. Note, all Spirit Masters start with 10 initial attribute points upon job change. Bai Zhou looked at the extra lines of attribute points, his eyes flickering slightly, he couldn't help but say softly. I don't remember any mention of these three-dimensional attribute points in the original novel. Chapter 35, Becoming SSS is just a matter of time. That's right, before crossing into this world, Bai Zhou was familiar with the original plot. He had no impression of things like three-dimensional attribute points at all. He knew how Chu Yun improved his strength, by contracting some spirit girl. But he had no idea that Chu Yun also possessed three-dimensional attribute points. Of course, the old voice in Chu Yun's mind was not a system that could forcibly allocate points. But for Bai Zhou's questions, the system still chose silence. Bai Zhou was already used to the system's silence. And his mind had begun to speculate. In fact, these three-dimensional attributes always existed. However, this existence was latent, unable to be intuitively displayed. After all, not everyone could see a panel through the all-knowing mirror like he could. Moreover, the protagonist in the original work only had that old man in his mind, that was it. That old man was merely a remnant soul of some powerful being, unlike the system he had. The system could directly allocate attribute points. And Chu Yun could only enhance his attribute points through battles, training, learning, or even contracting different spirit girls. And these three-dimensional attributes must be closely related to combat power. For example, if some spirit masters had very high strength points, then their every attack would certainly be thunderous, extremely destructive. And if some spirit masters had very high agility points, their speed in battle would become an advantage. The higher the intelligence points, the greater the improvement in skill release. It's just that these spirit masters must have gone through corresponding training or battles to enhance their latent attribute points. And now, I actually drew general attribute points directly from the system's villain roulette? I don't need any training or battles to enhance these attributes. Good heavens! Bai Zhou suddenly realized. This blue system reward is actually this enticing? So, without a second thought, Bai Zhou said. System, allocate all 5 of these attribute points to strength. Ding! General attribute points 5, strength attribute points +5. That's right, Bai Zhou didn't consider agility and intelligence at all. Because the only death contract spirit girl he had right now was Lin Wei. The Super SSS grade Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver gun looked like it needed speed points, but in reality, her skill increased damage, and the dragon armor he had just obtained had the same skill to increase damage. So, only increasing his strength attribute points would have the most obvious effect. And after the system's prompt sound fell, the data information on the all-knowing mirror shining on Bai Zhou also changed immediately. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level, 3. Talent, A+. Spirit Master Talent, Unmatched Sword Box. Strength, 18. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 13. Seeing this information on the omniscient mirror, Bai Zhou couldn't help but stand up from the ground. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't even control his voice. Why did my talent change from A to A+? That's right. The talent of a spirit master can actually be improved? This can indeed be done. But it requires vast human, material, and, most importantly, financial resources. This is also why when they were at school, Shinjin said that the Bai family could use money to boost their talent to S. But this really only applies to the 4 great families. Because besides the 4 great families, no one can afford such consumption. And even for the Bai family, one of the 4 great families, the most they could do was raise Bai Zhou's talent to S, and nothing more. However, now, he had just added 5 attribute points. His talent level had directly risen to A+. So if this continues, if he forces his talent to improve to SSS level like Chu Yun, wouldn't it just be a matter of time? Bai Zhou was of course overjoyed. But at this moment, another doubt arose in his heart. That is, if the improvement of Spirit Master talent is related to attribute points, then others can also improve their attribute points through training and fighting. But Bai Zhou had never heard of anyone changing their talent level because of this. But how could this phenomenon happen to me? The system continued its usual silence. These things still had to rely on him to find the answer. However, even if he was unclear about the cause now, the result is absolutely perfect. At this moment, Bai Zhou's face even seemed to appear with a sinister smile, whispering, Chu Yun, when you suddenly find that my talent level is actually the same as yours, that expression must be amazing, right? Lying on the emergency operating table, the unconscious Chu Yun's body suddenly twitched heavily. Ding! Detected that Chu Yun suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain value plus 100, 5,900 needed to open the villain roulette. Facing the system's prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou just wanted to laugh. His mind was filled with images of Chu Yun being turned into chicken strips by Shinjin. Shinjin, that S-class campus beauty, should be almost dealt with by now, right? With this thought, Bai Zhou crawled out of the little garden, not forgetting to secretly glance at the land in the front yard. Seeing his dad and uncle rummaging through the garbage with their butts sticking up, he couldn't help but laugh. But he ultimately held it in, tiptoeing back into the villa. In the living room, Lin Wei, who was being pulled by Shen Yun to chat with Chen Wan, panicked to her feet when she saw Bai Zhou return. She ran over, her face slightly flushed, and ducked behind Bai Zhou. This left Bai Zhou even more confused, especially seeing the ambiguous expressions on his mom and aunt's faces. He was even more curious. What were these 3 chatting about in the living room just now? But before Bai Zhou could ask, soft footsteps approached. From the other side of the living room, the little maid Bai Zhou had arranged brought out a well-groomed Shinjin. Bai Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. At this moment, Shinjin was wearing a black and white maid outfit. It seemed the little maid couldn't find any other clothes and had given her clothes to Shinjin. Moreover, Shinjin was slightly taller than this little maid. The little maid's dress barely covered her knees, but on Shinjin, 2 white, smooth thighs were clearly exposed to the air. And that fiery figure. You must know that Shinjin is the recognized school beauty of their school. Not only her looks but also her figure are top-notch. Now, standing there, even Bai Zhou, this time traveler, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. At this moment, Shinjin seemed to have just completed her makeup, and the confidence that belonged to a goddess school beauty reappeared on her. When she saw Bai Zhou, she actually swung her long legs and walked over, standing in front of Bai Zhou. Holding up her skirt, she slowly turned around in front of Bai Zhou. Then, using a gaze she seemed to have learned from somewhere, she looked at Bai Zhou softly and said, Young Master Bai, do I look beautiful? In the living room, Shen Yun and Chen Wan watched Shinjin's figure and nodded repeatedly. The 2 women quietly exchanged words. This girl is indeed beautiful, based solely on her looks, she is worthy of our little Zhou. Yes, where it should be big, it's big, and where it should be small, it's small. She looks quite healthy. The comments of these 2 women reached Shinjin's ears clearly, without a shred of smoke. But Shinjin didn't feel embarrassed at all, in fact, she was quite happy, standing there and throwing flirtatious glances at Bai Zhou. Yet no one noticed that Lin Wei, who stood behind Bai Zhou, cautiously took a step back, seemingly trying to distance herself from Bai Zhou. At this moment, Bai Zhou seemed to be enchanted by Shinjin, reaching out his right hand. Shinjin, even bolder, took a step forward and directly pressed her cheek against Bai Zhou's hand. She even extended her tongue to gently touch Bai Zhou's fingertips. Well, if it were anyone else, they would definitely turn into a different person. And at this moment, Bai Zhou, surprisingly, was a little breathless too. A glint of triumph sparkled in Shinjin's eyes, but in the next second, slap! A crisp sound rang out. Bai Zhou's raised right hand unexpectedly slapped Shinjin's face without mercy. Shinjin stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has received physical harm plus 10, mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,850 to unlock. Chapter 36, Shinjin and Lin Wei, developing simultaneously. Bai Zhou's sudden slap made the entire living room instantly fall silent. The little maid who brought Shinjin over, and Lin Wei hiding behind Bai Zhou both trembled, panic showing in their eyes. Shen Yun and Shan Wan, sitting there, were stunned. However, neither of them spoke, they just exchanged glances and quietly watched the scene unfold. As for Shin Qin, she was left dazed by the slap. Covering her flawless white face, tears slowly welled up in her eyes. Her gaze towards Bai Zhou was filled with confusion. But Bai Zhou completely ignored the fallen Shin Qin. He turned around and casually took Lin Wei, who had just tried to dodge, then walked toward the small side hall next to the large living room. After taking a few steps, he didn't forget to coldly say, "What are you still dawdling for? Come over." Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has received mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,800 to unlock. Shin Qin naturally knew Bai Zhou was speaking to her. Hearing Bai Zhou's cold tone, Shin Qin hurriedly got up from the ground. Without caring about the five-finger print on her face, she anxiously chased after him. Meanwhile, the little maid standing there was also startled and turned to run. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou called out to her again. "Hey, you! Go get the gift my dad bought for his precious little darling a couple of days ago, and bring one to me." Ah! The little maid, hearing Bai Zhou's request, was filled with confusion in her eyes. But she didn't dare to defy Bai Zhou's wishes at all. She immediately lowered her head and said, "Yes, young master." Then she quickly ran away, holding up her little skirt. Bai Zhou took Lin Wei and walked into the small hall. He plopped down on the sofa inside the small hall. Lin Wei instinctively planned to stand behind Bai Zhou. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou reached out with force and directly pulled Lin Wei into his arms. He made Lin Wei sit on his lap. Although this was already Lin Wei's second time sitting in Bai Zhou's arms. Her heart started racing violently once again, and a flush instantly rose on her face. At this moment, her gaze towards Bai Zhou, filled with shyness, also held more confusion. But at this time, Shin Qin, who had followed them, saw Bai Zhou and Lin Wei being so intimate. The pain from the slap she received earlier seemed to become even clearer. Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered spiritual damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette is opened but still needs 5,750. However, Shin Qin didn't dare to say anything, only obediently stood in front of Bai Zhou with her head lowered. Because she had no idea what this unpredictable young master Bai was planning to do. But how could Bai Zhou easily let her off? While holding Lin Wei's slim waist, he gently rubbed the small hand Lin Wei was trying to hide, and casually said, "You stand in front of me, do you want me to look up at you and talk?" Ah! Hearing Bai Zhou's voice, Shin Qin was instantly startled. Thud! She knelt straight down on the ground. Then her voice trembled as she said, I'm sorry, young master Bai, I was wrong." Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered spiritual damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette is open but still needs 5,700. Looking at the panicked Shin Qin, a slight smile appeared on Bai Zhou's lips, but he still deliberately spoke coldly, "What do you call me?" Shin Qin was instantly stunned, instinctively opening her mouth to say, "Young master Bai." But she saw Bai Zhou's icy gaze. Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered spiritual damage plus 555, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette is opened but still needs 5,650. Master. Yes. This was Bai Zhou's purpose. Just now, after Shin Qin took a shower, did she really take herself as a person? She dared to run in front of him without his permission, twirling around in front of him? Who gave you the confidence? Was it the shower gel? At this moment, upon hearing Shin Qin say master, a smile finally appeared on Bai Zhou's face. He said lightly, "Now you are obedient, come closer." Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered spiritual damage plus 666, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette is open but still needs 5,600. Shin Qin's body trembled slightly, and she crawled in front of Bai Zhou on the ground. "Lift your head." Shin Qin's body trembled again, but she still slowly raised her head. Her beautiful and charming face looked up, pitifully gazing at Bai Zhou. But naturally, she also looked up and saw Lin Wei sitting on Bai Zhou's lap. Ding! Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered spiritual damage plus 444, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette is open but still needs 5,550. This was Lin Wei, the poorest, meekest girl in the entire school, not even that good looking. Usually, no one would notice her in a crowd. Moreover, just earlier, she was the so-called useless spiritual girl spoken of by Shin Qin. But now, she sat confidently on the lap of the young master Bai who was feared by everyone, looking down on Shin Qin like a victor. One should know, in the past, it was only herself who looked down on Lin Wei. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered a mental injury plus 555, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,500. And Shinqin, looking at Lin Wei, naturally caught the attention of Bai Zhou and Lin Wei. It was a look full of hatred, as if Lin Wei had taken everything from her. This made Lin Wei, who was already timid, instinctively turn pale, gritting her teeth and avoiding her gaze. But the next second. Slap! With a loud sound, Bai Zhou once again slapped Shinqin's face, this time with the back of his hand. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 888, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,450. What, do you have a problem with my spiritual lady? No, no, no. Shinqin, holding her other cheek, tears welling up in her eyes, quickly straightened her body and hurriedly spoke up. I don't, master. I wouldn't dare. Lin Wei is now your spiritual lady, she is my. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,400. Shinqin's teeth were clenched, as if she had something to say but was too embarrassed to speak. But Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, turned to Lin Wei, and said, Our little dog isn't speaking, how about you help me teach her a lesson? Ha? Me? Lin Wei was once again startled. I. But this time, Bai Zhou didn't wait for Lin Wei to refuse and spoke up. Did you forget what I told you before? Lin Wei's voice immediately faltered, and the image of the time when she kicked the captain unconscious on the street flashed in her mind. Her body trembled slightly, and then. Slap! The sharp sound was much lighter than the slap Bai Zhou gave. But Lin Wei's slap still landed firmly on Shinqin's face. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,350. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,300. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 99,999, gaining 100 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,200. The constant system prompts in his mind made Bai Zhou grin with joy. Although Lin Wei's slap was much lighter than his own, the psychological harm it caused to Shinqin was multiplying exponentially. Master, mistress, I'm sorry. In the end, under immense psychological pressure, Shinqin finally uttered these words. At this moment, Lin Wei, still a bit nervous, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction when she heard Shinqin call her that. So this is what it feels like to bully someone, it's really this fun? Ding! The protagonist's fortune is partially blocked, gaining 200 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 5,000. The system's prompt made Bai Zhou's smile grow even clearer. That's right, on the surface, it seemed like he was adjusting Shinqin, but in fact, wasn't this also developing Lin Wei? And at that moment, the soft and gentle voice of the little maid came. Young master, here is the thing you wanted. With tears filling her eyes, Shinqin just raised her head, and her gaze instantly shrank. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 99,999, gaining 100 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 4,900. It was actually a dog leash. Chapter 37, What makes an S-rank beg to be a slave? Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 777, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 4,850. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 888, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 4,800. Ding! The protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining 50 villain points. The villain wheel opens, but still needs 4,750. Amidst the constant system prompts, Bai Zhou just calmly watched as Shinqin, trembling with both hands. The maid handed over the tray. Then slowly put a collar around her own neck. Afterward, she held the other end of the dog leash with her hands and lifted it to stand in front of Bai Zhou. Shinqin, with a pale face, had a tear roll down her slightly swollen cheek. Master! Woof woof! Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguan has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain big roulette needs 4,700 to open. Little did she know that this crisp woof woof made the two middle-aged men in their 40s stand frozen at that moment. Indeed, brothers Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan were drenched in sweat as they returned to the villa. Though they looked exhausted, both of them wore satisfied smiles on their faces. Earlier, among that pile of junk, they hadn't found anything comparable to the S-level equipment to take away from Bai Zhou. However, they later discovered an A-level equipment and several C-level equipment. The value of these good items identified today far exceeded the price Bai Zhou paid for that pile of junk. This feeling of snagging a bargain was something they experienced for the first time. Even the two brothers were discussing whether to find a time to head to such a place specifically. Then, acting like pigs eating tigers, they could secretly snag more deals. But the two brothers did not expect that just as they stepped inside, they would hear a crisp dog bark. Moreover, it sounded like a female dog's bark. The main thing was that this sound clearly didn't come from a real dog. Both brothers instinctively turned their heads towards the adjacent room. Then, the scene before them shattered their worldview. Good heavens, the young master of the Bai family was hugging a little girl sitting on the sofa. In front of him knelt another even prettier little girl. And this bark actually came from her mouth. Most importantly, this little girl was wearing a leash, the other end of which was handed into Bai Zhou's hand. "We want the scene too, cough 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 cough." This inner voice, the brothers Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan didn't dare to voice out. Because they had already seen Shen Yun and Chen Wan's hungry smiles lingering. But this did not affect the brothers' conversation. Bai Jinbei turned to his brother, his eyelids twitching as he asked. "This thing, is it you who taught her?" Bai Jinan immediately shook his head. "Elder brother, do you think I would dare? Are you sure this isn't something you taught?" "Me?" Bai Jinan pointed to himself dramatically, cautiously glancing at Chen Wan before quickly saying, "If you don't dare, then how could I? What are you two chatting about?" Xin Yun's gentle voice rang out. Hiss, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan both drew in a sharp breath. Then they surprisingly came to a halt, both waving their hands in a panic. "What are we chatting about?" "Nothing much. Tonight's moon is really round." It was unclear who suddenly said this line, causing both brothers to immediately shut their mouths. Then seeing Chen Wan and Shen Yun's smiles growing more warm, the brothers exchanged a glance and immediately decided to change the topic. With a swoosh, Bai Jinbei appeared next to his wife Chen Wan, then pretended to be disdainful as he said, "Wife, what happened in the house while we were away? Is this young Joe playing like this? Why aren't you and your sister-in-law educating him properly?" Their plan was to divert the topic to Bai Zhou, so they wouldn't have to face their wives' probing gazes. However, at this moment, Shen Yun and Chen Wan exchanged a knowing glance, seemingly waiting for Bai Jinbei to ask that question. Chen Wan also turned her head dramatically, pretending to be mysterious, and spoke. "Do you know what kind of spiritual girl is kneeling in front of Xiao Zhou?" Bai Jinbei, seeing he had escaped a disaster, didn't care about this at all. Of course, without a second thought, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." And Chen Wan seemed to already know Bai Jinbei's answer, smiling as she said, "S tier." "What?" Hearing this quality, Bai Jinbei suddenly gasped in shock. But for Bai Jinan, even though it was also his first time knowing Shen Qin's spiritual tool quality, it seemed quite ordinary. He even murmured in his heart, "No wonder she kneels at my son's feet." However, he didn't say anything out loud. Seeing his brother so shocked, there was a gleam on Bai Jinnan's face. Xiao Zhou made an S-tier spiritual girl kneel there like a dog? What is going on? Could it be they signed a master-servant contract? But Chen Wan shook her head again with a smile and said, "Not at all, that spiritual girl is doing this to beg Xiao Zhou to sign a master-servant contract with her." "Ha?" Bai Jinbei, hearing this, felt his eyelids twitch violently. "I know every word you said, but why can't I understand it when they are put together? But that is an S-tier spiritual girl. For other spiritual masters, that is a quality they can only hope to meet, yet she kneels at Xiao Zhou's feet, begging him to sign a master-servant contract? Hiss. What level is Xiao Zhou's spiritual mastery? Now Bai Jinbei could only imagine Bai Zhou's level. Could it be SSS level? Not that exaggerated. Sitting there, Shen Yun smiled and waved her hand. Xiao Zhou's level is a tier. Bai Jinbei fell silent, but the light bouncing in his pupils was full of disbelief. He kept staring at the scene in the side hall and finally, as if thinking of something, he cautiously said, "Did Xiao Zhou drug that girl?" Smack! Chen Wan playfully hit Bai Jinbei's head. "Can't you say something nice?" Bai Jinbei awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, not daring to speak. Yes, even if he and Bai Jinnan were among the top 10 masters, so what? They could be high and mighty in front of others, but in front of their wives, it was truly normal. It was just too normal. But Bai Jinbei felt Bai Zhou was not normal. Yes, as a spiritual master, you only have a tier. Why should an S-tier spiritual girl kneel at your feet and ask you to sign a master-servant contract, begging to be your? Indeed. In the next second, with a loud bang, Bai Jinbei had already disappeared from the spot. Immediately after, Bai Zhou, who was being yanked by the collar by Bai Jinbei, was dragged out of the side room, looking completely dazed. Bai Zhou hadn't even reacted yet. Then he heard Bai Jinbei's hoarse voice beside his ear. Bai Zhou, oh Bai Zhou, have I and your father spoiled you too much? Do you not care about your life? Chapter 38, Facing the Top 10 Experts? The outcome is clear. Bai Zhou was confused listening to his uncle's words. He was just training a dog. Then without any response, he got dragged out? And he even heard his uncle scolding him. What was going on? He looked up at Bai Jinbei's angry face and couldn't help but sneer. No, uncle. You don't want to take my equipment, do you? Equipment? Hearing this, Bai Jinbei was slightly taken aback, and the image of the earlier S-level gear almost made him show a silly expression again. But he quickly shook his head and set Bai Zhou down. You stand still. Then his expression turned serious as he pointed in the direction of the side room and said in a deep voice. Your aunt told me you signed a life and death contract with that Ling Yang? Right, that's correct. Bai Zhou nodded in agreement, quite bluntly. Bai Jinbei was so angry he almost erupted, grabbing Bai Zhou's shoulders dramatically and saying, Have you forgotten you still have a... The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Bai Jinbei pursed his lips, ultimately not saying it. But he immediately asked. Her level is E-level? E-level? Hearing this, Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback. Thinking to himself, didn't I already tell Dad about Lin Wei? But turning around, he found Bai Jinnan, Shen Yun, and Shen Wan were all not looking this way. That expression made Bai Zhou understand. He showed a helpless smile and nodded to Bai Jinbei. That's right, she is E-level. How can you say you're not looking for death? Bai Jinbei's angry voice couldn't be contained. Then he stood in front of Bai Zhou, with various feelings of disappointment, heartache, worry, and urgency all crashing down on Bai Zhou. But all Bai Zhou could respond with was his helplessness. At this moment, Bai Zhou had already understood. Earlier, Dad said that his uncle and grandfather would definitely be angry when they found out about this. And indeed that was the case. But to make his uncle quiet and accept it, there was only one way to go. That is to make his uncle convinced from the heart. After all, words are worthless, it's necessary for his uncle to feel it personally. So Bai Zhou didn't heed Bai Jinbei's heartfelt teaching and directly said, Uncle, let's have a match. You. Bai Jinbei was still in the middle of lecturing Bai Zhou when he suddenly heard this. What did you say? Bai Zhou took a few steps back, creating distance from Bai Jinbei. He even waved to the side room. Lin Wei understood and carefully ran out from the side room, cautiously hiding behind Bai Zhou. Together with Bai Zhou, they faced Bai Jinbei. Then Bai Zhou spoke seriously again. Uncle, explaining is too wasteful of time, so let's just have a match. Looking at Bai Zhou's determined gaze, Bai Jinbei's expression changed awkwardly. Wait, are you challenging me with this E-level Ling Yang? You're not sick, are you? Why? Bai Zhou didn't answer Bai Jinbei's question but directly countered. Are you afraid? Good boy. Bai Jinbei really took this provocation. Fine. You've toughened up, huh? Today, I'll give you a good lesson. While saying this, Bai Jinbei rolled up his sleeves. And then said. And don't say I bullied you. The battle between us doesn't need your aunt to step in. Moreover, I will seal my strength to only 10%. You just need to hold on for 10 minutes under my 10% strength with your spirit girl, or force me to use more than 10% to win, okay? Bai Jinbei spoke these words with an easy demeanor. Bai Zhou then asked, do we need to initiate the challenge? Because initiating a challenge would form a barrier through the world's source power to protect both fighters and those outside the battle. But Bai Jinan waved his hand and said, no need. I wouldn't really hurt you. However, at this moment, Bai Jinan noticed that Bai Zhou's gaze was not quite right. You don't think you can hurt me, do you? Ha! Bai Jinbei chuckled lightly and said, kid, even if your spirit master level is the same as mine now, your spirit girl is only E-level. Dream on if you think you can hurt me. Hitting me counts as a win for you. Fine, enough talk, let's start. Okay. Bai Zhou slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Uncle, this is what you said. With a buzz, the figure of Lin Wei behind him transformed into sparkles of starlight. A shining long spear was tightly gripped in Bai Zhou's hand. At the same time, Bai Zhou's aura was rapidly rising. Bai Jinbei didn't care about this at all. Instead, he cracked his neck, mumbling. Today, Uncle will show you what absolute power is. Hua! But at this moment, Bai Jinan heard a loud shout. Bai Zhou, on the opposite side, suddenly lunged towards him. Bai Jinbei was a bit surprised, thinking. This kid actually dares to attack first? TCH. Wait, why can't I move? Bai Jinbei realized a crucial problem. After that loud shout, his action seemed to be restricted to some extent. However, his own strength was immense, and in just a moment, he recovered. But a gleam of surprise appeared in his eyes. If I can be restricted for an instant, then if it's someone at the same level, this skill of Xiao Zhou is enough to restrain. Not bad, something to it. At this moment, Bai Zhou's spear tip was already close. Bai Jianan could totally evade at his speed, but he wore a faint smile, standing still, not retreating at all. This kid really doesn't think he can. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Whoosh! Bai Jinbei's body was instantly blasted away. Boom! Crash! A human-shaped large hole appeared in the wall of the small hall beside them. What the hell? And from the midst of that human-shaped big hole, Bai Jinbei's incredulous roar came out. Crash, crash. The sound of stones being moved came. Covered in dirt and dust, Bai Jinbei crawled out of the big hole. At this moment, Bai Jinbei's appearance was no longer the composure he had before. His shirt was already torn, hair messy, and even fragments of dirt and stones were all over him. Phew, phew. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of dust and gritted his teeth. Good kid, you hit so hard? I have to teach you a lesson today. But as soon as he took a step forward, Shen Wan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, with a look of disdain, she said, "Who are you teaching a lesson? You've already lost." What? Bai Jinbei was taken aback at this. Where did I lose? I didn't. But the sensation on his chest made Bai Jinbei tremble slightly and quickly looked down. Sure enough, at the torn part of his shirt on the chest, a drop of fresh blood slowly flowed out. Although it was only a drop of blood, it was enough to prove that Bai Zhou and Lin Wei had injured the 5th-ranked master Bai Jinbei. How could this be? Bai Jinbei's tone was clearly sharper, and he was obviously shocked. He knew how strong his own power was. Even though he sealed off 90% of his power, his essence and attributes would not change. Even if Bai Zhou is SSS level and holds an SSS level spirit girl, to injure him directly on the day he just awakened his new class is not an easy task. Let alone the fact that Bai Zhou is only a level, while his spirit girl is nothing but a useless E-level. Bai Jinbei's words were indeed without any issues. Because on the day of class awakening, after signing the contract, no matter how high one's talent is, the level is only 1. To injure someone like Bai Jinbei, a super powerhouse, is simply a fool's dream. But Bai Zhou and Lin Wei are already at level 3. Moreover, before making a move, Bai Zhou triggered the Dragon Gallbladder skill, followed by a Rage Stab. This time his luck wasn't great, and he didn't trigger the Spirit Link Strike. However, Bai Zhou used the Dragon Pattern armor he just acquired, unleashing the power of the Dragon Soul, doubling his damage. In other words, the damage from Bai Zhou's recent strike already exceeds level 6, on par with a Spirit Master of the same quality and attribute. Even though this only made Bai Jinbei suffer a slight scratch, it was enough to prove the strength of Bai Zhou and Lin Wei. At this moment, Xin, who was wearing a dog collar, looked at the huge hole in the wall in a daze. Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, 4,650 more needed to activate the villain's big roulette. Chapter 39, Zhu Yun, Xin, I must kill you. Xin stared at the big hole in the wall. Her gaze was blank. Images of the battle today against SSS level Zhu Yun, with Bai Zhou and his team, flashed before her eyes. She and Zhu Yun were instantly killed by Bai Zhou with a single blow. Then she recalled the earlier moment when Bai Zhou and Lin Wei together repelled the squad leader of the city defense team. Next came the scene of Bai Jinbei, one of the top 10 experts, being sent flying by Bai Zhou's lance. Even though Bai Jinbei suppressed his own power, Xin was still sure that even if she and Zhu Yun were in contract status now, it would be utterly useless if they tried to attack. Is this really something that can be done just because one has power and influence? Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, 4,600 more needed to activate the villain's big roulette. No! This can't just be achieved simply by having power and influence. Having power and influence only allows Bai Zhou to block the city defense team's vehicles. But with just power and influence, Bai Zhou would never be able to defeat a level 5 spirit master by himself. This surely requires immense personal strength. And Bai Zhou must possess such strength. It is precisely because Bai Zhou is strong enough that he doesn't care about Lin Wei's measly E-level. It is precisely because Bai Zhou is strong enough that he doesn't care about my S-level spirit girl. Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai. Master. Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, 4,550 more needed to activate the villain's big roulette. Unknowingly, Xin was tightly gripping the dog collar around her neck. But such system prompts did not catch Bai Zhou's attention. Lin Wei had already released her transformation state. At this moment, Lin Wei's small face was still a little pale, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Bai Zhou knew that this was due to Lin Wei's continuous battles with him. Similarly, After using the dragon pattern armor skill, he would also impose some burden on his spirit girl. But despite that, a trace of excitement still flickered in Lin Wei's pupils. That's right. She and Bai Zhou together defeated one of the top 10 experts, Bai Jinbei. Although 99.999% of the battle was a setup, even so, this was a scene that little Lin Wei could never have dreamed of before. Today, it actually came true. Can she not be happy? At this moment, Bai Zhou also brought Lin Wei to Bai Jinbei's side. Looking at the healed wound on Bai Jinbei's chest, he said. Uncle, now you shouldn't be thinking about teaching me a lesson, right? What else is there to teach? Bai Jinbei exaggeratedly grabbed Bai Zhou's shoulders, his pupils sparkling with bright light. Xiao Zhou, tell uncle, what exactly is going on? Is this your secret, or is this your spirit daughter? Bai Jinbei's gaze also turned to Lin Wei, who was hiding behind Bai Zhou. Of course, at this moment, his look at Lin Wei had changed. But Bai Zhou said, "Oh, specific matters, you should still ask my dad. I've been exhausted all day, I'm almost starving, Mom. Is there food?" Xin Yun stood up from the sofa with a motherly smile. "It's been ready for a long time, wash your hands and eat. By the way, big brother, don't forget to fix our wall." He. This was Lin Wei's first time eating in a dining room larger than her own home. It was also the first time she saw so much delicious food she had never even dared to imagine. Sitting next to Bai Zhou, she looked very uneasy. She didn't even dare to pick up the chopsticks. It was Bai Zhou who personally served her several big pieces of meat. Only then did little Lin Wei finally swallow her saliva and start eating greedily. Watching this scene, without saying a word, even the other members of the Bai family had a look of joy on their faces. Bai Zhou even glanced at Lin Wei from the side, thinking, "Little Lin Wei is truly a beauty in the making. She's so small now only because of malnutrition. I bet not long from now, this girl will give me a big surprise." Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei like a big grey wolf focusing on Little Red Riding Hood. But Little Red Riding Hood had no idea about this, completely immersed in the delicious food. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Zhou's gaze landed clearly on Xin, who was silently gnawing in the corner outside the dining room. Xin looked at Bai Zhou, then at Lin Wei, silently not knowing what she was thinking, slowly lowering her head. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou's family was harmonious and joyful. But in the third hospital, no one could eat anything at that moment. Even Xu Yun's attending physician, or Dr. Li who had accepted Bai Zhou's money, felt the same way. Because as soon as they picked up their bowls, they thought of that terrifying chicken strip. Everyone felt nauseated and even couldn't help but tremble all over. Previously, outside Xu Yun's special ward, it was no longer empty. Instead, four serious-looking city defense team members stood outside. 2 men and 2 women, who were 2 spirit masters with their respective spirit daughters. You must know that the main body of the city defense team is still made up of ordinary people without spirit daughters. Spirit masters bearing spirit daughters hold significant status in the city defense team. Now these 4 could guard Xu Yun, which completely proved the city defense teams, and this city's lord, as well as high-ranking officials' importance to Xu Yun. However, at this moment, behind these 4, a beast-like roar echoed from the hospital room. Ugh! Ding! Detected the protagonist suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gained a fate villain value plus 200, the villain roulette wheel opens and needs 4,350 more. Hearing this roar, both spirit masters thought it was bad at the same time, turning around and pushing the door open. Upon seeing that there were no other people in the ward, only a Xu Yun who had woken up, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, and one of them ran out of the ward, presumably to notify some leader. And at this moment, lying on the hospital bed was Xu Yun. Pale and bloodless. Even his lips were a faint purple. He didn't care at all about the city defense soldiers who pushed the door open. Instead, he struggled to slowly lift a corner of the quilt. But what he saw was only thick gauze, nothing else. Ding! Detecting that the protagonist has suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gaining destiny villain points plus 200, 4,150 more needed to activate the villain spinning wheel. Ah! Xin. I want to kill you, ah! It seemed that due to Xu Yun's fury at that moment, the thick gauze was stained with spots of blood. And at that moment, the old voice in Xu Yun's mind quickly spoke. Kid, calm down. You absolutely must not lose your temper now. Hearing this voice, Xu Yun seemed to have found an outlet to vent, immediately roaring in his mind. You old fool. How can I calm down? It's not you who became a eunuch. Ding. Detecting that the protagonist has suffered mental damage plus 8,888, gaining destiny villain points plus 150, 4,000 more needed to activate the villain spinning wheel. You. The old voice seemed a bit angry, but thinking of Xu Yun's current situation, he sighed and said. Sigh. I really pity you, you. Save your fake sympathy. At this moment, Chu Yun, consumed by extreme sadness, seemed to have descended into madness. You clearly can sense everything in the outside world. When Shin approached me, why didn't you warn me? When she did this to me, why didn't you stop it? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this now. The old man in his mind was stunned. Me? You blame me for this? Don't forget, I'm just a spirit, lacking much energy. Just now, to save your life, all my energy was used up, and you still blame me? Shut up. Shu Yun began to lose control. You saved my life not for me, but for yourself, because if I die, you die too. You. The old voice clearly paused, then slowly fell silent. Now you know to shut up? Are you feeling guilty? What happened? Shu Yun didn't even realize. You think if you don't speak, I'll forgive you? Old fool. What are you pretending to be mute for? You harmed me like this, you don't care about me at all? But what responded to Chu Yun was still the long silence. However, in Bai Zhou's mind, it was another scene. Ding. Detecting that part of the protagonist's luck is obstructed, gaining destiny villain points plus 500, 3,500 more needed to activate the villain spinning wheel. Chapter 40, the current Bai family can do whatever they want. Bai Zhou didn't expect that the main character, Chu Yun, who was once so grand, had actually gone mad to this extent. Even the old grandfather in his mind was being cursed out madly by him. Of course, it was understandable. After all, he had just acquired that legendary SSS-level talent. He had finally welcomed the opportunity to soar to great heights. But the first contracted spirit girl he got turned into chicken strips. Who could bear that? It's reasonable for him to go a little crazy. Since the old voice in his mind stopped responding to him, Chu Yun had completely lost his outlet to vent. He lay on the bed, indifferent to life and death, looking up at the gray ceiling. Cold tears slid down from the corners of his pale eyes. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Chu Yun immediately wiped away his tears. Is this the pride of the protagonist told in legends? Then he took a deep breath to adjust his state of mind and said, "Come in." Even though he tried his best to control himself, he still couldn't suppress the tremor in his voice. A middle-aged man looking to be in his 40s, with a buzz cut, pushed the door in. And the city defense soldiers following this man. Watching the man walk into the hospital room, he carefully closed the door. This left the time for him and Chu Yun to be alone. The middle-aged man who walked into the room didn't know whether it was to give Chu Yun a good impression or out of genuine sincerity. The look he gave Chu Yun was filled with sympathy. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered emotional damage plus 333, earned fate villain points plus 100, the villain big will open still needs 3,400. Little did he know, this sympathetic gaze only made Chu Yun think of his own physical flaws. That was really not important anymore. This middle-aged man had already arrived at the bedside, taking the initiative to address Chu Yun. Hello, Chu Yun. Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhao Gang, I am the captain of the city's defense team. Hearing Zhao Gang's self-introduction, Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. The captain of the city defense team. Is he really this young? We must know that due to the war with other races, each country has formed a city-state system. Every city has a city wall, and within the city wall, there is the highest authority, the city lord. They have absolute say over their city and can issue laws and regulations within the city limits. The city defense team is directly governed by the state. Every city's city defense team captain is sent directly from the national level. In addition to maintaining public order in the city, there is another important task, which is to supervise the city lord. To speak of supervision, in reality, it means surveillance. To prevent the city lord from becoming obsessed with power and becoming detached from the state. Therefore, the status of the city defense team captain within the city is on par with the city lord, even slightly above the local city lord. And such a big shot, is he really only in his 30s or 40s? Moreover, he has personally appeared in my hospital room. One can see how much they value this SSS-level talent. At this moment, Chu Yun also awkwardly stretched out his hand to support himself on the hospital bed, as if trying to get up. Zhao Gang quickly raised his hand and said, "Chu Yun, please lie down." And Chu Yun politely replied, "Captain, please forgive Chu Yun for not being able to salute." "No worries, no worries." Zhao Gang waved his hand, dragged a chair from the side, and sat by Chu Yun's bedside, continuing to say, "Chu Yun, your condition is not very convenient, so there's no need for too many formalities." Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered emotional damage plus 555, earned fate villain points plus 100, the villain big will open still needs 3,300. Chu Yun's mouth slightly twitched, but he still controlled his emotions well and said, "I wonder why the captain came to see me." Zhao Gang had no intention of hiding anything, immediately speaking. Chu Yun, you awakened an SSS-level super talent, which is a terrifying qualification that only appears in legends. This matter is not just important to the leaders of this city, even my superiors were greatly shocked when they learned this news. So they sent me to personally protect your safety. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered emotional damage plus 555, earned fate villain points plus 100, the villain big will open still needs 3,200. Yes, Zhao Gang's words seemed to shock them about how impressive Chu Yun was. How much Chu Yun's current status was worth. However, you say you are here to protect my safety? Is this how you protect me? I am already like a chicken strip. Thinking about this matter made Chu Yun want to cry. But he also knew what people he could curse and what people he couldn't curse. This is how the protagonist's mind works. So he said to Zhao Gang. Thank you, Captain. In fact, it's nonsense. To put it bluntly, it was that Chu Yun didn't dare to curse the captain. After all, this captain was not just an ordinary spirit body. You can only survive by relying on yourself. Others are living well on their own. If you offend them, you will definitely suffer more in the future. Zhao Gang shook his head with a smile and said, Classmate Chu Yun, you don't need to thank me. You possess SSS-level talent, and you are the hope from outside for humanity. Protecting you is the duty of every human. These words made the corner of Chu Yun's eyes twitch intensely. You refer to humanity, but not all of humanity, right? However, when the conversation reached this point, Zhao Gang's expression slightly darkened, and his tone became a bit dry as he said. However, there is one thing I must remind classmate Chu Yun. What is it? Chu Yun was taken aback. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and slowly said. We deeply sympathize with your experiences, classmate Chu Yun. Ding. Detected the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big turntable needs 3,100 to start. Chu Yun was also bewildered. Since you sympathize with me, why bring up this topic? But Zhao Gang seemed to bring this up anyway. So he continued to say. Classmate Chu Yun, if you want revenge, I advise you not to have that thought for now. What? Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, Chu Yun's fists instantly tightened. Are you saying that now that I've been treated this way, I can only endure it? Ding. Detected the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big turntable needs 3,000 to start. Chu Yun, who had barely suppressed his emotions for half a day, was now showing signs of breaking down. Zhao Gang seemed to anticipate such a reaction from Chu Yun. So he said. Classmate Chu Yun, please listen to me. You should know who you have offended. The Bai family, one of the 4 major families. And among the top 10 experts, 3 are direct descendants of the Bai family. They not only have money, but also power, and tremendous strength. Ding. Detected the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 555, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big turntable needs 2,900 to start. Chu Yun clenched his fists tightly, unable to stop biting his teeth as he interrupted Zhao Gang. So the Bai family can do whatever they want? His voice came through like a roar, filled with anger. But Zhao Gang looked at Chu Yun with calm eyes, his expression very serious as he slowly nodded. The current situation, you are right. The Bai family can indeed do whatever they want. What? Chu Yun's pale purple lips looked even more ashen. Ding. Detected the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 888, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big turntable needs 2,800 to start. Then. It seemed he thought of something, his pupils lighting up as he said. What about Shinqin? That, am I not allowed to take revenge on her? Hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression changed slightly, looking at Chu Yun deeply. In the gaze of anticipation from Chu Yun, he slowly shook his head. Ding. Detected the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big turntable needs 2,700 to start. Ding. Detected the protagonist suffered mental harm plus 99,999, gained destiny villain points plus 200, the villain big turntable needs 2,500 to start. Looking at the ceiling, Chu Yun's eyes became more desperate, even his voice carried a hint of sobbing. Is it? I really have no chance? But at this moment, Zhao Gang's expression became serious, speaking very firmly. No. You certainly have a chance. Chapter 41, The 4 Major Families' Dominance Won't Last Long. A cold glimmer even appeared in Zhao Gang's eyes. Chu Yun, who felt he had nothing left to live for, was momentarily stunned. Weren't you the one who just told me not to think about seeking revenge against the Bai family? Now you're the one saying I have a chance? Are you this contradictory? Looking into Chu Yun's eyes, Zhao Gang's voice was deep. Chu Yun, don't forget. You have an SSS level talent. Right now, you can't compete against the Bai family, and it's not just because of their wealth. It's because of those three among the top 10 experts. They are the most important battle power in our country, and we still need them for certain tasks. It's not just the Bai family, but also the other three major conglomerates. In reality, my superiors have told me long ago that the higher-ups are extremely troubled by the arrogant four great families. They have long been dissatisfied with these families. So, if there is someone who can completely overshadow their influence, that is, a battle power capable of replacing their existence, then the four great families. Zhao Gang's words stopped here, and he did not continue. However, it was enough to let a glimmer of hope shine in Chu Yun's otherwise hopeless eyes. Commander, are you saying? Zhao Gang patted Chu Yun's shoulder and said, SSS level talent, heaven has granted you such a powerful gift, you must not waste it. As long as you are alive, there will come a day when you will become the strongest spirit master in this world. Because your SSS level talent is unprecedented. When your strength can completely crush them. Do you understand? As Zhao Gang's voice faded, the joy in Chu Yun's eyes was nearly overflowing. He gazed deeply at Zhao Gang, then nodded heavily and said loudly, Don't worry, Commander, I definitely will not let you down. Good. Zhao Gang's face also revealed a smile. But this smile did not seem very warm. After saying this, Zhao Gang stood up and waved his hand. Then I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, you can contact me through the people outside. After finishing this, Zhao Gang turned and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because right behind him, above the hospital room door, an electronic eye was emitting a faint red glow. Not good. Zhao Gang silently thought. Without responding to Chu Yun's goodbye, he pulled open the hospital room door and quickly walked out. He hurried towards the office where Dr. Li had taken Bai Zhou earlier. Without knocking, he pushed the door open. Just in time to see a startled Dr. Li hurriedly typing something on the keyboard. Zhao Gang's brows furrowed instantly, and he coldly snorted. What are you doing? With this cold snort, a powerful force swept towards Dr. Li. Thud. With a loud thud, the immense pressure forced Dr. Li to kneel straight onto the ground. He didn't bring his spirit companion, nor was there a companion attached to him. Yet like the previous Bai Jinbei, he easily emitted such frightening pressure. Proving that their strength should not be underestimated. After all, he was still a commander. Sir! Dr. Li was so terrified by Zhao Gang that he began to cry profusely. Kneeling down with his hands clasped together, he hurriedly apologized. Sir, I'm sorry, I won't dare again, I will never dare again. Sir, I beg you, spare me, please spare me. But Zhao Gang ignored Dr. Li's pleas for mercy. His body flickered and arrived beside the computer. He quickly switched screens on the keyboard, and rhythmic music began to play from the speakers. Your moves are too good. Zhao Gang's eyes twitched at once. Oh, come on. Hurry up, I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Zhao Gang looked at the screen showing a card game, bewildered as he turned to the kneeling Dr. Li. Dr. Li was still crying and sniffling. Sir, I beg you, please don't tell our leaders. If the leaders find out I am doing this during work time. If I don't check on the patient's condition, I will definitely be punished. Officer, please, my family doesn't have much money, and everyone relies on my salary. Zhao Gang calmly clicked twice on the computer with the mouse. Airplane. This is how the card should be played, did you learn it? Dr. Li's mouth twitched, but he quickly said. I learned it, officer, you are truly amazing. All right. Zhao Gang gently waved his hand. You can continue, there's nothing much to do right now. As for your leader, you don't have to worry, I'm leaving. Thank you, officer. Thank you, officer. Dr. Li was so excited that he even knelt down to bow. I will never forget your great kindness, officer. Zhao Gang left the office amidst Dr. Li's excited cries. As soon as Zhao Gang left the office, Dr. Li's expression immediately changed. He took a quick step to the computer desk and slowly lifted the keyboard that was placed there. Under the keyboard was his phone. The phone screen displayed video files sent successfully. At this moment, Bai Zhou was enjoying a wonderful dinner amidst the constantly ringing system prompts in his mind. For Bai Zhou, a traveler, although he was slightly better than Lin Wei, this still counted as a feast. Especially with the system prompts ringing, Bai Zhou found this meal exceptionally delightful. At this time, the family sat comfortably in the living room, sipping tea and eating dessert after the meal, feeling very relaxed. Only Lin Wei, sitting beside Bai Zhou, felt truly uncomfortable, as if she were an outsider. Little did she know, the one curled up in the corner, who didn't even dare to come closer, Xin, was the real outsider. At that moment, Bai Zhou was gazing intently at the screen on his phone. He felt a bit surprised inside. He hadn't expected that giving money to Dr. Lee, which seemed useless, would bring him such a crucial return. In fact, Bai Zhou knew that the people above had long been dissatisfied with the four major families. By the end of the original story, Chu Yun's power grew stronger, but it was also due to Bai Zhou's constant recklessness. This led the other three families of the four major families to be disappointed in the Bai family, and the leaders above began to reveal their fangs. However, Bai Zhou didn't expect that at this time, those people had already grown tired of the four major families. At this moment, Bai Jinbei's voice suddenly came. Xiao Zhou, your uncle and aunt have finally returned, you're just holding a phone and not chatting with us? Hearing Bai Jinbei's voice, Bai Zhou lifted his head, glanced at Bai Jinbei, then at his father Bai Jinan, and then spoke. Dad, uncle, have you heard of a person named Zhao Gang? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan both froze for a moment, then they surprisingly spoke in unison. Heard of him, why? Then they both froze again, exchanged glances, and said. You know him too? Bai Zhou was also quite amused by his father and uncle. This time, Bai Jinbei spoke first. More than a year ago, Zhao Gang joined my trial team. You know, they select many promising newcomers above for us to help train. A few months ago, he graduated, but then he suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this time, Bai Jinan added. Is it possible that Zhao Gang's sudden disappearance is because he was transferred to the city's garrison? Oh. Really? Bai Jinbei was slightly taken aback. Then the two brothers turned to look at Bai Zhou simultaneously. How do you know Zhao Gang? Bai Zhou pouted and pushed his phone forward. You should look for yourselves. However, what surprised Bai Zhou was that when Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinan saw the content in the video, not angry, not even surprised at all. Instead, with a frown, we exchanged glances and slowly said, it seems that the royalists have already infiltrated around us. Bai Zhou was suddenly stunned. What the hell is the royalist? Chapter 42, What is Shinqin doing awake at night? It's no wonder Bai Zhou would inquire so dramatically. Because in the original novel, he couldn't remember anything about royalists or green supporters. Now he never expected to hear this term from his father and uncle? However, when Bai Zhenbei and Bai Jinan heard Bai Zhou's question, they both shook their heads in perfect agreement and said, right now, your strength is still a bit too weak, there are some things you can't yet understand. Once your strength is greater, and you have conditions to compete with certain people, you will naturally know. Bai Zhenbei and Bai Jinan's avoidance made Bai Zhou's heart skip a beat. My strength is still not strong enough? What about my family's Bai family backing me up? What about you? Is it still the same? Hiss. Bai Zhou inhaled sharply. There must be many hidden struggles in this world. It's just that the original plot focuses on the main character, Chu Yun. So, many things were not shown. But, if I manage to deal with Chu Yun, or if I don't let Chu Yun kill me ahead of time like in the original, doesn't that mean I will one day have to face these hidden dangers? Slowly, Bai Zhou turned to look at Lin Wei beside him. Lin Wei naturally knew nothing and couldn't hear what Bai Zhou and the others were saying. She just blinked her innocent big eyes, looking at Bai Zhou, full of naivety. But Bai Zhou had already made up his mind. It seems I still need to find a way to quickly improve my strength. As for how to improve my strength? It naturally has to start from the main character, Chu Yun. Because I already know what kind of opportunities and benefits the main character, Chu Yun, has gained. Stealing things is, of course, much easier than exploring and searching myself. Plus, I can gain system points and rewards. That's simply a way to work smarter, not harder. Ding! Detected that the main character has received mental damage plus 555, gained destiny villain value plus 100, the villain big will requires 2,400 more to unlock. Far away in the hospital, Chu Yun was daydreaming about the future. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine, but he had no idea what was happening. On this side, it was getting late. Even a spirit master needs to rest. Fortunately, Bai Zhou's mansion was very large. There were enough vacant rooms. Although Lin Wei had signed a life and death contract with Bai Zhou, some things still had to be done step by step. Also, even though Bai Zhou's mother arranged a room for Lin Wei decided to take care of her father in the hospital. In the midst of his coma, Bai Zhou changed his father's hospital. What if his father wakes up at night and sees a completely strange environment? What if he gets anxious or scared? As a daughter, Lin Wei naturally had to take on the responsibility of taking care of her father. Bai Zhou didn't refuse, and arranged for 2 bodyguards to escort Lin Wei to the hospital. As for Shinqin, Bai Zhou didn't think of what use Shinqin had for now, so he didn't pay her any more attention. But just because Bai Zhou doesn't care about Shinqin doesn't mean Shinqin can endure the silence. Late at night, when all was quiet, Shinqin was led by a servant of the Bai family into a room for the servants. Fortunately, due to her particularity, she was assigned a single room. But as soon as she entered the room and closed the door, Xinxin's expression suddenly turned resentful and bitter. Again, angry. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 444, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2,350 more. As if gone mad, she tore off the collar around her neck and disdainfully threw it away. This action seemed to say, "This lady is at least a school joke, the quality of the spirit girl is S grade. Now, to contract with Bai Zhou, willingly becoming a dog? It's simply embarrassing, simply nauseating." However, not long after she threw away the collar, her expression visibly changed. From anger, it slowly turned into dullness, and after dullness, it unexpectedly became panic. In the end, she hurriedly lunged towards the collar she had thrown away in a state of panic. She hurriedly picked it up and carefully brushed off the dust on it. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 555, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2,300 more. And Xinxin, carefully holding the collar, actually sat down on the bed in a daze, even stiffly murmuring, "This is given to me by young Master Bai. This is given to me by young Master Bai." Like a tape recorder, holding the collar, she slowly lay down on the bed. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 444, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2,250 more. At this moment, Xinxin seemed to enter a state of shattered and rebuilt worldview, then shattered again. Her entire mental state seemed to have gone wrong. It seemed cruel to torture Chu Yun today, but she had not suffered little torture herself. Lying on the cold bed like this, holding the collar, staring blankly at the ceiling, she even began to murmur, "I wonder if young Master Bai still remembers what I said to him today." What did she say? "Lin Wei won't be here tonight, young Master Bai is all alone, needing someone to warm his bed, right? How did you come up with that? But, do I deserve to climb onto young Master Bai's bed?" Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2,200 more. And it was because of this thought. Strange images began to appear in Xinxin's mind. At school, Bai Zhou kicked her away. In the hospital, Bai Zhou slapped her face. Bai Zhou stepped on her head, rubbing her dignity on the floor. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 888, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2,150 more. But in Xinxin's eyes, such images of endless humiliation flashed continuously. Yet her body began to tremble gently. Moreover, with her body's tremble, Xinxin's cheeks actually began to blush slightly. Even closing her eyes, tears welling at the corners, biting her lip. And in her mind, Bai Zhou's loud slap landed on Xinxin's face again. Xinxin actually turned over, her two long white legs tightly clamping the still unspread quilt. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2,100 more. At this time, lying on the bed in his bedroom, Bai Zhou opened his eyes to stare at the ceiling, filled with confusion in his pupils. Thinking, what is going on? What is Xinxin doing awake at night? Bai Zhou had no idea. At this moment, Xinxin's room even began to echo Bai Zhou's name. Xinxin held tightly to the pillow, clutching the quilt, trembling all over. Young Master Bai. Master. Hit me. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette opens and needs 2050 more. As time passed, Xinxin's body seemed to become even more uncontrollable. It was a bit crazy that she put the collar she just tore off back around her own neck. And she tightly held onto the collar's buckle, pulling it tighter and tighter. Her cheeks visibly turned purple from suffocation. But she showed no sign of wanting to stop. It was as if she was trying to commit suicide. Ding. Detected that the main character, by Yue Guang, has suffered mental harm plus 999, earned destiny villain value plus 50, the villain big will needs 2,000 to start. After an unknown period of time, Xinxin suddenly lifted her head. And at that moment, Xinxin finally let go. She greedily breathed in fresh air. The purple tint on her face gradually faded. However, at this point, Xinxin didn't show any signs of pain or discomfort. On the contrary, her cheeks became more rosy, and her eyes gradually turned. Indescribable, completely indescribable. Ding. Detected that the main character, by Yue Guang, has suffered mental harm plus 999, earned destiny villain value plus 50, the villain big will needs 1950 to start. Lying on his bed, Bai Zhou couldn't help but curl his lips. This Shinshin is acting strange, very strange. Chapter 43, The God-Making Plan? The Border Wall. But eventually, this system notification sound must come to a stop. Baizhou finally fell into a dream. To be honest, Baizhou did not sleep very comfortably this time. After all, before crossing over, he slept on a hard-board bed. Suddenly changing to such a soft mattress required some time to adapt. But luckily, no one called Baizhou to get up. He slept until noon before yawning and walking out of his bedroom. If possible, he didn't even want to get out of bed. Because he remembered the plot in the original book. The day after Chu Yun completed his job awakening was the enrollment conference of various universities. Especially since Chu Yun awakened an unprecedented SSS-level super talent. Therefore, this enrollment conference could be said to be exceptionally popular, and the scene was very grand. Many people came specifically to catch a glimpse of the SSS-level qualification. Of course. Because this enrollment conference was very grand. Chu Yun naturally showed off during the conference. And as the villain, I naturally became the background. But now, Baizhou was truly curious about how Chu Yun would show off today. So, after getting up, Baizhou casually ate something and headed straight to the hospital to find Lin Wei. Lin Wei's father was still in a coma, but the private doctor at the Bai family's private hospital told Lin Wei that her father's condition had improved. He would definitely wake up soon. This made Lin Wei, the little girl, so happy that she couldn't stop smiling all morning. When she saw Baizhou arrive, she excitedly opened her arms and jumped into his embrace, saying sweetly, "Thank you, brother Baizhou." Now, the brother Baizhou from Lin Wei's mouth was becoming more and more natural. This was, of course, a good thing for Baizhou. Lin Wei naturally knew that Baizhou came to find her for the enrollment conference. So she quickly settled her father and pulled Baizhou's hand out the door. But before Baizhou and Lin Wei could reach the hospital's exit, the head of the bodyguard stopped Baizhou's path. He told Baizhou that the enrollment conference was cancelled. Hearing this news, Baizhou paused slightly. After all, in the original setting, for so many years, the enrollment conference always started the day after Awakening Day. How could it be cancelled this year? However, after hearing the reasons his subordinate gave him, Baizhou was also puzzled. The upper management said it was because Chu Yun's body was not convenient, so... Of course, Chu Yun's body was not convenient. How could it be convenient in that condition? But Baizhou's gaze still slightly narrowed. It seems that this Chu Yun is so important in their eyes. Indeed. In previous years, there had not been an SSS-level super genius spirit master. Would there be no enrollment conference held? This year absolutely could not lose the enrollment opportunity for other spirit masters and spirit daughters just because of one Chu Yun. So, only one possibility remained. Create momentum. That's right, after yesterday, when Dr. Li sent him that video. Baizhou quickly analyzed such a conclusion. Since that group wanted to use this SSS-level genius Chu Yun to deal with the four major families, the most crucial first step was to create momentum for Chu Yun. Let more people see how powerful an SSS-level spirit master is. On the other hand, let Chu Yun step into everyone's sight. If the four major families react and want to deal with Chu Yun, they would have to consider public opinion. Although the four major families do not care about this. Faced with multiple pressures, even the four major families could only endure. This could serve as a kind of protection for Chu Yun. Additionally, under their protection, Chu Yun could rapidly improve due to his SSS-level talent. At that time, he would enter the next stage. Create a god. Once the SSS-level talent of Chu Yun becomes so powerful that it is incomparable, the top 10 masters would instantly become just a title. This is a way to weaken the influence of the four major families. Looking at it this way, Chu Yun's appearance seems to be a part of that group's plan. However, these were not things Baizhou was considering at the moment. What he needed to do now. Aren't you going to create momentum for Chu Yun? Aren't you going to turn Chu Yun into a god? Then let me take away all of Chu Yun's opportunities. I want to see how this Chu Yun becomes a god. So, Baizhou directly said to the head of the bodyguards, "Take me to the border wall." Hearing this, the bodyguard leader was stunned and instinctively replied, "Young master, you just transferred, and you want to undertake a mission already?" Baizhou merely turned and gave the bodyguard leader a faint look. The bodyguard leader instantly shut his mouth. In his mind, it seemed that he recalled Baizhou's remark from yesterday, "Are you teaching me to work?" At that moment, he didn't dare to say anything, only kept his head down repeatedly saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Young master, please follow me, the vehicle is ready." The border wall Baizhou referred to protected the area where humanity currently relied on for survival. On the other side of the border wall is the bloody and terrifying battlefield with foreign races. But that does not mean that the city where Baizhou is located is adjacent to the battlefield. Rather, within the human settlements, every city has its own city wall. These walls serve the same purpose as the border wall, but are much smaller in scale. However, this does not mean that it is safe enough outside the city wall. Between cities and inside the battlefield's border wall, there is a place uninhabited by humans called the foreign race forest. As the name suggests, it contains many foreign races. Of course, those within are far inferior to those outside the battlefield's border wall. More of them are low-level foreign races, which humanity can completely eradicate with current means. However, there is no need to do so. Keeping them around can provide new spirit masters and spirit daughters an opportunity to gain real combat experience. Because of this, at the base of every city wall, there is a mission hall. And this is the purpose of Baijiu's visit. Except for going to school to study and practice. It is to participate in various battles through the tasks arranged in the task hall, thus improving one's level and strength. By the way, you can also earn task points. And task points can be exchanged for identity badges, or equipment and items for spirit masters and spirit maidens in the task hall. However, the reason Baijiu brought Lin Wei to the task hall now. It is absolutely not for any task points. Because the Bai family's strength does not actually care about this thing. He came to this place, of course, to find Chu Yun. He knows the original plot well and remembers that after Chu Yun put on a big show at the enrollment conference, he didn't choose to enroll early right away. Instead, under the suggestion of that old man in his mind, he went to the border wall for training. And as a level 1 spirit master, the only task Chu Yun could complete alone would be a level 1 exploration task. But this simple level 1 exploration task, because of a mistake in the task hall's work, pushed Chu Yun into a desperate situation. Of course, Chu Yun is the main character after all. Every desperate situation for him is an opportunity. And Baijiu's purpose for coming here this time is to seize this opportunity from Chu Yun. Right now, Chu Yun can't even get out of the hospital, let alone go to the border wall for training. At this moment, Baijiu had already taken Lin Wei into the task hall. Inside the hall, it was filled with smoke, a variety of muscular spirit masters and flamboyant spirit maidens chattering inside. This made Lin Wei even more frightened, always shrinking behind Baijiu. But Baijiu didn't care about any of this. After quickly completing the registration in the task hall, he immediately started searching for the level 1 task in his memory. However, after searching around, Baijiu couldn't find his target at all. This made Baijiu ponder slightly. Could it be that I came too early? That task hasn't been released yet? But just then, suddenly the electronic screen in the task hall changed. Baijiu's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at a brand new level 1 exploration task on the screen. Baijiu couldn't help but slap his forehead. Old ones can't compare to the timely ones, isn't this just here? But little did he know, among the crowd, there was a woman cloaked and hooded who, upon seeing this task, surprisingly showed a hint of delight in her pupils. Chapter 44, Important Midterm Character Appears Early? Since he had already found his target, Baijiu of course first came to the window of the service hall. He submitted the identity materials he had just registered and successfully accepted the task. But at the same time Baijiu accepted this task, a system prompt sound actually sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the fate of the protagonist, gaining plus 200 destiny villain points. The villain's big roulette needs 1750 to open. The appearance of this system prompt made Baijiu's gaze slightly tighten. He felt puzzled. This doesn't make sense. I just accepted this task and haven't encountered Chu Yun's opportunity yet, but it's already giving me villain points? What if I can't find it? Or is it that the system has already judged that I will definitely be able to find Chu Yun's opportunity, so it gave me villain points in advance? Baijiu's such speculation did not receive a response from the system. But it doesn't matter anymore, Baijiu wants the points, and he also wants the opportunity. But just as Baijiu was about to set off with Lin Wei to the task location, a cloaked figure blocked Baijiu's path. Before Baijiu could ask, he heard a somewhat excited female voice. Excuse me, are you two the ones who just accepted that level 1 exploration task? Hearing this, Baijiu paused slightly. Her eyes slightly squinted as she lifted her head to look at the hooded girl in front of her. In the void, her all-knowing mirror had already opened up. Information about this girl appeared clearly on it. Name, 7-star Dragon Abyss. Level 0. Quality, E grade, true quality not yet activated. Talent skill, not yet activated. What the heck are you? Looking at the information displayed on the all-knowing mirror, Baijiu lost control and let out a strange yell. This startled the girl blocking Baijiu and she took a step back. Why are you cursing? Baijiu quickly shut his mouth, scratched the back of his head, and said, Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. Baijiu was indeed talking to her. 7-star Dragon Abyss. True quality not yet activated. Goodness, if I'm not mistaken, your name should be Long Ying, right? Just then, the girl in front of him shook her head, pouted, and said, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Long Ying, and the mission you accepted was just posted by me." It really is Long Ying. Why does Bai Zhou remember this so clearly? Because in the original novel, this Long Ying is a very important female character, just like Lin Wei behind him. Of course, she is also one of the protagonists, Shu Yun's harem. One of the super quality spirit girls in the protagonist's hand. But how come I met Long Ying so early? Isn't this Long Ying supposed to appear closer to the mid-stage in the original work? Bai Zhou still remembers the plot. It was when Shu Yun's strength had gradually grown, and he brought his spirit girls to destroy a small villain's headquarters. Then rescued several girls from there. One of them was Long Ying, and Long Ying saw an equipment worn by the original Chu Yun. Oh. Yes. That equipment on Chu Yun is one of the opportunities one am trying to seize today. Just now, this Long Ying said the mission was just posted by her. So, right now, Long Ying has not yet been captured by that so-called villain. And it just so happens that I bumped into her. What a lucky girl. No wonder the system just sounded a prompt, it turned out to be for this reason. Realizing this, Bai Zhou wore a calm smile on his face, nodded at Long Ying, and said, "My name is Bai Zhou, and this is my spirit girl, Lin Wei. You are looking for me, for something?" Although capturing Long Ying would definitely deal a heavy blow to the protagonist Chu Yun's luck. But capturing should also follow methods. Now Bai Zhou was still curious as to why Long Ying suddenly came looking for him. So he deliberately asked this question. Long Ying clearly hadn't heard of Bai Zhou's name. She nodded and quickly spoke. "There's something." With a hood covering most of her face, Long Ying said quickly. "I thought this level 1 mission wouldn't be accepted so quickly, and I was about to leave, but unexpectedly." This seemed to explain to Bai Zhou why the later Chu Yun didn't encounter the scene in front of him when accepting this mission. It seemed that this Long Ying had left early, which was why she got captured by that so-called villain, right? Long Ying's voice hadn't stopped and continued. "I hope you can take me to the mission location together." Hearing Long Ying's words, Bai Zhou paused slightly. "Then why not accept the mission yourself?" "Because." Long Ying gritted her teeth slightly and said, "I don't have a spirit master." "What? Do you want to contract with me?" While speaking, Bai Zhou put on a playful look, taking in Long Ying from top to bottom. That gaze scared the little girl Long Ying, making her tighten her cloak and step back, hurriedly saying, "I don't." Ding. Detecting that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 111. Gained 50 villain points, the villain roulette requires 1700 to unlock. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou's smile became even more pronounced. "That's right, as such an important female lead, how can you not give me some villain points?" Then, Long Yin's voice continued in a somewhat low tone. "You wouldn't want a contract with me, because my qualification is only E." While saying this, Long Yin seemed to recall some sad memories, her throat even slightly choked. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhou waved his hand and said, "So what? My spirit lady is also E grade." "What?" Upon hearing this, Long Ying clearly raised her head instinctively in shock. Bai Zhou also caught a glimpse of most of Long Ying's face. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Bai Zhou couldn't help but think. Truly worthy of being the female lead, she is really beautiful. Of course, Bai Zhou would never say this out loud. What if he scared the girl away? Ding. Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 222, gained 50 villain points, the villain roulette requires 1650 to unlock. It seemed that when Bai Zhou said his spirit lady was only E grade, it significantly lowered Long Ying's enthusiasm for conversation. If that's the case, I advise you to give up on this task. What? Bai Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you look down on my E grade spirit lady? Don't forget, you are also only an E grade. Ding. Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 555, gained 50 villain points, the villain roulette requires 1600 to unlock. No. Long Ying quickly waved her hands and said, "I didn't mean that, don't misunderstand." While saying this, she also showed another apologetic expression towards Lin Wei. Then she continued. "It's because I feel this task is very dangerous. If your strength is not enough, please don't joke with your lives." Ha! Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, not responding to Long Ying, but instead, turned to pull Lin Wei, passing by Long Ying. As they walked towards the exit of the border wall, he said casually, "If it were a more powerful spirit master, would they agree for you to follow as a burden to execute the task?" Ding. Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 333, gained 50 villain points, the villain roulette requires 1550 to unlock. In the moment Long Ying was in a daze, Bai Zhou's voice came again from afar. "If you want to follow, then come along. If you don't want to come, don't disturb us in executing the task." After saying this, Bai Zhou had already entered the teleportation hall. Standing at the spot, Long Ying coldly watched Bai Zhou's disappearing figure, unsure of what she was thinking. With a slight gritting of her teeth, she shook her long legs and chased after them. In the teleportation hall, there was an ancient teleportation array carved inside. It is said to have been created many years ago by several powerful spirit masters. Every city-state has one. The teleportation array can send spirit masters and spirit ladies directly near the task location, and after completing the task, they can return to the task hall through the teleportation mark at the task site. Just as Bai Zhou was leading Lin Wei to step onto the teleportation array, Long Ying's hurried figure rushed in from outside. At that moment, Bai Zhou also heard the prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host successfully blocked part of the main character's fate, gained 100 villain points. The villain roulette requires 1450 to unlock. Chapter 45, No wonder she is bold, she is seeking death. Only with the task acceptance certificate can the teleportation array be activated to transport to near the task location. This is also why Long Ying hoped Bai Zhou could take her along. Because without a contracted spirit master, she couldn't register her identity in the task hall, and thus, couldn't accept tasks. After a series of dizzying teleportations, the feeling of being grounded returned once again. The scene before Bai Zhou and the other two had changed dramatically. Where they stood, towering trees as thick as several people hugging surrounded them. The tree crowns blocked the sky and the sun. It was clearly daytime. But the sunlight could only fall through the gaps in the leaves, like scattered stars. Yet even so, the visibility in this place was extremely low. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint stench lingering in the air. It smelled like decaying flesh and blood. This was Bai Zhou's first time in such a place, and he couldn't help but frown. Let alone Lin Wei. Her little face had turned a bit pale, if it weren't for Bai Zhou's big hand passing some warmth to her two small hands. She might have already been scared to death by now. But that Long Ying, who had no contracted spirit master, became somewhat excited after landing. And surprisingly, without greeting Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, she directly ran toward a direction in the dense forest. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhou didn't stop her. In fact, a faint smile hung in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he followed Long Ying from a distance. He knew Long Ying must have spotted something on Chu Yun that made her recognize he had completed the task he arranged. And that something was at the place where Chu Yun triggered the opportunity. At this moment, Long Ying dashed toward a direction without a second thought. No need to ask, she definitely knew something. And that saved him the trouble of exploring. Why not go along with it? However, it's worth mentioning that Long Ying really had a lot of courage. A young girl, without a spirit master, voluntarily approached this stranger. And followed this stranger into such a place all alone. Once they arrived, she didn't care about being defenseless, running mindlessly in this pitch-black forest. As time passed, the surrounding trees obviously grew sparser. There even appeared large open areas ahead. But the faint smell of decay in the air only grew stronger. In the distance, it seemed Bai Zhou also saw something glowing at the center of that open area. No! It was at this moment that the running Long Ying suddenly let out a cry of despair. Stumbling toward the light. Before even getting close, her steps began to slow down, slower and slower. Finally, with a puff, she knelt down on the ground. Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, who followed closely, also stopped in their tracks. Lin Wei's face turned pale, she gasped and covered her mouth, burying her little head into Bai Zhou's back. Bai Zhou frowned even more, feeling a bit nauseous. He knew the original plot, so he naturally knew what kind of scene he was about to see. But written descriptions could never compare to the visual shock of witnessing it firsthand. A large area of soil had already turned a dull reddish-brown. And within this reddish-brown soil, one could see bits of meat scattered about. Next to the bits of meat lay a severed human calf, with a distinctly bitten-off finger beside it. Brother! Sister-in-law! Don't leave me, don't leave me! Woo-woo-woo-woo! Long Ying deeply buried her head in her hands, pressing her forehead hard against the necklace she held. Hearing Long Ying's painful cries, Lin Wei, with a pale little face, slowly poked her head out from behind Bai Zhou. Looking at Long Ying, who was kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably, Lin Wei's face showed an expression of deep pity. Brother Bai Zhou, this sister is so pitiful. Did you really need to say that? Regarding Long Ying's brother and sister-in-law, Bai Zhou had also seen it in the original story. But Long Ying's appearance had been a long time ago from today. Back then, Long Ying's inner pain had also faded a lot, unlike the intense expression now. However, even so, Bai Zhou did not pay much attention. Instead, he felt that the atmosphere around them was very strange. The reason was clear, this place was the foreign race forest. It is said that there are many low-level foreign races in the foreign race forest. But since they were teleported here, they hadn't encountered a single foreign race. Moreover, the surrounding environment seemed eerily quiet. So, Bai Zhou slowly took Lin Wei's little hand and said, "Don't be afraid, transform first. With me here, nothing will happen." Lin Wei nodded at Bai Zhou. Then she instantly transformed into sparkling starlight, taking the form of the long dan bright silver spear, which Bai Zhou held in his hand. And as soon as Ling Yang possessed her, Bai Zhou's senses upgraded. He instantly noticed a huge aura rushing towards them quickly. The next second, a deafening wolf howl erupted from the dense forest. Advanced setup. A woo sound tore through the air. A massive black shadow rushed out just like that. In an instant, it enveloped the kneeling longing entirely. The huge black shadow landed, but did not make any sound. The reason, undoubtedly, seemed to be those 8 thin and sharp legs like a spider. That's right, spider legs. And at the center of these 8 spider legs was a huge black wolf head. The existence of this thing was clearly unscientific. It was as if a wolf had died, its head cut off by someone. Then a giant spider parasitized inside this head. And this spider was perfectly fused with the wolf head. Is this the foreign race? Seeing such a thing with his own eyes, sweat broke out on Bai Zhou's forehead. This creepy thing was clearly a powerful foreign race, forcing the protagonist Chu Yun into a desperate situation. Just the size of that wolf head was comparable to a small car. Not to mention those 8 spider legs. Each leg was at least 5 meters long. Curved and standing there, the massive black shadow completely covered Long Ying's body. The 5 eyes on the wolf head emitted a bloodthirsty glow, staring fixedly at the kneeling Long Ying. Just the size of this thing certainly wasn't a low-level foreign race. The reason they hadn't seen other foreign races here might be that they feared the aura of this thing. But at this moment, although Long Ying was enveloped by this terrifying creature, she lifted her head but showed no fear or other emotions. Her pale little face, her pupils filled with despair. Looking at the bloody mouth of the wolf head, she surprisingly slowly closed her eyes. Well, no wonder she was so bold earlier. This girl came here with a death wish. Oh whoa! This foreign race saw that Long Ying was not afraid of it, but instead closed her eyes. It was unclear whether it felt slighted and became enraged. Suddenly, it howled to the sky. 6 legs touched the ground, and the 2 sharp long legs in front were lifted high. Whoosh! With a sound, it came down fiercely, slicing through the air. Seeing that Long Ying's body was about to be pierced, a grim smile unexpectedly appeared on her face, saying blankly, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm here to accompany you. Accompany your grandmother's grandson." A loud roar from Bai Zhou suddenly came. Clang! With a muffled sound, that massive body was directly flipped away. Long Ying instantly opened her eyes and saw Bai Zhou holding a silver spear standing in front of her. However, Long Ying didn't feel grateful. Instead, she roared at Bai Zhou. "I don't want your help." "Shut up." Bai Zhou showed no kindness towards Long Ying. Ding! Detected main character suffering mental damage plus 444, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain mega roulette activated 1400. Am I saving you, or is it my destiny villain value I'm saving? Chapter 46, Miss, can you let me use it? The word save. Actually, it wasn't said very accurately. Long Ying's life or death did have some impact on Bai Zhou, but it wasn't very significant. Because if this girl died, she would definitely have obstructed most of the fortune of the protagonist, Chu Yun. One could gain a large amount of destiny villain value all at once. While if Long Ying didn't die, the increase of his villain value would become a slow trickle. But ultimately, it would still provide a large amount of destiny villain value. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou cared more about this bizarre creature. Spider Wolf. This name is quite hasty. Bai Zhou had no choice since the original work was written this way. This thing is the real opportunity that led Chu Yun to take this task. The necklace in Long Ying's hand was merely a foreshadowing. But this spider wolf truly pushed Chu Yun to the brink. Then, Chu Yun, who was cornered, managed to unleash part of Lin Wei's potential, which was an Ultra SSS level spiritual weapon, with the help of the old man in his mind, to pull through. And most importantly, the events that unfolded after Chu Yun killed this spider wolf. At this moment, Bai Zhou acted, and the more important reason was to test the strength of this spider wolf. Although he currently only had an A+ level spirit master talent. Because of his system granting him the unparalleled swordbox and life-death contract, he had directly unlocked the complete form of Lin Wei. Moreover, both he and Lin Wei were now level 3, far stronger than Chu Yun when he encountered the spider wolf in the original story. Therefore, the surprise attack he launched from the side just now actually repelled the spider wolf. At this time, the light of expectation shimmered in Bai Zhou's eyes. It seems I don't have the luck of Chu Yun to feel what it's like to be in a desperate situation. Aru. At this moment, the spider wolf looked at Bai Zhou, who had suddenly attacked it. In its huge pupils, a touch of crimson light instantly appeared, accompanied by a piercing wolf howl. The spider-wolf's entire body began to glow red, and its momentum was even stronger than before. But at this moment, Long Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke loudly. "What are you doing? You should leave. My brother and sister-in-law are a level 4 spirit master combo, they are no match for the spider-wolf. How can you manage? Hurry up and go, just let me go with my brother and sister-in-law, please. I have no one left in this world, ugh ugh ugh." Cough cough cough. Before Long Ying could finish her sentence, she began to cough violently. A lump of mud flew directly into Long Ying's mouth. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou disdainfully kicked the mud off his shoe and said, "Why the hell is there so much nonsense? Isn't it annoying?" Ding. Detected main character suffering mental damage plus 666, gain destiny villain value plus 50. You. After finally cleaning the mud from her mouth, Long Ying was about to curse Bai Zhou, but she found that Bai Zhou had actually charged forward with a gun against that spider wolf. Ding. Detected main character suffering mental damage plus 555, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain big will still needs 1300 to start. Watching Bai Zhou's back, Long Ying's gaze gradually turned puzzled. Why? She repeated these 3 words like a broken record. Why is he so young, with such a low level? Even the spirit daughter is just D rank, and he dares to charge directly at a spider wolf of this alien race. Isn't that looking for death? Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Ding. Detected host suffering mental damage plus 6, no villain points. Bai Zhou, 6. He was also exasperated. Why is this woman so troubled? If it doesn't work, let this alien kill Long Ying first, and then continue to kill it? Sigh. Forget it, since I'm here. Bai Zhou's gaze became firm. And the spider wolf opposite sensed Bai Zhou's charge, its crimson eyes seemed to show a hint of faint mockery. It could also see. The momentum emanating from this young man was even lower than the pair of young people it had just devoured. Yet he dared to charge at it, truly seeking death. The next second. Woo! The spider wolf's 8 sharp long legs, the front 4 instantly raised up, pointing at the sky. Bai Zhou's eyes flashed. Memories from the original story appeared in his mind. It was written that in the original, Chuyun discovered that the spider wolf had only 2 types of attacks. One was to raise its front legs high, like a spear, to quickly launch an attack and pierce down. The other was the wolf's head on its torso that would go into a frenzied bite. Of course, there's also a combination skill. That is to pierce first with the long legs and then go into a wild bite. Now that it was in this state, it was naturally starting to pierce. And Bai Zhou was waiting for this opportunity. Because the spider wolf raised its 4 front limbs, it would certainly leave its defenses wide open. Bai Zhou could directly see that wolf's head, with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Also from the original story, an old man in Shu Yun's mind told him that the spider wolf's weakness was in its mouth. Thus, at the moment when the spider wolf raised its 4 front limbs, the Long Dan shining silver spear in his hand flashed with silver light. Long Dan. Then. Fury stab. Ha! This fury stab slowing effect could even control the suppressed cultivation of Bai Zhenbei for a moment. Let alone this spider wolf. Its 4 legs were instantly stiff in midair. And Bai Zhou, holding the shining silver spear, shot out like lightning. As the spider wolf finally broke free from the slowing effect. Puff with a muffled sound. Thick blood instantly gushed out from its throat. Woo! Ah! Roar roar roar! Intense pain made the spider wolf's body quickly retreat. And precisely because of the swift retreat of the spider wolf, Bai Zhou couldn't react in time. Damn! With a scream, the Long Dan shining silver spear, transformed by Lin Wei, slipped from his grip. Because the spear tip had already stabbed deeply into the spider wolf's throat, he hadn't even had the time to grasp it. Lin Wei. In his urgency, Bai Zhou let out a roar. He rushed forward, ready to grab the spear. But with woo-woo sounds of piercing air, the spider wolf's 2 front legs swung like lightning. Bai Zhou hurriedly stepped back. If he had been a second late, his body would have been pierced by those lance-like front legs. Lin Wei. Bai Zhou frowned, his gaze flashing. Boom boom boom. Ah woo woo. That place truly was just as the old man had said, it was the spider wolf's weakness. At this moment, the spider wolf was enduring immense pain. Its massive body kept bouncing up and down. Even the ground seemed to tremble as if an earthquake was happening. The 8 long legs were also wildly flailing in extreme pain, struggling. This made it impossible for Bai Zhou to get close. But Lin Wei was still stuck in the spider wolf's mouth. What should be done now? Bai Zhou was even feeling a bit regretful. Why didn't he trigger the dragon pattern armor skill just now, to double the damage? Bai Zhou had indeed gotten a bit too confident. He thought his level was higher than Chu Yun's, and Lin Wei's potential had been fully unleashed. Faced with the Spider Wolf's weak spot, it should have been an instant kill. But unexpectedly, reality gave Bai Zhou a profound lesson. Never underestimate the enemy. No matter what kind of opponent you encounter, the first strike must be full force. Otherwise, this will happen: the enemy is still alive, and Lin Wei is still stuck in its mouth. Damn this. Bai Zhou now still had a telepathic connection with Lin Wei, so he immediately told Lin Wei not to transform. Yes, if Lin Wei transformed into a human now, she'd fall right into the mouth of the beast, wouldn't she? But he couldn't just let Lin Wei stay stuck in its mouth. What should I do? What should I do? Standing still, helplessly watching the spider wolf struggling and roaring in madness, Bai Zhou's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Long Ying kneeling beside him, her expression blank. His eyelid twitched. No choice. Bai Zhou immediately went to Long Ying's side and loudly said, "If you want to die, die later. Let me use you first." Long Ying? Use me for what? Bai Zhou, let me use you. Long Ying. Instantly, Long Ying crossed her arms over her chest, her face flushed slightly as she angrily shouted at Bai Zhou. Pervert. You're thinking about such things at a time like this. Ding. Detected mental damage to Long Ying plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain spin is unlocked, still requires 1250. Bai Zhou? What the hell? Chapter 47, Temporary Contract, Unleashing the Strongest Form? Damn it, which use are you talking about? Bai Zhou was now focused on Lin Wei, he didn't have time for games like this with her. He stepped forward. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Bai Zhou slapped Long Ying's delicate little face. Ding. Detected physical damage to main character plus 20, mental damage plus 999, destiny villain points plus 50, the villain spin is unlocked, still requires 1200. Bai Zhou slapped her really hard, you could tell from the damage she took. After all, Chu Yun only lost 10 health points after being slapped once. Long Ying was sent sprawling to the ground by Bai Zhou's slap. The hood on her head was also knocked off. Her thick, shiny black hair flew wildly in the wind, disheveled. And on top of that, there was a trace of blood on the corner of Long Ying's mouth, her hand covering her cheek as she turned to glare at Bai Zhou. It really made one feel pity for her. You hit me? Long Ying's voice even trembled a little. But Bai Zhou immediately yelled. I really want to. Ding. Detected mental damage to main character plus 555, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain spin is unlocked, still requires 1150. With the system notification still ringing in his ears, Bai Zhou's voice did not stop. This quest was posted by you. You knew your brother and sister-in-law were level 4 spirit masters with a spirit-daughter combination, but you posted a basic level quest that could be taken by anyone? You just wanted to let other spirit masters bring you in, you didn't care if those spirit masters would die when facing the spider wolf? If you want to die, fine, but you let the kind-hearted spirit masters who brought you in die too? Don't you deserve a beating? Ding. Detected mental damage to main character plus 777, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain spin is unlocked, still requires 1100. Now, my spirit daughter is stuck in the mouth of the person who killed your brother. If I don't do something now, she is going to die in the mouth of that spider wolf. I tell you, if anything happens to her, I guarantee you will wish you were dead. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 888, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette opens and still needs 1050. Bai Zhou looked down from above and pointed at Long Ying's nose, saying, Now, you only have one choice, and that is to sign a temporary contract with me and let me use you to rescue my spiritual wife. A temporary contract is a contract that a spirit master who already has a spiritual wife can sign with a spirit without a master temporarily during a battle when the spiritual wife is not around. After the battle, the contract automatically ends. The key premise is that the spirit master must already have a contracted spiritual wife. After all, the first spiritual wife contracted by a spirit master is crucial as it affects the change in the spirit master's level from 0 to 1. This is something a temporary contract cannot achieve. So in the beginning, Chu Yun and Shin Qin could only choose to sign a partner contract. But now it's different, Bai Zhou has Lin Wei, who has a life and death contract, and Lin Wei is stuck in the wolf's mouth. So, give me your hand. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 555, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette opens and still needs 1000. Long Ying's body slightly trembled as she looked at Bai Zhou's outstretched hand. She was almost dazed by Bai Zhou's previous scolding, and when he suddenly asked to contract with her, she couldn't react in time and instinctively said, But my quality is only E level. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Zhou's impatient voice came. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette opens and still needs 950. Do you think I am an ordinary spirit master? Don't forget, my spiritual wife is also E-level, but now, you can see the situation of the spider wolf. Is this the power that an E-level spiritual wife can exert? Long Ying's gaze shook slightly as she turned to look at the spider wolf, which was jumping in pain from a distance. Yeah, if it's just E-level. But Long Ying hadn't reacted yet. Slap. With a sound, Bai Zhou directly grabbed Long Ying's small hand tightly. And in Bai Zhou's mind, the description from the original work appeared. As long as blood from either the spirit master or the spiritual wife is used to write a contract character in the palm, a temporary contract can be signed. Bai Zhou put his finger in his mouth. He thought for a moment but decided against it. It would hurt. Just then, Long Ying had blood from the slap on the corner of her mouth. So, he directly used his hand to smear it on Long Ying's face. You! Long Ying's eyes immediately showed a trace of shame and anger. What are you doing? Shut up! Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 555, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette opens and still needs 900. Bai Zhou directly used the small amount of blood to write the word contract on Long Ying's palm. The next second, their 10 fingers tightly interlocked. Does the contract require this? Not sure, but both Bai Zhou and Long Ying immediately felt the heat coming from their palms. But after the heat, nothing happened. Even with a temporary contract, both parties need to be willing. Bai Zhou immediately understood what was happening. Slap. With the reverse hand, another slap landed on Long Ying's face. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical damage plus 10, mental damage plus 666, gained fate villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette opens and still needs 850. What the hell are you still thinking about? If Lin Wei gets into trouble, I will make you pay with your life. Finally. Buzz. A light sound. Long Ying, within a short time, didn't know what kind of psychological changes she went through. But in that moment, she turned into specks of starlight. The next second. A sword, over a meter long, with a blackened hilt and a silvery shining blade, was tightly held by Bai Zhou in his hand. Looking down at the sword's body was like looking down a deep abyss from the top of a mountain, ethereal and profound as though a giant dragon lay hidden. The sword's body, 7 bright light spots shone like stars in the sky. A chilling atmosphere suddenly surged. And in the void, the all-knowing mirror had already taken shape, with new information appearing on it. Name, 7 stars Dragon Abyss. Level 1. Quality, Ultra SSS level. Talent Skill 1, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, hold the sword with both hands, enter a ready stance, accumulate power. Power can be accumulated up to 7 stages, each stage increases the next attack by 10%, up to 70%. Talent Skill 2, Arrogant Dragon with Regret, sweep the sword horizontally, sword energy crisscrossing, causing considerable wide-range damage. Looking at the information displayed on the all-knowing mirror, Bai Zhou was stunned. No way, this has fully unlocked the complete form? I remember Chu Yun only activated 30% when signing the partner contract with Long Ying, not even able to use a single talent skill. But I just made a temporary contract? Ding. Detected that the host successfully interrupted the protagonist's part of the fortune, gain 150 fate villain points, need 700 to open the villain's big roulette. At that moment, the Dragon Abyss sword in Bai Zhou's hand also emitted a low humming sound. It was evident that Long Ying, who was transforming in Bai Zhou's hand, also felt a tremendous change in her quality. It seemed she suddenly understood why the E-level spirit girl in Bai Zhou's hand could make that spider wolf jump around even now. As for why Bai Zhou could directly unlock Long Ying's complete form, that was entirely because of the peerless sword box. But none of this was important. What mattered was that second talent skill. Why was it called Arrogant Dragon with Regret? Wasn't that an ancient lost palm technique? Forget it. Saving Lin Wei was the priority. At this moment, Lin Wei was also communicating with Bai Zhou through telepathy, telling him she felt she could not hold on much longer. The power within her seemed to be continuously harming the spider wolf, which was causing Lin Wei's strength to drain. If she couldn't hold on and turned into human form to fall into its mouth, that would not do. Thus, Bai Zhou said in his heart to Lin Wei, "Hold on a little longer, I'll come to save you soon." Then, he raised the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand horizontally. Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. The next second. Buzz buzz buzz, the long sword in his hands began to tremble lightly. As the sword body trembled, Bai Zhou clearly felt a powerful force gathering on the Dragon Abyss sword's body. With a light ding sound, Bai Zhou witnessed the 7 stars on the sword body. The first one shone with bright light. Immediately followed by the second, the third, until the moment the 7th star lit up. Bai Zhou even felt he could hardly hold on to this long sword. It had reached a state of drawing the bow, ready to release. And Bai Zhou's pupils suddenly flashed. Arrogant Dragon with Regret. Chapter 48, Ultra SSS Level Artifact, Sparrow Eats Cow. With a horizontal swing of Baijiu's sword, the light of the dragon-patterned armor on his arm flashed. That's right, Baijiu activated the skill of the dragon-patterned armor at this moment. Yes, now was the time to save Lin Wei, he couldn't hold back any longer. So he swung it directly. Whoosh! Roar! The vibrating long sword emitted a roar resembling a dragon's cry. A visible fierce sword energy transformed into a long rainbow that shot directly toward the rolling spider wolf. This had increased the damage by 70%. Plus the dragon-patterned armor, it meant 240% of arrogant dragon with regret. In almost an instant, the sword energy struck the spider wolf. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Ah! An even more wretched scream came. The sight revealed that all 8 legs of the spider wolf, wildly flailing, were neatly severed, flying off in all directions. And that sword energy also flew out over 100 meters, gradually fading and disappearing. But the terrifying wind still rustled the distant forest. Awoo! Having lost all 8 legs, the spider wolf also lost its ability to jump around. The cries from his mouth sounded much weaker. Baijiu was too shocked to realize how powerful this sword was. He simply tossed aside the dragon abyss sword in his hand. His figure flickered and he rushed to the spider wolf's mouth. Without the hindrance of 8 legs, Baijiu was unharmed and quickly regained the dragon orchid silver spear transformed by Lin Wei. At this moment, Baijiu noticed that fresh blood was constantly splattering from the spider wolf's throat. However, the dragon orchid silver spear remained bright silver and shining. The dirty blood couldn't tarnish the dragon orchid silver spear in the slightest. No wonder it's an Ultra SSS grade divine artifact. Baijiu's exclamation was unclear whether he was praising Lin Wei, or Long Ying, or both of them. But Baijiu couldn't care less about that. With both hands gripping the spear, he exerted force downward. Puff! The dragon orchid silver spear plunged deeper. Awoo! The spider wolf let out its final mournful howl. With its 2 giant eyes wide open, it died without closing them. With a puff, Baijiu pulled out the dragon orchid silver spear. As the spear regained its freedom, it transformed into dots of white light, reshaping back into Lin Wei. The moment Lin Wei landed, her body went limp and collapsed. Baijiu quickly caught Lin Wei in his arms. At this moment, Lin Wei's small face was a bit pale. Because just now, after breaking free from the spirit master's control, the dragon orchid silver spear she transformed into continuously inflicted damage on the enemy, constantly releasing energy. This caused Lin Wei to feel somewhat exhausted. Fortunately, Baijiu had woken up longing earlier. Otherwise, Lin Wei would really have collapsed into the spider wolf's mouth. Brother Baijiu, you came to save me. After saying this last sentence, Lin Wei fainted in Baijiu's embrace. At this moment, a system prompt sound also rang in Baijiu's mind. Ding! Detected that the host successfully blocked part of the protagonist's luck, earned destiny villain points plus 100, 600 more needed to open the villain's big roulette. Ding! Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 555, earned destiny villain points plus 50, 550 more needed to open the villain's big roulette. These 2 consecutive system prompt sounds made Baijiu turn to look in the previous direction. That was the place where he had thrown down the dragon abyss sword. At this time, Long Ying had transformed into human form, looking over here, slightly raising her hands in a daze. Seeing this scene, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Baijiu's mouth. Little girl, savor this moment well. Of course, she would savor it. Although this was the first time Long Ying fought under the spirit master's control, it completely exceeded her understanding of an E-grade quality spirit artifact. Is this something I can do? Long Ying's pupils sparkled with disbelief. She knew about her brother and sister-in-law. Though they both had C-grade talents and qualities, they were already level 4, much stronger than her, an E-grade quality spirit girl. Yet, her brother and sister-in-law couldn't harm that spider wolf at all. How was it that she could do it with just 1 sword? Moreover, the power she now felt was beyond comprehension, increased by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times? What on earth was going on, this? Just then, the contract character in her palm, representing the temporary contract, began to gradually fade and eventually disappeared as the battle ended, signaling that the spirit master Baijiu had reclaimed his spirit girl. She once again became an E-grade level 0 spirit girl. In that moment, the feeling of weakness hit her again, and she struggled to stand. What is going on? Unable to help but exclaim. Ding! Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 999, earned destiny villain points plus 50, 500 more needed to open the villain's big roulette. Indeed, how did she return to this useless state again? Just like that, the feeling of immense power vanished? Suddenly, Long Ying's gaze flickered. The words Baijiu had just said echoed in her ears. You think I'm just an ordinary spirit master? Is it because of him? Longing instantly lifted her head, staring intensely at Bai Zhou in the distance. Her gaze flickered, and she was unsure of what thoughts had appeared in her mind. But at that moment, Bai Zhou had no intention of paying her any mind. Instead, he simply checked Lin Wei's body. Through the life and death contract sense, Bai Zhou knew Lin Wei wasn't injured, just a bit exhausted. A rest would be enough. Thus, he carried Lin Wei on his back. It seemed that even in her unconscious state, Lin Wei sensed something, wrapping her arms around Bai Zhou's neck. Plus, Lin Wei was really light. This allowed Bai Zhou to continue with what he needed to do next. His gaze turned to the spider wolf carcass that had lost 8 legs. He quickly walked over, taking out a dagger. With a puff sound, he directly slit the spider wolf open at the throat. In the midst of the bloody and foul-smelling mess, he fumbled and found a very hard object. With a puff sound, he pulled it out. This is it. An object about the size of a chicken egg. But it was an irregular diamond shape, a dark red object, even shimmering with a faint black light. A hint of excitement shone in Bai Zhou's eyes. Did Chu Yun eat this thing? That's right, it was eaten. Bai Zhou remembered the plot of the original work clearly. It said that Chu Yun faced a life and death crisis. Injured severely by the spider wolf. In the end, relying on the old man's guidance and Lin Wei's sudden outburst, he turned the tide by using the terrain to kill the spider wolf. But exhausted and heavily injured, Chu Yun nearly fainted on the spot. Yet before fainting, the old man in his mind urged Chu Yun to hold on. Because he discovered that something was off about this spider wolf. A normal spider wolf shouldn't have such a large size, nor such strong aggression. He urged Chu Yun to tear open the spider wolf's throat, discovering this thing. The old man didn't know what it was, but he knew the spider wolf had mutated because of it. He even suggested Chu Yun try eating it. Chu Yun made a huge decision, tilting his head back to swallow it. He almost choked to death. But after eating it, Chu Yun suddenly found his strength surging. His level skyrocketed, and his injuries even healed completely. So, this thing must be good. And this was also the most important purpose of Bai Zhou's trip. Looking at this object, Bai Zhou opened his mouth. Ah! He was about to imitate Chu Yun and swallow it whole. But in the next second, he pinched his nose and quickly pulled the object away. What the heck, what smell is this? How did Chu Yun manage to swallow it? Bai Zhou's eyes twitched again, recalling how Chu Yun almost choked to death. Chu Yun was in a life and death crisis, on the brink of death. What choice did he have? But I don't have that problem? I'll go back, wash it, and then dip it in cumin and chili powder before eating. I wouldn't eat it raw. With this thought, Bai Zhou stashed the strange item into the system space and turned towards the teleportation array. All along, Bai Zhou didn't cast another glance at Long Ying. He simply walked past her, carrying Lin Wei, without saying a word. However, just a few steps away, Long Ying's gaze flickered as she gritted her teeth, turning to follow him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a subtle, inconspicuous smile appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth. Chapter 49. If you are in a hurry, I can help. Because those alien races around the task site, under the intimidation of the spider wolf before, either fled or scattered. So this area is currently very safe. Bai Zhou carried Lin Wei on his back and walked back to the location of the previous teleportation array. Amidst the flashing and colorful lights, Bai Zhou carried Lin Wei back to the task hall. In the next second, Long Ying's figure also followed Bai Zhou's footsteps, slowly stepping out of the teleportation array. However, as soon as she took a step out of the teleportation array and saw the crowd bustling in the hall, Long Ying immediately remembered the hood that Bai Zhou had slapped off her head. She quickly put the hood over her head, not forgetting to tightly grip the belongings of her brother and sister-in-law that she brought from the task site. Looking at the gleaming pendant, a hint of sadness appeared on Long Ying's face, and her eyes began to redden. But when she looked up, she found that Bai Zhou's figure had disappeared, and she became anxious. In a flurry, she ran into the task hall to search. Fortunately, Bai Zhou was still carrying Lin Wei on his back. This combination was still easy to recognize. At that moment, Bai Zhou was just at the counter, turning in the sketch he had casually drawn before leaving. Wasn't this task an exploration task? Such things could be handled casually. When the people at the task center review it, as long as it passes the review, the points for completing the task will be credited to Bai Zhou's registered account. These points could be used to purchase some items, consumables, or even unlock special tasks. Although Bai Zhou's main purpose for coming here was not these pitiful points at all. But having some is better than none, right? Don't let it go to waste. Just when Bai Zhou was about to leave the task hall carrying Lin Wei, the late Long Ying hurriedly ran up to Bai Zhou's back with small, quick steps. Once again, she silently followed Bai Zhou behind him. Bai Zhou was somewhat speechless and couldn't help but turn around to talk to Long Ying. No, the task has ended, and I have already taken you to that place. What are you still following me for? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Long Ying's body visibly trembled. But she did not look up, her hood covering most of her face. Yet, she gritted her teeth and spoke softly. I want to become stronger. Though her voice was small, Long Ying's tone sounded very firm. Hearing this from Long Ying, a flash of excitement passed through Bai Zhou's eyes. But Bai Zhou pretended not to understand and said, if you want to become stronger, you should cultivate by yourself, study, go complete tasks. What are you following me for? Nonsense. After saying this, Bai Zhou turned and walked away. Ding. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental damage plus 555, gaining villain value plus 50, villain roulette opens, need 450 more. Bai Zhou turned around quickly, not because he despised Long Ying. He was worried that he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. That's right, this was completely an unexpected delight. Originally, in the original work, when Chu Yun came to accept this task, he should have come after today's enrollment meeting. But today's enrollment meeting was cancelled by Chu Yun. So Bai Zhou arrived at the task hall early and encountered Long Ying, who had not yet left. He met the 7 stars Long Yuan half a book earlier than Chu Yun. Bai Zhou would definitely not let such a treasure slip from his hands. However, the timeline had already changed. Bai Zhou certainly could not use the method of the original works Chu Yun to subdue Long Ying. So, he could only rely on his own methods. And just now, in the mission area, Bai Zhou accidentally discovered that because of his unique sword box, Long Ying had only signed a temporary contract with him and could unleash her full fighting strength. Bai Zhou felt it, as the person involved, Long Ying must have felt the same. Now, the time of the temporary contract had ended. Long Ying must have returned to her previous E-level waste state, right? Just think about it. You've already experienced the feeling of standing at the peak. Would you willingly go back to that life in the valley? Some people might. But Long Ying is definitely not that kind of person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said to Bai Zhou, I want to become stronger. Bai Zhou's obvious disdain made Long Ying pause slightly. Looking at Bai Zhou's back, which showed no sign of turning around, Long Ying suddenly felt confused. Am I not pretty? No, it has nothing to do with being pretty. Is it because I'm not strong enough? But didn't he feel it when he used me just now? Even my brother, a level 4 spirit master, had no power to fight back against the spider wolf, but I could easily break its defense. But... no. If I can't become stronger, it would be better for me to have just died. Ding. Detecting major character has received mental damage plus 444, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, need 400 to open villain big wheel. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou felt that today he actually had the hope of triggering a big wheel on Long Ying. At the same time, Long Ying also firmed her steps and chased out from the mission hall. Bai Zhou had just walked out of the mission hall with Lin Wei on his back. Then, Long Ying flashed in front of him, spreading her arms to block his way. With righteous fervor, she firmly said to Bai Zhou, please, use me. As soon as Long Ying said this, the once noisy entrance of the hall instantly fell silent. The crowd still coming in and out, spirit masters, spirit maidens, all gazed in disbelief at the speaking Long Ying. Each face seemed to scream, did I really hear that? Forget about them. Even Bai Zhou was stunned. Carrying Lin Wei, he never thought this girl could be so bold? Goodness, she seems to be on par with that Xin Qin. But upon reflection, it was he who had said something like this to Long Ying while in the mission area. But at that time, the situation was urgent, who had time to think about wording? But now. Cough cough. Bai Zhou coughed, awkwardly asking. Are you in such a hurry? Very urgent. Long Ying was completely unaware of the implications of her previous words. Her attitude was exceptionally firm, sure. Cough cough. Even with Bai Zhou's thick skin, he felt a bit hot, and a little shyly said. These kinds of things, don't we need to build some feelings first and then slowly? There's no time. Before Bai Zhou finished speaking, Long Ying stepped forward firmly. You can use me first, and then talk about the rest. Oh my goodness. This girl really is. This voice was neither Bai Zhou's nor Long Ying's. A bystander, looking to be in their 40s or 50s, came over. With a flickering gaze, he looked Long Ying up and down, almost swallowing his saliva as he said. Miss, if you're in such a hurry, I can serve you. But Long Ying's expression instantly turned wary. She even took a step back and vigilantly asked. What do you want? What do I want? The bystander exaggeratedly licked his lips and said. Of course it's you. What? Ding. Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 555, gained the fate villain value plus 50, the villain big wheel opens and needs 350 more. Asterisk asterisk. With a loud bang, Long Ying immediately executed a desperate kick. Ah! The bystander screamed sharply, like a girl in distress, holding his lower abdomen and rolling on the ground while continuously howling. Aren't you in a hurry? Why can he use you, but I can't? Am I not paying? Ah, it hurts like hell. Listening to this person's screams, Long Ying, who was angry, suddenly froze. Her cheeks quickly flushed red, visibly. Especially upon seeing Bai Zhou's ambiguous gaze towards her. Ding. Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 666, gained the fate villain value plus 50, the villain big wheel opens and needs 300 more. I didn't mean it like that. Chapter 50, The Selfish Long Ying? Let's adjust first and then talk. Bai Zhou had already carried Lin Wei far away. Standing in place, covering her flushed cheeks, Long Ying finally reacted, but still gritted her teeth and chased after him. Once again, she spread her arms to block Bai Zhou's way. But now her voice was much smaller. I didn't mean it like that. What I mean is, please contract with me and let me be your spirit daughter. Sorry, I already have a spirit daughter. After saying this, Bai Zhou sidestepped and walked past Lin Wei, continuing forward. Of course, Long Ying was not discouraged. She chased after him again, saying, I know, I didn't say I wanted to sign a life and death contract. I can sign a partner contract with you. Having one more spirit daughter means you have one more layer of combat power, right? Although I'm only E rank, but just now in our temporary contract, you must have felt it, I probably have a lot of potential yet to be unleashed. And you said it yourself, you're a very special spirit master, and my change just now must have been because of you. So? This time, Bai Zhou interrupted Long Ying before she could finish speaking. You want a contract with me to gain powerful strength for yourself? Yes, exactly. Long Ying was quite honest, saying her true thoughts without even thinking. And Bai Zhou sneered and said, Then if one day you meet a more powerful spirit master, would you choose to continue the contract with me, or would you break the contract with me to pursue greater strength? Ding. Detected that the main character suffered mental damage plus 777, gained the fate villain value plus 50, the villain big wheel opens and needs 250 more. Long Ying froze in place. Bai Zhou did not look back, continuing to walk away. He did not wait for Long Ying's response. Her hesitation was already very telling. If Bai Zhou had simply wanted to contract with Long Ying, he would have agreed earlier. However, the system prompt indicating a blocking of the main character's fate did not ring in his mind. This proves that the bond between Long Ying and the main character Chu Yun had yet to show itself. It has always existed. Bai Zhou knew that he was able to unleash the full power of the super SSS grade spirit weapon due to the peerless sword box. But Chu Yun activated it through the main character's halo. This means that apart from himself, there is at least Chu Yun in this world who can make Long Ying feel such great power. As long as the bond between Long Ying and Chu Yun was not broken. This proves that one day in the future, Long Ying would have a high chance of breaking away from him under Chu Yun's main character halo and turning to embrace Chu Yun. Wouldn't that mean he made a wedding dress for Chu Yun? Wanting Bai Zhou to do such a thing is impossible. You have to know that Lin Wei was only coaxed and deceived by Bai Zhou, resulting in her disappointment in Chu Yun before showing her current behavior. Now, this Long Ying doesn't even know who Chu Yun is. He certainly couldn't take the route of severing their bond from Chu Yun's direction. So, it can only be through Long Ying herself. At this moment, Long Ying stood still for more than 10 seconds, unable to think of how to answer Bai Zhou's question. Indeed, the reason she could walk out of the task location alive was because she felt an unprecedented strength within herself. She actively made that request to Bai Zhou because she was pursuing that power. That's right, Long Ying was inherently a selfish person. If she weren't, how could she possibly post a false task, hoping someone would take her to that task location? When she posted the task, she didn't care at all about the lives of those low-level spirit guardians and spirit maidens. She only cared about herself. It was still the same now, all she wanted was her own powerful strength, nothing more. And now, Bai Zhou's question. If she encountered a stronger spirit guardian in the future? No. We'll talk about the future later. If I don't seize the opportunity to become stronger now, there won't even be a future. For her own future, Long Ying gritted her teeth and chased after him again. I promise you, I won't. But as soon as she said this, her pupils suddenly constricted. It was as if she saw something, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. The next second, she was about to turn and run. However, before she left, she glanced at Bai Zhou. Not knowing what she thought of, she slightly gritted her teeth. With a swift movement, she approached Bai Zhou's side and, regardless of what he thought, directly grabbed his arm. Her whole body slightly turned, as if she was hiding behind Bai Zhou. But Bai Zhou was completely caught off guard, standing there confusedly looking at Long Ying. Just when Bai Zhou was about to speak. Whoosh! With a sound, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 men in black. These 4 or 5 men were already in a state of spirit maiden possession. They emitted an oppressive aura, holding various spirit weapons in their hands. The leading man in black immediately spoke to Bai Zhou in a deep voice. Kid, hand over that woman next to you, and we can spare your life. Hearing this, Bai Zhou understood. This selfish woman, Long Ying, actually thought of herself as a shield? And these men in black must be the minor villains from the original story who captured Long Ying, right? Bai Zhou looked at Long Ying with a gaze filled with cold laughter. Long Ying seemed to realize this as well, deliberately avoiding Bai Zhou's gaze. But her hand still tightly gripped Bai Zhou's sleeve. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhou smiled broadly. You want her, huh? Then go ahead and take her. As he spoke, he even lifted Lin Wei's little bottom with one hand and forcefully pushed Long Ying out. Ding! Detected main character suffers psychic damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain big roulette needs 200 more to open. This action from Bai Zhou left the surrounded men in black stunned. The leading man in black burst out laughing and said to Long Ying. Miss, the man you found is unreliable. Of course, he did not forget to turn to Bai Zhou and say. Kid, you know how to be sensible, I'm happy, so today I'll spare your life. Listening to this, Bai Zhou could only sneer in his heart. You think you're the one sparing my life? But this young master has no intention of sparing you. Of course, Bai Zhou said nothing now. He was counting on this group of men in black to pressure Long Ying a bit. At this moment, Long Ying was also dazed, turning her head in disbelief to look at Bai Zhou. She couldn't understand why, in the face of such a powerful spider wolf, he showed no sign of retreat. But against a few humans, he just so easily handed her over? What are you doing? She stood there, incredulous, questioning. You can't hand me over to them. They want to capture me. They are all bad people. Your words made Bai Zhou even want to laugh. Whether they are bad people has nothing to do with me. Bai Zhou casually said. Who said I am a good person? You. Ding. Detected that Long Ying suffered psychological damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, need 150 more to unlock the villain big spinning wheel. After saying this, Bai Zhou even made a pleased gesture to a few men in black, slowly retreating from their encirclement. However, Bai Zhou did not leave. After all, he could not really let this hard-earned destiny villain points just disappear, right? This group of men in black approached Long Ying like hungry wolves. What do you want? Get away. Don't touch me. Little girl, after capturing you for so long, we finally got you. He. Just obediently come back with us and be our nourishment. This group of men in black closed in on Long Ying. Long Ying's little face turned white, panic-stricken, tears streaming down her face. I won't go with you. You bunch of. With determination, she pushed through to escape. But as an E-level soul lady, how could she possibly contend with these spirit masters with spirit lady attachments without a master? With a bang, someone kicked Long Ying in the stomach. Ah! Long Ying screamed, falling to the ground, her hood falling off. As it fell, a gasp echoed among the men in black. Wow, this little girl is so beautiful? He. Big brother, why don't we have some fun first before taking her back to the boss? Ding. Detected that a main character suffered psychological damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, need 100 more to unlock the villain big spinning wheel. Chapter 51, providing a new idea for the villain? Ha. The leader among the men in black let out a wild laugh. However, he shook his head and said. Such good quality, of course we have to take her back for the boss to enjoy first. But don't rush, the boss treats us well, so he will definitely give us a chance to take turns. Ha. These men in black burst into laughter. Bai Zhou, standing outside, looked at this scene and sighed inwardly. They look more like villains than I do. No, it seems I have to learn from them. Don't come over. Go away. Long Ying sat on the ground, holding her stomach, terrified, struggling backward. But the sinister smiles on the faces of the men in black became even more lewd. She couldn't help but scream over the crowd towards Bai Zhou. Please. Help me. Let's sign a temporary contract, they are no match for us. Please help me. In this moment, Long Ying's eyes were filled with tears. This pitiful appearance, anyone like Chu Yun would have been moved on the spot. They would definitely take action immediately, beating these people. Bai Zhou gently shook his head at a corner in the dark. The oppressive aura of the black-clothed men instantly vanished. These few black-clothed men regained their ability to breathe. Each of their faces showed a hint of unease. Someone said, "What just happened? Why did I feel like?" Another person shook his head, "Could it be that some expert just passed by here?" The leader of the black-clothed men frowned and said in a deep voice. "To avoid complications, move quickly and take this woman away." Yes. Several black-clothed men rushed forward in unison. The first person grabbed Long Ying by her collar. Let go of me. Longing screamed. With a crunch, she bit down on the black-clothed man's arm. Damn! The black-clothed man cried out in pain. Slap! A fierce backhand landed on Long Ying's face. This was the third fierce slap Long Ying had received today. The first two were from Bai Zhou. This slap was even harsher than the one Bai Zhou had given earlier. The blood that had long disappeared once again spilled from the corner of Long Ying's mouth. But at this moment, Long Ying couldn't care about any of that. Using the force from being slapped away, she quickly turned around and ran. However, how could her speed compare to those black-clothed men? With a thud, she crashed into one of the black-clothed men, as if colliding with a wall. The sharp pain caused Long Ying to fall to the ground again. Just at this moment, Bai Zhou's voice drifted out from the crowd. Do you desire power? This sentence instantly made Long Ying swallow her pain. And Bai Zhou, who was carrying Lin Wei, was also stepping closer. Yes, Bai Zhou felt that the time was right. Long Ying thought she saw hope, hurriedly lying on the ground and stretching out her palm towards Bai Zhou, shouting firmly, I desire power. The black-clothed man turned to look at Bai Zhou, his mouth twitching. Are you two acting in a drama? But Bai Zhou completely ignored the black-clothed men, walking through their encirclement, standing before Long Ying. The black-clothed men exchanged glances, and the leader scoffed, saying, Kid, you did well just now, but now you're determined to seek death, aren't you? Bai Zhou of course wouldn't pay him any mind. Standing before Long Ying, he looked down at her tear-streaked eyes and slowly said, But how can I trust you? Long Ying's eyes flickered. She knew Bai Zhou was talking about the question he had just raised. He was worried about whether she was loyal to him. But her desire for power would never disappear. However, if she didn't pledge her loyalty to Bai Zhou right now. Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained villain destiny points plus 50, villain roulette needs 50 more to open. Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained villain destiny points plus 50, villain roulette has opened. Host, do you wish to open the villain roulette? Bai Zhou did not respond to the system's question, his gaze remaining fixed on Long Ying. And the continuous system prompts in his mind let Bai Zhou know it was time for Long Ying to make a decision. Sure enough. She glanced at Lin Wei on Bai Zhou's back and loudly said, If possible, I am willing to sign a life and death contract with you. Bai Zhou had been waiting for this sentence. He said faintly, You know what to do. Hearing Bai Zhou's voice, a look of intense joy appeared on Long Ying's face. She quickly dipped her finger in the blood at the corner of her mouth and wrote a big contract in her palm. It was still a temporary contract. There was no way around it. After all, the 3 official contracts required a contract room for assistance. And while Bai Zhou waited for Long Ying to hurriedly write on her hand. In his eyes, however, there was a faint cold light. Because he saw the look in Long Ying's eyes before she decided to say that sentence, drifting towards Lin Wei behind him. The meaning was clear, it was to prove that Long Ying was gambling. She was betting that the contract signed with Lin Wei was a life and death pact. And the life and death pact only had one slot. So, she could completely use this matter to show her loyalty to him. After all, he wouldn't risk serious harm to give up Lin Wei in their contract. In the end, their contract could only fall under a partnership contract. At that time, Long Ying would have room for maneuver. It must be said, Long Ying actually guessed right, Lin Wei really signed a life and death pact with him. However, she also guessed wrong, because even powerful beings like his father and uncle could not understand the unmatched sword box. With a loud smack, Long Ying seemed afraid that Bai Zhou would change his mind. Quickly using her palm, inscribed with the character for contract, she tightly grasped Bai Zhou's large hand. But for some reason, at the moment she caught Bai Zhou's hand, she seemed to see a different light in his eyes. That light made her feel very tense. But she had no time to think about the exact reason why. At the very moment the temporary contract took effect, a powerful force poured into Long Ying's whole body once again. This comfortable feeling actually healed the injury she had just sustained in that instant. The whole person suddenly transformed into a flurry of white light, condensing in Bai Zhou's palm into the 7-star dragon abyss. Looking at the 7-star dragon abyss in his hand, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems this Long Ying hasn't fully adjusted yet. But these few black-clad men have provided me with some ideas for villains, why not try them on this Long Ying when the time comes? Bai Zhou's thoughts were completely unheard by Long Ying, but the 7-star dragon abyss she manifested trembled slightly. It seemed to sense a cold aura full of ill intentions. But now she was already absorbed in this powerful strength, with no time to consider anything else. At this moment, those villains nearby were actually watching them sign the temporary contract with their eyes wide open. No wonder they were called brainless villains, there was no way around it. If they were not paper dolls, Bai Zhou wouldn't dare to act like this. But the script had already been written. The leading black-clad man immediately sneered aloud. Good kid, you actually want to save her? You even signed a temporary contract with her? She's just a waste E-level spirit girl, and you dare to contract with her? You're really seeking your own death. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You're right, Bai Zhou said as he slowly rose with the dragon abyss in hand. The black-clad man was slightly taken aback. I'm right? You also admit your brain has been kicked by a donkey? But Bai Zhou smiled and said, no. It's you who is truly seeking death. Chapter 52, If you have guts, don't run, let me run first. Fuck. The black-clad man immediately had his eyebrows furrowed when he heard Bai Zhou's words. Kid, you're fucking. But the black-clad man hadn't completely finished his mindset transformation yet. Bai Zhou had already become a level 3 spirit master. Moreover, just now, the experience gained from defeating the spider wolf had increased significantly. Although there were many of them, Long Yin's second skill, Tian, was an area skill. In addition, after the contract with Long Ying, it suddenly soared to become a super SSS level artifact. The power emanating from it was absolutely extraordinary. Especially since Bai Zhou's movement was very sudden, so... Puff, 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 puff. The group of black-clothed people before him spat blood, instantly flying backward. Even the spirit tool they had just barely lifted disintegrated in that moment. Each of them turned pale, blood at their lips, falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise shone in Bai Zhou's eyes. Truly deserving of the super SSS level artifact. Indeed, Bai Zhou knew about Long Ying's skill's power. Just a moment ago, it could even sever all 8 legs of the spider wolf with one strike. The defense of the spider wolf was far stronger than the low-level spirit masters before him. However, he hadn't prepared the 7 stars Long Yuan, nor had he stored up any power. Also, his dragon pattern armor skill was still charging and could not be released. Just a hastily executed strike brought such an effect, so Bai Zhou was, of course, surprised. Of course, these thoughts Bai Zhou certainly would not let Long Ying hear now. At this moment, the Long Yuan sword in his hand was trembling gently. One can imagine that Long Ying, transformed into Long Yuan, was once again deeply impressed by his suddenly unleashed powerful force. If Long Ying heard the shock in his heart, wouldn't that girl become even more arrogant? Long Ying, after all, was not Lin Wei. Cough, cough, cough. The black-clothed people who fell to the ground were all clutching their chests, helped by their spirit daughters to stand up. In each of their eyes was filled with deep horror, and the leading black-clothed man couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is impossible. Kid, what did you do? From what we know, that girl just now was only a waste E-level spirit daughter. How could she possess such power? Indeed, they could think of this too. To have an E-level spirit daughter undergo such a dramatic transformation. It was definitely related to the spirit master. Moreover, Bai Zhou was only a temporary contracted spirit master of Long Ying. If this temporary one was already like this, how strong could they become in the future if they truly signed a contract? However, faced with the shock of the black-clothed people, Bai Zhou had only a faint smile on his face. The Long Yuan sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground. Of course, Bai Zhou was still holding up Lin Wei's little bottom, carrying her on his back. So he looked at these black-clothed people and their spirit daughters, his gaze emotionless. He showed no intention to answer the questions of the black-clothed man. Yet, these black-clothed people looked at Bai Zhou's calm gaze. They turned pale, retreating silently backward one by one. One of them couldn't help but grit his teeth and lean toward the leading black-clothed man, whispering. Big brother, I feel this kid is a bit sinister. That girl must be an E-level waste, but in his hands. And he's even carrying a girl on his back, which means he hasn't even exerted all his strength. I feel we really kicked a metal plate today. As this black-clothed man spoke, he also shrank his neck. His gaze toward Bai Zhou seemed to hold a few shades of fear. The leading black-clothed man gritted his teeth and pondered. The main thing was that he could not see through this young man standing opposite him. This young man stood there, his expression normal, and did not emit any fierce aura. He didn't feel that the other party's spirit master level was very high. However, they casually beat him and his few brothers' spirit daughters back to their true forms. This must be an absolute crushing power. But he looked so young, what on earth was going on? The man in black naturally could not understand. At that moment, it seemed like the man in black thought of something, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Then, he coldly said to Bai Zhou. Kid, are you sure you want to save this woman today? Hearing this question, Bai Zhou chuckled softly and replied. You heard it too. This girl said she wants to sign a life and death contract with me. If that's the case, how can I let you take her away? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, the black-clothed man did not feel surprised. Instead, he nodded coldly and said. Very well, it seems you are determined to go against us today. We are not your opponents, but, do you dare to stay here and wait? As he spoke, he quietly began to slowly back away with his little brothers. Moreover, it looked like they had no intention of waiting for Bai Zhou's answer at all. You just wait. Just stay here and don't run. We won't let you go. As soon as his words fell. Whoosh! With a sound, the man in black turned and ran off with his spirit daughter. His few black-clothed subordinates were left dumbfounded. Wait, big brother, you just threatened him not to run, and yet you turned around and ran yourself. Is that appropriate? But the next second, they were all stunned, and then without looking back, they followed their big brother's figure and fled wildly. Bai Zhou looked at their fleeing backs and couldn't help but find it amusing. With a thought, the Long Yuan sword in his hand transformed into specks of white light. It condensed into the shapely Long Ying, landing beside Bai Zhou, and the moment Long Ying transformed, she spoke to Bai Zhou. Why did you let them go? They are all bad people, you should have used me to kill them. Listening to this, Bai Zhou thought, this girl has quite a lot of resentment. However, he said lightly. Kill them? Then let me ask you, do you still have the strength to use any ability? Long Ying instantly stammered. Ding! Main character detected mental damage plus 111, obtained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6950 to activate villain grand roulette. Hearing this system prompt, Bai Zhou suddenly remembered that he had just spun the great roulette from Long Ying again. Don't forget to draw the prize later. But now, he continued to speak to Long Ying. My spirit daughter and I just had a tough battle because of your fake mission, and my spirit daughter hasn't even woken up yet. Ding! Main character detected mental damage plus 222, obtained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6900 to activate villain grand roulette. Is it only yourself in your eyes? Do you know how much I spent to save you? If you think you can take care of it, then go ahead, I won't stop you. Ding! Main character detected mental damage plus 333, obtained destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6850 to activate villain grand roulette. Long Ying's eyes flickered, her teeth slightly clenched. At this moment, her temporary contract with Bai Zhou was also automatically dissolved. That feeling of weakness surged in, and the powerful force that had just flared up once again vanished. This made Long Ying slightly bite her silver teeth and lower her head, smiling. I'm sorry. Bai Zhou looked at her, this girl still knew how to say sorry? That was something he could work with. But this way of working. A different light appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. The new idea the black-clad men had provided him just now floated in Bai Zhou's mind. His gaze towards Long Ying slightly changed. But Long Ying could not see anything. But it felt like something dirty was watching him. What is going on? Did that group of black-clad people come back again? Ding! Detecting the main character has suffered mental damage plus 444, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain great wheel opens, still needs 6800. Dear breadwinners, Happy New Year, little brother bows to you all. Chapter 53, This little girl, is jealous? Bai Zhou ignored the system's notification sound in his mind. Now, he had already turned around, carrying Lin Wei away. And Long Ying didn't hesitate much either, quickly catching up. At this moment, Bai Zhou spoke to the system in his mind. That big wheel just now, open it for me. Ding! The villain great wheel is opening, extracting system rewards. The familiar image of the big wheel appeared before Bai Zhou, starting to spin rapidly. Time passed quickly. A white light gradually lit up. Seeing this light, Bai Zhou couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. Why did it give him another white reward? The next system notification eased Bai Zhou's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a white reward, unclaimed experience value plus 1000. It happened again. The last time Bai Zhou got a white reward, it was this so-called unclaimed experience value. This unclaimed experience value allowed both Bai Zhou and Lin Wei to level up to level 3 at the same time. This is why he was able to completely crush that level 5 city defense team captain at that time. Plus, considering the difficulty of gaining experience points, Bai Zhou had always doubted that the system's reward grading was problematic. If this thing were calculated by him, he would at least consider it a blue quality reward. Just like before, Bai Zhou didn't hesitate and directly told the system. This 1000 experience points, I will share with Lin Wei. That's right. Although he had now found the second spirit maiden with super SSS level quality, Long Ying. But right now, the only spirit maiden who had truly signed a contract with him was Lin Wei. Bai Zhou naturally wasn't going to generously give this hard-earned experience value to Long Ying. Ding! The system notification arrived without any delay. Congratulations to the host for successfully rising to level 5 Spirit Master, gaining all attributes plus 20%, Spirit Maiden Control plus 2%. Hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou was slightly stunned. Is it level 5 already? Isn't it said that the higher the level of the Spirit Master, the more experience points are needed to level up? Could it be because I defeated that spider wolf earlier, and both Lin Wei and I gained a lot of experience points? If viewed this way, it would make perfect sense. A faint smile appeared on Bai Zhou's face. He was truly happy. Just yesterday, he had completed his job change awakening and signed a contract with a spirit maiden. In just one day, he had already become a level 5 spirit master. Who could argue with that? If he faced that city defense team captain again today, he might be able to kill him in one blow. And Bai Zhou also remembered that in the original story, Xu Yun had an SSS level super talent. After using special means to kill the spider wolf, he only rose to level 2 spirit master. Even so, that night when Xu Yun met with the directors of various university admissions offices, it caused quite a stir. Those people were all madly exclaiming how Xu Yun truly deserved to be an SSS level super talent. One level up in a day, that was unprecedented. But now? Although the admissions conference hadn't started yet, if these people suddenly discovered that a level A Bai Zhou had managed to reach level 5 spirit master in just one day, then what would Xu Yun be considered? What is he even? Ding! Detecting the main character has suffered mental damage plus 999. Gained 100 villain points, the villain roulette still needs 6,700 to open. At this moment, Xu Yun, who was alone and tragic in the hospital, sensed something in the void. The system even rang with such a prompt. Now, Bai Zhou has felt the powerful strength that comes with leveling up. Because of the upgrade, he even restored the energy consumed from the previous battles. At this time, Bai Zhou also felt something soft gently rubbing against his back. A soft voice came from beside his ear. Lin Wei's voice was sweet as honey. After a soft groan, Lin Wei, who had been exhausted and asleep, slowly opened her eyes. What is this? Waking from her slumber, Lin Wei found that the weak feeling from before had completely disappeared. And just like that sudden feeling before, her strength had also become powerful again. This must be thanks to brother Bai Zhou. Excited, Lin Wei then realized that she was actually being carried on Bai Zhou's back. And she was still hugging Bai Zhou's neck? In an instant, her arms trembled lightly. She instinctively wanted to pull them back. But that feeling of reluctance made her movements freeze in place. Looking at Bai Zhou's broad back, an inexplicable sense of security rose within her. Seeing that Bai Zhou didn't turn around, a glimmer of small expectation appeared in Lin Wei's eyes. Then she actually closed her eyes again, pretending to still be in a faint. If Bai Zhou discovers that I am awake, will I miss this chance? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gain 100 villain points, the villain roulette still needs 6,600 to open. Unbeknownst to her, both the system prompt in Bai Zhou's mind and her lightly trembling arms had already betrayed Lin Wei's little thoughts. However, Bai Zhou only chuckled softly and did not expose her. Following behind Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, Longing now had a clear look of surprise in her eyes. Just moments ago, she silently followed Bai Zhou, planning how to use him for her own gain. To use the spirit master to enhance her strength, to escape from those bad people's pursuit. However, she suddenly felt the spirit master ahead of her, along with his spirit daughter, emanating a wave of energy. Though this energy wave vanished in an instant, she clearly sensed that this spirit master and his spirit daughter had grown even stronger. With wide, disbelieving eyes, Longing looked at Bai Zhou's back. No way. What is going on? Just taking 2 steps, and their presence becomes strong again? Can you level up like this? What kind of magical operation is this? Could it be? A strange light suddenly flashed in Longing's pupils. Is there some other secret hidden in this spirit master? With this kind of guess, Longing's gaze on Bai Zhou changed once more. But no matter what changes happened at this moment, hidden behind that gaze was absolute self-interest. She was probably already plotting how to uncover Bai Zhou's secrets and use them for herself. However, before she could think more. Buzz buzz. A sudden roar of an engine echoed from afar. Visible to the naked eye, a black vehicle was approaching the base of the city wall. Seeing this vehicle, a wave of bad premonition suddenly rose in Longying's heart. Sure enough. As the vehicle drew closer, Longing actually saw those black-clothed figures from before. These black-clothed figures had actually returned. Several figures in black surrounded the car, running swiftly, as if they were bodyguards for that vehicle. Whoosh! Dragon Ing, without any hesitation, immediately hid behind Bai Zhou, gently grabbing his sleeve with her hand. Bai Zhou didn't even need to feel Dragon Ying's movement. He naturally noticed the group of black-clad men coming back. In his heart, he thought, these guys actually went to bring reinforcements? But the one with the biggest reaction was not Bai Zhou, nor was it Dragon Ing. It was Lin Wei, who was pretending to sleep on Bai Zhou's back, as if sensing a voice from the heart, she instantly opened her eyes. Right at the moment she saw Dragon Ying's little hand holding Bai Zhou's sleeve. Dragon Ying's little face turned slightly pale. That intuition from a woman instantly made Lin Wei turn to look at Dragon Ing. Although Dragon Ing wore a hood and her face was not clear, a sudden feeling arose in Lin Wei's heart. It felt as if something called a sense of crisis appeared. She didn't know if it was instinct or subconscious, but she unexpectedly jumped down from Bai Zhou's back. The direction she jumped in happened to be towards the side where Dragon Ing was pulling Bai Zhou. She directly squeezed away Dragon Ying's little hand from Bai Zhou's sleeve. Ding! Detected that a main character suffered mental damage plus 555, earned villain destiny points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 6,550 more to open. Lin Wei, as if nothing had happened, directly hugged Bai Zhou's arm, tilting her head and blinking her big eyes at him. Cheerfully she said. Bai Zhou brother, what happened? Chapter 54, What kind of ghost is the four great families of Jun City? At this moment, Bai Zhou didn't know what Lin Wei was thinking inside. Nor did he know what Lin Wei did as she jumped down from his back. He thought Lin Wei sensed the danger approaching and decided not to pretend to be unconscious anymore. So, he naturally signaled toward those black-clad men and said, "It's nothing, just a few annoying flies." Hiss. The sound of brakes was heard. The vehicle surrounded by the black-clad men really stopped right in front of Bai Zhou and the others, blocking their way. The leader of the black-clad men directly faced Bai Zhou and said arrogantly, "Kid, you really have guts, you haven't left." Actually, Bai Zhou really wanted to respond to him. "I was about to leave, but you guys returned too quickly, I didn't get to." However, Bai Zhou didn't bother to say so much to them. After all, he had not only recovered all his strength and energy, but his level had also risen to level 5. These little guys could be easily dealt with by just moving a finger. After provoking Bai Zhou, the black-clad man quickly turned around and scampered to the side of the car, opening the door. He even respectfully nodded and bowed, saying, "Young master, that blind guy is right in front." Hearing this, Bai Zhou was slightly puzzled. Young master? In this city, besides himself, is there anyone else bold enough to call themselves young master? The next second, Bai Zhou saw a big-headed leather shoe stretching out from the car door. Following that, a young man in a suit walked out from the vehicle. This young man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His hair was heavily gelled and even shiny. Bai Zhou was curious if that stuff would catch flies if they flew near it. He was wearing a very expensive bespoke suit. On his face, he even wore gold-rimmed glasses. This kind of outfit. Was he pretending to be some cultured scoundrel? But he looked too ugly, it didn't seem right. Is this him? This so-called young master looked indifferently at Bai Zhou ahead, casually speaking to the black-clad leader. The leader of the black-clad men immediately nodded and said, "That's right, young master, it's him. We were just about to capture that E-level waste, but unexpectedly, he suddenly jumped out, signed a temporary contract with that waste, and then injured all of us. Young master, this kid might be not simple." Ha! After hearing this, the young master actually chuckled lightly, then said without surprise, "You useless fools are just unreliable. However, you didn't lose unjustly, after all, this kid is a level 5 spirit master." What? The few men in black around were stunned, their brows furrowing and pupils shrinking. 5 level spirit master? But he looks so young, as if he just completed his job awakening. He has already become a level 5 spirit master? How did he do it? Yes. Not to mention them, anyone learning that Bai Zhou's current level had reached 5 would ask this question. However, besides them, there was also someone surprised, and that was Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou certainly wouldn't be surprised by his level, he was surprised that this young master has such sharp eyes? He can actually see through my level? Could he also be a strong one? Bai Zhou subconsciously opened his all-knowing mirror in the void. As it shone on this young master, lines of information appeared. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level, 0. Talent, S. Spirit Master talent, not activated. Hiss. Seeing this line of information, a trace of surprise appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. He was not surprised that this young master had an S-grade talent. But because this young master looked about 25 or 26 years old and still hadn't contracted any spirit ladies? So until now, he remained a 0-level spirit master. This kid has a bit of something. But he is only at level 0, why can he see through my spirit master level? Not only that. This young master's gaze also shifted to the two girls beside Bai Zhou. His eyes revealed a trace of joy as he said, "I really didn't expect it, an unexpected gain today? Your contracted spirit lady is actually also E-level?" This statement shocked Bai Zhou even more. Goodness, he can even see the quality of my spirit lady? Could it be that he also has something like the all-knowing mirror? However, compared to his all-knowing mirror, mine seems to be the genuine one. After all, my all-knowing mirror can see hidden attributes, hidden talents. His clearly lacks this function. But this was enough to pique Bai Zhou's curiosity. At this moment, after confirming that Bai Zhou's spirit lady was also E-level, this young master surprisingly approached Bai Zhou with a smile, saying in a more friendly tone, "Little brother, your spirit lady is E-level, and that lady you are protecting is also E-level. And you, my friend, you have already become a level 5 spirit master, don't you feel ashamed to only have an E-level spirit lady? So how about this, let's make a deal. Hand over the 2 E-level spirit ladies beside you, and I will give you an S-level spirit lady. How about it?" With these words, the gazes of Bai Zhou, Lin Wei, and Longing all slightly shrank. Lin Wei and Longing were both tense, as if they feared Bai Zhou would agree to this seemingly risk-free deal. And Bai Zhou was surprised that this kid has an S-level spirit lady and doesn't contract her, but instead pursues capturing these E-level spirit ladies? Although Bai Zhou was familiar with the original plot and knew that a small villain was constantly looking to capture E-level spirit ladies, but he was sure that this so-called young master was not that person. Moreover, after Chu Yun wiped out that group of villains in the original work, the E-level spirit ladies inside seemed not to receive any special treatment, and all were let go by Chu Yun. In the end, it was never explained why that group wanted to capture E-level spirit ladies. So Bai Zhou had no way of knowing. It seems that this young master might just be the true mastermind behind that group. Bai Zhou would never consider trading his super SSS level spirit girl for an E-level one just to get an S-level little brat like Shin Xin back. But there are some things Bai Zhou is very curious about, so he deliberately said, "Come on, you can't even catch an E-level spirit girl, where are you going to get an S-level spirit girl for me?" Ding! Detecting that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 555, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6500 to activate the villain roulette. This must be from Long Ying. What Bai Zhou meant was as if to say, as long as you have it, I'll trade with you. Could she not be anxious? But Lin Wei had no such thoughts. Because she knew that the young master of the Bai family didn't lack anything, wasn't that S-level Shin Xin at home willingly acting like a dog? However, this young master was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I come from the neighboring Jiang city, and my name is Wang Hai." Wang Hai? Hearing this name, Bai Zhou paused slightly. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself, so it's him. Indeed, another important character from the original story, not a villain for Chu Yun, but rather a great ally. And Bai Zhou also understood why Wang Hai, at this age, still hadn't contracted a spirit girl. The original text mentioned that this kid didn't aim to be a spirit master, but rather resembled a scientist. As for what he was researching, that is an aside, it's not needed now. And Wang Hai, looking at Bai Zhou's expression, chuckled and said, "Looks like my name is quite famous here, huh?" But who would have known that the next second, Bai Zhou just shrugged and replied lightly, "Never heard of it." This statement made Wang Hai's confident smile instantly stiffen. Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 233, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6450 to activate the villain roulette. The system's alert confirmed that Wang Hai was indeed the person Bai Zhou recognized. The black-clad man behind Wang Hai had already jumped out, roaring at Bai Zhou. "How daring! You little brat, the young master is the heir of the 4 great families of Jiang City, the Wang family. How could you not have heard of it? You must be incredibly ignorant. Jiang City has 4 great families?" Bai Zhou paused slightly and asked, "How do they compare to the 4 great families I understand?" Upon hearing this, a hint of longing appeared on Wang Hai's face as he said, "The 4 great families you mentioned, they are the ones high above, right? Our Wang family's goal is to one day become one of them." Oh, Bai Zhou displayed a look of realization, and the next second, "Well, I've never heard of them." Ding! Detecting that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 666, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6400 to activate the villain roulette. Chapter 55, hasn't even started pretending, and he's already gone? Clearly, the muscles on Wang Hai's face twitched for a moment. The fleeting gloom in his eyes made one feel as if the elaborate persona he had carefully constructed was about to fall apart. However, he still managed to hold it in and continue to smile at Bai Zhou, saying, "You young people really amaze me. At such a young age, you already possess level 5 strength, the future is naturally limitless, but you're holding on to 2 E-level spirit girls, which is a huge limitation for you. Clearly, you could unleash even greater power. Isn't an S-level spirit girl more appealing? If it doesn't work out, I can find 2 for you." Ding! Detecting that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, needs 6350 to activate the villain roulette. This system prompt was from Long Ying. Long Ying didn't seem to be suffering from mental damage. Rather, she felt an overwhelming shock from within. Yes, both her and Bai Zhou's spirit girls were E-level, labeled as useless spirit girls. In Wang Hai's mouth, it actually became something that could exchange for an S-level spirit girl? Even in this moment, Long Ying had the thought of leaving with this Wang Hai. Does this E-level spirit girl really have such an important position in Wang Hai's heart? Of course, she was just thinking about it and had no real intention to do so. She could still distinguish between light and heavy, good and bad, though not very clearly. Because if we follow the original setting, this Wang Hai should be considered the good guy, while Bai Zhou is a complete villain. But now the situation has flipped. Long Ying was shocked, and Bai Zhou felt an intense curiosity in his heart. How could this guy value an E-level spirit girl so much? Could it be that this guy's fake all-knowing mirror can also see the hidden attributes of spirit girls? That's impossible. If that were the case, how could he still interact with me so friendly? And Bai Zhou directly asked this question. This Wang, never mind, it doesn't matter. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette opens, still needs 6,300. Why do I feel that an E-level spirit girl is more important in your eyes than an S-level spirit girl? This isn't right, is it? An E-level spirit girl is recognized as trash, right? Wang Hai, who was made to feel uncomfortable by Bai Zhou's complete disregard, could no longer hold back his anger. He forcibly suppressed his rage and continued. A single E-level spirit girl is also garbage to me, but if I can gather all these E-level spirit girls together. At this point, Wang Hai suddenly stopped. Then he turned to Bai Zhou and said, "This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. I just want to ask if you want to exchange." Exchange? Bai Zhou replied without any hesitation, "You can't pass up a free deal." You. Ding. Detected that a major character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette opens, still needs 6,250. Long Ying, hearing this, immediately showed a hint of anger on her small face. What do you mean? How can you do this? She couldn't help but want to reprimand Bai Zhou. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou completely ignored her. Even Lin Wei, who was standing beside Bai Zhou, turned to glance at Long Ying with a look as if to say, "Please be quiet." Ding. Detected that a major character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette opens, still needs 6,200. Long Ying was stunned. Wait, your spirit master is going to trade you for an S-level spirit girl, yet you want me to be quiet? What's wrong with your brain? But before Long Ying could scold Lin Wei more in her heart, Wang Hai across the way eagerly spoke. It's great that you can think this way. Just wait, I will contact someone to bring over the S-level spirit girl for you. Alright. The four big families of Zhongcheng are indeed impressive. They can casually arrange an S-level spirit girl? But at this moment, Bai Zhou raised a finger and shook his head. Not so fast. Although I agreed to exchange, who said I wanted your S-level spirit girl? What I want is an SSS-level spirit girl. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm plus 777, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain roulette opens, still needs 6,150. What did you say? Wang Hai's eye corners suddenly twitched, and his fists clenched tightly. And the previously angry Long Ying also understood at this moment. Alright. I'll forgive you. Does Bai Zhou even need your forgiveness? What do you think you are? Long Ying knew that such quality, or talent as SSS level, only existed in legends. So Bai Zhou was obviously joking with the other party. Are you playing me? Wang Hai's calm voice, the smile on his face, completely disappeared at this moment. But Bai Zhou still had that calm and composed expression as he said. Sorry. In my eyes, Ling Yang has no difference in quality, only whether I like her or not. While saying this, Bai Zhou turned his head and took Lin Wei's small hand, continuing in a calm tone. I really like this Ling Yang right now, so, if you want to trade with me, you must offer your most precious thing, then I'll consider it. Do you understand? Listening to these words, Lin Wei, looking at Bai Zhou's profile, actually felt like she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. In the flicker of her eyes, Lin Wei seemed to be saying. So, in Bai Zhou's heart, am I the most precious? Ding. Detected that the host successfully blocked part of the protagonist's luck, gaining 200 villain destiny points. The villain's Wheel of Fortune opens, still needing 5,950. Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Zhou also almost couldn't suppress his smile. Most precious thing? Give me a break, Bai Zhou was just using this chance to fool Lin Wei. And the effect was significant. After all, Lin Wei was really too easy to deceive. Ha! Looking at Bai Zhou at this moment, Wang Hai suddenly laughed. He sneered, and then he actually took off his glasses. The previous gentle aura instantly disappeared. The expression on his face twisted instantly. You fucking are looking for death. Wang Hai's disguise finally fell off his face at this moment. Damn it, I originally planned to hold back since this isn't my Jiang city, to quietly take my things and leave. But you, why the hell are you pushing me? Wang Hai's 3 sentences were almost exceeding his vocabulary, but don't get him banned. Kid. Wang Hai even raised a finger, pointing at Bai Zhou. With a condescending and disdainful tone, he said. I, the eldest young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Jiang City. Although our 4 great families of Jiang City are not as good as the legendary 4 great families, we are certainly not something a bug like you can casually provoke. Since you sincerely want to die? Ha! Wang Hai sneered again. Then he turned his head and looked at the car parked beside them, saying, Uncle Li, leave this kid to you. I want him to kneel in front of me and lick my shoe soles. After the words fell. Boom! A powerful aura instantly surged from the car. Bang! With a loud sound, the car door was actually blasted away by this powerful aura. Then, an old man with white hair floated out of the car. To be honest, this appearance was indeed somewhat stylish. Especially this old man, squinting his eyes as if he had no intention of opening them to look at Bai Zhou. Is this the arrogance of a strong person? His voice was hoarse and filled with disdain. Kid, did you hear that? The young master told you to kneel, so? Kneel for me. But before he could finish his words. How dare you? A loud shout. This situation that seemed to have occurred before actually happened again. Pft, with a sound, the elder who was called by Wang Hai suddenly started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Then, his body fell directly to the ground, limbs sprawled out. Pft, 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 pft. His body, limbs, and back immediately developed a series of blood holes. His body seemed to be crushed as he died on the spot. He hadn't even finished speaking, yet he was dead. He hadn't even had time to act tough, and he was already dead. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999,999, gained 100 villain destiny points. The villain's Wheel of Fortune opens, still needing 5,850. Wang Hai was stunned. Who? Chapter 56, All Young Masters must address you as Young Master. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 99,999, gained 100 villain destiny points. The villain's Wheel of Fortune opens, still needing 5,750. Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 666. The villain value has increased by 50, and the villain roulette needs 5,700 to open. It was not only Wang Hai. Even Long Ying, who stood behind Bai Zhou, was stunned. When had she ever seen such a scene? That old man, whom Wang Hai referred to as Uncle Li. His grand entrance and commanding presence were filled with prestige. It was clear he was a master among masters. His strength must be extremely powerful. Long Ying felt a pang of doubt, sensing that Bai Zhou would surely falter. But this impressive old man. He hadn't even finished his words. He was dead? No way, what was going on? At that moment, a man in black, exuding a powerful aura, seemed to appear out of thin air, landing right in front of Bai Zhou. But that was not all. With a whoosh. Under the leadership of Bai Zhou's bodyguard. The 5 bodyguards who had once taught Xu Yun a lesson at school suddenly sprang out from some unknown corner. They immediately surrounded Wang Hai and his group. This man in black must be the more powerful bodyguard hiding by Bai Zhou's side. He hadn't shown himself before. When Bai Zhou faced the captain of the city defense team, he actually wanted to act. But he didn't have the chance. Bai Zhou's uncle had arrived. Compared to his uncle, he was just a small fry, and there was no need for him to show up. But now. The man in black had a look of surprise in his eyes. As if saying, finally, it's my turn to show off. At this moment, the black-clad men who had previously been driven back by Bai Zhou looked at the man in black by Bai Zhou's side, their pupils shrinking continuously. The leader's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, unable to help but exclaim. This is the strong aura we sensed before? How could this? Then, he instantly turned to Bai Zhou. You let us go on purpose? You wanted to trick me into calling for help? Bai Zhou looked at the man in black and chuckled softly. Honestly, I didn't plan on doing this. But since you say so, let's go with your understanding. Indeed. Bai Zhou didn't even know this man in black. He had no idea such a powerful presence was secretly protecting him. After all, the original story couldn't possibly write everything in clear detail. Ding! Detected major supporting character received mental harm plus 555, villain value increased by 50, and the villain roulette now requires 5,650 to open. You. At this moment, Wang Hai no longer held his previous lofty demeanor. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. Yet he still pointed a finger at Bai Zhou. Who the hell are you? Crack. Ah. A piercing scream echoed. Ding. Detected major supporting character received physical harm plus 30, mental harm plus 999, villain value increased by 100, villain roulette now requires 5,550 to open. Wang Hai's finger had bent in an eerie way in the opposite direction. He clutched his wrist tightly, screaming in agony as his body slowly curled up. And the raspy voice of the man in black followed. What identity do you have to point at our young master? Ding. Detected major supporting character received mental harm plus 999, villain value increased by 50, villain roulette now requires 5,500 to open. Young master? Wang Hai's face twisted, dripping with sweat. But he still struggled to lift his head to look at Bai Zhou. Who are you? Bai Zhou took 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to introduce himself, the man in black actually spoke first. Standing in front of you is the eldest young master of the Bai family, Bai Zhou. This self-introduction was stolen from him. Bai Zhou rolled his eyes and glanced at the man in black beside him. This man was gleefully reveling in his moment to show off. Suddenly, he caught sight of Bai Zhou's gaze. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly lowered his head. I'm sorry, young master. Please come. Bai Zhou rolled his eyes. What's the point of me coming after you've already said all that? But Bai Zhou's mind was no longer calm. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 777, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,450 more to activate. Ding. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental damage plus 888, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,400 more to activate. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Long Ying's body trembled slightly. Earlier, Bai Zhou had introduced himself, so she knew his name. However, on one hand, Bai Zhou didn't mention the eldest son of the Bai family during his introduction. On the other hand, she was very anxious and concerned about her brother and sister-in-law at that time, so she didn't think deeply. But now, if you combine the eldest son of the Bai family with Bai Zhou, he is actually the eldest son of the Bai family, one of the 4 major families in legend? The Bai family that has 3 unmatched masters on the top 10 expert rankings? How could I encounter such a person in this task hall? Moreover, he actually accepted the false mission I posted? The eldest son of the Bai family actually needs to do missions himself? Ding. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,350 more to activate. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,300 more to activate. Wang Hai was also dumbfounded. His already hunched body seemed to lose all strength in his legs in an instant. Thud. He fell to the ground. Behind Wang Hai, the few black-clad figures who had just followed the car, along with their spirit girls, were trembling and pale. One after another. Thud. 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 They all fell to their knees. The leader among the black-clad men couldn't help but scream in panic. Young Master Bai. Young Master Bai. We were wrong, we really didn't know you were the eldest son of the Bai family. It was all him. It was all this Wang Hai who forced us to do this, spare us. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,250 more to activate. Don't say Wang Hai, even Bai Zhou didn't expect. These individuals who sell out to protect themselves reacted so quickly. The voices of the black-clad men and spirit girls pleading for mercy created a chaotic scene. Bai Zhou simply said lightly, "Make them shut up." The black-clad man beside him immediately shouted, "Everyone, shut up for young Master Bai." Pft, 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 pft. This group of people immediately spewed blood, their faces pale, eyes rolled back, collapsing on the ground, unresponsive. Bai Zhou had already walked in front of Wang Hai. At that moment, Wang Hai's face was deathly pale, covered in sweat. He even forgot about the pain in his finger, trembling all over, looking up at Bai Zhou. Struggling to force a hideous smile, he said, "Bai. Young Master Bai, I." No. Before Wang Hai could finish, Bai Zhou waved his hand and said, "Don't call me young master, you are the young master. Aren't you the eldest son of the Wan family from the 4 major families of Zhongcheng? How impressive you are, what am I?" Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,200 more to activate. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 50, the villain's big roulette needs 5,150 more to activate. Young Master Bai. Wang Hai suddenly let out a wail. Then. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of his head knocking was as if he was doing it without sparing any effort. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered physical damage plus 1, plus 1, plus 1, plus, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain's big roulette needs 5,050 more to activate. What are the 4 major families of Jiancheng compared to you? You are the eldest son of the Bai family, any young master needs to call you young master. Young Master Bai, I know I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. But Bai Zhou still waved his hand dismissively. He placed his shoe sole under Wang Hai's forehead. Don't do this, why are you bowing to me? Aren't you asking me to kneel and lick the sole of your shoe? Ding. Detected main supporting character suffers mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50. The villain lottery requires 5,000 to open. What are you talking about? Wang Hai, who had lost a finger, suddenly added a cruel smile to his already pale face. You heard wrong, I meant me. I'm kneeling down to lick the sole of young Master Bai's shoe. This is the humility I have cultivated over several lifetimes. Chapter 57, what you take pride in is just garbage. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffers mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, villain lottery requires 4,950 to open. Wang Hai's face was stiff, and the corners of his eyes twitched. It was clear that he was in great pain now. This pain was not just because of his broken finger, but because of his next actions. He had already trembled and lifted Bai Zhou's foot, then. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Ah. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffers physical damage plus 1, mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, villain lottery requires 4,900 to open. Bai Zhou had slapped Wang Hai's face with his shoe sole. What status do you have to deserve young master's soul? Ding. Detected main supporting character suffers mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, villain lottery requires 4,850 to open. Of course not. Do you look better than Shinxin? Can you do what Shinxin can? Do you have the willingness to be like a dog to Shinxin? What a joke, do you think you deserve this? Ding. Detected main supporting character suffers mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, villain lottery requires 4,800 to open. Wang Hai's heart was undergoing immense torture. He had just been the lofty young master of the Wang family. He had even said that his Wang family had the chance to enter the legendary 4 great families. And now, he could only kneel at the feet of Bai Zhou, the young master of one of the real 4 great families. And in their eyes, he wasn't even worthy of licking the sole. And he still dared to dream of joining the 4 great families? What a delusion. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffers mental damage plus 999, gaining fate villain points plus 50, villain lottery requires 4,750 to open. I ask you. No matter how great the pain in Wang Hai's heart was at this moment. When he heard Bai Zhou's voice, he could only quickly kneel again. What do you command, young master? Bai Zhou looked down at Wang Hai and asked. How did you know my spirit master level is already level 5? Yes, Bai Zhou was curious about this question earlier. Did the old man who got killed before he could show off tell him? That shouldn't be the case, they didn't seem to exchange any words. At this moment, Bai Zhou also saw Wang Hai's body tremble slightly. This. Wang Hai seemed a bit troubled, but seeing Bai Zhou's expressionless face, he didn't dare to delay and quickly took out the gold-framed glasses he had just taken off. Young Master Bai, this is something I researched myself. Oh? Bai Zhou's eyelids lifted slightly. He then reached out to take the gold-framed glasses and held them in front of his own eyes. At that moment, 2 small characters appeared above Wang Hai's head, level 0. Bai Zhou quickly turned his head to look at the black-clad person lying on the ground, level 3. Then he turned to his powerful black-clad bodyguard beside him, level 25. Wow! Now even Bai Zhou was surprised, realizing that a spirit master with a much higher level than him could see levels. No wonder this kid is a scientist. In the original story, it was in the later part that Chu Yun encountered Wang Hai shortly after signing a contract with Long Ying. Wang Hai, just like today, wanted to trade for an E-level spirit daughter. Chu Yun disagreed, and an old man intervened. Chu Yun quickly responded to the threat, crushing the old man. That old man probably realized he would never get another chance to be crushed again. In any case, Wang Hai discovered that the E-level spirit daughter burst forth with powerful energy in Chu Yun's hands. Then he actively extended an olive branch to Chu Yun. He no longer sought to snatch the spirit daughter, just wanting to study it carefully. To express his sincerity, Wang Hai even gave Chu Yun a watch. That watch could display the level of the opposing spirit master, as well as the spirit daughter's level. It was like a low-end version of an all-knowing mirror. Had Wang Hai really developed this kind of glasses now? Of course, it was a much worse version of the all-knowing mirror from the original story. After all, this glasses couldn't see the level of the spirit daughter and couldn't distinguish the identities of the spirit master and the spirit daughter. But it was enough to surprise Bai Zhou. Isn't that why he could become a great help to the main character, Chu Yun? Watching Bai Zhou experience his research product, Wang Hai felt a bit excited and said, "Young Master Bai, if you need it, I can give you this thing, you." What a useless item. Smack. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destined villain points plus 50, villain big turntable needs 4,700 more to open. Before Wang Hai could finish his sentence, Bai Zhou tossed the glasses to the ground and crushed it with one foot. Young Master Bai. You. Wang Hai looked very anxious, because he had researched this day and night, and it was supposed to let low-level spirit masters see the levels of others. After he developed this thing, countless people praised him as a peerless talent. Yet the young master of the Bai family actually despised it so much, even trampling it to pieces? He just wanted to fight for a future for his research product when he heard Bai Zhou's calm voice. Wang Hai, Spirit Master Level 0. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destined villain points plus 50, villain big turntable needs 4,650 more to open. Spirit Master Talent Level, S Level. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destined villain points plus 50, villain big turntable needs 4,600 more to open. Spirit Master Talent, not yet activated. Ding. Detected main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 99,999, gained destined villain points plus 100, villain big turntable needs 4,500 more to open. With every word Bai Zhou spoke, Wang Hai's pupil shrank a bit. By the time the last sentence was said, Wang Hai's face had turned pale, his eyes twitched wildly, and his expression even became distorted. What? How do you know? Young Master Bai, what is this equipment, how do you? Yes. His own glasses could only see the level of the opposing spirit master, knowing nothing else. But Bai Zhou, clearly without glasses or any special equipment, could even see his talent level, and even knew he didn't have a contracted spirit daughter? If he had contracted a spirit daughter, could he see his talent skills? How could this be possible? How could this be? This felt like a bug-level existence? No wonder the other party would despise the carefully crafted item he made. In their eyes, this thing was truly worthless. How could this happen? Could it be that in technology, I am also useless, unable to match up with the legendary four families? Ding. Detected main supporting character suffered mental damage plus 99,999, gained destined villain points plus 100, villain big turntable needs 4,400 more to open. A few words from Bai Zhou nearly pushed this kid into depression. Wang Hai had no idea that Bai Zhou knew all this because of the system big turntable, having drawn out the all-knowing mirror. The legendary four families did not have access to technology like Wang Hai's. However, there was no need to let this boy know that. Bai Zhou's next question came swiftly. Why are you searching for an E-level spirit daughter? Yes, because of this matter, the original work did not explain it at all. After Wang Hai witnessed how powerful Chu Yun's E-grade spirit was, he seemed to have given up on this matter and focused on studying Chu Yun. The original work did not mention much about E-grade spirit daughters anymore. Now, Wang Hai, because of the things he once took pride in, was constantly shattered by Bai Zhou. He seemed to be in a state of complete fragmentation. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, he replied mechanically. Because I once saw an ancient book. In this ancient book, there were only a few scattered words, which seemed to say that E-grade spirit daughters are not useless spirits, but need to be activated with a special method. Hearing Wang Hai's words, Bai Zhou's pupils suddenly constricted. What kind of ancient book is so powerful? It can actually know such things? It should be noted that he knew this because he was a traveler and understood what the names of the awakened spirit weapons of Lin Wei and Longing represented. Also, in the original work, that Grandpa in Chu Yun's mind could sense some things, so that... Hiss. How did Chu Yun's grandpa know about this? Could it also be because of that ancient book Wang Hai mentioned? Chapter 58, about Longing. I'm a little excited. When he was reading the original work, Bai Zhou really didn't consider this question. He just thought that the grandpa in Chu Yun's head was just a cheat for Chu Yun, as long as it was impressive, it was enough. But now. The original novel indeed did not require too much explanation. But after he traveled here, this paper-thin world sounded like a world exactly like reality. This leads to everything having its cause and effect. That grandpa is a figure from countless years ago, who died and became a wisp of remnant soul in Chu Yun's brain. Maybe in the grandpa's era, there really were people like Chu Yun and him who explored the secrets of E-grade useless spirits? Isn't this the ancient book Wang Hai mentioned? Thinking of this, Bai Zhou spoke in a deep voice. Where is the ancient book you mentioned? Wang Hai's body trembled slightly. In Jiangcheng, I didn't bring it. Go back and get it. Bai Zhou said without any hesitation, after returning to Jiangcheng, bring this thing back to me. After hearing this, Wang Hai initially wanted to refuse. But seeing Bai Zhou's indifferent expression. Guliolu. Ding. Detected that the main character has received mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, to open the villain roulette still needs 4,350. The young man standing in front of him not only shattered all his pride and self-esteem, now, commanding him like a servant. He couldn't resist at all. Ding. Detected that the main character has received mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, to open the villain roulette still needs 4,300. Could it be that our Jiangqing's 4 great families can never be compared to the real 4 great families? Isn't that nonsense? Even you said that they are the real 4 great families. Wang Hai slowly nodded. Alright, young Master Bai, as you wish. Seeing Wang Hai so clever, Bai Zhou nodded and said directly. Alright, get lost. Hurry back home and get the thing for me. Ding. Detected that the main character has received mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, to open the villain roulette still needs 4,250. Okay, young Master Bai. Wang Hai stood up and turned to see the old man he had brought who was supposed to protect him, now dead beyond recognition. His eyes kept twitching. And his subordinates, whose fates were unknown. These scenes all showed the insurmountable gap between him and Bai Zhou. Wait. Bai Zhou's voice made Wang Hai's body tremble again. Quickly turned around. Young Master Bai, you called. Bai Zhou raised one hand. With 2 soft slaps, he lightly tapped Wang Hai's cheeks twice. Ding. Detected main supporting character received mental damage plus 999, gained destined villain value plus 50, the villain grand wheel opens but needs 4,200 more. When you go back, tell that so-called Jiangcheng 4 great families. You, and them, no matter where you meet this young master. Bow your head and know your place. Ding. Detected main supporting character received mental damage plus 99,999, gained destined villain value plus 100, the villain grand wheel opens but needs 4,100 more. Yes. Wang Hai's face turned pale as he hurriedly bowed his head, trembling all over. Bai Zhou didn't look at him anymore and turned away. The icy expression on his face disappeared without a trace. In its place was a gentle smile. He raised one hand toward Lin Wei. Let's go, it's all right now, let's go home. Okay. Lin Wei smiled sweetly and moved forward to hold Bai Zhou's big hand. This action seemed so natural. You must know that yesterday, when they first met, this girl was so scared of him. This was naturally due to Bai Zhou's various strategies targeting Lin Wei's personality, turning her into this way. Having Lin Wei as a successful example. Then that selfish, crafty, and sneaky Long Ying, wouldn't she also be in his pocket? However, for a woman like Long Ying, Bai Zhou's methods would definitely be simpler, more direct, and more violent. Ding. Detected main character received mental damage plus 333, gained destined villain value plus 50, the villain grand wheel opens but needs 4,050 more. Trailing behind Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, Long Ying's body shook inexplicably. Unable to help but grit her teeth and think. What's wrong with me? Why do I have a bad premonition? Just as Long Ying was in turmoil, Bai Zhou in the distance was already waving at her. Are you coming or not? Coming. No matter what, it couldn't stop Long Ying's steps. She wanted to pursue powerful strength, she wanted to use Bai Zhou as a springboard. Especially since Bai Zhou was still the big young master of the Bai family. She could completely use Bai Zhou to leverage the resources of the Bai family to stabilize the previously fleeting powerful strength. With that, Long Ying was still smug. Unaware that once there was someone who had the same thought as you. Now that person is barking in Bai Zhou's villa. Riding in the Bai family's vehicle. Long Ying's performance was completely different from Lin Wei's initial performance. This was clearly related to the life experiences of the two. But Bai Zhou didn't care, because he already had a plan for how to deal with Long Ying in his heart. And thinking about it made him a bit excited. As for that Wang Hai, even though this kid was obedient in front of him, even having his pride crushed, However, the system did not issue any similar alerts that would block the main character's luck because of Wang Hai. This meant that this kid would still maintain a close connection with Chu Yun due to his powerful main character halo. Of course, Bai Zhou didn't care about this. After all, Wang Hai wasn't Ling Yang. The only thing about him that could make Bai Zhou pay attention was the chance to exploit him, or that so-called ancient book. When that time comes, if he still has value, then he will be used well. If he is no longer useful and stubbornly joins Chu Yun's camp, then the Wang family would have no reason to exist. Of course, that is a matter for the future. The Bai family's vehicle quickly returned to the Bai family villa. As before, Bai Zhou arranged for the maid to take Longing to bathe and tidy herself up. Let Lin Wei rest first. After all, Lin Wei had taken care of her father in the hospital all night yesterday. Today she had also gone through a tough battle. Although due to the level upgrade, all energy consumption had been restored. However, the consumption on a mental level is undeniable. So, this is the first time Lin Wei has entered a beautiful dream in a bedroom larger than his own home. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou returned to his room alone. He summoned a bunch of tools from the household servants and sat down at the table. With a flash of light, a dark red, egg-sized, irregular pyramid appeared in Bai Zhou's hand. Bai Zhou's eyes glimmered with excitement. He knew this thing had allowed Chu Yun, in a dying state, to eat it and jump directly from level 1 to level 3, with a violent increase in basic attributes. Though he didn't understand the principle, Bai Zhou knew it was definitely a good thing. So, ding ding ding. Bang bang bang. Bai Zhou pulled out various hammers, chisels, and other tools and began to mercilessly attack this object. After all, in the original story, Chu Yun almost choked on this thing, and he wanted to avoid such torture for himself. However, after half a day of effort, Bai Zhou found he couldn't even scratch a hair off it. Hey! My temper! This young master won't accept this. Dad! Mom! Where's my dad? It was truly a reversal of the heavens, was this even right? But Bai Zhou still found his father in the study. Bai Jinnan, looking confused, obliged to Bai Zhou's request. With a loud bang, he slapped the egg-sized object. Ka la la! The object shattered into pieces on the spot. Sure enough, before absolute power, everything is just floating clouds. Bai Jinnan was curious about what his son was up to, but Bai Zhou had already cleaned up all the fragments and even the powder, and returned to his room. He then prepared a bunch of milk tea powder, oatmeal, and other things, mixed them with hot water, and gulped it all down. After drinking, he smacked his lips. Tastes good. In the original story, Chu Yun thought, what was the pain of choking on blood from my throat back then? But as time passed, Bai Zhou did not sense anything special. This made Bai Zhou frown slowly. Could it be my way of eating is wrong, and this thing has lost its effect? Just then, Gululu. Bai Zhou. Not good. It's coming out. With a whoosh, Bai Zhou dashed into the independent bathroom of his bedroom. At the same time, ding! Detected that the host has successfully interrupted part of the protagonist's luck, gaining villain value plus 300, the villain roulette will open after 3750. Chapter 59, Talent Level Leaps Again? Poo-loo-loo-loo. That strange sound rushed out into Bai Zhou's bathroom at once. Sitting on the toilet, Bai Zhou's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but ask himself. Is this right? This isn't right. I remember in the original story, Chu Yun didn't have this kind of embarrassing moment after eating this, did he? Could it be that my way of eating is just too elegant, so I can't recover in this regard? Poo-loo-loo-loo. Bai Zhou was on the verge of breaking down. Was this even scientific? This situation lasted for over 10 minutes. Bai Zhou flushed the toilet 7 or 8 times. If not for that, he might have drowned by now. He even fell into a deep self-doubt. How much did he eat to have so much left in his stomach that it made him feel this way? But eventually, there was an end to it. Otherwise, Bai Zhou would have stuffed himself into the toilet to flush away. He finally covered his belly, trembling as he walked out of the bathroom. But he suddenly realized, why were his clothes sticky? Looking down. Damn. Others shoot from the back. How come I can shoot from my pores too? Without an option, Bai Zhou locked himself back in the bathroom. Of course, this time he didn't need to develop a relationship with the toilet anymore. The clothes on him were black, sticky, and extremely smelly. He was directly thrown into the bathroom trash can, while he himself dove straight into the bathtub. Looking at the black grease slowly floating up from the bathtub, Bai Zhou nodded slightly. This is right. The original novel, like most novels, follows a similar pattern. When encountering such a scene reminiscent of cleansing the soul, it surely involves expelling a large amount of impurities from the body, as if washed away by some magical power. The original character Chu Yun was no exception. He consumed that thing in a near-death state. Then he fainted. Upon waking up, he found not only had he recovered, but his strength had also increased significantly, yet his clothes were no longer wearable. But have you ever seen a Chu Yun in a state of such uncontrollable discharge? Could he have been holding it in so tightly? Bai Zhou couldn't help but think. But it didn't matter, the system's prompt sound had already confirmed it. It proved that this Chu Yun was completely disconnected from that thing. At this moment, Bai Zhou was continuously changing the bathwater in the tub, washing himself off. He felt the weakness from earlier due to diarrhea slowly fade away. An unprecedented power filled his entire body. Now, he was even more energetic than when he had leveled up to level 5 using system rewards. Even his eyes saw things clearer and his ears heard sounds better. These changes were just the small ones. Through the giant floor mirror beside him, Bai Zhou even saw that his skin looked somewhat translucent and shiny. And that kind of muscular beauty full of power appeared out of nowhere. Wow! Bai Zhou couldn't help but bounce in the bathtub, saying, "In my past life, how many nights did I dream of such a miracle happening? I didn't expect that just the second day after my crossing, it would come true? Wow!" But such surprise didn't last long for Bai Zhou. Because in an ordinary world, having a good body might mean more to an ordinary person. But in this world of universal job changes, Bai Zhou was still a super rich second generation. It seemed there was really not much use in it. He remembered that in the original novel, this thing increased Chu Yun's strength significantly. But now, he was sure he had completely absorbed the energy of that thing. Yet he didn't receive the system's prompt about leveling up. What was going on? Bai Zhou slightly raised his head, and in the void, the all-knowing mirror slowly appeared, shining on his perfect body. In the next second, lines of small text floated up. Job, Spirit Manipulator. Level 5. Talent level, S+. Spirit Manipulator talent. He didn't need to look at the rest. Bai Zhou's eyes instantly froze on his talent level. Wow! The clear water spraying from the showerhead almost made Bai Zhou choke. His surprise was evident. S+? Bai Zhou remembered that he had previously raised his talent level to an A+ through the system and various means. And now, he had actually jumped up one whole major level to become S+? Wasn't the next step going to be SS? This talent level relates to the rate at which the Spirit Manipulator gains experience and the all-round power increase that comes from leveling up. The higher the talent level, the faster the leveling speed, and the greater the benefits from leveling up. This is why Chu Yun, a super Spirit Manipulator with SSS level talent, was looked up to by that group of people. He was considered a sharp weapon to fight against the four big families. It was entirely because of his rapid growth speed. The power that grew up was also extremely strong. This thing not only determined the lower limit of a spirit master, but equally decided the upper limit. Although I didn't gain any experience points from it. However, the effect brought by the increase in talent level is completely unmatched by experience points. Excitement shimmered in Bai Zhou's eyes. Could it be related to the way I consumed that thing? In the original work, Chu Yun didn't gain anything in this regard. It might be because Bai Zhou crushed that thing, allowing its true energy to be released. Or it could be that Chu Yun's talent level was already at SSS, leaving no room for improvement, so it converted to experience points. But no matter the reason, it is the best gain for me. The excitement in Bai Zhou's eyes turned a bit harsh. Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, you never thought that I, Bai Zhou, would have such a day, right? I'm kind of looking forward to seeing your expression when you find out my latest talent level, huh? Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered mental damage plus 22, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 3,700 to activate. Chu Yun was also feeling drained. I'm already so miserable, lying on the hospital bed and unable to move. But why do I still feel like someone is thinking about me, and my back feels cold? At this moment, Bai Zhou, after changing the water several times, finally cleaned himself up nicely. Fortunately, it was a family like Bai Zhou's, otherwise, the hot water wouldn't keep up. However, his clothes were already discarded, and it wasn't realistic to wear them now. So, he casually grabbed a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist. Just like that, he swaggered out of the bathroom in his room. But unexpectedly, the moment Bai Zhou stepped out of the bathroom. Ah! A girl's startled scream instantly came. Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered mental damage plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 3,650 to activate. Bai Zhou? He was also stunned. After all, this is my room. It doesn't matter if I'm in my room without even a bath towel. But why is this longing lying on my big bed? At this moment, longing had unexpectedly changed into a maid outfit like Shin did yesterday. Clearly, the little maid really had no other clothes left. After bathing Longing, the little maid brought her to see Bai Zhou as soon as possible. Longing saw such a big room, thinking it was a place arranged for her by the Bai family. After all, the Bai family is rich and powerful, and a bedroom several times larger than her living room is not surprising. Especially when she saw the spacious, soft big bed. Longing directly lay on it, enjoying the faint scent of lavender. Longing looked at the ceiling, a satisfied expression as she enjoyed herself. As a result, she then heard the bathroom door being opened. Looking up, she saw 8 shiny abdominal muscles. And the face above those abs turned out to be Bai Zhou? Ah! Longing couldn't help but scream, grabbing the pillow from the bed and throwing it fiercely at Bai Zhou, yelling. "Pervert, what are you doing in my room?" Chapter 60, Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered mental damage plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 3600 to activate. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou reached out and directly grabbed the pillow that Longing threw. Then he casually tossed it back onto the bed and looked at Longing calmly, saying, "Are you joking? This is my room." What? Ding! Detected that the protagonist suffered mental damage plus 555, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain roulette needs 3550 to activate. Longing sat up straight in a flash and looked around to both sides. As expected, the setup of this room didn't look like it was meant for any girl to live in. Men's clothes were neatly placed on the sofa beside her. Even more, on the nightstand was a photo of Bai Zhou himself. Ding! Detected major character suffered mental damage plus 444, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain will needs 3500 more to spin. Longing hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, gritting her teeth as she said, "What's wrong with your servants? They didn't take me to a guest room, why did they bring me here? So annoying." At a time like this, she was still blaming others? No one even said they were arranging a room for you, right? Who are you? Why should the Bai family's servants give you a room? And even so, just because you saw a bed, you went to lie down? You didn't even ask? This Longing really gave off the vibe of a spoiled rich girl. But then Bai Zhou thought again. In the original story, this Longing was actually written as some kind of noble lady. Just from her last name Long, you could tell she wasn't ordinary. It was just that her family had been hunted down by others because of some incident. Otherwise, she and her brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have been running through the mutant forests between city-states without any transportation. Her brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have given up their lives just to protect her. What stood out the most was, even though she had her face covered, this girl was still hugging the quilt tightly. This made the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth lift up slightly. Even though he didn't know why his maid brought Longing to his room. But now, wasn't this the perfect chance for Bai Zhou to adjust this Longing a bit? He had just been excited about a decision he made, and now the opportunity came right on time. So Bai Zhou said calmly, "Since you want to stay so badly, then stay here properly." While talking, Bai Zhou walked toward his own bed. Ding! Detected major character suffered mental damage plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain will needs 3450 more to spin. Longing. Who said I want to stay? After screaming that out, Longing instantly threw off the quilt and jumped off Bai Zhou's bed. She ran off in a flash. But, when she passed by Bai Zhou, with a loud paw, Bai Zhou grabbed Longing's arm and said with a light laugh, "Since you've come, it's not so easy to leave." After speaking, he used some force and threw Longing back. Ding! Detected major character suffered mental damage plus 777, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain will needs 3400 more to spin. Longing didn't even have a temporary contract with Bai Zhou now. She was just a level 0, E-grade spirit girl. How could she possibly fight against Bai Zhou, a spirit master already at level 5 with an S+ talent? So there was no way to resist, she was thrown flying straight away. In panic, she grabbed something to try and keep her balance. But when she landed heavily on the quilt, she realized what she grabbed was a bath towel. Longying's pupils shrank sharply. Stiffly, shaking, she raised her head to look at Bai Zhou. She lost all words. Longying. Ding! Detected major character suffered mental damage plus 888, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain will needs 3350 more to spin. Ding! Detected major character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain will needs 3300 more to spin. Of all times, Bai Zhou chose this moment to say on purpose. "Yo, can't wait already? Don't worry, this young master is coming now." Ah! Longying's high-pitched scream sounded like a silver bottle bursting and brain matter splashing. Ding! Detected major character suffered mental damage plus 99,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, villain will needs 3,200 more to spin. Asterisk asterisk. Don't come over. Get away. Help. Help me. Baijiu really wanted to say something like, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. After all, it's the truth. Because this is the Bai family villa. The voices coming from the room of the young master of the Bai family, as long as they don't belong to Baijiu, everyone would choose to ignore them. Even Baijiu's father and mother couldn't be bothered. Because it's unnecessary. However, at this moment, Baijiu looked at Long Ying and said, "What do you mean? You want this young master to roll? Long Ying, don't forget, you promised to sign a life and death contract with me. Do you not know what a life and death contract represents? Were you lying to me before?" Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain big will opens need 3,150 more. I. Now Long Ying was so nervous that she started to stutter. She had said she would sign a life and death contract with Baijiu. But that was just a delaying tactic, wanting Baijiu to lend her his powerful strength, using Baijiu as a springboard. She never really intended to make a contract with Baijiu. Besides, didn't Baijiu have a life and death contract spirit girl? Hiss. Could it be that E-level spirit girl named Lin Wei is not Baijiu's? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain big will opens need 3,100 more. No. Did I guess wrong? It's over, what should I do, he's coming at me. I'm not the kind of woman who uses my most precious things to gain benefits. I just wanted to use him a little, he. Suddenly, the distracted Long Ying felt the mattress beneath her sink slightly. Oh my god. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain big will opens need 3,050 more. Long Ying retreated wildly. But she still bumped into the head of the bed. Looking at that terrifying scene, Long Ying panicked and spoke. I did indeed promise to sign a life and death contract with you, it's true. But for such a thing, you should at least give me some psychological preparation? After all, this is our first time meeting today, you can't. Baijiu suddenly chimed in. Wouldn't this be your delaying tactic? Actually, you just want to use my spirit master talent, use my Baijiu's power, to truly make yourself strong. Then, use me as a springboard, and after you're done, just throw me away? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain big will opens need 3,000 more. I didn't. Long Ying spoke with such insecurity. Because her true thoughts were really guessed by Baijiu. And Baijiu deliberately said it for Long Ying to hear. Seeing Long Ying's flustered appearance at this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Baijiu's mouth. In the next second, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand. Slap. With a crisp sound, a big slap directly landed on Long Ying's face. Are you messing with me? You, an E-level waste, dare to play with this young master? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical harm plus 10, mental harm plus 444, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain big will opens need 2,950 more. And Long Ying was stunned by Baijiu's slap. Turning her head to glare at Baijiu, she wanted to roar at him, how dare you hit me? But the words E-level waste were like a heavy hammer, crashing down hard on Long Ying's heart. At this time, Baijiu stood high above looking at Long Ying, his voice hoarse and low as he said. Your brother and sister-in-law died at the hands of the heretics to save you. Long Ying's body trembled instantly. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain big will opens need 2,900 more. Long Ying's expression changed. A kind of sadness and loss of spirit had already appeared in the pupils. Baijiu knew that his adjustment to Long Ying had already begun to take effect. Chapter 61, Long Ying sees the future. Just the system prompt sound in his mind, and the now wildly trembling pupils of Long Ying. Both represented the fragile state of Long Ying's inner defenses at that moment. So Baijiu continued to speak. It's not just your brother and sister-in-law, I believe many of your family and friends have lost their own lives to protect you, a worthless E-class. Ding. Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2850 for the villain roulette to start. Baijiu was right. In Long Ying's eyes, Baijiu was guessing. But in reality, Baijiu understood the plot of the original work. Thus he could easily guess what Long Ying had gone through. If it weren't for this, Long Ying wouldn't have been so desperate, wanting to die in front of that spider wolf thing. And the temporary contract between them allowed her to experience real power. This shook her determination to seek death. It made her realize that she could indeed grow strong, that one day she could protect others. Ding! Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2800 for the villain roulette to start. The continuous system prompts informed Bai Zhou that Long Ying's inner defenses were gradually collapsing. Of course, Bai Zhou would not miss this opportunity. He had to take this chance and completely destroy it all at once. So he said, "You, such a thorough waste, why do they deserve to give their lives to protect your safety?" Ding! Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2750 for the villain roulette to start. I feel ashamed that a waste like you is still alive in this world. Why don't you use this worthless life of yours to trade for their valuable lives? Ding! Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2700 for the villain roulette to start. Then let me die, I will go die now. Long Ying suddenly roared. She turned and tried to smash herself against the wall. But Bai Zhou quickly pushed Long Ying back. Long Ying was still unwilling to give up, struggling to get up to die. But Bai Zhou kept casually pushing her back with one hand. Ding! Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2650 for the villain roulette to start. Let me go. Wah 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 ah. Why won't you let me die? Let me go, I wanna die. Wah 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 wah. Long Ying had already started to cry out loud. But Bai Zhou's voice remained icy. You waste, even dying is difficult, I really don't know why they would risk their lives to save you. Wah 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 wah. Ding! Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2600 for the villain roulette to start. Looking at Bai Zhou, who was weeping pitifully on the bed. Bai Zhou's eyes only shone with excitement. He felt, this is really going well. Different characters need different ways to adjust. And this method could just be applied to Long Ying. Bai Zhou took a deep breath, and his tone changed to one that was inexplicably gentle. The most ridiculous thing is, if you die, all of their sacrifices will be in vain. You really are a selfish woman. Ding! Main character detected to suffer mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, need 2550 for the villain roulette to start. Wasn't it you, Bai Xiao, just now, who told others not to die? This is Bai Zhou's KTV skill, and at this moment, Long Ying's psychological defenses have completely crumbled, leaving her unable to think of anything else. All she knows is to cry endlessly. How about this? Bai Zhou's voice became much calmer. If you still want to die, I will no longer stop you. However, I can also offer you another choice. Bai Zhou's words made Long Ying shiver slightly, and through her tear-filled eyes, she slowly looked up at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's voice continued. When you signed the contract with me, you gained power, I believe you have already experienced it. And it is because of this that you thought of playing tricks on me, right? Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain big roulette needs 2500 to activate. However, I can overlook past grievances and give you a chance. At this point, a small smile appeared on the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth. By following me, you can gain great power, the strength to avenge your family, to protect those you want to guard. This is your future. Apart from that, you will only have your death as an apology. Now, I ask you. Long Ying, do you want to grasp the future with your own hands? Or do you want to give up everything you could have? Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain big roulette needs 2450 to activate. At this moment, Long Ying was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Bai Zhou standing there. The light in her pupils looked filled with confusion. But this confusion did not last too long. Beneath the traces of tears, there was a hint of invigorated light. I am a waste. They all died to protect me. I cannot let them lose their lives for nothing. I want to avenge them. I want powerful strength. Long Ying wants powerful strength. Long Ying wants to seize the future with her own hands. As she spoke, Long Ying's gaze became resolute, and she slowly reached out her delicate little hand towards Bai Zhou. Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 555, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain big roulette needs 2400 to activate. Amidst the sound of the system's notification, a satisfied smile appeared on Bai Zhou's face. He slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to say, It seems that Long Ying has made the most correct choice. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain big roulette needs 2350 to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 666, gained destiny villain points plus 50, villain big roulette needs 2300 to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical harm plus 20, mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, villain big roulette needs 2200 to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical harm plus 10, mental harm plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, villain big roulette needs 2100 to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 99,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, villain big roulette needs 2000 to activate. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully severed part of the protagonist's fate, gained destiny villain points plus 2000, villain big roulette has been activated. Would the host like to activate the villain big roulette? By show, wait a moment, I'm busy right now. Indeed. But to be fair, this time severing Chuyun's fate is indeed thorough. Wow, it directly gave a total of 2000 villain points, and the big roulette opened instantly. This is something Bai Zhou completely did not expect before he started manipulating Long Ying. However, at this moment, Bai Zhou completely failed to notice. The small door to his bedroom had actually opened a small gap. The little maid had thrown Long Ying in and then left. Long Ying could not escape. Bai Zhou mainly also forgot to lock the door. And just now, Long Ying's pitiful cry. Although the Bai family members would definitely not come to care. But inside the Bai family's villa, there were still people who had just entered the Bai family. Lin Wei must be asleep, after all, fighting is quite exhausting. That leaves only one person. Shen Qin. At this moment, Shen Qin was trembling all over, her fists tightly clenched, gritting her teeth. In her hand, she held a dog leash, and at the other end of the leash was a collar on her own neck. At this moment, she was peering through a gap towards Bai Zhou's room. In her pupils lingered a trace of resentfulness. Her lips moved as if silently shouting. Why? Why? What right does that woman have? Clearly the person who should be in that room right now is me, it should be me. I also want to seize my future, I also want. While murmuring, Shen Qin slowly extended her hand. Chapter 62, The Villain's Happiness. I can imagine it. Ding. Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 666, obtained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette needs 7,950 more to activate. Such a system prompt made Bai Zhou suddenly lift his head. From this angle, Bai Zhou could see the position of his bedroom door. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the door, but the slight changes in the light and shadow outside made Bai Zhou's lips gently curve into a smile. Indeed, Bai Zhou hadn't expected it. That by adjusting Long Ying's state, he could actually achieve double benefits. This was completely an unexpected joy. But Bai Zhou had a thick skin. So what if someone was peeking? He even held Long Ying and adjusted the angle. This way, the pair of sneaky eyes peeking outside could see a little clearer. Ding. Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 777, obtained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette needs 7,900 more to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 888, obtained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain big roulette needs 7,850 more to activate. Ding. Ding. Detected that the main character suffered physical damage plus 20, mental damage plus 999, obtained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big roulette needs 7,500 more to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage plus 99,999, obtained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big roulette needs 7,400 more to activate. At this moment, Bai Zhou was once again sitting in his huge bathtub. Leaning there, feeling quite comfortable. There was still a hint of faint amusement in his eyes. I really didn't expect that being a villain could be this enjoyable. Yes. Before crossing over, Bai Zhou always embodied the protagonist at any time. Whatever immoral things the villain did, Bai Zhou would just feel anger and discomfort. Who knew? These 2 days after crossing over, bullying others and feeling that thrill, it was incredibly satisfying. That Long Ying was even more satisfying. Bai Zhou had to thank those black-clad individuals today who wanted to capture Long Ying. If it weren't for what those black-clad people said, Bai Zhou really wouldn't have remembered that this method could adjust Long Ying's mentality. This way, it was something Bai Zhou had no idea about before crossing over. Who would have thought that one day he would personally experience it? Of course, as Bai Zhou said before, different people must use different methods. Just like currently, this method absolutely cannot be used on Lin Wei. Lin Wei's personality and life experiences dictated that. So, Bai Zhou could only approach from Lin Wei's father and that so-called Chu Yun brother. The same couldn't be applied to Xinqin. From the continuous system prompt sounds just now, it was clear that Xinqin wished her own way to be treated like this. Would Bai Zhou simply let her be satisfied? How could it be possible? For a moment, Bai Zhou wiped his face with bathwater and sighed. To be honest, being a villain really is quite exhausting. Yes, there are too many things to consider. It's completely unlike the protagonist, who can be invincible just by relying on a protagonist halo. But tired as it is, the experience is always good. At this moment, Bai Zhou was comfortably speaking to the system in his mind. Didn't I unlock a big wheel 2 hours ago? Now, let it spin for me. Ding. Although so much time has passed, the system's response speed still showed no delay. The villain's big wheel has been activated. A familiar shadow appeared in front of Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou had already spun out white rewards twice, which was 1,000 experience points. Now he was somewhat looking forward to getting experience points again. It could help him rapidly increase his level. But this time, a strange red light suddenly shone on the shadow of the big wheel. Whoosh! With a sound, Bai Zhou sat up straight from the bathtub. This is actually a red quality reward? Bai Zhou remembered that the first big wheel he activated was also a red quality reward. That reward was the Peerless Sword Box. This item not only unlocked all the hidden attributes of Spirit Maidens, but also allowed for unlimited life contracts. When he took down Lin Wei, Long Ying, and even Xinqin, it was basically influenced by this Peerless Sword Box. Now, he got another red reward? Nice! Bai Zhou was already rubbing his hands in excitement. After all, the Peerless Sword Box was so amazing. What could a similarly ranked reward be lacking? The big wheel, spinning rapidly, gradually came to a stop under the red light. The big wheel disappeared, transforming into countless red sparkles. These sparkles slowly condensed into a palm-sized card in front of Bai Zhou. It quietly floated there. Bai Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this thing? Driven by curiosity, Bai Zhou reached out and grabbed the card. The next second, the information of the card instantly appeared in Bai Zhou's mind. Red Equipment Evolution Card. Can evolve any equipment of any quality to S level. The moment this short line of text appeared. Puff! With a sound, Bai Zhou shot out of the bathtub like a rocket. What the heck? Even Bai Zhou couldn't help but let out a low gasp. Is it really this amazing? Bai Zhou's excitement was overflowing. Although the description of the card was only this short line, but the 2 contained an enormous amount of information. This meant that Bai Zhou could randomly pick up a piece of junk equipment from a trash heap. Even if this equipment was of the very lowest E-grade quality. Using this card would turn that piece of equipment into the most precious S-grade. As the quality of the equipment increased, the effects brought by the equipment would also rise. And it's S-grade. You have to know, even his uncle, Bai Jinbei, ranked 5th among the top 10 masters, only had 1 S-grade equipment. He even wanted to rob him of the dragon-patterned armor. This is equivalent to the villain's big wheel pulling out an S-grade equipment for him. Moreover, the attributes and parts of the equipment could be chosen freely by him. It indeed matched up with his Peerless Sword Box. The Peerless Sword Box could activate the hidden attributes of Spirit Maidens. The evolution card could enhance the quality of the equipment. Although it's just S-grade. But Spirit Tamer equipment is already scarce, let alone Spirit Maiden equipment. The 4 words any equipment definitely included Spirit Maiden equipment too. Bai Zhou's first reaction was to enhance the quality of the Lingxi chain for Lin Wei. However, that Lingxi chain seemed not to have specified the equipment's quality. White Boat still knew this reason. Because the Spirit Maiden equipment in this world is truly too rare. Having any is already good enough, no one cares about the quality. Therefore, White Boat treasured and carefully stored this card into the system space. This card is indeed powerful, but now is not the right time to use it. White Boat must select the equipment skills or attributes carefully. It must be something that is most useful to him. No need to worry about the quality of the equipment, because no matter what, once it arrives in his hands, it will become a priceless S-class. The excitement on White Boat's face was hard to control. He even began to look forward to it. If these 2 red rewards I pulled out are so powerful, then the gold reward must be explosive? Look at your vocabulary. However, it must be said. The golden legend is sure to bring White Boat earth-shaking changes. Ding! Detected that the main character has taken physical damage +1, mental damage +999, gained faithful villain value +50, requires 7350 to unlock the villain's big spinning wheel. This system prompt pulled White Boat out from the joy of the lottery. He splashed some water on his face and dried himself off. This time, there was no towel, so he just left the bathroom like that. Ding! Detected that the main character has taken mental damage +555, gained faithful villain value +50, requires 7,300 to unlock the villain's big spinning wheel. In the room, Long Ying had already gotten out of bed, holding her stomach. At this time, seeing White Boat, she still could not help but grit her teeth and avoid eye contact. But now Long Ying's emotions were much more stable than before. She actually initiated and limped over to White Boat, opening her arms and gently pressed herself against him. She even took the initiative to speak. "Young master, when can we sign the life and death contract?" Chapter 63, For Chu Yun, I'm willing to invest. White Boat looked down at Long Ying's big watery eyes. Although, now Long Ying's needs were not much different from before. She still wanted to become stronger through White Boat. The words she spoke were also similar. But White Boat knew, Long Ying's mindset had completely changed. The previous life and death contract was just a delaying tactic to trick White Boat. But now, the life and death contract was completely sincere from Long Ying. This was all thanks to White Boat's legendary PUA behavior. After completely breaking down Long Ying's psychological defenses. And in front of Long Ying, who was plunged into extreme despair, he lit up a torch for her. This led to now, in Long Ying's eyes, there was only White Boat. The newly established psychological defense enveloped her within it. Thus, White Boat's attitude towards Long Ying also changed. Gently placing his hands on Long Ying's flawlessly white back, he said, "No rush, you go take a shower, rest a bit, and take care of your body." Hearing White Boat's words, Long Ying seemed to have been touched by something and slightly furrowed her brows. Ding! Detected that the main character has taken physical damage +1, mental damage +111, gained faithful villain value +50, requires 7250 to unlock the villain's big spinning wheel. But she raised her head to look at White Boat, adorably nodding and said, "Don't worry, young master, Long Ying will definitely not hold you back." That crisp voice, that firm and cute appearance. This little girl's expression was almost similar to Lin Wei's now. But White Boat also knew, Long Ying is Long Ying, she was destined to not become Lin Wei. Her current values were just recently rebuilt. They were still very fragile. So, it was inevitable that some unavoidable changes would occur. In order to deal with these things, White Boat could only increase the intensity in other areas for Long Ying. Of course, increasing the intensity was something for later. Absolutely not now. Watching Long Ying walk into the bathroom, Bai Zhou also opened his wardrobe and casually picked out an outfit to wear. It was at this moment that Bai Zhou's phone started ringing. The caller ID displayed Dr. Li in big letters. Bai Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that this Chu Yun is up to something again? Without thinking much, Bai Zhou answered the call. Suddenly, Dr. Li's voice came through the phone, sounding very sneaky. It was as if he was hiding in a corner, secretly calling Bai Zhou. "Young master, there's a situation." "What is it?" With just this one word, Dr. Li quickly replied on the other end. "Chu Yun may be discharged soon." Hearing this, Bai Zhou raised his eyebrows again. "Wow, he can be discharged in just 2 days? Didn't he just get turned into chicken strips yesterday? This guy truly deserves to be the main character, recovering so quickly?" Before Bai Zhou could ask why, Dr. Li quickly explained. "It's the city defense team. They are guarding Chu Yun's hospital room every minute, and even our hospital's doctors can't get close. It seems the city defense team called in a healer to specifically treat Chu Yun's condition." "Healer?" Hearing this term, Bai Zhou frowned slightly. "This thing is like the appraiser from my uncle, a secondary profession. It's a profession someone can choose after reaching level 50 as a spirit master. Healers are like nurses in combat. Usually, they are related to the spirit daughters they choose. Some spirit daughters are simply used to cast healing spells with wands and such. Such people typically only choose healer as their secondary profession after level 50. But, just like appraisers, because of the enormous level 50 threshold, healers are quite rare in this world. And the city defense team actually brought in this kind of person for Chu Yun." A faint glimmer appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes as he thought. Zhao Gang and his team are indeed willing to invest. Yes, Zhao Gang is the captain of the city defense team from the video Dr. Li sent earlier. Though they say they are part of the city defense team, there is probably an exclusive organization behind them. This organization is specifically established to deal with the 4 major families. Now that Chu Yun has become a strong weapon for them against the 4 families, it is completely expected that they would invest more. Bai Zhou said lightly. "Alright, I got it. You did well, someone will reward you later." Thank you, young master Bai, but I think I don't need a reward. Dr. Lee's voice sounded a bit awkward as he said. I didn't complete the task you assigned, and since Chu Yun is going to be discharged, I'm unable to monitor him any longer. So, I don't want to take something for nothing, and the reward you gave before was already enough. I'm satisfied, truly satisfied. Bai Zhou was quite pleased with Dr. Lee's attitude. But the corners of Bai Zhou's mouth raised slightly as he said into the phone. No worries, you should just take it. What if in a couple of days, Chu Yun comes back to the hospital? Dr. Lee? A healer is here, how can he possibly come back to the hospital? Ding. Detected protagonist experiencing mental harm plus 666, obtaining destiny villain value plus 100, villain roulette unlocked requires 7,150. Lying in his hospital bed, Chu Yun was equally stunned. Why do I always feel so cold all over? When Bai Zhou hung up the phone, he also opened his bedroom door and walked out. But just as he took a step, swoosh, a sound happened. Bai Zhou stumbled, nearly slipping down. If it weren't for the fact that he is now a level 5 spirit master, he could have fallen flat. Maybe it really is lying on the railing of the villa's floor. Frowning, Bai Zhou directly let out a cold snort. Come here. A little maid hurriedly ran to Bai Zhou's front. Bai Zhou pointed at the ground and said, How do you usually work? You spilled water here and didn't clean it up. Are you setting a trap for me? Hearing this, the little maid felt nervous and quickly apologized. Young master, I'm sorry. Young master, it's all my fault. Young master, I will clean it right away, right away. As she spoke, the little maid nervously knelt on the ground, using her skirt and clothes to wipe the water stains in front of Bai Zhou's room. Bai Zhou ignored her and turned to leave. But as the little maid wiped the floor, her lips twitched, thinking, Who did this? It's obvious that the floor was already wiped before, and... The maid's face turned red. The young master is doing that kind of thing inside the room, and no one dares to get close. Who would spill a cup of water here? Why can't I wipe it clean? Isn't this just plain water? What on earth is this? Ding. Detected that the main character, Bai Yueguang, has received mental damage plus 999,999, gained destiny villain points plus 250, the villain roulette can be opened needs 6,900 more. What on earth is this? No one knows. Anyway, Bai Zhou, who had come to the living room downstairs, had no time to think about this. Brother Bai Zhou. Who else could make such a clear sound in the villa but Lin Wei? Turning around, he saw Lin Wei running towards him with her arms wide open, holding a phone. Her expression was extremely excited as she jumped directly onto Bai Zhou and said, My dad called me. He's awake, awake. And the doctor told me on the phone that my dad's condition has improved. Thank you, brother Bai Zhou, thank you. Excited, Lin Wei hugged Bai Zhou, gently rubbing her head against his chest. Seeing his spirit daughter happy, Bai Zhou naturally felt very happy too. He reached out to stroke Lin Wei's hair and softly said, You are my spirit daughter with whom I signed a life and death contract, there's no need to thank me for such things. Hearing this, Lin Wei in his arms suddenly trembled slightly. Her cheeks actually turned red instantly. At that moment, she realized, what am I doing? With a whoosh, she quickly jumped out of Bai Zhou's embrace. Unfortunately, she saw Xinyun standing at the doorway of the dining room, looking at her with a warm smile. This made Lin Wei's embarrassment reach its peak. Ding. Detected that the host successfully interrupted a portion of the main character's luck, gained destiny villain points plus 200, the villain roulette can be opened needs 6,700 more. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, while looking at the shy Lin Wei in front of him, Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel surprised. Is it really possible like this? Chapter 64, Shameless? What face does a villain need? What surprised Bai Zhou was not just those 200 destiny villain points, but also the luck belonging to the protagonist, Chu Yun, that was on Lin Wei. He remembered that he had already interrupted Chu Yun's luck many times through Lin Wei. The accumulated points must be more than 2,000. Why was it just this 2,000? Because he had previously broken Dragon Ying's defense. By directly interrupting the protagonist's luck, he gained 2,000 destiny villain points. At that time, Bai Zhou thought he had already reached the limit. But unexpectedly, on Lin Wei, he had not broken her defense yet and had already gained more than 2,000 villain points. This proved that there were still two possibilities. One was that the luck barrier brought by Dragon Ying to Chu Yun could still be interrupted further, and in the future, he had a great chance to gain a lot of destiny villain points again. The other was that when he finally broke Lin Wei's defense, he would also gain a lot of destiny villain points again. Calculating everything, it turned out that Lin Wei brings a destiny villain value that is much greater than what Long Ying brings. Indeed, Lin Wei and Long Ying have fundamental differences. Looking at Lin Wei, Bai Zhou feels he needs to invest more effort into her. So he directly said to Lin Wei. Since Uncle is awake, let's go to the hospital together. It's also dinner time, so we can bring Uncle something to eat. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Lin Wei, blushing, looked up and said. Brother Bai Zhou, I slept all afternoon, I'm fine now. You haven't rested yet, right? Today's battle was exhausting, I'll go by myself. But Bai Zhou took Lin Wei's small hand and said. That won't do, after all, I'm your spirit master, bound by a life and death contract. Bai Zhou even intentionally changed to a somewhat playful tone when saying this. This made Lin Wei's small hand tremble slightly. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gained destiny villain value plus 100, the villain's big roulette now requires 6,600. Indeed there is more. Bai Zhou was delighted as he snapped his fingers in his heart. Meanwhile, shy little Lin Wei lowered her head and said. Alright then. Thank you, brother Bai Zhou. This time Bai Zhou did not bring a driver or bodyguards. He drove himself, taking Lin Wei to the Bai family's private hospital. As soon as Bai Zhou stepped out, the hospital received the news. Early on, various leaders, doctors, and even people who skipped their shifts just to meet the young master of the Bai family were waiting at the hospital entrance, looking forward to Bai Zhou's arrival. Watching Bai Zhou's exclusive vehicle slowly come to a stop, the hospital director personally ran to the side of the vehicle to open the door for Bai Zhou. Of course, he didn't forget Lin Wei in the passenger seat. After Bai Zhou and Lin Wei got out of the car, Bai Zhou noticed the hospital staff lined up by the entrance. He frowned slightly. He is not a celebrity, why go through all this trouble? Besides, shouldn't you be taking care of the patients inside? Good evening, young Master Bai. While Bai Zhou was frowning, the director had already led the medical staff to bow to Bai Zhou and speak. This made Bai Zhou feel even less pleased. Yes, Bai Zhou is someone who doesn't like trouble. This group of people has lined up and is bowing to him. He just came to see Lin Wei's father, after all. And you are making such a fuss about it. Good evening, young madam. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gained destiny villain value plus 100, the villain's big roulette now requires 6,500. Bai Zhou's frowning face instantly revealed a bright smile. He turned and patted the director on the shoulder, very satisfied, and nodded, saying. You did well, keep it up. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. The director, having received praise, looked even more like a sycophant. Under the director's personal guidance, Bai Zhou and Lin Wei arrived at Lin Wei's father's private ward. At this moment, old Lin lay in the luxurious ward, looking utterly bewildered. It was like a dream to him. He completely did not understand what kind of good fortune brought him to have this day. Dad! Hearing his daughter's bright call, old Lin's face broke into a long-lost smile. Watching his daughter rush towards him, old Lin's smile became even more apparent. Because Lin Wei looked so happy at this moment. Even old Lin couldn't help but say. Good daughter, you should smile more, look how beautiful you are when you smile. Dad remembers that you haven't smiled like this in a long time. And, you've grown taller, your face is fuller, you are even prettier. There were also a few drops of murky tears hanging on old Lin's face. It seemed he thought of his family's conditions, which caused Lin Wei to be malnourished, and he worked day and night for his own illness. Although Lin Wei had tears in her eyes, a joyful smile still hung in her eyes as she said. This is all thanks to brother Bai Zhou's good care. Lin Wei. What on earth am I saying? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's luck, gained plus 100 destiny villain points, and needs another 6,400 to unlock the villain roulette. Hearing this system prompt, Bai Zhou smiled slightly and came to the bedside. Looking at old Lin, who completely did not know what had happened, he softly said. Hello, Uncle Lin, I am Bai Zhou. I am your daughter's spirit master. Spirit master? Old Lin was clearly startled upon hearing this, turning to look at Lin Wei with surprise and saying. You have completed your job transfer awakening? Good, good. My daughter will no longer have to live a hard life. However, old Lin's voice suddenly stopped at this point. Then he turned to Bai Zhou, his eyes slowly widening, becoming more and more exaggerated, even his voice trembling as he said. Bai. Bai. You have the surname Bai, you? Bai Zhou nodded with a smile. Yes, it's the Bai you understand, Uncle Lin. Ah. Old Lin was instantly astonished, struggling to sit up from the hospital bed, saying. Greetings, young Master Bai, greetings. But Bai Zhou pressed his hand on old Lin's shoulder and said. Uncle Lin, with the kind of relationship I have with your daughter, what are you doing? What kind of relationship? Which kind of relationship? Oh my. Why does it feel like I brought my boyfriend to meet the parents? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's luck, gained plus 100 destiny villain points, and needs another 6,300 to unlock the villain roulette. Old Lin had a face of disbelief. He turned to look at Lin Wei from the martial artist family and then at the handsome Bai Zhou. This. His voice trembled. What is going on? How could we be worthy? Dad. Finally, at this moment, Lin Wei jumped out anxiously. This matter. I'll explain it to you. She always felt that if Bai Zhou talked about this, she would surely be so shy she'd want to find a crevice to hide in. So, this kind of thing should be left for herself. Bai Zhou did not say much, smiling and nodding. Then you talk to Uncle Lin, I will go out and take a look. As he spoke, Bai Zhou turned around and left. He wanted to leave this hospital room, because just now, in that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of guilt inside. After all, he had just broken through Long Ying's defenses in the afternoon. To turn around and pretend to be a good person here to hook up with Lin Wei was it was truly shameless. But this thought was tossed aside the moment Bai Zhou turned around. Yeah. I am a villain. Why care about face? How much does it weigh? Is it delicious? Cut. At the moment he drew out the unparalleled sword box, his future path was basically determined. Why can the protagonist accept everything with such grandeur? As a villain, the happiness of the villain must far exceed that of the protagonist. This is a matter of principle, absolutely cannot change. At the moment he left and closed the hospital room door, the light in Bai Zhou's eyes was so bright. However, the principal had just now approached and said to Bai Zhou, Young master, regarding the matter with the young mistress's father, I think it's necessary to report to you. Hearing this, Bai Zhou's gaze slightly narrowed. What? Is there a problem with his illness? The principal immediately shook his head. No, it can be cured, it's just a matter of time. Bai Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He was hoping to use old Lin to secure Lin Wei, so he mustn't run into trouble. However, the principal's next sentence made Bai Zhou raise his eyebrows. The principal said, I heard there is a healer. Upon arriving in our city-state, if this healer helps, the young lady's father will soon recover. And I happen to be a classmate of this healer. Chapter 65, $8 just went to waste. Listening to the director's words, Bai Zhou's pupils suddenly emitted a flash of unclear meaning. The healer mentioned by this director, who just arrived locally. That is clearly the person Dr. Li talked about when he called me today. That person was specially invited by Zhao Gang and the others to treat that boy Chu Yun. I didn't expect. This is my Bai family's private hospital. The director of that hospital is also considered a servant of my Bai family. And the healer waiting to treat Chu Yun is actually a classmate of my family's servant. He. Bai Zhou didn't know what he was thinking, but the smile on his face grew a bit wretched. So, he immediately said to the director. Are you close with him? The director nodded without saying a word. Of course, we were bunkmates in college. Great. Bai Zhou's smile became even more obvious. He continued. Then can you ask him out to meet? Of course. This director wanted very much to be a loyal servant of the Bai family. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, he was very excited and said. Actually, I've already arranged to meet him. He is currently at the 3rd hospital, checking on a patient's condition. He has to come up with a treatment plan tonight, so it's urgent. However, he said that as soon as he finishes there, he will come find me to catch up. Young master, do you want to see him? If you want to see him, I'll have him come to the hospital. Hearing the director's words, Bai Zhou nodded with great satisfaction and then said. Of course, I want to see him. This is for Lin Wei's father. Chu Yun, is it really for Lin Wei's father? You just admit it already. You're doing it for me. You silly ghost. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained heavenly villain points plus 100, villain's roulette needs 6,200 to start. At this moment, the system's prompt sound didn't come because Chu Yun sensed the silly ghost Bai Zhou, but because he saw his own chicken skewers. The 3rd hospital. On the top floor, in Chu Yun's exclusive room. Besides Chu Yun, who was still lying on the sickbed with slightly pale lips, 3 people were standing by the bed. One of them was Zhao Gang from before. At this moment, he was slightly bent over, holding a transparent box with both hands, his attitude very respectful as he faced a man in his 50s. This man wore glasses and a white coat. This was clearly the healer Zhao Gang had found from somewhere. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman who looked slightly younger than him. She was evidently the healer's spiritual daughter. However, at this moment, the spiritual daughter appeared strange, her eyes twitching. She even coughed and said, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, she simply turned and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to glance back at the transparent box in Zhao Gang's hands. She pursed her lips and quickly turned her head. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gained heavenly villain points plus 100, villain's roulette needs 6,100 to start. This spiritual daughter definitely couldn't take it anymore. Not to mention her, even the healer looking at the object inside the box that still emitted cold air felt a chill and slightly shivered. What was inside the box if not Chuyun's chicken skewers? This thing had been frozen all this time and now had formed a layer of frost. If it stayed any longer. Damn, I should have never written this. That was the $8 fried chicken skewer I just bought. The healer's tone was also a bit awkward. Don't tell me, what you have here is. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 9,999, gaining destiny villain points plus 200, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,900. Lying on the hospital bed, Chuyun had already sorrowfully closed his eyes. And Zhao Gang, holding the box, turned to take a sympathetic look at Chuyun, and then nodded at the healer. Then he said. With the current level of medical technology in the hospital, even with all kinds of advanced modern instruments, there's no way to put these, Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 9,999, gaining destiny villain points plus 200, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,700. I understand. The healer took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. So you called me here, hoping I could put this thing back together for him, and then, Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 9,999, gaining destiny villain points plus 200, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,500. With his eyes closed, Chuyun was on the verge of crying now. Goodness, can't you talk about these things without me? You can't keep beating a dead horse like this. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 9,999, gaining destiny villain points plus 200, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,300. After getting Zhao Gang's acknowledgement, the healer also cleared his throat and said, I'm sorry. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,200. The healer looked at what was inside the box, then glanced at Chuyun lying on the hospital bed and said, if this thing was still relatively intact, I would have the confidence to restore it to what it was. But now, this thing has become like this, even I have no way. What? Hearing this, Chuyun opened his eyes in despair. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,100. Doctor. Chuyun's voice carried a hint of a cry. Please save me. Captain Zhao Gang said you are the best healer, your spirit master level is so high, and you even awakened a rare healing sub-profession. If my body can't be healed by you, wouldn't that mean I am doomed to become a... Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel opens but needs 5,000. I don't want to become a eunuch. Doctor, I beg you to save me. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet, I really can't. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 999, gaining destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel opens but needs 4,900. At this moment, Chuyun lay on the ground, crying out in pain. It was truly heart-wrenching. In the ward, Zhao Gang and the healer watched Chuyun, their expressions full of sympathy. Though they might not be able to empathize, they could imagine. Sigh. But the healer still sighed and shook his head. Just as he was about to say he was powerless, Zhao Gang stepped forward and grabbed the healer's hand. The healer was instantly taken aback. Don't grab me with a hand that has touched that thing. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury plus 9,999, gaining destiny villain points plus 200, the villain big wheel opens but needs 4,700. Cough cough. Zhao Gang coughed violently twice and quickly tossed the chicken strip that was in the box aside. Then he looked at the healer seriously and said in a deep voice. Sir. That's right, healers are a rare profession, especially when the other's spirit master level is very high. Even the city defense captain Zhao Gang had to respectfully address him as sir. There's something I haven't told you. I believe you heard that this year a spirit master with SSS level qualifications awakened in this area, right? Hearing these words, the healer immediately nodded, a glimmer of longing appearing in his eyes. Yes, indeed, that's SSS level. Unprecedented and unparalleled. I came here to see with my own eyes who possesses such a transcendent talent. At this moment, his voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Then with a whoosh, he turned his gaze toward the hospital bed. You can't be talking about. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm plus 9,999, gain destiny villain value plus 200, the villain lottery will needs 4,500 to unlock. Zhao Gang's expression was strange, but he still nodded seriously and said, "So, my lord, I hope you will definitely think of a way for Chu Yun." Chapter 66. I still prefer girls. Please, you must help Chu Yun. Zhao Gang spoke with an extremely sincere attitude. He even bowed deeply to the healer. But in reality, whether this thing existed or not did not affect Chu Yun's SSS level talent. After all, that talent wasn't related to matters in this area. But, although it wouldn't affect Chu Yun, it would affect Chu Yun's spirit partner. You see, as a spirit master, if Chu Yun wants to become powerful, he must make a contract with the spirit partner, right? The partner contract and the master-servant contract are not that important. But the one that greatly enhances strength is definitely the life and death contract. Imagine having a spirit partner under a life and death contract. That partner is also an adult. They also have their own desires. But you can't give them what they want. Even if they love you deeply, there will always be a gap caused by other issues, right? At that time, the intimacy would be affected, and the spirit partner's control would decrease. If Chu Yun can't exert his true strength, wouldn't that SSS level talent be wasted? You can't expect Chu Yun to find someone else to act on his behalf, right? Could Chu Yun stand for his life and death contract spirit partner to serve another? So, if there's a chance, Zhao Gang would still help Chu Yun with full effort to heal and restore his body. Facing Zhao Gang's sincere attitude, Chu Yun felt deeply moved in his heart. The healer was also convinced of Chu Yun's SSS level talent due to Zhao Gang's sincerity. But he still couldn't help but gaze back and forth between Zhao Gang and Chu Yun, somewhat incredulous, and said, "This is a spirit master of SSS level. Who would dare to?" Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 100, the villain lottery will needs 4,400 to unlock. However, Zhao Gang shook his head and said, "My lord, I can't speak about this matter, this is also a kind of protection for you. Please think of a way, saving Chu Yun means saving the future of us spirit masters." Wow! Seeing Zhao Gang rise to this height, the healer could only nod and say, "I'll do my best. However, I need to prepare a treatment plan. Fortunately, I have a classmate nearby, I will discuss it with him. We will definitely come up with a perfect solution." Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately burst into tears. Thank you, my lord. And please thank your classmate for me. I, Chu Yun, will never forget this great kindness." In the private hospital of the Bai family. At this moment, Bai Zhou was quietly sitting beside Lin Wei's father's hospital bed, watching Lin Wei care for her father. In fact, his attention was not on this at all. The system prompt sound ringing in his mind made Bai Zhou imagine. Right now, Chu Yun must be in a state of being repeatedly bullied. This made Bai Zhou feel the need to slightly praise in his heart. Shin Qin is indeed impressive. That's right, if it weren't for Shin Qin's incredible operation, he wouldn't have harvested so many destiny villain values in such a short time. Of course, this does not mean that Bai Zhou's attitude towards Shin Qin will change. Because for that kind of woman, just a little sunshine, and she will shine. It would be better if she honestly followed him like a little dog. That way, he could make Chu Yun feel even more disgusted in the future. Wouldn't that be delightful? Previously, Lin Wei also told her father about her life and death contract with Bai Zhou in the hospital. Of course, she definitely skipped the part about Bai Zhou threatening her at the beginning. That kind of thing, if not mentioned now, Lin Wei has already forgotten. Upon learning that his daughter was only an E-level spirit maiden, he was dumbfounded when he heard that the young master of the Bai family wanted to sign a life and death contract with her. His first reaction was certainly that the young master of the Bai family had his head kicked by a donkey. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say such things out loud. Although Lin Wei hinted that she might have some hidden talent, and her true strength was definitely not comparable to an E-level spirit maiden. But Lin Wei's father would surely not believe it. It would be better to say that the young master of the Bai family had unique taste, and liked women like his daughter who looked easy to bully, wanting to marry her. Especially now, Bai Zhou's gaze was always fixed on his daughter. The smile lurking at the corners of his mouth further confirmed old Lin's thoughts. His face gradually revealed a kind of maternal smile, then he said to Lin Wei, "Daughter. In the future, when you're by young master Bai's side, you must be sensible and obedient, understand?" Lin Wei didn't immediately realize what her father meant and seriously nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Dad, Brother Bai is so good to me, I definitely won't cause trouble for Brother Bai." That's good. Old Lin's smile grew more intense as he continued. "If there's anything at home, as the hostess, you should help with something." Lin Wei nodded, MHM. Ha? At that time, you have to take good care of young Master Bai's daily life and everything. It would be best to have a big fat boy soon, to continue the Bai family's bloodline, don't you think? Lin Wei. Dad. Suddenly a scream. Lin Wei instantly covered her small face. What are you saying? Ding. Detected that the host successfully interrupted part of the protagonist's luck, earning villain value plus 100, the villain roulette opens, still needs 4,300. But old Lin didn't take Lin Wei's shyness seriously. After all, he knew his daughter well. If Lin Wei was not shy about such matters, there would be a problem. Now he had turned to Bai Zhou and said, Young Master Bai, what do you think? Bai Zhou's body suddenly trembled slightly. His vacant gaze regained some life. Although he had been looking at Lin Wei, his pupils were not focused at all. Because his mind was still thinking about Chu Yun. Obviously, hearing old Lin call him suddenly made him unconsciously speak. The times are different, it's the same whether it's a boy or a girl. Ah. Ding. Detected that the host successfully interrupted part of the protagonist's luck, earning villain value plus 100, the villain roulette opens, still needs 4,200. Lin Wei suddenly let out a scream. Then she turned and ran away. In an instant, she disappeared from the hospital room. Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei's retreating figure, confused. What was wrong with this girl? He hadn't really heard the conversation between Lin father and Lin Wei. He only vaguely caught something about a big fat boy or something. Bai Zhou had just answered casually based on the sparse information he caught. So what happened to Lin Wei? Looking at Lin Wei's back, Bai Zhou still hadn't figured it out. Old Lin's voice echoed again. Young Master Bai, I still want to, thank you. Old Lin's voice sounded very sincere. Bai Zhou turned his head and waved his hand, saying, It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. He believed that old Lin must be talking about the hospital matter. And indeed, placing a patient for free treatment in his own family's hospital was nothing for him, it cost him nothing. On the contrary, it could make Lin Wei feel more at home, why not do it? But old Lin's voice continued. But young Master Bai, our family's situation is really, we can't afford much as a dowry. Bai Zhou, dowry? But you can rest assured, we won't ask you for a single cent as a bride price. As long as you and my daughter can live a good life, as a father, I can die with my eyes closed. Bai Zhou. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's luck, gaining villain points plus 100. The villain roulette will unlock after an additional 4,100. Got it. Now he understood why the little girl Lin Wei had been so shy that she fled in a panic. What did he just say? Something about having sons or daughters, oh dear. This is simply. But before Bai Zhou could think more, the door of the ward was pushed open from the outside, and the blushing Lin Wei returned. But she still did not dare to look Bai Zhou in the eyes and muttered. Brother Bai Zhou, the dean asked me to ask you if you have time now? He said it seems that someone has arrived. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou stood up directly from the chair. What person? That's a noble of Chu Yun. Chapter 67, What a majestic level 61 spirit master. Chu Yun? Hearing this name from Bai Zhou, Lin Wei's expression instantly stiffened, and her eyes showed a hint of coldness. Clearly, Lin Wei was truly disappointed in Chu Yun. But lying on the hospital bed, Lin Fu didn't know what was going on. He was still confused and asked. What's wrong with Chu Yun? Yes, that kid Chu Yun should have awakened at the same time as you, right? How is he doing? This child is also a poor soul. Listening to this, Bai Zhou had no reaction yet, and Lin Wei quickly said. Dad, don't mention this person's name anymore. Huh? Lin Wei's reaction left Lin Fu looking puzzled. But Bai Zhou had already smiled and walked out of Lin Fu's ward. He was very confident in his work's outcome. He believed that Lin Wei would definitely give her father a reasonable explanation. After closing the door, the dean, who had been waiting in the corridor for Bai Zhou, approached. Young master, the person has arrived, he is in my office now. Lead the way. Bai Zhou's simple 2 words made the dean turn around excitedly. All right. Young master, please follow me. While leading Bai Zhou, the dean continued. Young master, this classmate of mine is named Tang Tao, and he is now a level 61 spirit master. Really? Hearing this, Bai Zhou showed a hint of surprise. He knew that to choose a secondary profession, one had to have a spirit master level above 50. He had thought that Zhao Gang and the others had only invited someone who had not been a healer for long. Unexpectedly, Tang Tao was already at level 61. It is known that as the level increases, the difficulty in leveling up grows significantly. A level 61 indicates that Tang Tao had at least 5 years of experience as a healer. To recruit someone like this, it would truly require significant effort. The dean's somewhat embarrassed voice came out. At that time, I shared a bunk with him, but my talent is too poor, I'm destined to achieve nothing in the spirit master realm. But Taozi is different. By the time of his university graduation, his spirit master level had exceeded 20, he was considered a genius in our class. It's just that I didn't expect his chosen secondary profession would still be a healer. It seems he really likes the profession of a doctor," the dean said, a nostalgic expression showing on his face. It's clear he truly misses the youthful days of university life. But for Bai Zhou, his university life hasn't even started yet. Soon, led by the dean, Bai Zhou arrived at the door of the dean's office. The dean obviously didn't need to knock before entering his own office. At the moment the door swung open, Bai Zhou felt two piercing gazes. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa was indeed Tang Tao, as mentioned by the dean. And the middle-aged woman beside Tang Tao must be his wife. While Bai Zhou was observing the two, they were also watching him. In their eyes, Bai Zhou was just a young man not yet 20. So the two didn't react much upon seeing Bai Zhou. They still remained comfortably settled on the sofa. Tang Tao leaned against the back of the sofa, his hand busy fiddling with something. Bai Zhou didn't pay much attention to this. After all, at this age, it's normal to enjoy playing with things. However, just as Bai Zhou's gaze casually drifted over the object Tang Tao was fiddling with, suddenly, he felt his arm gently tremble. Bai Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at his trembling arm. He knew he was wearing the dragon pattern armor on that arm. The tremble seemed caused by the armor, but that feeling disappeared in an instant. Bai Zhou pouted, thinking, could it be an illusion? When Bai Zhou looked again, the feeling did not return. It seems it really was just an illusion. Bai Zhou pushed that thought out of his mind. Just as the dean brought Bai Zhou into the office and closed the door, Tang Tao began to speak. Wait, Lao Wang. Didn't we agree to have a gathering tonight, just the two of us? Why did you bring along a young kid? Young kid? Hearing this, the dean immediately turned pale, quickly saying, no, he is. But Tang Tao didn't want to hear the dean's introduction, instead, he cut in. Is he from a wealthy family? He is indeed very wealthy. But how much did they give you to bring him to me? Is it to recommend him to me, so I can take him as a disciple? Lao Wang, when you called me, you didn't mention any of this. When did you become this kind of person? Are you only seeing money? If that's how it is, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Get lost, take this kid away. As it should be said, did you, Tang Tao, even know how impressive you really are? I want to know too, otherwise, how could you say such things? Of course, he indeed has the capital to be impressive. A level 61 spirit master, and a rare healing master at that. Having a bit of a stance is not a big deal. However, Bai Zhou could see that. This Tang Tao probably hadn't encountered any real big shots since becoming a healing master. He had never faced any setbacks, so he felt the need to show off. Thus, Bai Zhou was not angry, just smiling as he watched Tang Tao on the sofa. But while Bai Zhou wasn't angry, the dean couldn't take it anymore. He immediately exclaimed. Taozi, are you sick? Are you looking for trouble? The dean's sudden curse made Tang Tao slightly stunned. Before he could react, he heard the dean's loud voice. What kind of confidence do you have to say I should introduce him to you? I'm the one introducing you to him. Ahem. The dean coughed and cleared his throat before continuing seriously. This is Bai family's young master. White boat. The moment the dean's voice fell. With a clatter, the object that Tang Tao was holding dropped onto the coffee table. Ding. Detected that a minor character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette is now available, but needs 4050 more. This sudden system notification made Bai Zhou pause slightly. He had completely forgotten that there was a minor character named Tang Tao in the original work. Could it be that because of my arrival, this Tang Tao has been connected to Chu Yun and has become a minor character? It makes sense. A hint of joyful smile appeared on Bai Zhou's face. Yes, villain destiny value, why not take it? With a whoosh, Tang Tao's spirit maiden reacted quickly and stood up. She hurriedly bowed to Bai Zhou and spoke. Be Bai. Young master, forgive me. We have never seen what the true face of young master Bai looks like, this is truly. Slap. With a crisp sound, the spirit maiden gave Tang Tao a good smack on the back of his head. What are you still dawdling for? Ding. Detected that a minor character has suffered physical damage plus 1, mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette is now available, but needs 4000 more. Finally, under the slap, Tang Tao woke up. In a hurry, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to Bai Zhou. His voice was stiff and trembling. Bai. Bai. He was so nervous that he couldn't say a word for a long time. Instead, Bai Zhou chuckled and said, Goodbye? Then I'm leaving. After saying this, Bai Zhou really turned around to leave. Ding. Detected that a minor character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette is now available, but needs 3,950 more. But at this moment, the three middle-aged men in the office became anxious. No, 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 no. Tang Tao jumped in place. With the powerful strength of a level 61 spirit master, he landed directly in front of Bai Zhou. Then, he bowed at 90 degrees again. This time, he did not dare to stutter. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry. He still couldn't help but stammered a little. Ding. Detected that a minor character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette is now available, but needs 3,900 more. At this moment, he was truly terrified. Just as Dean Wang said. Where did he get the confidence? Seeing the dean bring a young man over, did he think he would be introducing some rich heir to him? But the fact is he's a rich heir, and the wealth of this family is simply astonishing. That's one of the four great families, the Bai family. Just a sneeze could shake the entire nation. He had just sat on the sofa so arrogantly, asking old Wang to take the young man away? Ding. Detected that a minor character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette is now available, but needs 3,850 more. Chapter 68, How did this happen again? If old Wang really took the young man away, the Bai family would immediately come and take this little level 61 spirit master away. Old Wang was right, he was clearly digging his own grave. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, truly sorry, I have never seen what you look like. If I had known you were in old Wang's hospital, how could I still be sitting in his office waiting? I would definitely have come to greet you in person. Young Master Bai, Ding. Detected that a minor character has suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, the villain roulette is now available, but needs 3,800 more. Tang Tao started to stammer again. Bai Zhou began to laugh again. Of course, Bai Zhou laughed. Originally, he was pretending to leave to tease Tang Tao. Just to humiliate this Tang Tao a bit. Of course, that was just one reason. Another reason that made Bai Zhou laugh was he could imagine how much effort Zhao Gang and his group spent to find Tang Tao. You can imagine what kind of state Zhao Gang and his group were in front of Tang Tao. But now, the healer they painstakingly invited was bowing low before him. If they saw this scene, their expressions would surely be very interesting, right? Looking at Tang Tao, who was nervously pale and was over 50 levels higher than him, Bai Zhou smiled slightly and said calmly, "What's wrong, can't I leave now?" Ding. Detected that a minor character receives mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big Will opens requires 3,750 more. Young Master Bai, how could I dare? Tang Tao's voice trembled continuously. You can't leave, the one who should go is me. I'll go. I'll leave right now, not to obstruct your sight. After saying this, Tang Tao really prepared to leave. However, he did not turn around but continued to face Bai Zhou, bowing and slowly retreating. It was just like an ancient servant saying goodbye to the emperor. But Bai Zhou raised a hand and said, "Okay, if you leave, who will I talk to?" Yes, young Master Bai, I won't leave. I won't leave. Tang Tao instantly stopped his steps. And Bai Zhou had already turned to walk towards the sofa. Tang Tao's spirit girl also very perceptibly jumped out from the gap in the sofa, making way for Bai Zhou. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Tao approached President Wang, gritting his teeth and whispering, "You brought young Master Bai here, why didn't you notify me in advance? You're trying to kill me." President Wang rolled his eyes and said, "Who knew you were so arrogant? You came, young Master Bai wanted to see you, I definitely reported to him at the first moment. How could I have time to explain to you? Then didn't that mean I was looking for death?" Ding. Detected that a minor character received mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big Will opens requires 3,700 more. You. Hearing President Wang's remarks, Tang Tao wished he could slap him. But seeing Bai Zhou had already sat down, he quickly turned and ran to Bai Zhou, continuing to bow his head as he stood there. But Bai Zhou raised a hand and said, "Sit." Upon hearing this, Tang Tao's body trembled lightly. Then cautiously spoke, "I dare not." Bai Zhou then spoke again, "What do you mean? Do you want me to speak to you with my head tilted back?" Ding. Detected that a minor character receives mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 50, the villain Big Will opens requires 3,650 more. No. Nervous and flustered, Tang Tao's words became less smooth. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. With a thump, he directly knelt down. Then, excitedly, he said to Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai, now it's good, no need to look up anymore. You. Bai Zhou pointed a finger at the suddenly kneeling Tang Tao. Just as he wanted to say something, he waved his hand. Forget it, if you want to kneel, then kneel. Bai Zhou had no choice. He actually wanted to communicate kindly with Tang Tao. But from the start, Tang Tao had been a bit unfriendly. Now, being scared like this by his title of Young Master Bai really was. Kneel if you want to kneel. Tang Tao's kneeling indeed made Bai Zhou helpless. However, he also didn't think if this scene fell into Zhao Gang's eyes. TSK. To know that in the third hospital, Zhao Gang, a captain of the city's defense team, in front of Tang Tao, was respectful, not daring to even breathe loudly. Then turned around, and here was Tang Tao kneeling directly in front of Bai Zhou. Just this? Zhao Gang still wanted to shake the status of the four prominent families? How dare you? Zhao Gang was like a wandering tyrant. At this moment, seeing Bai Zhou sit down, President Wang had already prepared a cup of fine tea. While puffing steam, it happily ran to Bai Zhou and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Bai Zhou also symbolically reached out to pick up the teacup to drink tea. However, just as Bai Zhou's arm landed on the coffee table, a gentle trembling feeling clearly appeared again. This time, Bai Zhou was certain that this was definitely not his illusion. Because right next to his arm was the object that Tang Tao had dropped due to distraction earlier. Now Bai Zhou got a clear look at it. It appeared to be an inverted triangle brooch, with a deep green piece on top, something that looked like jade. And this thing is producing some inexplicable response with his dragon pattern armor, right? Although Bai Zhou came to find Tang Tao surely for the protagonist Chu Yun's matter, now Bai Zhou reached out and pointed at the brooch, saying, "Is this your item?" Ding! Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain roulette needs 3,600 more to open. Tang Tao's body trembled slightly, and he quickly said in a panicked manner, "Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, I'll take it away right now, I'll take it away." As he spoke, he hurriedly reached out to grab it. But Bai Zhou raised a hand. "No, that's not what I mean." Bai Zhou thought about how scared Tang Tao was to react so much. Can someone be hurt mentally just like this? But Bai Zhou didn't mind, he was still more concerned about what this item was. So he directly asked. And hearing Bai Zhou's question, Tang Tao didn't dare to be slow and said, "Young Master Bai, this is just let's say a toy of mine. I had someone appraise it, it's just an E-rank spirit master equipment, hardly worth mentioning. I just thought it looked good, so I held it in my hand, playing with it when I had nothing to do, cultivating my feelings." Although Tang Tao didn't know why Bai Zhou was asking, he explained it very carefully. After listening to Tang Tao's words, Bai Zhou immediately asked, "You had someone appraise it? Then what is this equipment's effect?" This. Tang Tao was puzzled why the young Master Bai was interested in his E-rank equipment. Could it be that the young Master Bai was trying to ease the atmosphere by making small talk? Probably so. So he nodded and said, "This thing is just a brooch, it can increase defense by 1%, not a big deal. It also has an active skill that consumes all energy, the next attack's damage increases by 10%. Indeed, it's not very useful." Tang Tao said dismissively. But what he said made Bai Zhou's heart race a bit faster. Because the introduction, effect, and skills of this E-rank equipment sounded so much like the dragon pattern armor he had found. No wonder the dragon pattern armor produced that strange feeling. Could this be another piece from the dragon pattern armor set? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Zhou raised his head and looked at Tang Tao, saying, "Do you still want this thing? If you don't, give it to me." Ha! Ding! Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain roulette needs 3,550 more to open. Tang Tao completely didn't understand why the young Master Bai liked his toy so much, and E-rank equipment, was it worth it? Could it be that the young Master Bai was also used to playing with this thing? He asked cautiously, "Young Master, if you like it, I can prepare a better one for you." "No." Bai Zhou suddenly showed a more childish side. "I want this one." Then, Tang Tao's eyes twitched. "Then I will give it to you, young Master Bai." "Thank you." Just as Bai Zhou reached out to grab the brooch, the system's prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Detected host successfully blocking part of the protagonist's fortune. Obtained the villain destiny value plus 500, the villain roulette can be activated with another 3,050. Chapter 69, the protagonist's halo is indeed the protagonist's halo. The system prompt in his mind confirmed it for Bai Zhou. This thing is real. It is definitely related to the dragon pattern armor. He remembered that in the original story, Chu Yun did gather the 5-piece set of dragon pattern armor. But basically, it was all collected in the wild during dungeon runs or exchanged through task points. He never expected to see it on this Tang Tao today. He knew that this Tang Tao existed because he had changed the original story. Then unexpectedly appeared as a secondary character related to the protagonist. Could it be that this set also changed with the plot? The moment Bai Zhou got this brooch, he immediately pinned it to his chest. In the next second, just like when Bai Zhou first wore the dragon pattern armor, several lines of clear information appeared in Bai Zhou's mind. Ear rank accessory, emerald brooch. Wearing effect, defense increases by 1%. Equipment skill, consume all energy to increase the damage of the next attack by 10%. This equipment description is much simpler than the dragon pattern armor's description. Especially when looking at the name of this equipment, it is actually an accessory. This made a hint of confusion shine in Bai Zhou's eyes as he thought, isn't this thing one of the dragon pattern armor set? But just as this thought formed, a helpless expression appeared on Bai Zhou's face. Oh no, how did I forget such an important thing? The original story mentioned that the 5 pieces of dragon pattern armor collected by the protagonist Chu Yun included 1 helmet, 2 armors, and 2 leg guards. Moreover, he wore them directly as S-rank equipment, the dragon pattern armor. This cannot be an E rank. Why am I even thinking this? However, there was no disappointment in Bai Zhou's eyes. Although this thing is not the dragon pattern armor, the moment he got it, the system's prompt was definitely not going to falter. He clearly blocked a part of Chu Yun's fortune, which proves the C-rank brooch is definitely not simple. It's just that he currently has no way. Wait. How did I forget this thing? Bai Zhou seemed to think of something and immediately spoke up. System, I want to use the equipment advancement card to upgrade this brooch to S rank. Ding. The system's prompt had no delay. Red equipment advancement card -1. Bai Zhou sensed that card in the system space and crushed it on the spot, turning into sparkling red light, gathering in one direction. And Bai Zhou immediately felt a slight warmth where the brooch was pinned on his chest. Bai Zhou instinctively looked down and saw that the dark green gem in the center of the brooch actually had fine cracks. And these cracks did not mean the gem was about to shatter. It seemed like invisible hands were meticulously carving this small gem. Slowly, a pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above the gem. In the next second, this dim, dark green gem suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance. What the heck? This sudden change startled the other 3 people in the office at the same time. What's going on? The brilliant light made it impossible for the 3 to open their eyes. Even the level 61 Tang Tao and his spirit companion could not resist, lifting their hands to shield their eyes. As for Dean Wang, at the moment this thing started to shine, he thought something dangerous was about to explode in front of Bai Zhou. He couldn't help but want to rush forward to protect Bai Zhou, but as the light grew stronger, he felt a powerful force. The entire body of Bai Zhou is wrapped. And this powerful energy comes from the brooch on Bai Zhou's chest. As the brilliance intensifies, this energy grows larger, producing a kind of pressure that makes Director Wang's heart race. Gulps. Director Wang swallows, covering his eyes to block the light, and turns to Tang Tao, saying, Taozi, what have you given to young Master Bai? Why do I feel like this thing is a bit extraordinary? Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage +666, gained fate villain value +50, the villain roulette is activated, still needs 3000. How would I know? Tang Tao is now a bit overwhelmed. You ask me, who should I ask? Indeed, this thing was just a toy in his hand before. That E-class video, aside from looking a bit good, was utterly useless. So Bai Zhou wanted it, he didn't even feel a bit of heartache and easily gave it up. But how could it produce such a change when worn on young Master Bai's chest? At this moment, Tang Tao's spirit girl also arrived by his side and asked, What's going on? I remember you've played with this thing for many years, right? Did it ever show such changes before? Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage +777, gained fate villain value +50, the villain roulette is activated, still needs 2950. Tang Tao's expression looks like he's about to cry. Of course not. If I knew this thing would do that, I wouldn't have tossed it away so casually. Could this really be E-class jewelry? Even Tang Tao's spirit girl couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. Who did you get this identified by back then? Did you block him? Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage +888, gained fate villain value +50, the villain roulette is activated, still needs 2900. Ignoring the continuous system alert sounds in his mind, Bai Zhou did not care. Because at the same time the brooch's light surged, brand new information appeared in Bai Zhou's mind. S-class jewelry, dragon pattern brooch. Wearing effect, defense increased by 10%. Connects with the dragon pattern set, doubling the extra effect of the 5-piece dragon pattern set. Equipment skill, passive skill, after the dragon pattern set skill is released, boosts the power of dragon soul by an additional 100%. Damn. Feeling the latest information appearing in his mind, Bai Zhou's pupils could not help but begin to constrict violently. Good heavens! What is this? What is this thing? Although it is not one of the 5 pieces of the dragon pattern, it seems to be an auxiliary item specially designed for the dragon pattern 5-piece set. Bai Zhou still remembers the description of his dragon pattern armor. Wearing effect, 3-piece set increases defense by 50%, 5-piece set increases by 100%. This means that with the connection of this dragon pattern brooch, if he collects the full set, the 3-piece set defense will increase by 100%, and the 5-piece set will increase by 200%. Moreover, there's this passive skill of his. The dragon pattern set, even with just 1 piece, can cause the next attack's damage to increase by 100%. Adding this passive skill, his next attack can directly cause 200% damage. But that's not all. With the additional effect of the set, if he gathers all 5 pieces, when the 5-piece set simultaneously releases its skill, his next attack's damage can increase by 500%. Under such circumstances, if it doubles again, that would be 1000%. Good heavens! This is equivalent to having 10 of himself in battle, launching the strongest strike at the same target at the same time. This is simply incredible. In this situation, if Bai Zhou isn't shocked, then it would really be strange. This TM. His eyes flicker constantly, and amidst his surprise, he feels a kind of doubt. Why don't I remember that in the original story, Xu Yun also received such an amazing piece of jewelry? Indeed. Bai Zhou is quite clear about the plot of the original work. Xu Yun already possesses the 5-piece dragon pattern set, and it shines with brilliance, without gaining any extra enhancements. But now, why am I here with Tang Tao? At this thought, Bai Zhou's gaze flickered slightly. This Tang Tao came to the city solely for Xu Yun. That's right, if I hadn't accompanied Lin Wei to the hospital to visit old Lin today, I would never have met Tang Tao. And naturally, Tang Tao would see Xu Yun for medical treatment at Zhao Gang's request. After Xu Yun's body recovers, with Tang Tao's habit of idly examining things, the old man in Xu Yun's mind will definitely discover the existence of this thing. So, this thing is ultimately prepared for Xu Yun. Could it be? A cold light appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Is it that powerful protagonist halo of Xu Yun, realizing that the chances of the protagonist Xu Yun are being snatched away one after another, so it forcefully arranged for Xu Yun a new opportunity, right? If that's the case, this damned protagonist halo, you don't play fair. Chapter 70, your treatment ideas can be a bit more open. Fortunately, my family is impressive. Fortunately, I came to the hospital to gain destiny villain points from Lin Wei. Otherwise, I would never have known that the director of the Bai family private hospital knows this Tang Tao, nor could I have obtained such a thing from Tang Tao. But in any case, the result is still good. Xu Yun's opportunity is still seized by me. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's opportunity, gaining plus 100 destiny villain points. The villain big roulette needs 2,800 more to open. I don't know if the system gave Bai Zhou a consolation prize, but this system notification sound came. Although Bai Zhou still took a step ahead and snatched Xu Yun's chance. However, Bai Zhou almost missed it, too. At first, he thought it was just his illusion, didn't he? If he really missed it, that would be a huge loss. It is precisely because of this protagonist halo's randomness that Bai Zhou decided he must pay more attention to this Xu Yun, absolutely cannot let down his guard. The brooch's dazzling light, after it completed its advancement, gradually dimmed. Director Wang and the other two could finally see the scene clearly. The brooch worn on Bai Zhou's chest, if it was just pretty and ordinary before, now has a clear dragon pattern on it. Even without emitting powerful energy, it still feels imposing. Do you still dare to call this E-grade junk equipment? From its appearance, that's absolutely impossible. At this moment, Bai Zhou unexpectedly said to Tang Tao. Thank you. Ding. Detected that a minor supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 99,999, gained plus 100 destiny villain points. The villain big roulette needs 2,700 more to open. That's right. Tang Tao's heart was bleeding. But he can only grit his teeth and force out an unflattering smile, saying, as long as young Master Bai likes it, that's good. However, he seemed a bit reluctant and said again. Young Master Bai, I suddenly feel that this E-grade accessory is really too trash, how about? Stop. Bai Zhou directly raised a hand. E-grade is fine, I like E-grade, my spiritual lady is also E-grade, I cannot afford a higher grade. Ding. Detected that a minor supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 99,999, gained plus 100 destiny villain points. The villain big roulette needs 2,600 more to open. Tang Tao's words hadn't been finished yet, and were choked back by Bai Zhou's single statement. Tang Tao's stiff eyes twitched constantly. Of course, it hurt him. If he had known this thing could evolve, how could he have casually thrown it away? He knew this thing wasn't simple, and young Master Bai Zhou certainly knew this thing wasn't simple too. Then it was certain that it wouldn't be returned to him. Is your Bai family's young master's spirit girl also E-level? Who would believe that? How could the Bai family allow an E-level spirit girl to step through their door? But Tang Tao could only silently complain and feel sorry for himself in his heart. Otherwise, he would truly be taken away by the Bai family. Ahem. At this moment, Bai Zhou coughed twice. Yes, your surprise is over now. It's time to get down to business, right? Bai Zhou certainly did not forget his main purpose for seeing Tang Tao. So he got straight to the point and said, "You were invited by the city defense team to treat someone named Chu Yun, right?" Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Tang Tao was momentarily taken aback and thought. Didn't Zhao Gang say this matter was absolutely confidential? How come? Although he speculated this in his heart, Tang Tao still put on a dry smile and nodded. Young Master Bai, you are indeed well informed. The city defense team did ask me to come and see Chu Yun, but... Young Master, did you come to find me for this matter? Bai Zhou did not answer Tang Tao's question, but continued to ask. Have you prepared the treatment plan for Chu Yun? This. Ding. Detected that a secondary character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain roulette activated, still needs 2550. Hearing Bai Zhou's question, Tang Tao's expression instantly became difficult. Because Zhao Gang from the city defense team had told him that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. This is because Chu Yun, an SSS-level talent spirit master, is still in a dangerous situation. Especially regarding the treatment plan, Zhao Gang had specifically instructed him when leaving the third hospital. He advised Tang Tao to pretend nothing had happened, as if he were just visiting the area. But unexpectedly, young Master Bai asked for such a secret right away. Concerning the SSS-level talent spirit master, Tang Tao really did not dare to be neglectful. Seeing Tang Tao hesitating and not answering, a faint smile appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes, and he spoke again. Do you know why Chu Yun is currently staying in the hospital? Hearing this question, Tang Tao instinctively shook his head. I don't know. He had asked Zhao Gang this question, but Zhao Gang said it was inconvenient to disclose for his safety. And Bai Zhou didn't give Tang Tao a chance to respond further and said coldly. Chu Yun is my classmate. And I really don't like this classmate, so I sent him to the hospital. Ding. Detected that a secondary character suffered mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain roulette activated, still needs 2500. Hiss. Tang Tao slightly gasped. Oh my. No wonder young Master Bai is so concerned about this issue. So that's how it is? No wonder Zhao Gang didn't tell me before, saying it was for my safety. It turns out this matter involves the young master of the Bai family? Right now, Zhao Gang's eyelids were flickering wildly. Although Bai Zhou spoke these two sentences calmly, even with a smile on his face. The meaning behind those words was too obvious. What does "I do not like this classmate" mean? That proves that Chu Yun is the young master's enemy. If I save Chu Yun, or if I now hide the treatment plan for Chu Yun from the young master, then wouldn't that put me on the opposite side of the young master? The Bai family stands behind the young master. These two calm sentences clearly made me pick a side. Gulp. Tang Tao swallowed hard. On one side is the young Master Bai, who had just stolen my treasure and made me kneel in humiliation to apologize. On the other side is the SSS-level talent master spirit user, Chu Yun, who will definitely be incredibly successful in the future and would be grateful if cured. There is simply no comparison. So, Tang Tao instantly made his choice of side. Young Master Bai, I understand now. Rest assured, I'll reject the city defense team's request and let that Chu Yun fend for himself. You're really straightforward with your team. Principal Wang beside him nodded in satisfaction, looking at Tang Tao as if to say, Taozi, it seems your mind is still intact. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou exaggeratedly said after hearing this. No. Don't let him fend for himself, you must treat him properly. Ha! Ding. Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus 666, gained destiny villain value plus 50, villain roulette open needs 2450 more. Bai Zhou's words left both Principal Wang and Tang Tao stunned. They thought, didn't you dislike Chu Yun very much? Why are you asking me to come up with a way to treat Chu Yun? Bai Zhou's voice didn't stop, he spoke again. First, tell me your treatment plan. Tang Tao had no idea how Bai Zhou was thinking. At this moment, he could only brace himself and briefly mention something. Basically, he said that the chicken strips were completely beyond recovery. However, he could look for alternatives, like finding someone who matches Chu Yun's type to donate one after their death. Or, use modern technology to create a human-like object for Chu Yun and install it through his own healing methods. This way, although Chu Yun wouldn't be original, he also wouldn't be labeled as a eunuch. In the future, it might even be a good thing for Chu Yun's spirit. Of course, after introducing this to Bai Zhou, Tang Tao quickly added, "Young Master Bai, if you find it inappropriate, I can change the treatment plan. It's no problem, after all, it hasn't started yet." "No." But Bai Zhou raised his hand again and said, "I think your plan is fine, installing one for Chu Yun. It's impressive that you thought of this, good, good." Looking at Bai Zhou's satisfied expression, Tang Tao's eyelids twitched, feeling that something was a bit off. Sure enough, Bai Zhou's next words were, "But I feel you can open up your thinking a bit more. Why must it be human?" Tang Tao. Ding. Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain value plus 50, villain roulette open needs 2,400 more. Chapter 71, is the city defense team also sneaking around? Ding. Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus 9,999, gain destiny villain value plus 100, villain roulette open needs 2,300 more. Ding. Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus. Ding. Detected, villain roulette open needs 2,000 more. The system notification ringing in Bai Zhou's mind made his head ache. But this was unavoidable. After all, the shock to Tang Tao's heart was too overwhelming. Good heavens, young Master Bai. Is this what you mean by opening up your thinking? Isn't this a bit too open-minded? Is this thing even appropriate? Not to mention Tang Tao. Even Principal Wang beside him was dumbfounded. His young master's thought process was unexpectedly perfect. Tang Tao's spirit also directly closed her eyes, as if she couldn't even imagine such a scenario. Bai. Young Master Bai. Tang Tao's voice was obviously a bit dry. Isn't this kind of thinking a bit, not so good? But Bai Zhou exaggeratedly said. Who says this thinking is bad? This thinking is amazing. Think about it, if you're looking for a human match, first of all, is there really someone willing to donate? Even if there is someone willing, will the match be appropriate? If you're making it artificially, how much effort will that take, and over time, it can rust easily, and you'll have to maintain it, what a hassle. If you go with my thinking, the materials are easy to get, and later on, you won't need to maintain anything. How good is that, quick and permanent? This. Tang Tao felt his hands trembling a little. Ding. Detected minor character receiving mental damage plus 9,999, gain destiny villain value plus 100. The villain's big wheel needs 1,900 to start. Ding. Detected that the host successfully blocked part of the protagonist's luck, gaining 500 villain points. The villain's big wheel needs 1,400 to start. This second system prompt made Bai Zhou's eyes instantly brighten. As expected. Although Tang Tao looked very troubled, he still nodded heavily and said, Young Master Bai, since you said so, I'll give it a try. Good. Bai Zhou didn't know if it was because of the increase in villain points or because he could already imagine the expression on the protagonist Chu Yun's face later. His smile couldn't help but widen. He even happily patted his belly. In that case, I will trouble you. After saying this, Bai Zhou stood up directly from the sofa. There's nothing else, so I won't disturb your old memories. After saying this, Bai Zhou prepared to leave. However, Tang Tao helplessly said, I think, we can talk about old times again in a few days. I should go back and open my mind first. After saying this, Tang Tao also leaned against the coffee table to stand up from the ground. Hearing this, Bai Zhou naturally smiled and said, All right, then I will walk you out. No, no, no. Tang Tao instinctively waved his hand to refuse. After all, what status did he have to allow the young master of the Bai family to personally escort him? Wasn't that a joke? Hey! But Bai Zhou took the initiative to step forward, grabbing Tang Tao's arm and smiling as he said, You are about to help me with such a big favor. What does it matter if I walk you out? Help, favor. Ding. Detected that a secondary character suffered mental harm plus 9,999, gained 100 villain points. The villain's big wheel needs 1,300 to start. In the end, Tang Tao still left the hospital, escorted by Bai Zhou and Director Wang, with his spirit maiden. However, when they left, the action of getting into the car was like fleeing, no one knew why. Watching Tang Tao's car leave, a smile flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes as he thought. Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, this time you must thank me. If it weren't for me, that great healer Tang wouldn't have agreed to treat you. Chu Yun, I damn thank you. After a soft laugh, Bai Zhou turned and walked toward the hospital. Director Wang hurriedly led the way in front and opened the door. But in his eyes, the light, far away, only held respect. Now, he felt more fear toward Bai Zhou. He even secretly set a determination in his heart, no matter what happens in the future, I must never do anything to wrong the young Master Bai. Otherwise, even the right to be a person might be taken away. Hiss. Thinking of Bai Zhou's smile in the office just now, Director Wang's body couldn't help but tremble a couple of times. However, just as the two entered the hospital gate, a dark shadow appeared beside Bai Zhou. Seeing this figure, Director Wang immediately said, "Young master, you go ahead, I will check on the situation of the young lady's father." Director Wang was very perceptive, knowing this person in black was a bodyguard hidden by Bai Zhou's side. This sudden appearance must be urgent. And Bai Zhou recognized him. Wasn't he the one who was instantly killed by that powerful man brought to young Master Wang? Yet, no matter how strong he was only a servant of the Bai family. At this moment, the man in black whispered something in Bai Zhou's ear after seeing Director Wang leave. No one knew what this man in black said, but Bai Zhou's gaze slightly shifted, even asking back. "Can you be sure?" The man in black nodded and said. "He had been hiding near the hospital, just as you, young master, were leaving. He appeared again, obviously coming for you. Young master, do you need me to take action?" Bai Zhou slowly shook his head, a more playful smile on his face as he said. "No worries, if it's him. I'll try it myself." After the words fell, Bai Zhou turned around and left the hospital again. The figure of the man in black also instantly disappeared from the spot. Coming out of the hospital, it was already deep into the night. Everything around seemed so quiet. Bai Zhou took a deep breath of fresh air and turned as if taking a stroll, wandering through the hospital's complicated paths. Before long, Bai Zhou had basically reached the deepest part of the parking lot. Here, far from the lights of the hospital building, appeared very dim. However, when Bai Zhou arrived here, it seemed he nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, the next second, with a whoosh sound, a sudden breaking air sound echoed in the air. A dagger sliced through the air and lunged straight toward Bai Zhou's back. Bai Zhou, facing away from the dagger, slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. His body only swayed slightly afterwards. With a whoosh sound, the dagger grazed past Bai Zhou's body without causing any harm. But Bai Zhou had clearly seen a man dressed in a black cloak, wearing a black mask. The dagger was held in this man's hand. This man, who missed his attack, did not panic but quickly turned to prepare for another strike against Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou's voice had already faintly come out. "I thought you would hide for a while longer, can't you hold your ground?" Ding! Detecting major supporting characters mental damage plus 555, earning destined villain value plus 50, need 1250 to unlock the villain roulette. Hearing this system prompt, Bai Zhou knew without thinking who this person was. Continuing to smile, he said. "You members of the city defense team also enjoy doing sneaky things, huh? What's wrong? Have your wounds healed?" Ding! Detecting major supporting characters mental damage plus 555, earning destined villain value plus 50, need 1200 to unlock the villain roulette. This man in black clearly didn't expect Bai Zhou to directly expose his identity. He was obviously flustered for a moment, but he still tightened his grip on the dagger. His other hand slowly pulled off his mask. "Isn't this the level 5 captain of the city defense from today?" The bodyguard who was hiding in the dark had just mentioned him. That man in black told Bai Zhou that he had followed them since he took Lin Wei out, and he was alone. Thinking he was just tracking or inspecting his movements, Bai Zhou didn't expect him to show up again with a strong killing intent when Bai Zhou sent Tang Tao out earlier. The man in black sensed this and immediately reported to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou coming out was also to lure this kid out, right? At this moment, Bai Zhou looked at the dagger in the captain's hand and curiously asked. "I remember you used a gun, right? Why, did you switch to using a spirit lady?" Who would have thought the captain would snort and say, "To kill you, I don't need a spirit lady." Hearing this, Bai Zhou almost burst out laughing. "Goodness, you weren't even my match with a spirit lady, and now you come alone. Who gave you the courage?" Chapter 72, What's the point of living just one more day? If one had to say who gave this kid courage, it was most likely Bai Zhou's spirit lady, Lin Wei. It can't be helped that this relates to Lin Wei. After Bai Zhou's level 3 completely crushed level 5 before, he was quite puzzled in his heart. After his injuries healed to a certain degree, he was the first to review the situation with his spirit lady, to find out what had happened. One sentence from his spirit lady instantly cleared up the captain's thoughts. "During the battle, I sensed a kind of bloodline suppression, a suppression from the spirit weapon." Indeed, it was this sentence. The squad leader finally understood completely. It turned out that Bai Zhou's spirit was simply too powerful, even able to suppress his own spirit in such a way. No wonder I, 2 levels ahead of Bai Zhou, am not his opponent. My spirit is just too useless. If that's the case, then without a spirit, Bai Zhou is just a level 3 waste. How could he possibly be my match as a level 5 spirit master? Thus, this has led to the current scene. I don't know whether to say he is too naive or that he thinks too much. Spirit masters indeed possess certain strength without relying on their spirits. After all, in battle, the roles of spirit masters and spirits are essentially 50-50. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control powerful spirits. This is also why Bai Jinbei was able to completely crush the team leader of the city defense team without a spirit attached. His solo attempt to assassinate Bai Zhou is indeed somewhat reasonable. However, at this moment, Bai Zhou had a question he wanted to ask. Now there's this opportunity to say. I'm quite curious, even your subordinate gave up immediately upon knowing my identity. You, a mere squad leader, how dare you block my path? Humph. The squad leader scoffed coldly, his ice-cold voice seemed to carry a biting tone as he said. The four great families are all enemies. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. The four great families are all enemies? Oh, Bai Zhou understood now. I heard from your subordinate that you were parachuted here? You weren't brought along by that old bastard Zhao Gang when he was airlifted, were you? Ding. Detected main supporting character receiving mental damage plus 666, gaining villain's fate value plus 50, villain's big roulette needs 1150 more. How dare you disrespect Lord Zhao? The squad leader's emotions suddenly became agitated. Die. Whoosh. With a sound, the squad leader swung the dagger in his hand, rushing at Bai Zhou like lightning. This person's reaction further confirmed Bai Zhou's suspicion. This kid is indeed one of Zhao Gang's people. And Zhao Gang has a behind-the-scenes organization that he temporarily doesn't know about. Determined to overthrow the oppression of the four great families. Now it all makes sense, no wonder this kid dared to treat him with disrespect in public. Unfortunately, this kid is still too young. He's nothing like that seasoned Zhao Gang. You have to know, being flexible is what makes you truly wise. Whoosh. With a sound, Bai Zhou dodged the squad leader's attack again. But this time, the squad leader did not stop, launching a series of attacks. Bai Zhou skillfully dodged their blows. His attacks couldn't hit Bai Zhou, causing the squad leader to feel a bit broken, as he attacked while coldly saying, "All you do is dodge? What kind of man are you? Even if you can dodge, how long can you keep it up? I am a level 5 spirit master, while you are merely a level 3, your energy must be nearly exhausted by now, right?" Listening to the squad leader's foolish words, Bai Zhou suddenly felt like laughing. But he still showed mercy and said, "Sorry, to let you down. Yesterday I was indeed level 3, but today I have already become a level 5 spirit master." What? Ding. Detected main supporting character receiving mental damage plus 999, gaining villain's fate value plus 50, villain's big roulette needs 1100 more. Impossible. The squad leader's expression suddenly twisted in rage. This is absolutely impossible, in just one day, how could you possibly increase 2 levels? It took me nearly a year to reach level 5, how could you? How could I? Bai Zhou pouted, I don't know, maybe, it's because I'm more handsome than you? Hearing this, the squad leader's forehead began to bulge with veins. The voice was filled with a hint of a roar. So what if you are level 5? Without a high-level spirit girl, you are useless, and I can still kill you. Die. Bai Zhou felt that this team leader was like a brainless hothead, or maybe he was brainwashed by Zhao Gang and his organization behind him. But he also noticed that this time his attack was indeed fierce. Bai Zhou could feel the faint pressure radiating from the opponent, as if it were creating a sense of oppression against him. However, what a pity. Bai Zhou smiled lightly and said, then let me mercifully show you the gap between us. The moment the words fell, one of Bai Zhou's arms and the badge on his chest both flickered with a faint glow. After the light flashed by. Whoosh, with a sound, Bai Zhou's fist shot out like a bullet. The dragon pattern armor was equipment for spirit masters, which did not mean it could only be used when holding a spirit girl during battle. Of course, Bai Zhou could also unleash it, and with the teeth of the dragon pattern badge, this punch was 200% of his power. Could you withstand it? The answer was obviously no. Bang! A muffled sound came, Bai Zhou's fist was faster than his short knife. Puff blood gushed from the team leader's mouth and nose, and he flew backward. Ding! Detected main character received physical damage plus 999, mental damage plus 999, obtained destiny villain value plus 100, villain roulette needs 1000 to start. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed, the team leader's body slammed heavily against the wall behind him. Clang! His short knife, along with his body, fell to the ground. Cough, 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 puff, the team leader coughed violently, blood constantly gushing from his mouth and nose. It was visible to the naked eye that this team leader's chest had deeply collapsed. Seeing this situation, Bai Zhou was slightly surprised. Wow, is the power of my punch this great? If I had known, I wouldn't have activated the skill. He thought that a level 5 spirit master like the team leader would have a bit higher defense against someone like him who was unarmed. Who knew, after triggering the Dragon Pattern Armor skill, the passive skill of the Dragon Pattern badge activated, and with one punch, the team leader was done for. You. The team leader's face turned pale, lying on the ground unable to move, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair and disbelief. No, it's impossible, how could you be without a spirit girl and... Puff. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. Bai Zhou had already retracted his fist, looking down at the team leader and said lightly. It seems that without a spirit girl, you are more like a useless person. Puff. A strong stream of blood sprayed from the team leader's mouth and nose again. The team leader used all his strength to raise his arm, wanting to point at Bai Zhou, but this arm only slightly trembled and then lost all its strength. Then, his neck tilted. With a crunch, did he just die like this? Ding. Detected host successfully blocked a portion of the main character's luck, obtained destiny villain value plus 1000, villain roulette has been activated. Would the host like to start the lottery? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Bai Zhou's eyelids twitched wildly. He even couldn't help but take a small step back, looking at his own fist. I killed someone? Bai Zhou's voice trembled slightly for a moment. This was unavoidable, it's human nature. After all, Bai Zhou was a transmigrator, how could he have done such a thing before crossing over? Moreover, he had directly killed someone with one punch. But Bai Zhou was much stronger than he imagined, just taking a deep breath, the emotional turmoil inside was suppressed. Only, for some reason, there seemed to be a surging hot blood within him, continuously impacting his brain. At this moment, the black-clothed bodyguard hiding in the shadows suddenly dashed out, arriving next to the squad leader, reaching out to check the squad leader's corpse. Even his gaze suddenly shrank, filled with a hint of horror, as if his eyes were saying, "My God! Young master just completed his job awakening yesterday. Today, with just his physical strength, he actually killed a level 5 spirit master with one punch? How is this possible?" Chapter 73, Long Ying, are you finally starting to get a clue? Isn't this completely foolish question he asked? How could it be possible? The person is dead in front of you, what is there to question? It must be that this situation is too shocking for him to handle. That's why he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. And it was this person's shout that pulled Bai Zhou's thoughts back. Although his gaze refocused, the raging warm current in his brain continued to surge within Bai Zhou. Is this what they call the aftereffects of killing for the first time? Bai Zhou didn't know what was wrong, he also didn't know how to deal with this raging heat in his mind. Trying to shift his attention, he didn't say a word and turned to leave. As he turned away, he spoke to the system in his mind. System, start the lottery. He didn't bother with the squad leader's corpse. Because he knew that the Bai family people, his bodyguard, would take care of this affair completely and would not cause him any trouble. Before him already appeared the dazzling light of the rapidly spinning prize wheel. Previously, when he started the prize wheel, this flashing light only made Bai Zhou feel excited and expectant. But now, perhaps because of the aftereffects, the restlessness in Bai Zhou's heart seemed to elevate to another level. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the prize from the prize wheel, experience plus 2000. Experience points again? But fortunately, this time the experience reward doubled compared to before. However, Bai Zhou discovered that the quality of this reward hadn't changed in color. It seemed that this experience reward was related to his spirit master level increase. But no matter the reason, this is a good thing. It can also accelerate the improvement of his level. As Bai Zhou headed towards the hospital, he subconsciously instructed the system. I and Lin Wei will be one. Just like before, half for each? But, the words reached his lips, and Bai Zhou suddenly stopped. Because a sudden system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the main character has received mental damage plus 555, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain prize will needs 8,950 to open. This sudden system prompt made Bai Zhou pause slightly. Main character below the protagonist. Currently, there is only one person beside him, who plays such a role in the system prompt. Long Ying. Bai Zhou's gaze flashed slightly. A hint of confusion arose in his heart. This woman, wasn't she already taken care of? But this sudden mental damage, did she see someone? Witness something? Or is it? A cold light flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes. Or does she have a bit of a sense now? Ding! Detected that the main character has received mental damage plus 666, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain prize will needs 8,900 to open. Once again, as the system prompt sounded, Bai Zhou directly changed his words, saying, First, give me and Lin Wei 500 experience points, and the remaining 1,000, we'll distribute later. After instructing this, a faint glow appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes, and the corners of his mouth also curled into a vague smile. But just as the smile appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth, he felt that restless heat in his mind. It became much quieter. Originally, Bai Zhou planned to return to the hospital room, find Lin Wei, and see if he could suppress the restlessness rising within him from his first kill in front of this lovely girl. But at this moment, Bai Zhou suddenly questioned himself. Why should I suppress? So, at the step before entering the hospital, he turned around directly and walked towards the parking lot where his vehicle was waiting. After getting in the car, Bai Zhou said just 2 words. Go home. In the Bai family villa, in a newly tidied bedroom. Long Ying was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a towel, slightly dazed. Just as Bai Zhou guessed, after taking a shower, she was brought back to her room by the maid to calm down. She indeed began to regain her senses. Her pupils flickered gently. No longer clear and bright as when she had just caught a glimpse of the future. Instead, she now bore an added complexity. She looked down at her delicate hands. Her pupils trembled slightly, and she even murmured. Long Ying, oh Long Ying, what did you just do? How could you be so obedient? How could I so defenselessly hand my future over to him? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 777, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain lottery will opens but needs 8,850. That's right. Long Ying's psychological defenses were indeed completely shattered by Bai Zhou. And reforged. But the inner world after the reforging is still a brand new world. It's still quite fragile. After all, a few hours of reforging cannot compare to 18 years of deep-rooted shaping. Without seeing Bai Zhou or hearing his CPU, Long Ying would still think for herself. She naturally recalled what she had done earlier. And she was still a level 0, with only E-level quality, useless spirit daughter. It was promised that if she seized the future, it would give her immense power she couldn't even imagine. But she clearly had already seized it for him. Why was she still unchanged? Could it be he was lying to me? Long Ying's gaze flickered rapidly, revealing a hint of coldness in her eyes. But just as this coldness emerged, it was quickly replaced by a kind of panic. No, it can't be, he wouldn't lie to me, I've already given myself to him. Young Master Bai definitely wouldn't lie to me. Long Ying shook her head repeatedly, clutching her towel. But the next second, she frowned again and looked up. We just met for the first time, how could he? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 888, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain lottery will opens but needs 8,800. At this moment, Long Ying's old and new worldviews were clashing fiercely within her heart. One of them must gain the upper hand before she could calm down. If the old and new worldviews kept colliding, this girl would most likely turn into a complete madwoman. But just then, with a loud bang, the door to her bedroom was violently opened. Then with a heavy clash, it was slammed shut again. There was only a dim lamplit on the bedside. Although Long Ying could only see the figure of the person, she was certain it was Bai Zhou. At that moment, she actually jumped down from the bed in reflex and quickly retreated toward the wall in the back, nervously saying, Why didn't you knock? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, villain lottery will opens but needs 8,750. Hearing Long Ying's words, along with the system's prompt, Bai Zhou confirmed. It was indeed because he hadn't consolidated his previous work. This caused a fracture in the new worldview he had tried to create for Long Ying. He needed to know that, before. Long Ying had just come up to hug him so openly. Her mouth kept calling him young master again and again. But now, even though Long Ying didn't scream out loud, the resistance on her face was very, very real. Sigh. Bai Zhou let out a sigh in his heart and said secretly. Looks like, from now on, things like this must be like killing someone, I have to give a finishing blow. But just now, after killing that squad leader, I really didn't give a finishing blow. But the system's notification sound can't be wrong, even if I forgot to finish him off. I believe my bodyguard would do it for me. So, Bai Zhou took a step toward Long Ying. As Bai Zhou got closer, the light naturally shone on his body. Long Ying's face stiffened at once, her face turned pale. Blood. You. Young Master Bai, don't hurt me, I. Ding. Detected major character has received mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 50, 8,700 points needed to unlock the villain big wheel. Only now did Bai Zhou notice that his sleeve and the front of his clothes were covered in dried blood. It must have been from the squad leader's collapsed chest, spraying out blood. And the moment he saw the blood, the wild heat in Bai Zhou's body rose again. A terrifying smile appeared on his face, and he slowly looked up, laughing lightly toward Long Ying who was hiding in the corner. What, are you scared? Are you going to give up your future? Chapter 74, So, what good partner should I choose for Chu Yun? Ding. Detected major character has received physical damage plus 10, mental damage plus 999, gain destiny villain points plus 100, 8,600 points needed to unlock the villain big wheel. You. Young master, you promised me. Ding. Detected major character has received physical damage plus 10, mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, 8,500 points needed to unlock the villain big wheel. Young master, can I really gain great power like this? Ding. Detected major character has received physical damage plus 5, mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, 8,400 points needed to unlock the villain big wheel. Young master, why you're really not lying to me? At this moment, Long Ying's voice was stiff, clutching her towel tightly, her face full of panic. Even though Bai Zhou standing there couldn't see Long Ying's face, he could feel it. Right now, Long Ying still didn't completely trust him. The new and old worldviews in her heart were still fighting fiercely. Before, Bai Zhou could rely on his understanding of the original plot to stimulate Long Ying with words, to make her psychological defenses completely collapse. But doing the same thing again won't work. Once resistance builds up, not only will it not work, it might even have the opposite effect. Ding. Detected major character has received physical damage plus 5, mental damage plus 999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, 8,300 points needed to unlock the villain big wheel. But Bai Zhou wasn't worried at all now. The reward he got from the last big wheel had already given him new ways to act. He was just waiting for the right moment. Ding. Detected major character has received mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, 8,200 points needed to unlock the villain big wheel. When Bai Zhou heard this system sound, his eyes lit up. That's right, this was the moment Bai Zhou had been waiting for. The tiny change in the system sound could mean a lot of things. So, Bai Zhou directly gave instructions to the system. Divide the remaining 1,000 experience points into 10 parts, give Long Ying 100 points every 10 minutes. Ding. Warning. The system's warning sound made Bai Zhou pause for a second. This was the first time he heard such a sound. Could it be that the experience points can only be given all at once? Ding. Detected major character has received mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100. The villain big wheel opens, still needs 8,100. This is clearly not the content of the system warning. The next sentence is: detected that the gifted object and the host have not signed a contract. Does the host wish to continue? So it's like this. Bai Zhou let out a slight sigh of relief. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel open still needs 8,000. Unexpectedly, the system's operation is still very meticulous. Right now, Long Ying indeed hasn't signed a contract with him. However, as long as he, in his own way, solidifies the new world within Long Ying's heart, he isn't worried that this little Long Ying will escape from his palm. Thus, Bai Zhou immediately chose yes. Ding. 100 experience points have been granted to the gifted object. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel open still needs 7,900. Long Ying's arms, which were supporting her, suddenly trembled. Her pupils also instantly widened. What is this? Long Ying, although she had never contracted with a spirit master, nor gained experience points or leveled up. But this kind of experience points affecting her is just like Bai Zhou and Lin Wei earlier. That feeling of energy transformation, belonging to spirit masters or spirit tools, is something everyone can feel clearly. Long Ying is no exception. And just at that moment, Bai Zhou's voice rang by Long Ying's ear. Do you feel the future now? Long Ying did not answer. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel open still needs 7,800. 10 minutes later. Long Ying's pupils even began to widen a bit. A hint of disbelief appeared in them? And Bai Zhou's voice came again. Now. This time, Long Ying did not choose silence. A drop of crystal tear actually fell on the bath towel. Of course, this tear was completely a tear of joy. MHM. She nodded heavily. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage plus 9,999, gained destiny villain points plus 100, the villain big wheel open still needs 7,700. Although, Bai Zhou could not see Long Ying's expression, nor did he know her thoughts. But he could feel that, at this moment, Long Ying was definitely overtaken by the new world. But why is there still such a system prompt sound? Bai Zhou couldn't help but ask in his mind. System, how exactly do you calculate this mental damage? Why do I feel that Long Ying seems quite happy now? Ding. The system's prompt sound was still so cold, without any humanity. The system's detection is very thorough and meticulous. The system has just detected that this main character's original mentality was impacted or changed, naturally forming mental damage. Oh, by Joe suddenly realized. So it's like this. Hey. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical damage +1, mental damage +999, gained destiny villain points +100, the villain big wheel open still needs 7,600. In other words, the fluctuations and changes in the mindset of these roles are actually all arranged by the original novel. As long as he, in his own way, causes these characters' inner worlds to change drastically from the original due to himself, it's equivalent to causing mental damage to that character. He will thus gain destiny villain points, opening the villain big wheel. Understood. He had never asked the system this question before. Originally Baijiu thought this mental damage was just the literal meaning. Now it seems, he was too narrow-minded. No wonder he had only crossed over for a few days, and the system big wheel had already opened 7 or 8 times. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage +999, gained destiny villain points +50, the villain big wheel open still needs 7,550. Ding. Detected. Ding. Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage +999, gained. Obtaining villain value +50, the villain roulette still needs 7,300 to open. Amid such a system notification, there was unexpectedly this line intermingled. The change from main character to minor character was a subtle shift that Baijiu truly did not notice. Because there were more important matters waiting for Baijiu to attend to. But this did not mean that such a numerical change would be ignored by the system. This minor character refers to Tang Tao. After leaving Bai's private hospital, Tang Tao remained in a dazed state all the way. His mind was filled with the words Baijiu had said. Upon returning to the guest house arranged by Zhao Gang, he immediately opened his laptop. Then opened a bunch of, completely inhuman biological images inside. Tang Tao's spirit daughter stood behind him, looking at the screen, her expression stiff as she said. Is this really okay? Don't humans have that so-called genetic isolation from them? Hearing the spirit daughter's words, Tang Tao turned his head, his expression strange as he said. There is, indeed there is, but that is for medical science, for healers, this problem is really not a problem. Listening to Tang Tao's words, the spirit daughter couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Then who do you plan to choose? Ding. Detected minor character suffers mental harm +555, villain value +50, villain roulette still needs 7,200 to open. The value increased a lot, and during the period it also included information about others. Tang Tao frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Then how can that work? The spirit daughter seemed very anxious. You must think of something quickly, by Xiaoye over there. Sigh. At the thought of the 2 big characters of Bai family, Tang Tao felt his legs tremble, gritting his teeth, becoming ruthless. Never mind. Let fate decide. Tang Tao actually pulled out a piece of white paper, surrounded it with a circle writing many names, then placed a pen horizontally in the middle. Whichever way the pen tip points, that's who we choose, it's settled. Whoosh. Is Tang Tao also starting to play by Zhou's roulette method? As the spinning pen tip slowly stopped, when the image froze. Tang Tao and his spirit daughter's eyes twitched. What the hell? Ding. Detected minor character suffers mental harm +9,999, villain value +100, villain roulette still needs 7,000 to open. Chapter 75, Tang Tao is simply a great person. Early the next morning, before dawn, Tang Tao hurriedly went to the 3rd hospital with his spirit daughter. They were holding a box covered in black cloth in their arms. The size of the box was about the same as the one Zhao Gang lifted yesterday. They immediately entered Chu Yun's ward. Seeing Tang Tao arrive, Zhao Gang was somewhat surprised. Lord Tang, why did you come so early? Tang Tao didn't seem to intend to say much to Zhao Gang, immediately saying. I have figured out the treatment plan, no time to waste, let's get started. Hearing Tang Tao's words, Chu Yun, who had just woken up on the hospital bed, felt infinite joy. Who would have thought that opening his eyes would bring good news? He was very excited. Lord Tang, really? Can I recover to the way I was before? This. Ding. Detected minor character suffers mental harm +999, villain value +50, villain roulette still needs 4,950 to open. Clearly, last night, Baijiu's villain value had increased a lot again. But it didn't matter, what mattered was Tang Tao and his spirit daughter couldn't help but smack their lips. But Tang Tao still said, wanting to be exactly like before, that's absolutely impossible. But at least, you can stand and pee like you did before. Really? Although Chu Yun was a bit disappointed upon hearing Tang Tao's first sentence. But Tang Tao's second sentence at least gave him some hope. Thank you, Lord Tang, thank you, Lord Tang. Tang Tao turned his head to glance at his spirit daughter, both of their pupils filled with a touch of pity. But Tang Tao still took a deep breath and said, "Are you ready?" "Of course I'm ready," Chu Yun replied without any hesitation or doubt. "I've been waiting for this for a long time." "All right." Tang Tao waved his hand and turned to Zhao Gang, saying, "Then let's start preparing for the surgery." Before entering the operating room, Tang Tao pulled Zhao Gang aside and said seriously, "You go and have the hospital turn off all the surveillance cameras in the operating room, don't let any bit of information leak out. Except for me, my spirit daughter, and the patient, no one else is allowed to step into the operating room." Zhao Gang stood firm and placed his hand on his chest, guaranteeing Tang Tao, "Don't worry, my lord, I promise to complete the task." "Good, go." After watching Zhao Gang walk away, the expressions on Tang Tao and his spirit daughter's faces changed immediately. The 4 words "guilty of a thief" were written all over their faces. Then the 2 of them sneaked into the operating room like thieves, locking the door behind them. Tang Tao, a level 61 spirit master, had a secondary profession as a healer. With the support of his spirit daughter, his healing speed was incredibly fast, accurate, and ruthless. It didn't take long for him to finish his work. After coming out of the operating room, they were very quick, ensuring that no one else involved, and returned the still anesthetized Chu Yun back to her previous hospital room. Zhao Gang eagerly approached to ask about the situation. "My lord, how was the surgery?" Tang Tao nodded seriously and said, "The surgery was very successful." "Oh, that's really great." Zhao Gang couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to say more. But Tang Tao quickly interrupted, "All right, our job is done, we're leaving now." Zhao Gang looked puzzled. "My lord, why are we leaving in such a hurry? Chu Yun will definitely thank both of you properly when she wakes up." Ding! Detected secondary character suffering mental harm plus 999, gained villain value plus 50, need 4900 to unlock the villain roulette. "I hope so." Tang Tao's voice was very small, and Zhao Gang didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" "I said." Tang Tao immediately looked straight at Zhao Gang and said, "Just like I told you before, keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone about Chu Yun, about me, or about the parts 1 outfitted for Chu Yun." Zhao Gang's expression was serious. "Don't worry, my lord, we will be very careful about this. In the future, when Chu Yun soars to great heights, she will never forget your kindness." Ding! Detected secondary character suffering mental harm plus 999, gained villain value plus 50, need 4850 to unlock the villain roulette. "I think it's better if she doesn't remember us, let's pretend this never happened, farewell." After saying this, Tang Tao took his spirit daughter and vanished in a few flashes. At level 61, even if Zhao Gang wanted to chase, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He stood at the door of the hospital room, watching the direction they disappeared in, sighing. "My lord Tang, he is truly a good person. Doing such a good deed, and still hoping we won't remember his kindness. You know, Chu Yun is an SSS level spirit master, her future is limitless, and he doesn't even care about such resources. No wonder he's my lord Tang, his vision is just so broad." The anesthetized Chu Yun felt as though she had experienced a dream. This dream was very pleasant. Warmth wrapped around her entire body, she felt as if she hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. But this beautiful dream was always interrupted by a strange voice. This voice sounded like an old man's roar. "Chu Yun, wake up quickly, something happened. Chu Yun, can you stop sleeping? You have been tricked, do you know that? Ah, I really can't believe it, how did I end up pinning my soul onto such a useless person?" Ding! The system detects that the host has successfully blocked a portion of the protagonist's fortune, earning 100 destiny villain points. The villain roulette requires 4750 to unlock. Finally, Chu Yun also slowly awoke from the hurried call of the old man in his mind. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Gang beside him, looking at him with great joy. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Chu Yun felt dazed, but he still remembered to ask. "Lord Zhao, how was my surgery?" Zhao Gang nodded heavily with a happy expression. Lord Tang said, "Your surgery was very successful." "Really?" Chu Yun was instantly refreshed by the joy. He hastily gathered all his strength. With a whoosh, he threw off his blanket. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist has suffered mental damage plus 999, earning 100 destiny villain points. The villain roulette requires 4650 to unlock. With a loud slap, Chu Yun quickly covered himself with the blanket again. This scene made Zhao Gang pause for a moment and ask, "What's wrong?" Chu Yun's face stiffened, slightly pale, and nothing, I think I just opened it wrong. Then he lifted his trembling hands again and uncovered a corner of the blanket. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist has suffered mental damage plus 9999, earning 200 destiny villain points. The villain roulette requires 4,450 to unlock. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist has suffered mental damage plus 99,999, earning 500 destiny villain points. The villain roulette requires 3,950 to unlock. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist. The villain roulette requires 3,050 to unlock. Ding! The system detects that, requires 2050 to unlock. Ding! Requires 950 to unlock. Ah! What the hell? How could this happen? How could this happen? Who did this? Who the hell did this? I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Zhao Gang also had no idea what had happened. Instinctively, he threw back Chu Yun's blanket. What the hell? What the hell is this? Ding! The system detects that a main supporting character has suffered mental damage plus 999, earning 250 destiny villain points. The villain roulette requires 700 to unlock. Chu Yun went crazy. Zhao Gang was dumbfounded. The entire third hospital was in chaos. However, compared to the noise of the third hospital, the two sitting in the smoothly driving vehicle, Tang Tao and his spirit daughter, seemed much more relaxed. They even breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, we have completed young Master Bai's task satisfactorily." Yes, Tang Tao's spirit daughter also silently breathed out. But her eyes showed a hint of sympathy as she lowered her head and quietly said, "So pathetic." This sentence was unclear if it referred to Chu Yun or the little kitten held in her arms. After all, under the tail of the little kitten, there was a thick bandage wrapped around it. Chapter 76, Longing seems to have over-adjusted a bit. Bai Zhou frowned, waking up with a bit of morning grumpiness. Damn it, what's going on so early in the morning? Why is it so noisy? Inside the bedroom, it was naturally very quiet. The real noise was in Bai Zhou's mind. But Bai Zhou's morning grumpiness disappeared in an instant. Because he realized that his next round of the Grand Roulette was about to open. Wow! Even Bai Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. He remembered that when he fell asleep inside Long Ying's package last night, there were still 4,000 to 5,000 left until the next Grand Roulette opened, right? And now, there was only 700 left this morning? Could it be Chu Yun? Bai Zhou instantly thought of the key to the problem. Because he had indeed experienced a massive explosion of destiny villain points before. Back then, he didn't even know what had happened. Later he learned that it was because Shinqing made a chicken strip meal for Chu Yun. Now, his villain points had once again welcomed a massive explosion. That could only happen to Chu Yun. Bai Zhou's eyelids twitched slightly. That Tang Tao, is he that quick? I wonder what kind of partner he picked for Chu Yun. How good is it to use? Just as Bai Zhou was looking forward to this question, suddenly, he felt his earlobe itching. Turning his head, he saw Longing had also woken up, leaning beside him and looking at him with her big, watery eyes. Now, the gaze of Longing was even purer than yesterday when she had completely broken through her psychological defenses through the art of language. Her look was so clean, as if it had been optimized. There was even a hint of silly innocence about it. Bai Zhou certainly knew the reason for this. Yesterday, he had divided the 1,000 experience points drawn from the system's big roulette into 10 portions. Every 10 minutes, he granted Longing one. This constant, rhythmic boost in strength was something Longing could feel very clearly. Although she had not yet signed a contract with Bai Zhou, so she still existed as a zero-level spirit girl. But Longing was very certain that as long as she signed the contract with Bai Zhou, her spirit girl level absolutely could not be a simple level 1. This was all thanks to Bai Zhou. At this moment, the new world within Longying's heart had been completely solidified and secured. However, what Bai Zhou did not expect was that Longing, staring at him with her big eyes, spoke in a melodious voice. "Young master, you are awake." Bai Zhou merely nodded symbolically, but Longying's next words surprised him. "Young master, now that you are awake, can you let Longing continue to grow stronger?" As she spoke, Longing had already pushed herself up. Bai Zhou's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. "What did you say?" Who knew that Longing, oblivious to everything, boldly declared. "Young master, Longing wants a future." Cough cough cough. Bai Zhou couldn't help but cough, his face awkward. "Well, as for the future, you can just grasp it yourself. Moreover, wanting to grow stronger doesn't always guarantee success, it's also a matter of probability. Sometimes the odds are better, and sometimes they are worse." But Longing replied firmly. Longing knows. Precisely because it's a matter of probability, Longing absolutely cannot miss any opportunity. "Young master." Bai Zhou was stunned. This was something he had never thought of before. His own adjustments to Longing. Why did it feel a bit overcorrected? when Bai Zhou came down from the upstairs room to the villa's dining room. It was already afternoon. His mother and father had already finished their lunch and were sitting in the living room drinking tea. Seeing Bai Zhou grasping the railing and walking down from upstairs, Bai Zhou's parents exchanged a knowing smile. Bai Zhou's father, Bai Jinnan, even put down his teacup and said to Bai Zhou, "Kid, it seems I need to find a way to buy you another house." This made Bai Zhou pause slightly. "What's wrong? Am I bothering you?" Bai Jinnan shook his head. "Not really. But I am a bit worried that if you keep living in this house, your mother and I might end up having to give you a little brother." "Bai Zhou?" Xin Yun directly kicked Bai Jinnan hard in the face. "You old lecher, what nonsense are you talking?" The dignified Bai Jinnan, one of the top 10 masters, was single-handedly taken down by his wife. He could only turn to his son Bai Zhou for help. But Bai Zhou immediately chose to ignore it. Instead, he turned and walked toward the kitchen while calling out, "Is there any food left? If there is, pack some for me. I'm going to see Lin Wei at the hospital." Yes, after all, Lin Wei was still his first spirit girl to sign a life and death contract with. Last night, he had lost control of the surging blood boiling in him after he had punched the team leader of the city defense squad to death. Just in time to catch the experience points from the system's big wheel, plus Longing had a hint of realization. "So I didn't even greet Lin Wei and returned to the villa alone to bless Longing's future." Lin Wei stayed in the hospital for a whole night, and that was really too hard. As Lin Wei's spiritual guide, I certainly had to care for her. However, when Bai Zhou arrived at the hospital with a meal box, he did not see Lin Wei's figure in the ward. Even Lin Wei's father, lying on the hospital bed, did not know where she had gone. Fortunately, the hospital's director Wang had already prepared in advance and arranged someone to wait for Bai Zhou. When he saw Bai Zhou arrive, he personally took him to another side of the inpatient department upstairs. This was their hospital's apartment building. And Lin Wei was actually in the kitchen of one of the apartments cooking. The aroma was truly wafting throughout the house. Lin Wei saw Bai Zhou arrive and, tying her apron while stir-frying, turned around and cheerfully said, "Brother Bai Zhou, you're here? You haven't eaten yet, right? It will be ready soon, just wait a moment." Bai Zhou looked up at Lin Wei in the kitchen, then looked down at the meal box in his hand. He casually tossed it into Director Wang's hands and said, "A gift for you." Director Wang replied, "I also want to try it." Bai Zhou, "Thank you, young master. Thank you for the delicious meal." Director Wang said, teary-eyed and unwilling, taking a deep breath of the fragrant food in the room. Then he left with the meal Bai Zhou brought. However, he had just stepped out for a moment when he ran back in. This surprised Bai Zhou. "Did you eat so quickly with just one box for 2 people? Director Wang awkwardly waved his hand and said, "Not really, but someone from the 3rd hospital came just now and said they needed to report something to you in person. I don't know who he is, so..." 3rd hospital? Isn't that the hospital where Chu Yun is staying? Bai Zhou originally thought it was Zhao Gang, because of Tang Tao's miraculous operation. Unexpectedly, it was still that Dr. Li. He actually came. When he heard him say, "Young master, I couldn't get through to your phone," Bai Zhou realized his phone was out of battery. Indeed, last night was too exhausting, and he forgot to charge his phone. And Dr. Li was in such a hurry to come find him, clearly something important was to be told. As expected, Dr. Li said to Bai Zhou, "Young master, I don't know why, but this morning the city defense team leader suddenly announced that Chu Yun was going to be discharged." "Oh?" Bai Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Dr. Li continued, "He even had his subordinates spread the news. I'm not quite sure who it's been sent to." Dr. Li wasn't clear, but that didn't mean Bai Zhou wasn't clear. The recruiters from major universities rushing in from various places were definitely coming for Chu Yun. Originally, the annual recruitment meeting, which had been scheduled for a long time, had been postponed because of Chu Yun's wish. Zhao Gang would certainly take care of those people's feelings. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, the recruitment meeting will be tomorrow. When Bai Zhou said this, he looked back at Lin Wei who was cooking in the kitchen. "I really wonder how Chu Yun will show off at the recruitment meeting without Lin Wei." Bai Zhou was a bit curious now. However, he was even more curious about another thing, so he immediately asked Dr. Li. "That Chu Yun's body should have been healed by that healer, right?" Dr. Li nodded, indicating that if not for this, Chu Yun would not be discharged. Bai Zhou rubbed his hands and asked, "So did you see it? What kind of thing did he install?" What does it mean to say what kind of thing?" Dr. Li looked strange at this question from Bai Zhou. But he still said in a stiff voice, "I didn't see it clearly, but I think I caught a glimpse of a small pink, very tiny little chirp." Chapter 77, Lin Wei's mom? That's also E-level. PFF. Hearing Dr. Li's words, Bai Zhou really couldn't help it. Especially the expression and tone when Dr. Li said this. And little chirp. Alright then. What kind of thing is that? Bai Zhou couldn't think of what could be described this way by Dr. Li. But Bai Zhou also knew that Tang Tao must have perfectly completed the task assigned to him. That old guy didn't come to report to me, probably worried that Chu Yun would hold a grudge against him, right? I was thinking of letting that old guy treat Lin Wei's father again. But if he ran away, so be it. Lin Wei's father's illness is different from Chu Yun's tragic condition. Our hospital has the strength to treat him completely. So I wasn't that worried, was I? Brother Bai Zhou, what's making you so happy? At this time, Lin Wei was already wearing an apron, bringing 2 steaming plates of food from the kitchen. What else could it be? Of course, because of your Chu Yun brother. However, at this moment, it's better not to mention that depressing name. So Bai Zhou directly changed the topic and said, if everything goes well, the college enrollment will start tomorrow. Are you ready? College enrollment. Hearing this term, Lin Wei also knew what it meant, feeling a bit nervous in her heart. After all, she was only E-level, and certainly no school would look at her. But seeing Bai Zhou sitting there, Lin Wei immediately broke into a smile and said, with brother Bai Zhou here, I've been ready for a long time. Seeing the smiling Lin Wei, Bai Zhou couldn't help but pinch her little face. Seeing this, Dr. Li hurriedly stood up to leave. Yes, the young master Bai and young lady are sweet on each other. What am I doing here as a third wheel? Originally, Lin Wei borrowed a kitchen from the director to cook for her father. Now that Bai Zhou has come, she prepared a little more, intending to eat with Bai Zhou first before delivering food to her father. Bai Zhou, with his bowl in hand, wolfed down the food, also couldn't help but exclaim that Lin Wei's cooking skills were really good. Just the simplest ingredients, made into the simplest home-cooked dishes. It tasted better than the mountain delicacies made by the servants at home. Now Bai Zhou was even considering whether to accept his dad's suggestion. To move out. That way, he could taste Lin Wei's cooking every day. Seeing Bai Zhou enjoy her cooking so much, Lin Wei's little face also turned slightly red. But the smile in her eyes was completely unhidden. From time to time, she would give Bai Zhou a pair of chopsticks full of vegetables, gently saying, eat slowly. Bai Zhou mumbled, what if this delicious food gets snatched away if I eat slowly? I didn't expect you, little girl, to have this skill. I consider myself lucky in this life. Hearing this from Bai Zhou, Lin Wei's cheeks turned even redder. Ding! Detected that the host successfully blocked part of the protagonist's fortune, gaining villain points plus 100. The villain turntable opens, still requires 600. Lin Wei lowered her head, silently picking at the rice in her bowl. She didn't dare to look up. Yes. You Bai Zhou being lucky is just luck. Why did you have to say in this life? Then thinking about what my father told me in the hospital yesterday. And Bai Zhou's words, times are different now, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. Made Lin Wei lower her head and pinch her little feet together without realizing it. After eating and drinking enough, Bai Zhou leaned back in his chair, satisfied. He watched Lin Wei quietly tidying up by herself. Whenever Bai Zhou made a move, the little girl would say directly, Bai Zhou, just sit still, I can do it myself. Actually, Bai Zhou didn't intend to help, he just wanted to get comfortable. But is there any need to clarify such misunderstandings? After finishing tidying up the table, Lin Wei also put the meals prepared for her father into a food container. Then she left with Bai Zhou, heading to the inpatient department. Along the way, Bai Zhou noticed that the little girl carrying the food container would steal glances at him from time to time. It made Bai Zhou think she was cute, so he reached out to ruffle Lin Wei's little head and asked, do you have something you want to tell me? Lin Wei nodded and shyly said, I don't know if you have other things to do today, Bai Zhou. I want to. I haven't been home for several days, and I want to go back and see my mom. Hearing Lin Wei's words, Bai Zhou's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Wei's mother. E-level spirit daughter. Of course. This E-level spirit daughter didn't make Bai Zhou's unparalleled swordbox stir. Though this was the first time Bai Zhou had mentioned Lin Wei's mother so far. But he remembered the storyline about Lin Wei's mother quite well from the original text. It concerns Lin Wei's mother's younger sister, Lin Wei's aunt. Let's put that aside for now. Another critical issue is the reason why Lin Wei's family is impoverished. It mainly stems from Lin Wei's mother. In the original text, after Chu Yun won Lin Wei's heart, he naturally had to get closely involved with Lin Wei's parents. Chu Yun also helped Lin Wei's mother solve quite a bit of trouble. However, while solving this trouble, Chu Yun also reaped certain benefits, or you could say fortune. After all, Chu Yun possessed the halo of the protagonist. The protagonist's halo always adheres to the concept of thieves never leave empty-handed. If there were no benefits, why would Chu Yun care about this matter? According to the original storyline. After participating in the college recruitment conference with Lin Wei, Yun specifically returned to share the good news with his mother, which was when Lin Wei's mother made her first appearance. If we calculate the time, it seems like it's today. But the difference is that the college recruitment conference was delayed. To be honest, if Lin Wei hadn't suddenly brought this up, he would have really forgotten about it. At this moment, Lin Wei saw Bai Zhou's expressionless face, not speaking for a long time. She thought her suggestion might have crossed the line, so she hurriedly said, "It's okay, Bai Zhou, if you have things to do, I can wait to see my mom. After all, Mom knows I need to take care of Dad in the hospital, so she won't." Hearing Lin Wei's words, Bai Zhou realized that the little girl misunderstood. He quickly reached out to hold Lin Wei's small hand and said, "What's there to be busy with? I was thinking of other things just now. After I deliver the food to your dad, I'll call someone to drive us." Seeing Bai Zhou nod, Lin Wei instantly beamed with joy. "Thank you, Bai Zhou." As for going to see Lin Wei's mother, Bai Zhou felt a bit expectant inside. He just wondered if this first meeting with Lin Wei's mother would trigger any special events that Yun encountered in the original storyline. If there is no one, Bai Zhou will not be disappointed, but if there is, then I am sorry, Yun. In this current era, although the city-states are divided and ruled separately, the class system is still very obvious. The Bai family, where Bai Zhou belongs, is located right in the center of this city-state. As it spreads gradually towards the city wall, it shows the declining economic strength and living standards of the residents. After all, outside the city wall is the so-called forest of alien races. Isn't it true that aliens might cross the city wall and threaten human life? This is the job of the city defense team. And why are these lower-class people placed on the outskirts? Simply put, they serve as cannon fodder for the evil rich like Bai Zhou. Lin Wei's family is naturally in the village near the city wall. On the way, Bai Zhou could sense the huge disparity. As soon as they left the upper town, the surrounding houses dropped in height by several times. And the environment became even more dirty and chaotic. The population also grew increasingly dense. As they continued toward Lin Wei's home, the ground became so bad that vehicles could not pass normally. Even Bai Zhou had to get out of the car with Lin Wei and walk toward the village where Lin Wei lived. This left Bai Zhou feeling somewhat sighing. This place doesn't even have a road, the city defense team's vehicles can't come here. If danger really happens, they'll treat these people as cannon fodder to buy time. And Yun came from such a place, no wonder he is the main character. However, Bai Zhou does not remember any changes in the status of these impoverished lower-class people when Yun began to dominate the world in the original story. Not long after. "Brother Bai Zhou, this way. The courtyard door is open, my mom should be at home." Chapter 78, Auntie, don't worry, I'm here. Although it's called a courtyard, it is actually not even as big as Bai Zhou's living room. This counts the bedroom, kitchen, and courtyard combined. "Mom! I'm back." Lin Wei's steps became much lighter as she bounced into the courtyard. And as soon as they entered, Bai Zhou saw a middle-aged woman washing clothes in the yard. This was clearly Lin Wei's mother. Upon seeing Lin Wei return, she looked up and her eyes showed a spark of surprise. Wei, why are you back so early today? Aren't you supposed to be at school?" Bai Zhou, who raised his head, also clearly saw Lin Wei's mother's face. He couldn't help but sigh, no wonder Lin Wei's foundation is so good. Indeed. Although Lin Wei's mother wasn't young anymore. Wrinkles had appeared on her face, and even without any skincare, there were spots showing up. But Bai Zhou could still see at a glance that this woman must have been a great beauty in her youth. No wonder that brat Yun is so interested in his aunt. Bai Zhou didn't know what weird thoughts crossed his mind, and he coughed lightly to drive all the strange things away. At this time, after Lin Wei's mother looked up with joy, it seemed she thought of something. She quickly turned her face away. But Lin Wei was quick and immediately noticed something unusual. "Mom, what happened to your face?" Hearing Lin Wei's anxious voice, Bai Zhou slightly paused. Sure enough, there was a faint bruise at the corner of Lin Wei's mother's eye, looking like a fresh wound. In an instant, all of Lin Wei's joy evaporated, tears immediately flowed from her pupils, and she said heartbrokenly, "Mom, did that group of bullies come again?" Lin Wei's voice carried a sobbing tone. But Bai Zhou couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence! This is just perfect. Bai Zhou remembered the plot in the original story. When Yun first brought Lin Wei home,